In Zhaoyang Palace, Empress Zai angrily smashed quite a few teacups and vases. Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun stood silently on the side, as quiet as cicadas in winter. It was their first time seeing the Empress so furious. Due to her overwhelming rage, the Empress's delicately made-up face twisted. At this moment, she was no longer the noble Empress, but rather a terrifying and fearsome demon, truly frightening. After breaking several things, Empress Zai's anger slightly subsided, but her chest continued to heave from indignation. The seventh prince waited until Empress Zai had vented her anger and stopped smashing things before he spoke. Mother, it's not worth harming your health over someone like noble princess consort Rong. At the mention of noble princess consort Rong, Empress Zai's eyes turned sinister, and her usually gentle and cultured demeanor became vicious and fierce, as if she wanted to devour noble princess consort Rong alive. That bitch Yu Wanrong, I will make her life a living hell. Thinking of noble princess consort Rong's smug and arrogant look at the celebration banquet, Empress Zai's rage flared up again. We absolutely cannot let the daughter of Minister Kong marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The seventh prince was taken aback at Empress Zai's words. Mother, didn't you previously say you were determined to see this matter through? At this moment, Jiang Chuan brought over a cup of cooling tea. Empress Zai picked up the teacup and, contrary to her usual elegant manner, drank it down in big gulps. As the tea went down, her inner fire diminished further. Once Prince Dai marries the daughter of Minister Kong as a concubine, it won't be long before he replaces Zhao Xuan as the crown prince. By then, the emperor will depose me as empress and make noble princess consort Rong the empress. Empress Zai said through gritted teeth, Prince Dai must never become crown prince. Mother, even if father is eager to make Prince Dai the crown prince, uncle and they will never agree. The seventh prince was calmer than Empress Zai. Uncle and they will certainly disrupt this arranged marriage. We need not intervene. That is true. Empress Zai slightly regained her rationality. Uncle has already taken action at the celebration banquet. Upon hearing this, Empress Zai raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, What did your uncle do? The seventh prince had rushed back, seeing Empress Zai in a fit, smashing things, and had not had the chance to tell her about what happened in Kaiyang Palace. Only now did he carefully recount to Empress Zai the events of the celebration banquet. After listening, Empress Zai first showed a shocked expression, then quickly broke into a smile. The seventh prince understood. Mother, rest assured, uncle will never allow Prince Dai to overshadow the crown prince. I know, it's just that I can't swallow this bitterness. Tonight, noble princess consort Rong humiliated her in front of the other concubines and taunted her, as she is about to be replaced by her as empress. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life, always in honor, and she must settle that score with noble princess consort Rong. Mother, what do you plan to do? Empress Zai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally, I will make her life difficult. Mother, what do you intend to do? I need to think it over. Empress Zai was not impetuous. She knew that noble princess consort Rong was deeply loved by the emperor. If she acted rashly against her, not only would she fail to deal with noble princess consort Rong, but she would also be blamed by the emperor. Mother, in fact, starting tomorrow, noble princess consort Rong will be embarrassed anyway. The seventh prince felt there was no need for Empress Zai to dirty her hands dealing with noble princess consort Rong. Empress Zai suddenly remembered something and smiled maliciously. Jiang Chuan, this palace remembers there is a statue of fertility Guanyin in the storage. Jiang Chuan respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty, it was specifically requested for you by the old madam. Tomorrow morning, you will personally take that statue of fertility Guanyin to noble princess consort Rong, saying that as the legitimate mother, this palace is very concerned about Prince Dai's offspring. Jiang Chuan exclaimed, Your majesty, that statue of fertility Guanyin was specifically requested for you by the old madam. How can it be given to noble princess consort Rong? Empress Zai was unconcerned. This palace has already given birth to little Jing and doesn't need this statue of fertility Guanyin. However, Prince Dai very much needs it. As the legitimate mother, it is my duty to help Prince Dai extend the lineage of the imperial family. As she spoke, her face once more regained the dignified and benevolent expression it usually wore. Moreover, as empress, I should assist the emperor with his worries. How can I stand idly by when the emperor is concerned about Prince Dai's offspring? The seventh prince agreed. Mother is right. Jiang Chuan felt a bit distressed over the statue of fertility Guanyin personally chosen by the old madam, but she understood Empress Zai's purpose in doing so. I will deliver it to Yangtze Palace early tomorrow morning. Also, arrange for several imperial physicians to visit Prince Dai Mansion early tomorrow morning. Have them carefully check Princess Consort Dai's pulse. Empress Zai recalled something else. This palace remembers that the Zai family has a secret recipe for having children take it to noble Princess Consort Rong together tomorrow. Your Majesty also giving the secret recipe for having children, isn't that too generous to noble Princess Consort Rong? This palace is magnanimous. Empress Zai's lips curved into a smiling expression. Your Majesty, you are truly too kind. This palace is also alleviating the Emperor's worries. Mother, why not reward Prince Dai with a few beauties to let them bear him more children? That's a good idea. Empress Zai pondered slightly, then asked Jiang Chuan, what time is it now? It's almost the end of the Yu hour. Go to Chengguang Hall and find out if the emperor is there and whether he has gone to rest. I will go at once. Mother, what are you going to father for at this time? The seventh prince asked in confusion. To gift beauties, I need to ask your father's opinion. Empress Zai stood up. I will go and tidy up my appearance. Mother, should I accompany you to see father? It's not appropriate for you to follow. You should go back and rest, as you still have to study in Wend Hall early tomorrow. Then I take my leave. Jiang Chuan soon returned. Your Majesty, the emperor is still in the imperial study room going through memorials, and has not gone to Yongsan Palace or rested. Come with me to the imperial study. Your Majesty, are we going empty-handed, or should we bring some hangover soup or something else? Empress Zai thought for a moment before saying, prepare a bowl of lotus seed soup. Lotus seed soup is conducive to sleep. Empress Zai drinks a bowl every night before bed. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, Empress Zai, accompanied by Jiang Chuan, who carried a food container, headed for Chengguang Hall. In the imperial study of Chengguang Hall, the emperor was listening to Sun Kui recounting the events that took place at the banquet in Qianglin Garden. Upon hearing of noble Princess Consort Rong's words of humiliation toward Empress Zai, the emperor did not even furrow his brow. Sun Kui, seeing that the emperor showed no emotional reaction after hearing about the events in Qianglin Garden, felt unsurprised in his heart. Noble Princess Consort Rong had always been at odds with the empress and was not very respectful towards her. To all this, the emperor turned a blind eye. Just then, Sun Kui's apprentice came in, politely reporting to the emperor, Your Majesty, the empress requests an audience. Hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed with surprise, and he promptly withdrew his legs perched on the imperial table. Let her in. Shortly after, Empress Zai entered carrying the food container. She first bowed and paid her respects to the emperor. This concubine greets Your Majesty. Rise. The emperor looked at Empress Zai, asking, why has the empress come? This concubine thought that Your Majesty must have drunk quite a bit tonight and specifically prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup, which not only helps with hangovers but also promotes sleep. Sun Kui took the food container from Empress Zai's hands and immediately produced the lotus seed soup from within. The empress is considerate. The emperor knew that Empress Zai's visit to the imperial study was not solely to deliver lotus seed soup. Your Majesty, Prince Dai has no heirs yet, and this concubine, as the legitimate mother, has not paid any attention to this matter, which is my negligence. I ask Your Majesty for punishment. Empress Zai knelt, pleading guilty to the emperor. The emperor thought to himself, indeed, rise, this matter is not your fault, you need not blame yourself. Thank Your Majesty for not holding me accountable. Rising, Empress Zai spoke. This concubine has considered and decided to send a statue of fertility Guanyin to Princess Consort Dai, and furthermore reward a few beauties to Prince Dai. What does Your Majesty think? Beside them, Sun Kui was internally astonished, knowing that this act by the Empress was clearly meant to embarrass noble Princess Consort Rong and Prince Dai. Truly, the Empress and Duke Zhen are siblings. The Empress is meticulous, the Emperor said with a gentle smile. Let it be as the Empress suggests. Sun Kui had thought the Emperor would oppose the Empress's proposal, but to his surprise, the Emperor agreed, making his eyes widen in shock. I will carefully select a few fertile beauties to send to Prince Dai's mansion, Empress Zai said, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. Seeing Empress Zai's expression as if she had something to say but stopped herself, the Emperor gently said, Empress, speak your mind. Empress Zai hesitated for a moment before speaking, Your Majesty, should we send a few imperial physicians to Prince Dai's mansion to check the pulses of Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai? She quickly added, Prince Dai has been frequently engaged in battles over the past few years, suffering various injuries and taking numerous medicines. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison, perhaps it's harmed his foundation. It might be best for the physicians to carefully examine him and prescribe something for proper recovery, then send the imperial physicians to Prince Dai's mansion. After speaking, the Emperor noticed Empress Zai wearing another hesitant expression and smiled at her softly. Empress, is there anything else you wish to say? Your Majesty, if I arrange for physicians to visit Prince Dai's mansion and reward beauties to Prince Dai, I fear noble Princess Consort Rong will be displeased and will not agree with my actions. Empress Zai said, with a wry smile on her face, I'm afraid noble Princess Consort Rong might consider that I'm deliberately humiliating Prince Dai. Sun Kui thought to himself, isn't that the case? You mean well, the Emperor said. Even if the Empress hadn't mentioned it, I would have sent the physicians to Prince Dai's mansion tomorrow. Your Majesty, truly a benevolent father. Tomorrow make the arrangements. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor then asked Empress, is there anything else? I have nothing more, Your Majesty. I shall not disturb you further. Empress Zai curtsied respectfully. Your Majesty, please rest early. The Empress should also rest early. The Emperor glanced at Sun Kui. Escort the Empress out. Yes, Your Majesty. Sun Kui escorted Empress Zai out of the imperial study. Empress Zai did not rush to leave but instructed Sun Kui, Mr. Sun, when His Majesty is busy, he forgets the time, remind him to go to rest early. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly remind His Majesty. If His Majesty feels hungry, remember to prepare a night snack for him. Empress Zai said, the night snack should be easy to digest. Also, do not prepare strong tea for His Majesty at night. If he drinks too much strong tea, he'll have trouble sleeping at night. Empress Zai instructed many things, and only after Sun Kui remembered them all did she leave, holding Jiang Chuan's hand. Sun Kui escorted Empress Zai a little further, then was sent back by Empress Zai, urging him to hurry back to attend to His Majesty. Your Majesty, the Empress just gave me many instructions. Without looking up, the Emperor asked, what did she say? The Empress told me to remind Your Majesty to rest early. Sun Kui conveyed to the Emperor everything that Empress Zai instructed him to do, in full detail. After listening, the Emperor merely nodded slightly without saying anything. Your Majesty, the Empress truly cares about you. The Emperor merely responded with a soft Seeing that the Emperor had nothing more to say, Sun Kui did not wish to disturb him further, but seeing the lotus seed soup on the table, he had to speak up again. Your Majesty, the soup sent by the Empress will grow cold if not consumed soon. The Emperor glanced at the lotus seed soup set aside and said in a bland tone, take it away. Yes, Sun Kui carried the soup out. His apprentice approached upon noticing, is His Majesty not drinking it? Sun Kui handed the soup to his apprentice. His Majesty doesn't particularly like drinking soup. Whether it's sent by the Empress or noble Princess Consort Rong, His Majesty seldom drinks it. When noble Princess Consort Rong sent soup, His Majesty would take a couple of symbolic sips, leaving the rest for him to remove. However, each time His Majesty visited Kund Hall, Liang Jiai would prepare a bowl of soup, and His Majesty would finish it entirely. What should be done with this soup? Consider it a treat for you. Sun Kui knew this lotus seed soup wasn't personally brewed by the Empress, so he let his apprentice have it. If it had been personally made by the Empress, Sun Kui would have disposed of it. Empress Zai returned to Zhaoyang Palace and instructed Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun to select 2 beautiful palace maids from Zhaoyang Palace. The others were to be chosen from other palaces. Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun understood Empress Zai's intentions and quickly selected 2 exceptionally beautiful palace maids from Zhaoyang Palace. Empress Zai was very satisfied after looking at them. Nanny Sun took the 2 palace maids aside and instructed them on some matters. Your Majesty, there's something I'm not sure whether to say. Empress Zai spoke gently, speak your mind. Your Majesty, allowing the younger daughter of Marquis Kong to enter Prince Dai's mansion might not be a bad thing. Empress Zai was somewhat surprised by Jiang Chuan's words and asked, why wouldn't it be a bad thing? After Marquis Kong's younger daughter enters Prince Dai's mansion, she will surely vie for favor against Princess Consort Dai. If she bears Prince Dai's eldest son before Princess Consort Dai, her status in Prince Dai's mansion will surpass that of Princess Consort Dai. Jiang Chuan, having grown up in the Zai family, had witnessed many schemes and strategies in the Zai's inner quarters. Princess Consort Dai and Marquis Xuanping's mansion will surely not take this lying down. Empress Zai hadn't considered this aspect, but hearing Jiang Chuan's analysis, she found it somewhat convincing. Your Majesty, Prince Dai's mansion's inner quarters will certainly not remain peaceful. Upon hearing this, Empress Zai mused, indeed, it might not be a bad thing, but what benefit does it bring us? Your Majesty, didn't you just say that the 7th prince is still young? In the coming years, the crown prince will need to engage diplomatically with Prince Dai. Jiang Chuan analyzed, if we don't create distractions for Prince Dai, he might successfully replace the crown prince before the 7th prince reaches adulthood, which would be detrimental to the 7th prince. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with noble Princess Consort Rong? Let her have her moment of pride for a few more days, Empress Zai said, turning the ring on her ring finger with deep implications. In a few days, it will be the memorial day of my dear sister. Your Majesty, do you intend to act against noble Princess Consort Rong on the late Empress's memorial day? Jiang Chuan asked. Do you think in the Emperor's heart, is noble Princess Consort Rong more important, or is it my dear sister? Jiang Chuan dared not answer this question because Empress Zai would be displeased whether he answered noble Princess Consort Rong or the late Empress. Speak truthfully, I will not hold it against you. Jiang Chuan dared not remain silent and answered, I believe in the heart of the Emperor, the late Empress is more important than noble Princess Consort Rong. When the late Empress passed, the Emperor was upset and did not hold court for 3 days. Moreover, when the late Empress was alive, the Emperor was respectful and devoted to her. She recalled once when the late Empress was ill, she accompanied the then young lady into the palace to visit the late Empress. Soon after they arrived, the Emperor, having just finished court, hurried over to visit and personally fed the late Empress medicine. At that time, noble Princess Consort Rong was also ill, but the Emperor, upon finishing court, first visited the late Empress instead of noble Princess Consort Rong. Additionally, when the emperor was not yet emperor, he frequently fought in wars, and every time he returned, he brought things for the late empress. The empress was already envious of the late empress then. After the late empress passed away, every year on her memorial day, the emperor would personally pay respects. He remembered the late empress's birth date clearly and would go to Zhonghua Palace to honor her. She also recalled when the late empress was pregnant and returned to the Zai residence. Then the late empress was 4 months pregnant, and her belly was not large, but the emperor worried about her safety. Not only did he personally help her off the carriage, but he also held her hand cautiously into the Zai residence. When the late empress was pregnant with the crown prince, her appetite was poor, so the emperor deliberately sought out a skilled cook to prepare her meals. The emperor's concern for the late empress was known to everyone in the Zai family at the time. If Yu Wanrong does something disrespectful to my dear sister on her memorial day, do you think the emperor will be angry? Of course, the emperor will be angry. Empress Zai devised a plan and beckoned Jiang Chuan closer. Jiang Chuan approached, and Empress Zai whispered her instructions in her ear. The rumor about Prince Dai's inability had spread throughout the capital even before the next day. By the early morning of the following day, every citizen in the capital knew about Prince Dai's inability to produce an heir. The servants of the Kong mansion naturally heard the news too. Uncle Jiu, I just heard something. A servant of the Kong mansion hurriedly came to the front courtyard to find the steward. The steward saw his grave expression, thinking something serious had happened, and quickly asked what happened. The servant whispered into the steward's ear, I recently went to buy groceries and heard people saying Prince Dai is incapable and unable to have children, which is why he has no offspring. What? The steward was shocked by this rumor. Uncle Jiu, everyone in the capital is talking about it now. I'm not making it up, the servant said. Everyone's saying it with details that seem credible. Besides, Prince Dai indeed has no heirs. I will immediately report this to the master, said the steward, then hurried off to find Kong Taicheng. Kong Taicheng was having breakfast when he saw the steward walking in with urgency, and he quickly asked what had happened. The steward reported what he had just heard to Kong Taicheng. After listening, Kong Taicheng's expression remained very calm. The steward was surprised to see no reaction and asked, Master, you know. Kong Taicheng nodded and said, not unexpected. He had anticipated that news of Prince Dai's incapability would spread throughout the capital after Duke Zhen spoke those words at the celebration banquet last night. Master, if Prince Dai is incapable, what about Miss? The Miss was betrothed to Prince Dai as a consort. If Prince Dai is incapable, she would marry him to live a lonely life, which is too unjust for her. Kong Taicheng had finished his breakfast, took a few sips of tea, and said, Yao will not marry Prince Dai as a concubine. After the early morning court session today, he planned to see the emperor and refuse the marriage decree. Master, do you plan to? It's getting late, I should go to court now. Kong Taicheng walked to the door, where Kong Yuan was already waiting by the carriage. Father. Kong Yuan saluted Kong Taicheng and then helped him into the carriage. Once the father and son were seated, the coachman lifted his whip and urged the horses, and the carriage slowly drove towards the imperial city. Father, are you ready? Kong Yuan asked. Kong Taicheng solemnly nodded, I am ready. Then he sighed softly, we might face imprisonment. Father, I'm not afraid of prison. It's just that mother and sister will suffer later. I've talked to your mother. If anything happens to us, let her take your sister and leave the capital. Kong Yuan frowned slightly. I fear mother and sister may not be able to escape the capital. Kong Taicheng also considered this possibility and fell silent. Prince Dai will probably not easily give up on this marriage. Their Kong family was too important to Prince Dai. Even if the emperor nullifies the marriage decree, Prince Dai won't give up and might resort to any means. This was what he least wanted to see. Kong Taicheng naturally also considered this. He said heavily, this is the aspect your father fears the most. This marriage decree puts our Kong family on the fire. If we don't refuse the marriage, our family's lives are temporarily safe, but our Kong family's reputation will be ruined. If we refuse, our family's lives are in danger, but the Kong family's reputation is preserved. Father, the reputation of the Kong family is more important than anything. As descendants of the Kong family, they must protect the centuries-old reputation of the Kong family, so they would not face their ancestors in shame later on. It's just that your mother and sister are implicated, and for this, your father feels sorry for them. Kong Taicheng originally planned to divorce his wife and expel his daughter from the family, but there was simply no time. Father, mother, and sister won't blame you. I know they won't blame me, but, sigh. Kong Taicheng thought to himself that he could only repay his wife and daughter in the next life. What did our Kong family do to displease the emperor? He thought over and over again, feeling the emperor shouldn't have betrothed his daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine, yet the emperor did it anyway. Our Kong family hasn't done anything outrageous. Kong Yuan hesitated and said, in the emperor's eyes, our Kong family is merely a tool to balance the crown prince and Prince Dai. Kong Yuan's words hit a sore spot in Kong Taicheng's heart, his face full of pain. A tool. Father, you must have realized by now that in the emperor's mind, our Kong family is not that important. We are just a tool for balancing the court's power, whereas the Li family. Here, Kang Yuan paused. Seeing his father's unwillingness, he didn't continue. Kang Taiching continued, whereas the Li family is deeply respected by the emperor. Indeed, the Li family is more important to the emperor than the Kang family. Kang Yuan stated objectively, although the Li family doesn't have the same legacy as the Kang family, their reputation in the past century has surpassed ours. Today, the Li family holds a high status in the hearts of scholars across the country, not only rivaling us but even surpassing us. Kang Taiching's eyes reddened and tears welled up. He choked. If it weren't for that beast, how would our Kang family have ended up like this and lost to the Li family? Father, we must accept this fact. Kang Yuan said calmly, this is why the emperor granted my younger sister's marriage to Prince Dai as a concubine. This reality was hard for Kang Taiching to accept, but there was no way not to. If your younger sister truly marries Prince Dai as a consort, our Kang family will be ruined, will be despised by scholars nationwide. Alas, if we are punished this time for defying the imperial order, our Kang family will instead preserve its reputation. Kang Taiching's tone suddenly became bleak. Our Kang family cannot escape this disaster, but at least we will have fulfilled our family's honor. Father, this is the responsibility of us Kang family members. Kang Yuan had known from a young age the responsibility of being part of the Kang family. He knew that for their family, honor was more important than life. Father, neither I nor mother nor sister regret being part of the Kang family. These words made Kang Taiching unable to bear it any longer. He covered his face and cried silently. Kang Yuan, seeing his father like this, felt deeply saddened. Tears blurred his vision. He took a deep breath and said, Father, perhaps things are not as bad as we imagine. Although the emperor sees our Kang family as a tool to balance the crown prince and Prince Dai, the emperor is not a cold and ruthless person. Kang Taiching raised his sleeve to wipe his tears away. Father, as long as you earnestly request the emperor to withdraw the marriage decree, the emperor might agree and not hold you accountable. You're right, the emperor is not a cold-blooded, ruthless person. Over the years, our Kang family has done quite a few things for the court and the people. Even if there's no merit, there's also hard work. Kang Taiching consoled himself. The emperor might show mercy to our Kang family. Our Kang family's reputation may not be as high as the Li family's now, but it holds some esteem among the nation's scholars, which the emperor will somewhat consider. You're right, Kang Taiching said, feigning light-heartedness as he smiled at Kang Yuan. I don't think our fate is doomed. Father, I think the same. The father and son exchanged smiles and burst out laughing. Amidst their laughter, the coachman stopped the carriage. Master, young master, we have arrived. Kang Taiching and Kang Yuan quickly adjusted their appearances before getting out of the carriage. By then, many officials had arrived at the palace gate. The palace gate had not yet opened, and officials could only wait at the entrance. As soon as Kang Taiching and Kang Yuan got off the carriage, many officials surrounded them to greet them. These officials were supporters of Prince Dai. Since the emperor granted the marriage, Prince Dai's faction regarded Kang Taiching and his son as allies. Kang Taiching and Kang Yuan responded to their greetings distantly, but the officials seemed oblivious to their indifference and continued to speak warmly. Father and son had no choice but to run over to find Prime Minister He and the others. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were chatting casually when they saw Kang Taiching and his son suddenly coming over to greet and talk with them. They politely responded. They expected Kang Taiching and his son to leave after greeting, but unexpectedly, the two didn't show any intention of leaving. The ministers supporting Prince Dai saw Kang Taiching and his son discussing serious matters with Prime Minister He and his group, so they had to step aside. At this time, the ministers supporting the crown prince mocked Prince Dai for not being capable, accusing him of not being able to produce offspring. Many deliberately said they knew doctors skilled in pregnancy and childbirth and could introduce them to the Prince Dai mansion to diagnose Prince Dai. The ministers of the Prince Dai faction were naturally very angry upon hearing this and started arguing with the ministers supporting the crown prince. The ministers supporting the crown prince kept urging Kang Taiching to quickly refuse the imperial marriage gift from the emperor, otherwise his youngest daughter's lifetime happiness would be ruined. They also said the Prince Dai mansion was a fire pit and implored Kang Taiching not to push his daughter into it. They also persuaded the ministers supporting Prince Dai to advise him not to ruin Kang Taiching's daughter and harm the young woman's lifelong happiness. Furthermore, they said Prince Dai marrying Kang Taiching's youngest daughter was essentially harming the girl. The ministers of the Prince Dai faction were furious upon hearing these words and started to curse at the ministers supporting the crown prince, almost coming to blows. Both sides insulted each other back and forth, exposing each other's weaknesses, turning the originally quiet palace entrance into a noisy marketplace. These adults, usually seen as lofty by the common people, were at this moment no different from quarrelsome women. Of course, their insults were not as straightforward and crude as those of market women. Their insults were classical and full of references. Those who couldn't understand would find it scholarly, but those who could understand found it extremely unpleasant. Shen Hu and Chu Ying stood aside, watching indifferently. Prime Minister he, what are they arguing about? These people insult each other with such refinement. Shen Hu said with disdain, it doesn't sound like cursing, it sounds like they're composing poetry. However, their ugly and vulgar expressions make them look like they're indeed cursing. Grandmaster Liu was amused by Shen Hu's words. They're not composing poetry, their insults are more unbearable than those of market women. Shen Hu and Chu Ying were shocked as they exclaimed in unison, really, we couldn't catch a single word of it. Prime Minister he, amused, looked at them and said, I've told you to read more, but you don't. Now you can't even understand their insults. Reading makes me sleepy. As soon as Shen Hu mentioned reading, a look of disdain appeared on his rugged face. Reading might kill me, and I'd like to live a few more years. Chu Ying echoed, I'd rather die than read. He preferred battle over reading. With the time spent reading, he could kill a few more on the battlefield. These people are still insulting, really energetic. Shen Hu mocked bluntly, they each fancy themselves as gentlemen, always talking about rules and etiquette, yet here they're quarreling and cursing at the palace entrance, indeed. He paused, thought hard, and said, yes, hypocrites. Hearing Shen Hu correctly use several terms, Prime Minister he and Grandmaster Liu looked surprised. Wow, Shen Hu, you know what hypocrisy is, Chu Ying teased. Shen Hu glared at Chu Ying, slightly raised his chin, and said proudly, I hear them say it every day, how could I not know? Then he contemptuously glanced at the quarreling ministers. Each one is a hypocritical, false gentleman. I drank too much last night, my head still aches this morning, and their quarreling gives me a headache. Annoyed by the noise, Chu Ying asked with a fierce expression, Prime Minister he, can I beat them up? At this moment, Song Dekeng and Zhang Gong arrived. As soon as they reached the palace entrance, they saw the ministers quarrel. Then they shouted, what's the commotion? This is the palace entrance, not your home. Keep it up, and I'll deal with you by military law. This statement instantly quieted both the Crown Prince and Prince Dai factions. Song Dekeng and Zhang Gong, both tall and intimidating, caused the ministers to step aside wherever they went, opening a path for them. Last night, Song Dekeng and Zhang Gong drank with Chu Ying. They drank a lot as well, and even after a night's sleep, they hadn't recovered, with a headache still lingering. The ministers' quarrel made their heads and ears buzz. Prime Minister he and Grandmaster Liu saw Song Dekeng's displeased expression and knew they had been drinking with Chu Ying last night, shaking their heads helplessly. Song Dekeng glared fiercely at the ministers, speaking with ill intent, keep it up, and I'll rip out your tongues. His intimidating appearance and words made many timid ministers turn pale, while some trembled. Although many ministers disapproved of Song Dekeng's arrogant demeanor, they couldn't defeat him and had to endure it. They really couldn't defeat him. A few years ago, Song Dekeng's group did indeed beat up these civil officials. The court's civil officials were quite terrified of Song Dekeng's group. Although they often complained about their rudeness, they feared them deeply in their hearts. You guys should drink less in the future. Prime Minister, he reminded Chu Ying and his group for the umpteenth time, seeing their hungover appearance. If you mess up because of drinking, the emperor will not spare you. Don't worry, Prime Minister he, we know our limits. Zhang Gong and his group loved drinking and often drank, but never let it impede their duties, having learned their lesson. Back when they followed the emperor to war, they once delayed military affairs due to drinking and were severely punished by the emperor through military law. Since then, they dared not let excessive drinking affect their duties again. You all better quit drinking. Prime Minister he had repeated this countless times, but Zhang Gong and his group didn't heed it. Prime Minister he, quitting drinking would kill us. Prime Minister he, hearing their reply, was too lazy to continue discussing quitting drinking. Prime Minister he, when will Lao Yan return? Song Dekeng asked about Yan Hurong, a friend of theirs who was sent to the southern border by the emperor last year. He had spent most of the year recapturing the southern border. The rebellion in the southern border is quelled, so Lao Yan should be back. He can't return for now, Prime Minister he replied. Although the rebellion is quelled, the southern border is still unstable. Moreover, several countries around the southern border are restless. He needs to garrison there for a while. Shen Hu and his group, shocked, said so. Lao Yan won't be back for 3 to 5 years. The emperor sent him there not only to quell the rebellion but mainly to garrison the area, deterring those unruly countries to the south. It's probably not just about deterrence, Chu Ying thought deeper. I guess the emperor will later have Lao Yan annex those unruly small countries. Excited by the prospect, Shen Hu said, then I'll go help Lao Yan. Having stayed in the capital for the past 2 years without going to battle, Shen Hu was nearly suffocated. If I don't go to battle soon, this old tiger Shen will turn into a sickly cat. As they were speaking, Prince Dai, Marquis Xuanping, and Duke Zhen arrived at the palace entrance together. Their arrival instantly changed the atmosphere at the palace entrance. Duke Zhen stepped forward and greeted Prime Minister he and his group courteously. Although Prime Minister he and his group couldn't be swayed by Duke Zhen, he always treated them with courtesy whenever they met. Prime Minister he and his group, though disliking Duke Zhen, reciprocated with polite greetings. Prince Dai approached with Marquis Xuanping and greeted Prime Minister He and his group politely as well. After the greetings, Prince Dai chatted amiably with Shen Hu and his group. Towards Shen Hu and his group, Prince Dai was very respectful. One reason was because they were the emperor's trusted aides, and another was because he genuinely admired their bravery in battle. Chu Ying and his group wouldn't treat Prince Dai specially just because he was the emperor's most favored son. Although many said Prince Dai resembled the emperor, Chu Ying and his group thought Prince Dai was far inferior to the young emperor. Regarding the emperor's 10 sons, Song Deking and his group felt none matched up to the emperor. This resemblance referred not to appearance but temperament and talent. None of the emperor's 10 sons inherited his remarkable talent. The only one they found agreeable was the fourth prince. Although the fourth prince did not resemble the emperor in looks or temperament, he was steady, talented, and highly respectful towards the military officers. As for the crown prince, Shen Hu and his group respected him due to the former empress, but they didn't endorse him. To them, he was too weak and overly reliant on the Duke Zhen country mansion, lacking any of the emperor's bold spirit. At the beginning of the Chen hour, the early morning court session began. Last night, the emperor reviewed memorials until midnight. After going to bed, he kept dreaming and didn't sleep well in the latter half of the night. He felt quite lethargic upon waking up in the morning. At this moment, he was sitting on the dragon throne, resting his right hand on his face, with his elbow on the armrest, lying sideways on the throne without any proper sitting or lying posture. The emperor frequently opened his mouth wide to yawn, lacking any imperial demeanor. Prime Minister He and several senior ministers stepped forward one by one to report important matters. The emperor listened drowsily. He waved his hand casually, indicating that he understood. After Prime Minister He and the others finished reporting important matters, the imperial censor stepped forward to impeach Prince Dai. The imperial censor had a strong voice, loud enough to startle the emperor, who was nearly asleep. The imperial censor accused Prince Dai of being disrespectful, arrogant, and disdainful of the crown prince. He recounted all the rude actions of Prince Dai towards the crown prince when welcoming him back to the capital. After he finished, several other censors came forward to echo his words, saying Prince Dai, emboldened by his victories, disregarded the crown prince. Prince Dai did not take the censors' reports to heart. The ministers supporting Prince Dai refuted the censors' accusations one by one, saying that on that day, the crown prince greeted Prince Dai not as the heir apparent, but as an elder brother. Facing a brother did not require so much etiquette. The supporters of the crown prince's faction thought they were being unreasonable and argued with them about ceremonial rules. The crown prince and Duke Zhen, Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping, remained silent, standing aside watching the ministers debate over ceremonial rules. The imperial censor suddenly raised his voice, urging the emperor to deal with Prince Dai. He went on to say that if Prince Dai, relying on his military merits for Great Zhou, ignored the court's laws and etiquette, he would certainly commit more egregious acts in the future. He further mentioned that Great Zhou was newly established and had just repaired its rituals and music. If because of Prince Dai's victories, they allowed him to disregard etiquette, then the effort Great Zhou spent on this would be for naught. Marquis Xuanping, seeing that the imperial censor had elevated the issue to the level of Great Zhou's rituals and music, thought they could not let him continue, or else Prince Dai would become like Prince Yun of the previous dynasty. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect the imperial censor to consult the minister of the Ministry of Rites. The minister of the Ministry of Rites was the cousin of the fourth prince and a member of the Li family. Back in the day, the Li family was invited down from the mountains by the late emperor specifically to repair the rituals and music of Great Zhou. Nobody understood Great Zhou's ceremonial rules better than the Li family, so consulting the minister of the Ministry of Rites was appropriate. The minister of the Ministry of Rites did not expect to be consulted by the imperial censor and was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward to answer. He was not afraid of Prince Dai nor the ministers supporting him. He answered the imperial censor's question objectively. In his response, he detailed which articles of the ceremonial law pertained to these matters. Upon hearing the minister of the Ministry of Rites' response, Prince Dai and his ministers frowned unconsciously. The ministers supporting Prince Dai did not dare to refute the words of the minister of the Ministry of Rites because everything he said was correct. Most importantly, the ceremonial laws were revised by the Li family, and even if the ministers wanted to refute, they could not. Neither the crown prince nor Prince Dai dared to offend the members of the Li family. The Li family held a very high position in the court, even higher than the Kong family. Back then, the late emperor paid 3 personal visits to invite the Li family down from the mountains. To entice them, the late emperor promised some special privileges to the Li family. The specific privileges were unknown to the ministers, as they were not made public by the late emperor, and the Li family did not divulge them. Among the various speculations about these privileges, one conjecture was that the late emperor granted the Li family a death exemption token, which many ministers agreed upon. After the minister of the Ministry of Rights finished speaking, the imperial censor once again urged the emperor to punish Prince Dai as a deterrent to others. At that moment, the hall fell into silence. The imperial censor and several censors were kneeling on the ground, and the standing ministers on both sides did not speak. The emperor straightened up and looked at Prince Dai standing below. Realizing the gaze of the emperor, Prince Dai's heart jumped, and he hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down, pleading guilty to the emperor. "Father, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have treated the crown prince as an elder brother. It was my misconduct. Please punish me, father." At this moment, the crown prince also stepped forward, saluting the emperor. "Father, I greeted my younger brother, who had returned victorious, in the capacity of an elder brother and not as the crown prince. Furthermore, there is no need for so many rules and etiquette between brothers. I ask that you do not blame my younger brother." The emperor raised his hand to signal the crown prince and Prince Dai to rise. "On that day, I agreed to the crown prince welcoming Prince Dai as an elder brother." In that case, there was only the elder brother that day, neither the crown prince nor ruler and subject, the emperor said plainly, as if discussing a trivial matter without ruler and subject. There's no need to adhere to such etiquette. Prince Dai was delighted upon hearing what the emperor said. He knew his father would protect him. The crown prince's expression remained unchanged, but the hand at his side clenched into a fist. "Your Majesty." The imperial censor, displeased with the emperor's favor toward Prince Dai, began to speak, but the emperor cut him off with a raised hand. Prince Dai: "Yes, father. If you commit acts of misconduct in the future, I will not spare you lightly. I will remember father's teachings." The emperor nodded, then said, "Write out the rights and laws 100 times. Prince Dai was stunned. He hadn't expected the emperor to punish him with writing the rights and laws. "What do you think 100 times is too few then?" Before he could finish saying two, Prince Dai hurriedly said, "No, not at all. I am willing to write it 100 times. The emperor looked at the imperial censor and said, "Imperial censor, once Prince Dai has written the rights and laws 100 times, he will surely remember it by heart and henceforth will not violate it." The imperial censor remained silent. The emperor asked, "Imperial censor, are you satisfied with this punishment?" The imperial censor was, of course, not satisfied, but he dared not say so. "I would not dare. You may rise." The emperor sat back down on the dragon throne. "Is there anything else?" "Father, I have a request," the crown prince suddenly said. "What is it?" "Father, next month is the anniversary of mother's death, and I would like to go to Hulong Temple to pray for her," the crown prince pleaded. "I wish to bathe and fast for 7 periods of 7 days for mother. Please grant it." The mention of the late empress immediately changed the emperor's demeanor, no longer as casual as before. "I am pleased by your filial piety. When do you plan to go to Hulong Temple?" "I wish to go to Hulong Temple tomorrow." "Then you shall go." The emperor said nothing more. Sun Kui then asked the ministers, "Is there any other matter to report?" Seeing that the ministers had nothing more, Sun Kui loudly announced, "Court is dismissed. Long live His Majesty, long live forever." After the emperor left the grand hall, Minister Kong hastily followed. In the imperial study, as soon as the emperor sat down, he heard Minister Kong requested an audience. "Let him in." Minister Kong entered, bowing, then knelt down, kowtowing 3 times heavily to the emperor. Seeing Minister Kong perform such a grand gesture, the emperor knew his purpose in coming to the imperial study. "Beloved minister, why such a grand etiquette?" "Your Majesty, my youngest daughter is not worthy of being Prince Dai's concubine. I beg your Majesty to annul the marriage allotment," Minister Kong said directly. Hearing Minister Kong's words, the emperor was not surprised at all. "Beloved minister, does this mean that you do not wish to become in-laws with me?" Minister Kong's heart trembled, but he still tried his best to maintain a calm facade. "I do not wish to, nor do I want to be in-laws with your Majesty." The emperor did not expect Minister Kong to be so bold and straightforward, which surprised him somewhat. After speaking righteously, Minister Kong, pale-faced, prostrated on the ground, anxiously awaiting the emperor's punishment. In Wend Hall, Zhao Yao occasionally glanced at the third prince. The 8th prince noticed that Zhao Yao had been secretly watching the third prince, so he softly asked, "10th brother, why are you staring at third brother?" He suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly asked with concern, "Is third brother bullying you?" "No, third brother is not bullying me." After Zhao Yao said this, seeing the 8th prince's look of disbelief, he added, "Really, third brother isn't bullying me. Besides, third brother wouldn't even bother to bully me. Among all the elder brothers, only the 9th prince bullied him, the other brothers did not. The third brother and the others didn't bully him not because they were kind-hearted, but because they completely ignored him as their younger brother. To them, bullying him would be beneath their dignity. In other words, as their younger brother, he wasn't even worthy of being bullied by them." The 8th prince also knew what kind of person the third prince was, so after hearing Zhao Yao's words, he felt relieved. "Then why are you staring at third brother?" "8th brother, what kind of person do you think third brother is?" This question made the eighth prince slightly pause, then he asked puzzledly, "Why are you asking this?" "Just asking casually." The eighth prince did not believe Zhao Yao's words. He frowned slightly and asked, "Did you hear something?" Zhao Yao wore an expression of eighth brother. "How did you know?" The eighth prince lowered his voice and asked, "What did you hear?" Zhao Yao looked at the eighth prince, then discreetly glanced around at others. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he whispered to the eighth prince, "Eighth brother, I heard that third brother likes." "Likes what?" "I heard that third brother likes eating stinky tofu," Zhao Yao said with a straight face. The eighth prince, he thought Zhao Yao was going to mention something serious, but to his surprise, it was about food. Zhao Yao continued gossiping with the eighth prince. "Third brother always smells so fragrant, even more so than my mother's concubine. I was wondering why third brother smells so good. Turns out it's to cover up the stinky tofu's odor." As he said this, he clicked his tongue, tusk, tusk, tusk. Really never thought third brother loved eating stinky tofu. The eighth prince felt both amused and exasperated after hearing Zhao Yao's words. "Where did you hear this from?" "From those eunuchs," Zhao Yao said, glancing at the third prince again. "Third brother usually dresses up like an immortal. I thought he looked down upon the mundane, but he actually likes eating stinky tofu. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The eighth prince sneered. "He always likes putting on an act. I'm a person who loves to eat, yet I can't handle stinky tofu. How could third brother eat it? I've heard that stinky tofu tastes really good, the stinkier the better. But I really can't stomach that smell. Just smelling it makes me want to vomit. Stinky tofu smells as bad as feces. How could third brother eat it?" After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and covered his mouth, giggling secretly. The eighth prince saw his mischievous smile and knew Zhao Yao was thinking of something. He poked Zhao Yao's cheek where there was no dimple, saying in exasperation, "You little rascal. Eighth brother, how am I bad? I didn't say anything at all." Zhao Yao innocently widened his eyes. "Don't wrong me. You, eighth brother, don't tell anyone about this." Zhao Yao said with a frightened look, shrinking his neck. "If third brother finds out we know he likes stinky tofu, he definitely won't spare us." "I didn't hear anything just now." The eighth prince saw Zhao Yao staring at the third prince again, pinched his little cheek, and warned him, "If you keep staring at third brother, he'll notice." This scared Zhao Yao into quickly lowering his head, not daring to look at the third prince again. The fourth prince, sitting in front of Zhao Yao and the eighth prince, nearly couldn't help but laugh after hearing Zhao Yao and the eighth prince's exchange. "Eighth brother, do you think second brother will invite us to his mansion for a meal?" Upon hearing this, the eighth prince knew what Zhao Yao was up to. "You're thinking of going to the Prince Dai mansion to eat beef." Realizing his intentions were exposed, Zhao Yao sheepishly smiled. "I also want to take the opportunity to go out of the palace and have fun. Speaking of which, I've never been to the Prince Dai mansion, and neither have you, eighth brother." "What's so great about that?" The eighth prince doused Zhao Yao's hopes. "Even if second brother invites us for a meal, there won't be any beef on the table." Hearing this, Zhao Yao remembered that beef wasn't allowed outside the imperial palace. "Oh right, there's no beef at second brother's place." With that, he lay on the table, his face full of disappointment, and said, "Alas, I have to wait for the Dragon Boat Festival to eat beef. Stop thinking about beef and hurry up with your writing, or the tutor will punish you." Zhao Yao quickly sat up straight, picked up his pen, and started copying the lesson the teacher had just taught. Just as Zhao Yao was eagerly anticipating the Dragon Boat Festival, Sun Kui came to Kund Hall with cooked beef from the imperial kitchen, along with some fabrics and imperial books. Sun Kui's arrival greatly surprised Liang Jiai and Yu Marin. "Lady Jiai, this box contains beef, specially bestowed by the Emperor to His Highness the 10th Prince." "Beef?" Liang Jiai looked surprised and then asked in confusion, "Why would the Emperor bestow beef to the 10th Prince?" The Emperor saw that His Highness enjoys eating beef, so he decided to give all the leftover beef from yesterday to His Highness. Liang Jiai, for a moment she didn't know what to say. "Mr. Sun, did Yao Yao ask the Emperor for beef at the banquet yesterday?" This was a thing her son would indeed do. He could do anything for food. "No, but at the banquet yesterday, the 10th Prince was eating beef the whole time, and the Emperor noticed, so he decided to grant the leftover beef from yesterday to His Highness." Sun Kui added, "Lady Jiai, the Emperor has a fondness for the 10th Prince." Liang Jiai curtsied towards the direction of Chengguang Hall. "I thank the Emperor for the 10th Prince." "Lady Jiai, these fabrics and books were specially ordered by the Emperor. He said they are all to your liking." Liang Jiai, flattered, said, "Your Majesty, I thank the Emperor." Sun Kui did not say more. "Lady Jiai, this servant shall take leave. Mr. Sun, have a cup of tea before you leave." "Lady Jiai, this servant must return to serve in the imperial study, so I cannot accept your tea." Sun Kui bowed to Liang Jiai and said, "This servant takes his leave." Liang Jiai gave Gui Xing a look, and Gui Xing understood, personally escorting Sun Kui out of Kund Hall and giving him a wallet filled with some money, saying it's for tea. Sun Kui did not refuse and accepted it openly. Inside Kund Hall, Yu Marin, Princess Five, and Lady Pan stared at the food box of beef. "Really never thought the Emperor would bestow beef to Yao Yao." Lady Pan said, "It's the first time I've seen the Emperor bestow beef." The fifth princess sharply commented, only 10th brother has the ability to get father to bestow beef to him. Liang Jie found it somewhat amusing, but also interesting. To Yao Yao, nothing is better than beef. The emperor's bestowal of beef is what pleases him the most. Yu Marin laughed. That's true. Lady Pan, chuckling, said, although bestowing beef is a bit. This shows the emperor's fondness for Yao Yao, otherwise, how would he know Yao Yao likes beef? Liang Jie instructed Gui Xing, take the beef to the small kitchen and have it cooked for lunch. Yes, my lady. Liang Jie looked at the fabrics on the table and said to Yu Marin and the others, take some fabric back to make new clothes. Sister, these were bestowed to you by the emperor. How can we take them? Sister, you should keep them for yourself. I can't use all this fabric by myself. Just take some back, Liang Jie said as she personally selected fabric for Yu Marin and the others. Don't be polite with me. Yu Marin and the others no longer stood on ceremony and accepted the fabric. After Yu Marin and the others left, Gui Xing asked, my lady, why did the emperor suddenly bestow gifts upon you? The emperor wasn't scheduled to visit Kund Hall, and the lady hadn't seen the emperor lately. Why did the emperor suddenly decide to bestow gifts? I was a bystander, Liang Jie replied. The emperor probably felt it wasn't appropriate to give only beef to Yao Yao, so he conveniently bestowed some things to me. I'm benefiting from Yao Yao's good fortune. But the emperor remembers that you like plain fabrics and that you enjoy local chronicles, Gui Xing said with a giggle. My lady, the emperor holds you in his heart. Liang Jie just smiled at these words. My lady, should these fabrics be stored away or made into new clothes for you? Make them into new clothes. Yes, my lady. Gui Xing took the fabrics and left. Liang Jie picked up the Imperial Chronicle book, gently caressing the cover, and couldn't help but show a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Sun Kui had just reached the entrance of the Imperial study when he saw Prince Dai and Official Kong walking out together, both looking displeased. Sun Kui was puzzled. What happened to make Prince Dai and Official Kong look so upset? Sun Daodu saw Sun Kui return and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Master, you're back. Sun Kui nodded slightly, then looked at Prince Dai and Minister Kong, who had already walked away, and asked Sun Daodu, what happened? Why do Prince Dai and Minister Kong look so grim? Sun Daodu shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Earlier, when Prince Dai and Minister Kong were in the Imperial study, Sun Daodu was standing guard at the door and didn't hear what they were talking about inside. Master, as soon as you left, Minister Kong came to request an audience, and not long after, Prince Dai arrived. Sun Kui more or less guessed what was going on. I'll go in and serve, you keep watch at the door. Yes, master. The emperor acknowledged with a sound and said nothing further. Seeing the emperor not asking, Sun Kui dared not say more. As for why Prince Dai and Minister Kong looked grim, he dared not inquire. He quietly stepped aside to wait. After a while, he went out and had Sun Daodu bring a cup of hot tea. Sun Daodu quickly brought the tea, and Sun Kui took it inside, holding it with both hands before the emperor. Your Majesty, have a sip of tea and take a break. The emperor put down the memorial he was holding, took the teacup from Sun Kui, and as he lifted the lid, the aroma of the tea filled his senses. Previously, the emperor drank tea prepared as tea powder, not this type. The tea he drank now was brewed, a habit he learned from Liang Jie. Liang Jie's brewed tea suited the emperor's taste. Because the emperor liked it, the entire palace switched to drinking this kind of tea. Later, the court ministers followed suit, and eventually it became trendy throughout the capital city. This brewed tea was something Zhao Yao learned from Zhao Yao in his dreams. Zhao Yao loved tea and was particular about it. After sipping the tea for a few moments, the emperor inquired Sun Kui, is everything prepared for the former empress's memorial? Sun Kui answered respectfully, everything is prepared. The emperor put down the teacup and sighed gently. In the blink of an eye, she's been gone for 7 years. Your Majesty, Sun Kui, seeing the trace of sorrow on the emperor's face, didn't know how to console him. I owe her so much. Thinking of the late empress, the emperor felt full of guilt. Throughout his life, he wronged 2 people. One was his elder brother and the other was the former empress. When the former empress married the emperor, he was often away on campaigns, and she managed everything at home without troubling him. She also took care of the families of his soldiers, allowing them to focus on the battlefield without worrying about their loved ones. She never told me what she did, nor did she ever ask for anything. In his youth, the emperor was quite careless and rarely paid attention to household affairs. If not for the Empress Dowager informing him of the former empress's efforts, he would have never known. Even at her deathbed, she didn't ask for anything. She always considered him, never asking anything for herself or the crown prince. Sun Kui said, the former empress was a virtuous empress. She'd rather trouble herself than let me be troubled. Of all the people around him, only the former empress never asked anything of him. Even when she fell ill, she didn't want me to know and worry about her. In truth, the former empress had been ill since 9 years ago. At first, it wasn't too severe. To avoid letting the emperor know, she ordered the imperial physician to keep it secret. Later, her condition worsened, and she couldn't hide it anymore. Only then did she let the emperor know. The former empress didn't want you to be distracted by her affairs. When she was gravely ill, the emperor hadn't been on the throne for long. The realm was unstable, with many court issues, and the emperor often worked on memorials late into the night, sometimes not sleeping at all. If only I had known about her illness earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have left so soon. The emperor was always troubled by the former empress's passing. He believed that had he discovered her illness sooner, it might have been treated in time. Your Majesty, the former empress deliberately kept it from you. How could you have known? Indeed, the former empress was excellent at keeping things under wraps. If not for the emperor accidentally seeing her cough up blood one day, he might never have known about her illness. It was my negligence, he admitted. While deeply respectful of the former empress, his concern for her was lacking. Sometimes when he was busy, he would even forget the former empress's existence. Your Majesty, are you thinking of the former empress? Sun Kui had been serving the emperor since he was made crown prince, and even back then he noticed that the emperor had no affection, only respect for the former empress. I feel as if I owe her. Although not passionate about romance, the emperor wasn't heartless. Though he didn't love the former empress, he recognized her sacrifices. Now that she was gone, saying he owed her was of no use. Your Majesty, if you feel indebted to the former empress, have the monks at Hulong Temple pray for her more. This year marks the 7th anniversary of her passing. The emperor considered on her death anniversary, I will go to Hulong Temple myself to pray for her. With you praying for the former empress, her soul will surely find peace in the Western paradise. On her death anniversary, let there be no mourning court. Upon hearing this, Sun Q was taken aback and exclaimed, Your Majesty, no mourning court on that day. There will be none. The 7th anniversary of a loved one's passing is a significant year, generally marked with grand memorials. Sun Q subdued his shock and respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor bowed his head, resumed going through the memorials, and spoke no more. Sun Q retreated to a corner, standing quietly, though within his heart a storm was raging. The emperor intended to forgo court on the late empress's death anniversary was astounding. Although the emperor had called off court 3 days after the late empress's death, he hadn't done so since. 7 years later, the emperor was again foregoing court for a day in her honor. Could it be that the emperor chose this time to forgo court as a gesture toward the crown prince? Perhaps after giving the young daughter of Minister Kong in marriage to Prince Dai, the emperor felt he owed the crown prince and wanted to make amends. Or maybe the arriving anniversary of the former empress made the emperor feel remorseful for her, leading him to soften towards the crown prince. Well, such matters are not for a servant like him to ponder. Your Majesty, for the former empress's death anniversary, shall we add more items? Have the monks at Hulong Temple transcribe more Buddhist scriptures for the former empress. Your Majesty, would you like to add anything else? The emperor said, no need to add anything further. With that, he waved Sun Kui away. At this moment in Kund Hall, Liang Jie was discussing the transcription of Buddhist scriptures with Yu Marin and the others. In a few days, it will be the former empress's death anniversary. Starting from tomorrow, let's abstain and fast for 3 days, and afterwards transcribe Buddhist scriptures for the former empress. Each year on the former empress's death anniversary, Liang Jie and Yu Marin would transcribe scriptures in her memory. Sister, this year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing. Are we only transcribing Buddhist scriptures? Yu Marin asked. Do you have any ideas? According to tradition, we should also make lanterns. These must be handmade, and the lamps must also bear transcribed scriptures. Yu Marin said, such scriptures are normally transcribed with the blood of kin to ensure the deceased receives them. However, we aren't kin to the former empress, so we don't need to do the blood transcription. Pan Cairn asked, if we make lanterns, will the former empress receive them? Probably not, but they represent our heartfelt intentions. Liang Jie asked, what kind of lanterns? Lotus lanterns. Lotus lanterns can't bear scriptures, they're ordinary lamps, but we can draw lotuses on them. Liang Jie nodded, then after transcribing the scriptures, we'll make the lanterns. She further asked, anything else we should do? The rest isn't within our means, Yu Marin remarked. As per custom, the crown prince should go to a temple to pray for the former empress for 49 days. What about other princes? Liang Jie said, Yao Yao and the others are also children of the former empress should they do something for her. The former empress was the legitimate mother, the mother of all princes, so Zhao Yao and the others were obliged to pray for her. In noble families, illegitimate children must pray for the legitimate mother, but in the palace, I'm not certain. Yu Marin, being a local of the capital, was quite familiar with the local customs. On the 7th anniversary of the Empress Dowager's passing, the emperor followed protocol and went to Hulong Temple himself to pray for her for 49 days. As for other princes, there weren't any others. When the late emperor ascended to the throne, despite holding a selection of court ladies and having several noblewomen enter the palace to be concubines, none bore the late emperor any offspring. The Empress Dowager and the late emperor didn't have only the emperor as a son. The emperor originally had 4 older brothers and 2 sisters. He was the late emperor and Empress Dowager's youngest child. Before founding the kingdom, his 4 brothers and 2 sisters had all passed away. His 2 elder sisters died during his childhood in the turmoil of war. His 4 brothers perished on the battlefield. After the late emperor ascended to the throne, he was already not young. Coupled with injuries sustained over years of campaigning, resulting in many aftereffects, he could no longer sire children. Fortunately, there was the emperor, the youngest son. Otherwise, the late emperor would have had to adopt a child from others. However, even the emperor nearly lost his life once. Fortunately, he had great fortune and made it through. In Zhaoyang Palace, Empress Zai learned that the emperor had bestowed some gifts upon Liang Zhai and felt puzzled, out of the blue. Why would his majesty suddenly reward Liang Zhai? Jiang Chuan was also perplexed. It's not even the day for Liang Zhai to serve in bed. She hasn't met with the emperor recently, nor has she sent anything to Chengguang Hall. The emperor suddenly rewarding Liang Zhai is indeed peculiar. Empress Zai never considered Liang Zhai a threat. The only one she regarded as a rival was noble Princess Consort Rong. Not even Princess Consort Du or Princess Consort Shu mattered to her. Perhaps the emperor had a whim. My lady, should you reward Liang Zhai as well then? Every time the emperor bestowed gifts upon the concubines, the empress would also give her share. Give her a few pieces of cloth. Empress Zai dismissed the matter. Let someone else deliver her reward. You come with me to Yangtze Palace. At that moment, Nanny's son carried a fertility guardian in a brocade box. Have Meng Gang send the imperial physician and the beauty to Prince Dai Mansion, ordered Empress Zai. My lady, shouldn't we show the beauty to noble Princess Consort Rong? Jiang Chuan asked. If we show her, she will certainly be displeased. Just send them directly to Prince Dai Mansion. Yes, my lady. Empress Zai raised the corners of her mouth with a wicked smile. Let's go to Yangtze Palace. Jiang Chuan showed a schadenfreude smile on his face. Yes, my lady. Empress Zai, leaning on Jiang Chuan's hand, gracefully headed towards Yangtze Palace. Another palace maid, Bai Zhu, carried some cloth from the previous year and headed towards Kund Hall. In Yangtze Palace, noble Princess Consort Rong heard rumors that Prince Dai could not sire offspring and was furious. She had just thrown a major fit. My lady, be careful not to harm your body from the anger. Jinmei brought over a cup of chrysanthemum tea. My lady, have some tea to calm down. Noble Princess Consort Rong, with a sour face, took the teacup, and after drinking several sips, her anger did not lessen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she smashed the teacup on the ground. Jinmei saw that noble Princess Consort Rong's hand was wet from the tea, quickly took a handkerchief from her sleeve and knelt to wipe her hand. My lady, what will you do if you fall ill? Duke Zhen, humiliating Prince Dai like this. How can I swallow this insult? Noble Princess Consort Rong said, looking increasingly grim with anger. Sooner or later, I will make the Zai family pay in blood. My lady, there should be good news from Prince Mansion soon, and then this rumor will naturally collapse. It's all because of Chang Ying's uncooperative womb. Although noble Princess Rong was pleased with her niece since she grew up by her side and was taught well by her. But now, the ridicule caused by the issue of Prince Dai without offspring made noble Princess Rong dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law. Married to Prince Dai for 2 years, yet no news from her womb at all. Jinmei thought it wasn't just Princess Consort Dai's fault, but at such a time she couldn't defend her. My lady, why not ask the imperial physician to prescribe some remedies for Princess Consort Dai to nourish her body? Noble Princess Rong nodded slightly. Let Dr. Su do it. Dr. Su is the most skilled gynecologist in the palace. Jinmei comforted her. My lady, don't worry too much. With Dr. Su taking care of the Princess Consort, she will surely conceive soon. Let's hope so. Noble Princess Rong spoke with a hint of self-blame on her face. It's all my negligence. When they first married, I should have sent the imperial physician to check on Chang Ying, preventing Prince Dai from being mocked now. My lady, His Highness was dispatched by the emperor to quell disturbances soon after marriage. Even if he wanted children, there wasn't time. At that time, I asked him to take 1 or 2 people to serve alongside him, and he said no women are allowed in the military camp. Rejecting my suggestion, noble Princess Rong said, had he listened, bringing 1 or 2 people to serve beside him, I would have had a grandchild by now. My lady, our prince is a man of principle. If a concubine were to become pregnant first, what would happen to the princess consort? Jinmei argued, the princess consort is His Highness's cousin. They grew up together from childhood. How could His Highness bear to see the princess consort embarrassed? Not wanting to embarrass the princess consort leads to his own mockery. My lady, the princess consort will soon have good news. Jinmei continued to console noble Princess Rong. Once Miss Kong enters the prince mansion, she will expand your family line, so you needn't worry too much. Noble Princess Rong suddenly remembered something, her brows slightly furrowed. Isn't it true that the descendants of the Kong family, the family of Kong Taicheng, aren't numerous? I recall he has only 2 sons. And 2 daughters. Miss Kong is the youngest daughter, Jinmei said. All 4 of Kong's children were born by Mrs. Kong. Kong Taicheng doesn't have any concubines. Relatively speaking, his descendants aren't considered few. What you say makes it seem not few at all. Noble Princess Rong said with a worried look on her face. I worry that Kong Taicheng's youngest daughter might not be someone who bears easily. My lady, you are too Just as they were speaking, Nanny she came in, respectfully reporting to Noble Princess Rong, "My lady, the Empress is here." Noble Princess Rong heard the words, frowned, and showed a look of displeasure. "What is she here for?" Jinmei guessed, "My lady, the Empress probably doesn't have good intentions." Noble Princess Rong guessed Empress Zai's purpose, her bright face suddenly turning sinister and cold. "She has come at the right time." She ordered Nanny she let her in. According to the rules, Noble Princess Rong should rise to greet Empress Zai, but she didn't. Instead, she sat inside the hall, waiting for Empress Zai to enter. Nanny she approached Empress Zai. "My lady, noble consort requests you to enter." Jinmei heard this, full of fury, angrily scolded Nanny she, "Insolent. How dare you let the Empress enter? Has noble consort forgotten the hierarchy?" Nanny she stood silently aside. Empress Zai wasn't angry, she maintained a gentle demeanor. "Tell Noble Princess Rong, I came on the orders of His Majesty. If she doesn't come out, I will leave." Nanny she heard this, a flash of astonishment in her eyes, then quickly rushed back. "My lady, the Empress says she came on the Emperor's orders." Emperor's orders. Noble Princess Rong immediately stood up, tidied her attire, and then went out to greet Empress Zai. Seeing Empress Zai, Noble Princess Rong did not salute, coldly asked, "What orders from His Majesty did the Empress bring?" Empress Zai, upon seeing Noble Princess Rong, looked very stern. "Noble Princess Rong, watch your attitude." Noble Princess Rong was not afraid of Empress Zai and replied unkindly, "Empress, if you don't tell me the Emperor's orders, I'll personally find the Emperor." Empress Zai restrained her anger and said, "Prince Dai has been married for 2 years and still has no offspring. The Emperor and I are very concerned." Noble Princess Rong listened, her face immediately darkened. "For Prince Dai without offspring, it's my negligence as the legitimate mother. I specially asked the Emperor for forgiveness," Empress Zai said with a tone full of self-reproach. "Although the Emperor didn't blame me, I indeed overlooked this matter. I remembered when I first entered the palace, my mother specially sought a statue of fertility Guanyin for me." Her words were coldly interrupted by Noble Princess Rong. "It's unnecessary. This statue of fertility Guanyin is very efficacious. I soon conceived the 7th prince." Noble Princess Rong interrupted Empress Zai once again. "It's unnecessary." Twice interrupted, Empress Zai remained unangered, still with a smiling face. "Noble Princess Rong, His Majesty wants me to send this fertility Guanyin to Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai. Are you sure you don't need it?" "Empress, isn't this your idea?" Noble Princess Rong coldly said. "My cousin wouldn't do this." The address cousin sounded somewhat grating to Empress Zai. The Emperor agreed. "Oh, and I've already dispatched the imperial physician to Prince Mansion. Have them carefully diagnose Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai. If there's an issue, there's still time for treatment and care. You." Noble Princess Rong had just started to speak when Empress Zai interrupted her. "Noble Princess Rong, I am relaying the Emperor's orders, your repeated interruptions. Where is your etiquette?" She reprimanded. "Do you still acknowledge the Emperor? Stop using my cousin to suppress me." Noble Princess Rong defiantly glared at Empress Zai. "Like mother, like son. Your arrogance has corrupted Prince Dai, causing him to be accused of disrespect by the imperial censor." Empress Zai coldly sneered. "Noble Princess Rong, you now even disregard the Emperor. Are you and Prince Dai plotting treason?" "Empress, stop slandering me." Noble Princess Rong suddenly laughed, very smugly. "My cousin would never blame me." Empress Zai knew Noble Princess Rong spoke the truth. The Emperor always favored Noble Princess Rong, excessively indulgent towards her. The Emperor, due to his excessive favoritism towards Noble Princess Consort Rong, was often criticized by the imperial censors. However, he did not take it to heart and continued to dote on her. Noble Princess Consort Rong was well aware of this. Relying on the Emperor's favor, she didn't overstep her bounds excessively. The only exception was her lack of respect towards Empress Zai. When the late Empress was alive, Noble Princess Consort Rong was also highly favored, but she dared not disrespect the late Empress, relying on the Emperor's affection. The Emperor held great respect for the late Empress. None of the concubines, including Princess Consort Rong, dared to be disrespectful towards the late Empress. The Emperor did not hold as much respect for Empress Zai, at least not as much as he did for the late Empress. Nonetheless, the proper courtesies were maintained. The disrespect towards Empress Zai was not because she was the subsequent Empress, but because of the Duke Mansion. Noble Princess Consort Rong understood the Emperor's stance towards Empress Zai and the Duke Mansion, which emboldened her to openly confront Empress Zai. As long as she didn't overdo it, the Emperor would turn a blind eye. "I have already bestowed several beauties upon the Prince Dai Mansion, hoping they can bear offspring for Prince Dai, which would reassure His Majesty and myself." Empress Zai always believed that the reason Noble Princess Consort Rong dared to act wantonly before her was due to the Emperor's doting. She always thought of Noble Princess Consort Rong as a vixen, bewitching the Emperor to favor her consistently for 20 years. Noble Princess Consort Rong, it's not for me to say, but as Prince Dai's biological mother, You seem awfully indifferent regarding his offspring. Empress Zai looked at noble princess consort Rong with reproach in her eyes. Back then, the crown prince and crown princess consort were married for 3 months, and the crown princess consort was already pregnant. However, Prince Dai has been married to Princess Consort Dai for 2 years, yet there is still no good news. Noble Princess Consort Rong looked coldly at Empress Zai. Has the Empress finished conveying the Emperor's decree? She rudely issued an order for her to leave. If you're done, you may leave. When dismissed by Noble Princess Consort Rong, Empress Zai did not get angry and maintained a gentle and dignified smile. If Prince Dai still cannot provide an heir for his majesty, Noble Princess Consort Rong can come to me for help, and I can share the exclusive Zai family fertility secrets with you. Noble Princess Consort Rong pointed toward the main entrance of Yongxin Palace, her face sinisterly turning to Empress Zai. Get out. Noble Princess Consort Rong, you are too presumptuous. Before Jiang Chuan could finish speaking, her face was slapped forcefully by Noble Princess Consort Rong. Noble Princess Consort Rong, Empress Zai reprimanded. Noble Princess Consort Rong took the handkerchief handed by Jin Mei and carefully wiped her hands, then turned and returned to the main hall. She couldn't be bothered to spare Empress Zai another glance. Jin Mei politely said to Empress Zai, Your Majesty, please. Empress Zai gave a sinister glare at Noble Princess Consort Rong, then raised her hand to sharply slap Jin Mei twice. Then she supported Jiang Chuan's hand as they left Yongxin Palace. Before leaving, Empress Zai stopped and deliberately said aloud, Next month is the anniversary of my sister's death. Noble Princess Consort Rong, don't forget to transcribe Buddhist scriptures in her memory. Upon hearing this just as she returned to the main hall, Noble Princess Consort Rong's expression instantly changed. Her previous hostility towards Empress Zai was immediately replaced by jealousy. Regarding the late Empress, Noble Princess Consort Rong was jealous. However, she didn't dare to hate. She knew well the late Empress's place in the Emperor's heart, and never dared to show her jealousy or resentment towards the late Empress in front of the Emperor. In truth, Noble Princess Consort Rong held a degree of admiration for the late Empress. Everything the late Empress did for the Emperor, she had witnessed. To be honest, she couldn't achieve what the late Empress did. When the late Empress was alive, not only did the late Emperor and Empress Dowager favor her, but even the ministers of civil and military authorities universally respected her. Even the common people hailed her as the virtuous Empress. Moreover, when the late Empress passed away, the Emperor halted court for 3 days. This was unprecedented in the previous dynasty and even the one before that. Noble Princess Consort Rong clearly knew, if she were to pass away one day, the Emperor would never halt court for her. Ma'am, Empress Zai Shi. Jin Mei's face was swollen from the slap, attesting to Empress Zai's strength. Seeing Jin Mei's swollen face, Noble Princess Consort Rong comforted her. Sorry for your trouble, quickly apply some medicine. Whether in terms of characteristics or means, Empress Zai paled in comparison to the late Empress. Although an eldest daughter from a noble family, Empress Zai entirely lacked the grace expected of such a lineage, whereas the late Empress, though born of a concubine, displayed the demeanor of a mother of the nation. Jin Mei hurriedly complied and withdrew. She returned to Noble Princess Consort Rong's side momentarily later. Noticing Noble Princess Consort Rong's distracted look, she asked with concern, Ma'am, what's troubling you? Do you think the cousin loves Zai Wan? This had always been a thorn in Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart. She dared not ask the Emperor. She feared hearing from his mouth the answer she least wanted. Ma'am, His Majesty only held respect for the late Empress, not love, Jin Mei said emphatically. His Majesty loves you. Really, if cousin didn't love her, why would he halt court for 3 days for her? A woman like the late Empress not only attracted men but also charmed other women. When she was ill, cousin stayed by her bedside, personally feeding her medicine. Cousin did many things for her, things he never did for me. In cousin's heart, she still holds great importance. Ma'am, no one is more important than you, Jin Mei consoled. Why compete with a deceased? She felt jealous, resentful. Though the late Empress was gone, the Emperor would no longer do such things for her, but the Emperor surely wouldn't forget the late Empress in his heart. Ma'am, you are now His Majesty's most favored concubine. Jin Mei saw the vulnerability in Noble Princess Consort Rong's eyes and held her hands, comforting her. Soon, you will become His Majesty's consort. To him, no one else matters as much as you. Jin Mei's words comforted Noble Princess Consort Rong greatly. She smiled slightly. Every year when her death anniversary approaches, my heart. Ma'am, His Majesty dotes on you so much. Don't overthink it, Jin Mei urged. If His Majesty knew you were having such thoughts and doubting his affection for you, he'd surely be angry. You're right. Noble Princess Consort Rong took a deep breath to steady herself. Starting tomorrow, I'll bathe and observe a vegetarian diet for 3 days. Despite her overwhelming jealousy towards the late Empress, every year on her Memorial Day, Noble Princess Consort Rong sincerely transcribed Buddhist scriptures herself, not letting anyone else assist. She understood that if she didn't wholeheartedly transcribe the scriptures for the late empress, it would undoubtedly displease the emperor. Princess Consort Du and others would also transcribe by hand, not daring to have someone else do it for them. Even though they loathed doing it, they had no choice, lest they spurn the emperor's favor. Empress Zai returned to Zhaoyang Palace and instructed Jiang Chuan to handle certain matters. She was now impatiently awaiting her dear sister's memorial day to arrive. In Wend Hall, Zhao Yao was anxiously waiting for lessons to end. His eyes were fixed on the hourglass in front, waiting for it to empty, signaling midday. When the sand in the hourglass finished pouring, Zhao Yao's eyes suddenly brightened, and a wide smile spread across his small face. Mr. Zhao closed the book in his hand and left the classroom. Seeing Mr. Zhao had left, Zhao Yao jumped up, grabbed his book bag, and quickly said to the 8th prince and the 4th prince, 4th brother, 8th brother, I'm leaving first. With that, he disappeared in a gust of wind from their sight. The 8th prince and 4th prince didn't have time to speak to him before Zhao Yao's figure was gone. Tongzai saw Zhao Yao running out and hurried after him. Your Highness, slow down, be careful not to fall. Zhao Yao ran for a while and then stopped, looked at Tongzai, and asked, how is Tongan? He's quite obedient, showing no curiosity even toward the cats and dogs in the cold palace. Tongzai had gone to visit Tongan in the cold palace, while Zhao Yao was studying in Wend Hall. His body bore many injuries, with many places beaten until the skin was broken, yet he endured them without a word. Your Highness, you wouldn't believe the state his body is in, covered with whip marks, not a single unscathed area. Tongzai spoke with red eyes, saying in indignation, the 3rd prince is truly heartless. Let him rest well for a few days until his wounds heal, then we'll make arrangements. Your Highness, fortunately, you anticipated that Tongan's injuries would cause a fever. Otherwise, he might have concealed it all along. Tongzai mentioned the servant applied medicine and gave him medication. He's quite fortunate, soon recovering from the fever after the medicine, because he wants to live. Your Highness, Tongan told the servant that the 3rd prince had always liked to abuse those attending him since childhood, killing many eunuchs and palace maids serving him. In the palace, the death of eunuchs and palace maids was of no concern to anyone. To most masters, if they died, nothing regrettable. The 3rd prince particularly likes whipping good-looking eunuchs and palace maids. Zhao Yao listened, frowning deeply, and said, a beast in human guise, that's the 3rd brother, Your Highness. Tongzai was about to say something when Lai Yi, together with its siblings, flew over. Lai Yi landed on Zhao Yao's shoulder, chirping and saying, Yao Yao, Lai Qian and the others are coming back. Lai Qian and the others are coming back, really. It's been a while since Lai Qian and Lai Zai left the capital. Zhao Yao thought Lai Qian and the others would take at least a month to return, but he didn't expect them to be back so soon. It's true, Lai Qian and the others are already on their way back. Lai rubbed Zhao Yao's cheek with its little head and said, Lai Qian asked a friend to tell me. Zhao Yao tilted his head and rubbed Lai's little head with his cheek. That's great, Lai Qian and the others are finally coming back. It's strange, the matters in Yangzhou have been dragging on for several months, yet father and the ministers have shown no reaction. There's no news about Yangzhou in court either, as if everyone has forgotten about the rebellion in Yangzhou. Although his maternal grandfather and the others wrote to say they're fine and that there's nothing unusual in Yangzhou, he still feels there's something wrong with the rebellion. He always feels that Yangzhou is only superficially calm and that there might be hidden dangers beneath the surface. Moreover, the calmer the court's attitude, the more it suggests that there's a big problem in Yangzhou. His intuition tells him that there's a conspiracy in the Yangzhou rebellion, and it's not a small scheme either. Zhao Yao is not worried about the rebellion in Yangzhou, but is concerned about the safety of his maternal grandfather's family. If his maternal grandfather's family weren't in Yangzhou, he wouldn't be bothered with its affairs. They should arrive in a few days. When Lai Qian and the others return, I'll treat you all to a feast. Upon hearing about the feast, Lai immediately flapped its wings with joy. Yao Yao, I want to eat fruits, snacks, insects, and more. Since knowing Zhao Yao a glutton, these birds have also become gluttons. Every time they come to Zhao Yao, they would actively order what they want to eat. Zhao Yao is generous and usually satisfies them. No problem. Zhao Yao looked at Lai, and a thought suddenly occurred to him, a sly smile appearing at his lips. Lai, I have something I need your help with. What is it? Lai raised its right wing and gently patted Zhao Yao's cheek, saying boldly, whatever it is, I'll help you. Zhao Yao's eyes darted around, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, then asked Lai, do you know my 3rd brother? We know all your brothers. Lai tilted its little head, thought for a moment, and said, your 3rd brother is the one who likes to carry a fan, right? That's right, it's him. An insidious smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Yao's face. Lai, in the next few days, whenever you see my 3rd brother, poop on him, preferably all over his head. Tongzai, following behind, was first shocked with his mouth agape, then felt his prince was really clever. Lai thought it was something significant, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. No problem, leave it to us. My 3rd brother is not a good person. Once you poop all over him, he'll surely be very angry and might even order someone to catch you, or he might order someone to shoot arrows at you. With his third brother's temperament, he would really do something like that. After pooping, quickly fly away and hide in the cold palace so his people won't find you. All right. Lai asked Yao Yao, has your third brother bullied you? He hasn't bullied me, but he bullies my people. Zhao Yao said in a low voice to Lai, my third brother isn't a good person, he enjoys beating people. Lai exclaimed, then he really is a bad person. Don't worry, we'll help you teach him a lesson. Zhao Yao cupped Lai in his hands and kissed its little head. Lai, you are really too good. Lai was very pleased by the kiss, raising its little head to gently peck at Zhao Yao's chin with its tiny beak. Yao Yao, you are good too. It suddenly remembered something. Yao Yao, do you really want to see that nasty third brother of yours suffer? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to poop on his head. Lai mimicked Zhao Yao's earlier sly smile, then I'll call the crows over. Sure, I haven't seen Lai Wu and the others in a long time. Mentioning Lai Wu and the others, Zhao Yao puffed his cheeks unhappily. They never visit me in the palace. Yao Yao, the crows actually want to see you and want to play with you, but they are afraid they'll bring you bad luck, so they don't dare to visit. I've already said I don't mind, and I don't believe crows bring bad luck, Zhao Yao said earnestly. In many places, crows represent good luck. Besides, Lai Wu and the others haven't brought me any bad luck. Over a year ago, Zhao Yao saved an injured Lai Wu. Since then, he and Lai Wu became friends. However, Lai Wu felt being a crow would bring bad luck to people, so it didn't dare to approach Zhao Yao easily. In fact, Lai Wu would secretly visit the palace to see Zhao Yao every once in a while, but it hid and didn't let Zhao Yao notice. I'll talk to them and bring them to deal with your third brother, then I'll trouble you. Lai feigned arrogance and said, I don't help for free, you'll have to give me good food, then I'll give you plenty of apples and snacks, then I'll go find the crows now. Lai, being an impetuous character, flew off immediately after speaking, gathering its brothers to find Lai Wu and the others. Zhao Yao waved at Lai and the others, be careful, he has many bird friends. They are very kind and often fly into the palace to visit him, sharing things they've seen and heard. They often help him gather information. As they fly outside frequently, he worries about them being caught or shot. Previously, Lai Qian and Lai had both been injured. If not for meeting him, they might not have survived. Zhao Yao frequently tells Lai and the others to fly higher during weekdays so they won't get hurt. If they're hungry, they can come directly to the palace to find him. Your Highness, are you really asking the sparrows? Zhao Yao interrupted Tongzai, correcting him, it's Lai and the others. All right, it's Lai and the others. You're really asking them to poop on the third prince's head, that's right. Zhao Yao thought his idea was simply brilliant. It's to help Tong invent his frustration. The third prince will definitely be super mad. Tongzai imagined the third prince being pooped on by a bunch of sparrows and found it amusing. I've heard that if you're pooped on by a bird or get bird poop on you, it brings bad luck. Is there really such a saying? Zhao Yao replied with a mischievous smile. Then it's a win-win, your Highness is wise. Tongzai said, then suddenly realized something, quickly asking, Your Highness, can Lai and the others understand what you're saying? Zhao Yao gave Tongzai a sideways glance and said, exasperated, of course they can understand, otherwise what were we just talking about? Tongzai, Your Highness, weren't you just talking to yourself? Whenever he saw Zhao Yao talking to the sparrows or to Lai Fu and the others, Tongzai felt Zhao Yao was talking to himself. Do you think Lai and the others are as dumb as you? Zhao Yao glanced disparagingly at Tongzai. Everything has a spirit. Lai and the others can understand human speech. Tongzai thought to himself, is that so? Seeing Tongzai's disbelief, Zhao Yao couldn't be bothered to explain further. Let's go, hurry back to eat, I'm starving. Your Highness, slow down, be careful not to fall. Tongzai hurried to catch up. Zhao Yao hopped and skipped back to Kund Hall. Lai Fu and Lai Kai, along with Lai Yun, came out to greet him. Lai Fu and Lai Kai jumped straight into his arms. Lai Yun flew directly onto his shoulder. Yao Yao, there's beef, lots of beef. Lai Yun said excitedly, flapping its wings. Lai Fu also said, this morning, Mr. Sun sent some beef and other things. Lai Kai rubbed his face as it spoke. The maid prepared the beef in the small kitchen. We could smell it. It was delicious. Really? Zhao Yao was full of surprise and delight. Really? Yao Yao, we also want to eat beef. No problem, I'll feed you later. Zhao Yao picked up Lai Kai, leading Lai Fu and with Lai Yun perched on his shoulder, running inside. Mother, I want to eat beef. Zhao Yao ran to Liang Jie, forgetting to greet her, and quickly asked, Mother, why did Mr. Sun send us beef? It was a reward from your father. Liang Jie smiled and said, your father saw you eating beef last night and asked the imperial kitchen to give you all the leftover beef. A reward from father. Zhao Yao was filled with disbelief. Would father really be so kind? Father wouldn't have put some drug in the beef, would he? If he eats it, he'll get diarrhea. Or perhaps father has some scheme in mind. Liang Jie knew that Zhao Yao loved eating beef and hot pot, so she directly had the small kitchen prepare a beef hot pot. Zhao Yao sat at the dining table, staring intently at the beef hot pot in front of him, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. Liang Jie and Yu Marin saw Zhao Yao looking cautiously at the beef hot pot and asked with a smile and curiosity, Yao Yao, this is your favorite beef hot pot, why aren't you eating? Fifth princess also found it strange, Yao Yao. You keep clamoring to eat beef every day. Now that father has gifted you so much beef, why aren't you eating it? Pan Cairn saw that Zhao Yao hadn't touched the beef and hesitated to pick up her chopsticks as well. She asked in surprise, Yao Yao, is something wrong with this beef? Zhao Yao puffed his cheeks and said, I think father doesn't have good intentions. Before he could finish his sentence, his little ear was pinched by his mother, the consort. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mother, spare me. Zhao Yao quickly begged for mercy. The emperor saw that you liked beef and gifted it to you. How can you say such things? Zhao Yao rubbed his ear, sore from Liang Jiayi's pinch, and pouted. Why would father suddenly be so kind? He had often been teased by his father in the past. When father saw I liked certain foods, he deliberately wouldn't let me have pastries and would eat them in front of me, saying a child eating too many pastries would spoil their teeth. There was another time I wanted an apple, and father deliberately had someone take it away. And another time I liked drinking the sweet soup mother made, but when father came, he snatched it away and said kids shouldn't drink sweet soup. Also, every time father came to Kund Hall, he would snatch my food. I liked chicken legs, and he would deliberately snatch them from me. Every time Zhao Yao thought about the emperor snatching his food, his little face would puff up like a pufferfish. His eyes would turn red with anger, and his little expression would be very aggrieved. I like egg custard, and father snatched my egg custard away, finishing it entirely without leaving me a crumb. The more Zhao Yao spoke, the angrier he became. Whatever I like to eat, father takes away. How could he possibly be kind enough to gift me beef? What kind of father specifically snatches what his son likes to eat? What kind of father loves bullying his son so much? He knew his father liked to tease him. The angrier he was, the happier his father became. Every time father came to Kund Hall, he told himself not to fall for father's tricks, not to get angry, or father would tease and bully him even more. Yet every time father would make him angry, then sit nearby laughing very happily and loudly. Listening to Zhao Yao's complaints, Yu Marin and Pan Cairn were taken aback, unable to believe the emperor was like this. Liang Jiayi was well aware of the emperor's nature and how he liked to tease Zhao Yao for fun. Father must have put something in the beef, then made me have diarrhea. Zhao Yao was scared of being teased by the emperor and couldn't believe he would kindly bestow him beef. Liang Jiayi reached out to stroke Zhao Yao's little cheek, gently saying, your father wouldn't poison you to give you diarrhea. It's not like father hasn't tampered with my food before he put copties in my sweet soup before, almost making me bitter to death. Once, father came to Kund Hall, very kindly brought him a bowl of sweet soup. At that moment, Zhao Yao thought father was genuinely kind-hearted, but he never imagined father had put copties in the sweet soup. He had never tasted something so bitter. Remembering this, a bitter taste rose in Zhao Yao's mouth, and his face scrunched up. Father must have put copties in the beef. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn were speechless, not expecting the emperor to be so wicked. Liang Jiayi picked up chopsticks, took a piece of beef from the pot, and started eating it. Then she told Zhao Yao, not bitter, there's no copties. Mother, you'd better not eat it either. Zhao Yao still didn't let his guard down. Even if father didn't put copties in the beef, he might have added another drug, like making my stomach rumble constantly or making me constantly fart. Father wasn't beyond doing such things. The fifth princess listened in shock. She couldn't believe the imposing emperor in her heart could be so bad. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn were hearing such things for the first time, and their faces were full of disbelief. Sister, did the emperor really? Second consort, third consort, I'm not lying to you, father is really this bad. Father just loved bullying him, taking pleasure in it. Third brother liked abusing people, enjoyed whipping people, and that was inherited from father. Moreover, when I'm asleep at night, father will pinch my nose and wake me up. Yu Marin and the other two were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhao Yao angrily stated, father's mischievous deeds are innumerable. Liang Jiayi was amused by Zhao Yao's words, pinched his little cheek, and teased him. You even know the phrase innumerable. Mother, am I wrong? Your father is just playing with you. Regarding the issue of the emperor loving to tease Zhao Yao, Liang Jiayi was also helpless. She had previously advised the emperor to stop bullying Zhao Yao, and the emperor responded, sons are meant to be played with by their fathers, and he said Zhao Yao was fun. The emperor loved seeing Zhao Yao's angry appearance. With his eyes round and angry, his face flushed, and his expressions very fierce but daring not to do anything. He often said Zhao Yao's angry appearance resembled an angry young wolf cub. It's not just playing, it's bullying me. The more Zhao Yao spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Mother, you always take father's side. Mother promises you there's nothing wrong with the beef. Liang Jiayi gently reassured him, if anything's wrong with the beef, mother will seek justice for you. Really? Zhao Yao asked, somewhat unbelieving. Really, mother wouldn't lie to you. Liang Jiayi picked up a piece of cooked beef and placed it in Zhao Yao's bowl. Mother assures you the beef is delicious. Zhao Yao was half convinced. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the allure of the beef and decided to reluctantly trust Liang Jiayi's words. He picked up the beef and began eating cautiously. After eating a couple of bites, his eyes immediately sparkled. Delicious. So what if father put some strange drug in the beef? He'd still want to eat it, because the beef hot pot was truly delicious. Liang Jie picked up a few more pieces of beef and put them in Zhao Yao's bowl. Eat more. After saying this, she turned her head to Yu Marin and the others. You all eat too. Second consort, third consort, fifth sister. The beef hot pot is absolutely delicious. Hurry and eat. Yu Marin and the others looked at Zhao Yao, amused. He had just been angrily saying the beef had problems and couldn't be eaten, but now he was eating happily. Liang Jie laughed. The beef really doesn't have any problems. Eat without worry. Upon hearing this from Liang Jie, Yu Marin and the others no longer hesitated, picking up the beef and eating it. Delicious. This beef tastes great in the hot pot. Yes, incredibly delicious. Zhao Yao said proudly, I told you beef is the best meat in the world, and you didn't believe me, but now you agree, right? Of course, our Yao Yao knows how to eat best. Liang Jie noticed Zhao Yao only eating beef and no other vegetables, feeling helpless. She picked up some spinach and brought it to Zhao Yao's mouth. Eat your veggies. Upon seeing the spinach, Zhao Yao immediately furrowed his small eyebrows, showing an expression of disgust. If you don't eat vegetables, you can't eat beef. This child Yao Yao loves meat and dislikes vegetables. It's hard to say who he inherited that from. Zhao Yao pouted and reluctantly opened his mouth to eat the spinach. Soon enough, Zhao Yao and the others finished all the beef in the pot. The beef hot pot was not only delicious, but also very appetizing, making Liang Jie and the others inadvertently eat too much. After finishing lunch, they all felt stuffed. Liang Jie worried that Zhao Yao would have stomach issues in the afternoon, so she quickly gave him a digestion pill and then rubbed his little belly. You weren't saying the beef might be tampered with by your father. Liang Jie pinched her son's little nose, amused yet helpless, yet you ate the most. Can't help it, the beef was too delicious. Zhao Yao laughed cheerfully. I couldn't resist the temptation of beef. Yu Marin laughed. This beef hot pot really tastes great. No wonder Yao Yao loves it so much. Unfortunately, to eat beef again, we'll have to wait for the Dragon Boat Festival. Liang Jie patted Zhao Yao's little butt. You just finished eating and are already thinking about the Dragon Boat Festival. That's how life remains hopeful. Since you've eaten the beef, remember to go thank your father. Liang Jie instructed, after your studies this afternoon, go thank your father. If I don't have a stomach ache after my studies, then I'll thank father. Although he had eaten the beef, he still suspected his father might have done something behind the scenes. The afternoon, there's no need to go to Wen Hall for lessons. Zhao Yao can take a nap. At the time of 4:15 noon, he was promptly awakened by Lai Fu and Lai Kai licking him. Just waking up, Zhao Yao was groggy and obediently let Liang Jie wash his face. After washing his face, he finally became clear-headed. Liang Jie then instructed, after your music lessons, remember to thank your father. I know. Zhao Yao waved at Liang Jie, mother, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. Lai Fu and the others escorted Zhao Yao to the entrance of Kund Hall. Tongzai was already waiting at the door for Zhao Yao. Your Highness, Tongan hasn't had a fever again. At noon, Tongzai went to the cold palace to see Tongan. Although Tongan still looks pale, his spirits are better than in the morning. That's good. Zhao Yao then asked, how are Lai Lu and the others doing in their training? Training is going very well. Tongla said Lai Lu and the others can find things by scent. Tongzai said, Your Highness, you can go have a look after class. Is that so? Then the training is going smoothly. Just as Zhao Yao was talking with Tongzai, Lai Yi came flying over with its group of brothers. Yao Yao, we are here. Zhao Yao hurriedly asked, did you do it? Not yet, I just flew back from outside. Lai Yi perched on Zhao Yao's shoulder. I spent a long time looking for the crows. Where are Lai Wu and the others? Zhao Yao looked around but didn't see Lai Wu and the others. The crow said it couldn't see you and ran off to find your third brother. Lai Yi said angrily, I told it that you don't mind it and wouldn't think it brings bad luck, but it just wouldn't listen. Lai Yi had never seen such a stubborn crow like Lai Wu. It was truly infuriating. Zhao Yao, hearing this, lowered his head in disappointment. Lai Wu and the others probably don't like me. That's why they don't want to see me. Yao Yao, let it be. Lai Yi lifted one wing and gently patted Zhao Yao's little face. We like you, we'll play with you. We are going to Changkin Palace later for music lessons. You can drop bird poop on the third brother's head there. Making the third brother embarrass himself in public would be fun. Okay, I'll go and tell the crows to hold off for now. Lai Yi said and flew towards Changkin Palace. Places Zhao Yao frequents, this group of birds knows well. Previously, Zhao Yao would always tell them where each place was when he visited. The birds were very smart and remembered it after hearing it a few times. The crows were waiting at the martial arts arena. Zhao Yao and the others often came to the martial arts arena in the afternoon to learn horse riding and archery, frequently watched by Lai Wu and its group. Lai Yi found Lai Wu in a tree by the wall of the martial arts arena. When it saw Lai Wu, it angrily pecked Lai Wu's head, making its feathers stand on end. Even though Lai Wu was much bigger, it obediently let Lai Yi peck at it. Stupid crow, you didn't go see Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao is very sad and said you don't like him. Lai Wu hurriedly said, when did I ever not like him? You didn't go see him, so he thought you didn't like him and didn't want to see him. Lai Yi, with wings akimbo, angrily scolded Lai Wu. Yao Yao almost cried just now. Lai Wu panicked, I like Yao Yao the most. Then tell him to his face. I can't see Yao Yao, I will bring bad luck to him. I can't harm Yao Yao. Humans say they crows aren't good birds and are unlucky, bringing misfortune. It doesn't want to bring bad luck to Zhao Yao by being close. Yao Yao said you're his good friends and wouldn't bring him misfortune. Lai Yi continued, Yao Yao also said we birds are just birds. There's no such thing as auspicious or inauspicious birds. It's humans who define us based on their preferences. Yao Yao said not everything humans say is right. There's no need for us birds to listen. Lai Wu asked, is that so? Yao Yao said we birds like to eat insects, so to farmers we are good birds. Lai Yi lifted its wing and patted Lai Wu's head. You crows eat insects too, so you are good birds. Lai Wu hesitantly said, we are good birds too. Of course, good birds. Lai Yi added, Yao Yao asked us to go to Chang'an Palace to deal with the third prince. You and I should fly over quickly. Okay, I'll go with you. Lai Wu and its group of crow brothers followed Lai Yi and its group, flying to Chang'an Palace. Chang'an Palace was right next to Wend Hall. It was the palace specifically for placing musical instruments and where the princes learned to play. Usually the palace's musicians also practiced here. Lai Yi and Lai Wu had already flown to Chang'an Palace, perching on the palace wall at the entrance. Zhao Yao hadn't arrived yet, and they called out to him from afar, Yao Yao, we're here. Seeing the group of crows standing on the palace wall, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up and he ran over cheerfully. Standing below the wall, he looked up at Lai Wu and the others, full of joy. Lai Wu, you finally came to see me. I thought you all didn't want me anymore. Lai Wu anxiously said, Yao Yao, we did not want you, nor do we dislike you. Its brothers quickly echoed, Yao Yao, we like you the most, you are our best friend. Zhao Yao put his small hands on his waist, pouting discontentedly. Then why don't you come to see me or play with me? I've been waiting for you. If you don't come to see me, I'll cry, really cry, he said, putting on a face that looked about to cry. Lai Wu and the others couldn't bear to see Zhao Yao cry. They hurriedly said, Yao Yao, don't cry. We will often come to see you and play with you in the future. You better keep your word. Zhao Yao said, if you lie to me, I'll be very sad. We will keep our word. Zhao Yao held out his hands to Lai Wu. Lai Wu, come here, let me hold you. Lai Wu hesitated for a moment, then flew down from the wall to land on Zhao Yao's shoulder. Zhao Yao held Lai Wu in his arms, rubbing his head against Lai Wu's little head, while stroking the feathers on Lai Wu's back. Lai Wu wasn't entirely black. Some of the feathers on its wings were dark green. The tip of its tail also had dark green feathers. Its feathers were very smooth, glittering under the sunlight, extremely beautiful. Lai Wu rubbed its head against Zhao Yao's small face, then gently pecked Zhao Yao's earlobe. The other crows saw the intimate scene between Zhao Yao and Lai Wu and couldn't help but fly onto Zhao Yao. Two mischievous little crows flew straight to Zhao Yao's head, gently pecking at his hair and messing it up. Lai Yi saw this, flew over, and kicked the two little crows off. Tongzai stood to the side, dumbfounded at Zhao Yao being surrounded by sparrows and crows. His Highness really charms sparrows and magpies, but he even charms crows. Crows aren't exactly good birds, but His Highness didn't mind at all and got along with them. In the entire world, probably only His Highness would dare be close to crows. Luckily, the other princes hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, seeing His Highness getting close to crows, they'd surely think he was crazy. A short while later, voices were heard approaching from afar. Tongzai stepped forward and reminded Zhao Yao, Your Highness, the other princes are coming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao released Lai Wu and the others. Lai Wu and the others knew other people didn't like them and didn't want to see them. If they did see them, they'd definitely drive them away. They flew to the trees beside the palace wall, hiding among the leaves. Lai Yi and its group remained on the wall, awaiting the arrival of the third prince. It's the 8th prince and Yu Hai who arrived. 8th brother, what did you eat at Crown Prince Brother's place for lunch? The 8th prince flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with a finger. Not as good as what you had for lunch. 8th brother, you know I had beef for lunch. Didn't father grant all the leftover beef from last night to you? Gifts like these aren't easy to keep secret. As soon as Sun Kui delivered the items to Kund Hall, the whole harem knew Kund Hall received a reward. 8th brother, why would father suddenly gift me beef? Zhao Yao tugged on the 8th prince's arm and whispered, what do you think father is up to? Father saw that you like to eat beef, so that's why he rewarded you with beef. The 8th prince, hearing Zhao Yao say this, felt a bit sorry for him. Don't overthink it. Your father's son, occasionally rewarding you with your favorite foods isn't unusual. Although his 10th brother wasn't book smart, he was well-behaved and simple-minded. Very endearing. It wasn't clear why father didn't favor him. All right, I won't think about it too much. Zhao Yao said with a smile, I hope father will reward me more of my favorite foods in the future. The 8th prince poked Zhao Yao's dimpleless right cheek, little glutton. Just then the 4th prince arrived, and the smile on the 8th prince's face instantly disappeared. The 8th prince didn't want to stay with the 4th prince. After greeting him, he led the way into Chang'an Palace. Zhao Yao asked the 4th prince the same question, whether he ate anything good for lunch. The 4th prince also teased, saying he didn't have beef for lunch. Zhao Yao generously offered to give the 4th prince some of his beef. Seeing Zhao Yao willing to give away his favorite beef, the 4th prince smiled slightly and said he didn't like beef, urging Zhao Yao to keep it for himself. Let's go in. Following the 4th prince through the gates of Chang'an Palace, Zhao Yao ran to a tree beside the palace wall, peeking out sneakily. The fourth prince looked at him confusedly. "10th brother, why are you hiding behind the tree?" Zhao Yao beckoned to the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, come here and hide." The fourth prince walked over, standing behind Zhao Yao. "10th brother, what are you doing?" "Fourth brother, just hide, you'll see later." Watching Zhao Yao's whole demeanor oozing with mischief, the fourth prince guessed he was up to no good. Feeling uneasy about Zhao Yao's antics, he complied and hid behind the tree as instructed. A moment later, he heard the voices of the third and fifth princes approaching. Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled. "Fourth brother, the show is about to start." Lai Yi and Lai Wu are familiar with the third prince. As the third prince walked through the large gates of Chengqin Palace, Lai Yi led its sparrow brothers and flew towards the third prince. Zhao Yao stared intently at the third prince, his tone somewhat excited as he said to the fourth prince, "Fourth brother, watch closely." The fourth prince, not understanding what he was meant to see, could only follow Zhao Yao and gaze at the third prince in the distance. Lai Yi and its group of sparrows divided into several waves, flying over the third prince's head in batches. While flying towards the third prince, Lai Yi shouted to its brothers, "Brothers, give it all you've got later. Let's cover the third prince's head with our droppings." "No problem." Lai Yi first led 5 sparrows over the third prince's head. As they flew by, they defecated on his head, face, nose, and neck. The third prince was chatting and laughing with the fifth prince, playfully waving a folding fan in his hand, completely unaware of Lai Yi and its companions. When he felt something cold drip onto his face, he thought it was rain, wiped it with his hand, and then discovered it was bird droppings, his expression immediately darkening. Just as he was about to start cursing, he felt something cold drip onto his neck again. The fifth and sixth princes saw a blob of bird droppings appear on the third prince's face, tried to warn him, but then saw another blob land on his nose. After the 5 sparrows finished, the second batch followed. Bird droppings rained down on the third prince's head and body like droplets. The fifth and sixth princes, standing beside him, were unlucky enough to be affected too, with droppings landing on their heads, faces, and bodies. Some sparrow aimed particularly well, landing right on the third prince's mouth. The third prince, with a mouthful of bird droppings, spat it out in disgust and then roared angrily, "I want to kill these beasts." The fifth and sixth princes, smelling the bird droppings on themselves, looked disgusted and quickly distanced themselves from the third prince, shouting, "Damn these beasts, kill them all." After dropping on the third prince, Lai Yi and its gang swiftly flew towards the direction of the cold palace. Next were Lai Wu and its group, cawing as they flew towards the third prince. A dozen crows swooped in together, creating a rather frightening scene. The third prince, fifth prince, and the eunuchs around them were all startled. Lai Wu and its companions pecked at the third prince's face and head, instantly marring his beautiful as a flower face. As the third prince yelled and flapped at the crows with his hands, "Someone, kill them." After pecking his face, Lai Wu and its gang defecated on the third prince, covering his head, face, neck, and body. While the third prince and his party were still reeling, Lai Wu and its flock flew toward the cold palace. Hiding behind a tree, Zhao Yao watched the scene unfold, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. The fourth prince stood by, dumbfounded by what had just occurred. Originally suave and charming, the third prince was now covered in bird droppings. His cleanliness compulsion was unbearable. He bent over and started to retch. Although the fifth and sixth princes had distanced themselves from the third prince, they too were affected. While not as drenched as the third prince, they had bird droppings splattered all over them. The eunuchs around the third prince, like the fourth prince, were stunned into silence, taking a long time to recover their senses. Zhao Yao looked back at the fourth prince, excitedly asking, "Fourth brother, wasn't that quite a show?" The fourth prince, upon hearing this, lowered his head and stared at the gloating Zhao Yao, shocked. "10th brother, this." Zhao Yao put his finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. "SHH, fourth brother, before third brother and the others find out, let's quickly leave." With that, he took the fourth prince's hand and slipped away from behind the tree. The eighth prince, who was entering Qin Hall, heard the third and fifth princes yelling in the courtyard and rushed out to see what was going on, only to witness the scene of the third prince and his party covered in sparrow and crow droppings. He was completely stunned, having never seen anything like this before. Zhao Yao, pulling the fourth prince into Qin Hall, noticed the eighth prince still staring at the third prince and reached out to pull him as well. "Eighth brother, stop looking, otherwise third brother and the others might vent their anger on you later." The eighth prince, being dragged into Qin Hall by Zhao Yao, still hadn't come to terms with what had happened. The fourth prince had already gathered his senses, staring at Zhao Yao in amazement. "10th brother, what just happened?" He seemed to know those sparrows and crows would poop on the third prince and his brothers. "Fourth brother, it was just as you saw." Zhao Yao grinned mischievously. Wasn't it splendid? Wasn't it amazing? It was also his first time seeing so many birds simultaneously poop on one person. It was quite a spectacle. The eighth prince, hearing the conversation between the fourth prince and Zhao Yao, snapped out of his shock and stared at Zhao Yao in surprise. "10th brother, was it you?" Zhao Yao quickly waved his hands. "It wasn't me, I'm not a bird." The fourth prince gave Zhao Yao a deep look. asking, "10th brother, how did you know?" Zhao Yao blinked his eyes, looking innocent and perplexed as he said, "I didn't know, I don't know anything." With that, he quickly sat down in his seat and plucked at the zither strings. The fourth and eighth princes cast inquisitive gazes at Zhao Yao. Outside Qin Hall was in chaos. The third and fifth princes cursed as they left Chang'an Palace. Before leaving, they instructed their attendants to find those sparrows and crows and capture them. They wanted to skin them alive. The Master Qin learned of the third prince's misfortune and was uneasy, worrying he might be blamed. He hurriedly suggested Zhao Yao and the others go home, canceling the day's zither lesson. Zhao Yao didn't expect asking Lai Yi and the others to help prank the third prince would have this benefit. Although he didn't mind learning the zither, he preferred not attending class. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, why are you dragging me?" The fourth and eighth princes pulled Zhao Yao out of Chang'an Palace and took him to the peach grove nearby. There was a peach grove near Chang'an Palace, left from the previous dynasty. Every spring, this peach grove became the most beautiful scenery in the whole imperial palace. The eighth prince asked Yu Hai to stand guard at the entrance to prevent others from entering. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, what do you want to do?" Zhao Yao leaned against a peach tree, raised his hands to his chest, with a face of feigned fear and unease. "What exactly happened earlier? How did you know?" Zhao Yao earnestly lied, "I guessed." The fourth prince, astounded, said, "Guessed? Fourth brother, eighth brother, don't you know little birds hold grudges? Third brother bullied those birds before." Zhao Yao's mind turned quickly, and he instantly came up with a reason. Of course, those birds wanted revenge. "When I first arrived at Chang'an Palace, I saw those birds standing on the palace walls." The fourth prince asked, "How do you know the birds at Chang'an Palace were the ones third brother bullied before?" "I know them," Zhao Yao said with pride and confidence. "Fourth brother, I've told you before, I know every cat and dog, even the birds in the palace. Those birds often fly to Kund Hall, and I've fed them." This was the truth. He recognized every animal in the imperial palace, whether it flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in water, and even named them. The fourth and eighth princes knew Zhao Yao was popular among animals. They had seen sparrows perch on Zhao Yao's shoulder, and Zhao Yao chatting animatedly with the sparrow. Hearing him now dissolved their doubt. "All sparrows and crows look the same. How can you tell them apart, 10th brother? They don't look the same at all." Zhao Yao eagerly explained to the eighth prince and the others, "Let me tell you, each bird has unique markings and features. For example, some sparrows have a small tuft of white feathers on their head, some have a small white dot near their eyes, some have black feathers around their neck." The fourth and eighth princes were amazed at what they heard, not expecting Zhao Yao to be so observant. Not only do the sparrows look different, but their personalities are unique too. For example, Lai Qian is lively and mischievous, much like a child who loves to play. Lai Yi is more mature and steady than Lai Qian. It looks after its brothers like an elder brother. Actually, they're just like people, but they don't speak human language. On the way to Chengguang Hall, the fourth prince held Zhao Yao's hand and reminded him, "10th brother, animals are not very clean. Be careful when you're close to them. Many cats, dogs, and birds carry diseases," and the fourth prince was worried that Zhao Yao would get too close to them and catch something. "Fourth brother, I understand." Zhao Yao knew in his heart that the fourth prince was only reminding him out of concern about getting close to the animals. "Third brother and fifth brother were teased by your bird friends. They will definitely not spare your bird friends. You should let your bird friends stay away from the imperial palace for a while." The fourth prince knew that Zhao Yao loved small animals and always treated them kindly. He remembered a year ago, when the ninth prince injured a cat with a stone, and when the 10th prince saw it, he was so angry he started a fight with the ninth prince. It was the first time he had seen the 10th prince fight. Afterward, the 10th prince cried very sadly while holding the injured cat. The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao getting close to those birds, and thought that if those birds were caught by the third prince and the others, Zhao Yao would definitely be very sad. Zhao Yao nodded and said, "I've already told them to stay far away from the imperial palace." Thinking of the third prince's angry and twisted expression just now, Zhao Yao thought that this was probably the true face of the third prince. "Fourth brother, I find the third brother a bit scary." The fourth prince thought Zhao Yao had been scared by the third prince's angry outburst, so he gently comforted him, "Stay away from third brother and the others in the future." As for the third and fifth princes, the fourth prince did not like them. "Fourth brother, you should also stay away from them. Fourth brother is so good." He didn't want fourth brother to be bullied by the third brother and others in the future. The fourth prince nodded lightly. "Okay, we'll stay away from them together." Zhao Yao shook the fourth prince's hand gently. The fourth prince cooperated with him and shook hands together. A moment later, the brothers arrived at the entrance of the imperial study. The fourth prince let go of Zhao Yao's hand and gently patted him on the back. "Go see father." Zhao Yao took a few steps, then saw that the fourth prince hadn't followed, so he walked back. "Fourth brother, aren't you going in with me?" "I have nothing to discuss with father. You can go in alone to thank him." Earlier, Zhao Yao was afraid to come alone to the imperial study to thank the emperor, so the fourth prince accompanied him here. "Fourth brother, I'm afraid to go in alone." Zhao Yao was scared to face the emperor by himself, fearing being bullied by him. "Fourth brother, come with me. If you're there, father won't bully me," he said as he tugged on the fourth prince's sleeve and acted coyly. "If father finds out you only dare to see him with me, he'll think you're cowardly and punish you again." The fourth prince, like the eighth prince, felt sorry that Zhao Yao was not favored. Now that Zhao Yao had a chance to be alone with the emperor, the fourth prince naturally didn't want to interrupt. "You are going to thank father he won't bully you. Fourth brother, can't you really go in with me?" Zhao Yao looked at the fourth prince pitifully. The fourth prince lightly patted Zhao Yao's shoulder. "I have other matters, so I won't go in with you." After speaking, he turned and left. Zhao Yao couldn't believe that the fourth prince left so cold-heartedly. His eyes widened in shock. "Fourth brother." The fourth prince didn't look back. Zhao Yao stared incredulously at the retreating back of the fourth prince and said, "Fourth brother just left like that." At this moment, Sun Daodu approached, respectfully saluting Zhao Yao. "Servant greets the 10th prince." "Little Mr. Sun, is father in the imperial study?" Zhao Yao asked. "Is father busy?" Sun Daodu was Sun Qiui's disciple, and in the palace people referred to Sun Qiui as Mr. Sun and called him Little Mr. Sun. "His Majesty was just resting. I'll help you inform him now." "You're welcome, Your Highness," Sun Daodu said compliantly. "Your Highness, please wait at the door." Zhao Yao nodded obediently and stood at the entrance waiting. Just then Lingyan flew out of the imperial study, passing right in front of Sun Daodu, startling him and causing him to almost fall backward. Seeing Lingyan fly towards Zhao Yao, Sun Daodu worried Zhao Yao might get injured by Lingyan and was preparing to help, only to witness the usually fierce Lingyan being cuddled obediently by the 10th prince. Lingyan rubbed its head against Zhao Yao's little face, softly cooing, sounding as if it was acting coquettishly. Sun Daodu gaped, unable to believe that the revered Lingyan was being held so tamely. Was this sea eagle constantly nuzzling the 10th prince's face really Lingyan? Could he be mistaken? Sun Daodu blinked and opened his eyes again, still seeing the reverent Lingyan snuggling against the 10th prince's face. Zhao Yao held Lai Fu for a while before complaining that Lai Fu felt heavy. "Lai Fu, have you gotten fat again? I can't hold you anymore." Lingyan refused to admit it was gaining weight. "It's because you haven't held me lately that I feel heavy. If you held me every day, I wouldn't feel heavy." "Is that so?" Zhao Yao, with sore arms, crouched down and placed Lingyan back on the ground. "I can't hold you anymore, better stay on the ground." Lingyan, being put down, appeared slightly displeased, pecking lightly at Zhao Yao's leg. Sun Daodu was dumbfounded watching Zhao Yao's interaction with Lingyan and momentarily forgot to inform the emperor. It wasn't until Zhao Yao gave him a glance that he came back to his senses and hurried into the imperial study. He had just bowed and was preparing to report that Zhao Yao was seeking an audience when he heard the emperor say, "Let him in." Sun Daodu was momentarily taken aback, and after a while he came to his senses, then stepped out of the imperial study. "Your Highness, the emperor invites you in." "Okay." Lingyan followed obediently at Zhao Yao's feet, entering the imperial study with him. Sun Daodu on the side watched in shock as Lingyan followed Zhao Yao, crying out internally, "Is this really Lingyan the Great? Could it be some strange thing pretending?" As Zhao Yao crossed the threshold, Lingyan skillfully jumped over it, then continued to waddle along at Zhao Yao's side. Sun Qiui saw from a distance how Lingyan stuck closely to Zhao Yao's feet like a little puppy, also stood in stunned amazement. The emperor, however, remained very calm. When Lingyan flew out of the imperial study earlier, the emperor already knew it meant Zhao Yao had arrived. "This son greets father." Zhao Yao obediently bowed to the emperor. "Rise." The emperor crossed his hands under his chin and looked at Zhao Yao with interest. "What brings the 10th prince to my imperial study today?" Zhao Yao, father was being sarcastic again. "East wind," Zhao Yao said, puffing his cheeks. Hearing Zhao Yao's response, Sun Qiu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The 10th prince was really amusing. No wonder his majesty liked to tease him. The emperor was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Yao to answer that way. Why the east wind? The little 10th always had astonishing things to say, because purple air comes from the east. Zhao Yao said earnestly, "Father, since you are the emperor, shouldn't it be the east wind? Ha ha ha." The emperor was amused by Zhao Yao's words. Zhao Yao thought, what's so funny about that? The emperor waved Zhao Yao over. "Come here." Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat and he reluctantly walked up to the emperor. As soon as he approached, the emperor pinched his small face hard. He just knew it. The emperor pinched his little son's face, shaking it vigorously. Zhao Yao's fair little face immediately turned red from the pinching. Ouch, father always pinched his face so hard. Zhao Yao, unable to bear the pain, glared angrily at the emperor. "Father, that hurts." His face wasn't dough. Upon hearing this, the emperor didn't let go, but instead started rubbing Zhao Yao's small face. Zhao Yao's little face was kneaded into various shapes. He felt as if a layer of skin was being rubbed off his face. He tried to pull the emperor's hand away with no success. Frustrated, he resorted to grabbing the emperor's face, but instead of the face, he caught the emperor's mouth and beard. The emperor's beard was too short for Zhao Yao to get a good grip on, so he had to retaliate by pulling the emperor's lips hard. Sun Qiu was astonished, watching the emperor and his son pinch and pull at each other's faces, wondering what on earth they were doing. Zhao Yao's fingers reached into the emperor's mouth and the emperor mischievously bit down, making him cry out in pain. Angry, he pulled the emperor's lower lip very hard, stretching it a lot. The emperor, feeling some pain from the pulling, pinched Zhao Yao's nose. Zhao Yao's nose suddenly couldn't breathe, forcing him to open his mouth wide to breathe. Ouch, father, it hurts. His nose felt like it was being pulled off. Father was truly despicable. He knew father would bully him. The emperor, pinching Zhao Yao's nose, still deliberately moved it side to side. Seeing that the emperor wasn't letting go, Zhao Yao started crying in frustration. Sun Kui, watching, felt a pang just seeing the emperor finally release his grip. Noticing his youngest son shedding golden beans, the emperor let go, then poked Zhao Yao's forehead with some disdain. What are you crying for? Zhao Yao angrily shouted, it hurts a lot. Boo-hoo, crying very aggrievedly, father, you're bullying me. Boo-hoo, his nose hurt so much, his face ached. It was only then that the emperor noticed how his youngest son's nose and face had turned red from his handling. He reached out to wipe Zhao Yao's tears away. His hand was rough, calloused from years of battle. When he wiped, he didn't control his strength, making Zhao Yao's tender little face hurt even more. What are you crying for? Can't tolerate this little pain. How could I have such a delicate son? Clearly, father hurt him, and yet he blamed Zhao Yao for being fragile. Zhao Yao was furious, retorting, how could I have such a mean father? Zhao Yao cried harder and harder, father is bullying me. The emperor was a bit panicked, wiping Zhao Yao's tears while awkwardly coaxing him, I'm just playing with you. Sun Kui saw the emperor wiping Zhao Yao's tears and Zhao's little face turning redder. Feeling it was unbearable, he quickly went to get a handkerchief. Your Majesty, use a handkerchief. The emperor took the yellow handkerchief handed by Sun Kui, made of top-grade silk, which didn't hurt the face when used. You're a man, you shouldn't cry. Zhao Yao sobbed, I'm not a man, I'm a child, and children can cry. He glared at the emperor accusingly, it's your fault, father, for hurting me. Why can't I cry? It's clearly all your fault and you're blaming me. Zhao Yao looked aggrieved, father, you're too mean. All right, father shouldn't have hurt you. The emperor gently coaxed, no more crying, okay? No. Zhao Yao said loudly, I want to go back to mother consort. The emperor picked up his youngest son and let Zhao Yao sit on his lap, deliberately threatening him, if you cry again, I'll make you copy the Analects. Before he could finish, Zhao Yao let out a loud wail and cried even harder. Clearly it was father's fault. Why did father want to punish him by making him copy the Analects? The emperor was now completely at a loss and looked to Sun Kui for help. Sun Kui reacted quickly and went out to instruct Sun Daodu to bring some snacks. The emperor hurriedly coaxed, father is just scaring you. I won't make you copy the Analects. This didn't stop Zhao Yao's crying, wah wah wah. At this moment, Sun Kui came in carrying a plate of snacks. Your Highness, the servant brought you your favorite snacks, please try them. He picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the snack and brought it to Zhao Yao's mouth. This is your favorite date pastry. Zhao Yao turned his head away, unwilling to eat. The emperor, seeing this, directly fed the pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth. Your Majesty, Sun Kui was about to stop him, but the emperor already stuffed the pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth. He looked worried, fearing Zhao Yao might choke. The emperor was still somewhat measured and didn't stuff the whole piece of pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth, but only a small portion. In his anger, Zhao Yao didn't want to eat the date pastry and was about to spit it out when he heard his father say, if you spit it out, you won't be allowed to eat date pastries anymore. He added, you won't be allowed to eat any snacks in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao forgot to cry, his eyes wide open. If you eat the date pastry now, you can still eat snacks later. The emperor threatened, will you eat it or not? Sun Kui, oh my, your Majesty, is this how you coax a child? This threat was very effective on Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao glared fiercely at the emperor and then resolutely swallowed the pastry in his mouth. He chewed very hard, as if biting someone. After Zhao Yao finished eating, the emperor stuffed another piece of date pastry into his mouth. Zhao Yao choked, coughing violently. The emperor hurriedly grabbed the teacup from the imperial table to feed Zhao Yao water. Zhao Yao drank several sips of tea before stopping his cough. Keep eating. The emperor pointed to a plate of snacks on the imperial table. This plate of snacks is all yours. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and instructed Sun Kui, go prepare a bowl of sugar water. As soon as he heard the words sugar water, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Then he thought of something and looked cautiously at the emperor. Father, you're not going to put Copti's root in the sugar water again, are you? Not this time. However, if you cry again, I'll have someone put Copti's root in it. Zhao Yao, why does he have such a wicked father? Sun Kui, your Majesty, it's one thing for you to tease the ministers with your mischief, but why are you teasing the 10th prince? Putting Copti's root in his sugar water risk, that's something a normal father would do. Will you cry or not? Zhao Yao wanted to cry but didn't dare. If he cried, not only would there be no snacks to eat, but he'd also have to drink sugar water with Copti's root. I won't cry. That's a good boy. The emperor turned and said to Sun Kui, go bring the sugar water. Yes, your Majesty. Soon, Sun Kui returned with freshly made sugar water. The emperor took the sugar water but didn't immediately give it to his youngest son. He tasted it first. Seeing that the sugar water was a bit hot, he scooped it with a spoon and blew on it. When the sugar water had cooled a bit, he fed it to Zhao Yao. The sweetness of the sugar water brought a happy smile to Zhao Yao's little face. Seeing his youngest son's eyes turn into crescents after drinking the sugar water, the emperor chuckled. Is sugar water really that good? Yes, it's sweet. Zhao Yao loved eating sweet things. As soon as he ate something sweet, he would become happy. If you eat too many sweets, bugs will grow in your teeth and they'll ruin your teeth. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid of bugs. When you lose your teeth, don't cry. Zhao Yao retorted defiantly, I won't cry. The emperor teased who was crying just now, a puppy. If you hadn't pinched me, father, I wouldn't have cried. Zhao Yao said angrily, father, you're the culprit. Oh, not bad, you even know what a culprit is. The emperor laughed, it seems you've been studying well lately. At the mention of studying, Zhao Yao couldn't help but feel nervous, looking at the emperor with wary eyes. Father, you're not going to make me copy books again, are you? I asked you to copy the Analects 100 times before, have you finished? The emperor deliberately put on a stern face, if you haven't finished, I'll make you copy it another 100 times. Almost done. Luckily he had the parrot to help him copy, otherwise he wouldn't be able to finish it himself. If unfinished, he'd have to copy another 100 times and he'd never finish. I will check. The emperor feigned severity, if you fool me, I won't let you off lightly. Zhao Yao felt a bit guilty, unknowingly showing a scared expression. The emperor saw it and quickly put away his serious expression, continuing to feed Zhao Yao sugar water. After drinking the sugar water, Zhao Yao continued to eat date pastries. Watching his youngest son hold the pastry with both hands, eating little by little with his head down, the emperor's heart felt a warm softness. Beside him, Sun Kui also looked at Zhao Yao with a loving gaze. The 10th prince is truly adorable. A plate of snacks was quickly finished by Zhao Yao. Burp. Zhao Yao burped. Are you full? Actually, I can eat another plate of snacks. When it comes to snacks, he can never get full. No more, you can't eat anymore. Zhao Yao pouted unhappily and muttered softly, stingy. All right, I accept your gratitude, now leave. The emperor let Zhao Yao go, reaching out to pat his little son's bottom. Zhao Yao obediently saluted the emperor. Your son takes his leave. After saying that, he made a funny face at the emperor and stuck out his tongue. Then he quickly ran out of the imperial study. Seeing Zhao Yao leave, Ling Yun glanced at the emperor. The emperor nodded at it. Go on. Ling Yun hurriedly flew out to chase after Zhao Yao. Your Majesty, did you really put Copti's root in the 10th prince's sugar water? Sun Kui hadn't heard of this before, it was his first time hearing about it. This little rascal loves sweets. Besides eating snacks every day, he loves to drink sugar water, especially before bed. I was afraid he'd ruin his teeth, so I deliberately put Copti's root in his sugar water. The emperor chuckled gently. Since drinking the Copti's root sugar water, he's never dared to drink sugar water before bed. Sun Kui, ordinary people wouldn't think of putting Copti's root in sugar water. I'm doing it for his own good, but this little rascal bears a grudge. The emperor shook his head helplessly, smiling indulgently. He's nothing like me, but a bit like my elder brother, Prince Yang. When the former emperor ascended the throne, he posthumously conferred his late eldest son as Prince Yang. The term Yang perfectly describes the emperor's elder brother. Yes, my brother also loved sweets, but he thought eating sweets wasn't manly. He always ate them secretly. Recalling the amusing things from the past, the emperor's face showed a nostalgic expression. When I was young, I didn't like eating snacks, but my brother, in order to eat them, would deliberately tell father and mother that I wanted to eat, using you as a scapegoat. Yes, he'd go out to buy snacks, clearly buying them for himself, but he'd tell the shopkeeper it was for his little brother, making everyone think I loved snacks. I didn't expect Prince Yang had this side to him. He thought snacks were delicious and forced me to eat them. The emperor laughed. My brother loved to share the things he liked to eat with me. If he found something delicious outside, he'd bring it back for me. When my brother passed away, he had a roast chicken in his arms, saying he wanted to bring it back for me to eat. Your Majesty, Prince Yang really cared for you. I was the youngest brother, my brothers and sisters all spoiled me. Unfortunately, they're no longer here. The emperor said, little Ten's left dimple is just like my brother's. When he was young, he loved to poke his brother's right cheek, hoping to poke out another dimple for him. Nephews generally resemble their uncles, just like nephews resemble their uncles on their mother's side. My brother wasn't as mischievous as little Ten when he was a child. Sun Kui exclaimed, haven't you always said the 10th prince is silly? The emperor smiled meaningfully and said, he's not silly at all. After Zhao Yao made a funny face at the emperor, he dashed out as if fleeing for his life, running a great distance without stopping. The 4th prince saw Zhao Yao running out and was just about to call out to him, but Zhao Yao swept past him like the wind. Wei Mayan, seeing Zhao Yao run as fast as a rabbit, asked in astonishment, Your Highness, what's going on with the 10th Highness? The 4th prince shook his head lightly and said, let's catch up to him. Despite his small stature, Zhao Yao was quite fast when he ran. The 4th prince and Wei Mayan took some time before they caught up to him. Seeing the suddenly appearing 4th prince, Zhao Yao asked in surprise, 4th brother, what are you doing here? Weren't you going back to Xing Palace? Wei Mayan explained for the 4th prince, 10th Highness, our Highness was worried about you, so he didn't go back and waited for you to come out. Zhao Yao exclaimed in shock, so fourth brother, you've been waiting for me for nearly an hour. Have you been crying? The fourth prince, being attentive, noticed Zhao Yao's eyes were red as if he had been crying. He also noticed that Zhao Yao's nose and face were a bit red. Did father bully you? Zhao Yao nodded heavily. He did bully me, fourth brother. You don't know how bad father is. Then Zhao Yao pitifully complained about what the emperor had just done to him to the fourth prince. Fourth brother, don't you think father went too far? The fourth prince, he really didn't expect his father to be so mean. Fourth brother, I asked you to go in with me, but you didn't, which got me bullied by father again. Zhao Yao pointed at his own face and nose. Look, father pinched my face and nose so hard, it hurts a lot. The fourth prince reached out to gently touch Zhao Yao's red little face and self-reproached. It's all fourth brother's fault. I should have gone in with you. With you there, fourth brother, father wouldn't bully me. Everyone thinks father's favorite son is the second brother, but actually Zhao Yao thinks father's most beloved son is the fourth brother, he just didn't show it as openly. Come to my place, I'll put some ointment on you. The fourth prince couldn't help but blame the emperor in his heart, wondering if his father couldn't control his strength. 10 brothers' skin is tender, and a slight pinch can cause redness. Fourth brother, I'm afraid of running into third brother and the others, and getting their anger transferred onto me, so I won't go to Xing Palace with you. Zhao Yao estimated that the third brother and the others were probably angry at this moment. Fourth brother, be careful not to run into third brother and the others when you go back to Xing Palace. Okay, I'll be careful, make sure to be safe on your way back. Fourth brother, I'm off then. With that, Zhao Yao started running with Tong Zai again. Seeing Zhao Yao bouncing away, Wei Mayan commented with a smile, Your Highness, the 10th Highness sure is full of energy. He suddenly paused because he saw the sea eagle who was usually beside the emperor flying over Zhao Yao's head. The fourth prince naturally noticed this too. Your Highness, isn't that Lingyun? Wei Mayan asked in shock. Why is it following the 10th Highness? Could it be that it wants to harm him? Wei Mayan looked worried, urging, Your Highness, let's hurry and save the 10th Highness. Lingyun won't harm my 10th brother. Your Highness, Lingyun is a bird of prey. Lingyun is very close to 10th brother, it won't hurt him. As soon as the fourth prince finished speaking, Lingyun descended from the sky a short distance away and started walking beside Zhao Yao. After a few steps, it nudged Zhao Yao's leg. Wei Mayan was ready to rush forward to drive away Lingyun, but saw Zhao Yao crouch down to pick up Lingyun, who nudged his little face with its head. With a mix of helplessness and affection, Zhao Yao said, I've told you I can't hold you anymore, but you still want me to hold you. I'll just hold you for a little while, okay? Lingyun responded by rubbing its head against Zhao Yao's chin. Hugging Lingyun, Zhao Yao said, Leifu, you're a bird of prey. Why do you keep acting spoiled and want me to hold you? It tarnishes your reputation. Standing at a distance, Wei Mayan couldn't hear what Zhao Yao was saying, but he could see Lingyun constantly nuzzling Zhao Yao's face. Your Highness, is that really the Emperor's sea eagle? Surely it wasn't Lingyun. It is Lingyun, the fourth prince chuckled lightly. Lingyun and Lai Hu both like 10th brother a lot. They enjoy being close to him. Animals are very sensitive to people's goodwill and hostility. They can sense whether a person is good or bad. The fact that these animals like 10th brother shows he is a pure-hearted and kind person. The 10th Highness is innocent and adorable, who wouldn't like him. Wei Mayan liked Zhao Yao very much but was also very worried about him. Fortunately, there was the fourth prince. Let's head back. Yes, Your Highness. Inside Kund Hall, Liang Jie was waiting for Zhao Yao to return. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yao immediately complained, accusing the emperor of bullying him. After listening to him, Liang Jie was filled with helplessness. When your father comes to Kund Hall, I will help you get justice. Mother, do you really mean it? I really mean it. Knowing that his mother wasn't very favored, Zhao Yao shook his head and said, Mother, let's forget it. With a father like this, he could only count himself unlucky. Liang Jie didn't say much about this matter and changed the topic. What happened with the third prince and the others? Did you let Lai Yi do it? Mother, congratulations, you guessed it right. Liang Jie reached out and tapped Zhao Yao's forehead. Aren't you afraid the third prince and the others might harm Lai Yi and the others? I've sent Lai Yi and the others to the cold palace. For the next few days, I instructed them not to come to the imperial palace looking for me again. Zhao Yao said, Mother, I have to take a trip to the cold palace to check on them. Go ahead. In the secret base of the cold palace, the cats and dogs were diligently training. Tongan sat nearby, sunbathing while watching the cat and dog training. Lai Lu and the others stopped immediately upon hearing Zhao Yao's voice, rushing to the doorway. Tongan noticed the cats and dogs suddenly stop and then one by one running very obediently to the door. They all lifted their little heads and wagged their tails joyfully. Gee, what's gotten into them? Tongan couldn't help but ask, curious and confused. The prince is here, Tongla said from behind the cats and dogs. Hearing this, Tongan quickly stood up and walked to Tongla's side. Shortly thereafter, the door to the secret base was pushed open from the outside, and Zhao Yao came into view for the cats and dogs. Lai Lu and the others stood up and wagged their tails with enthusiasm. They didn't rush forward but waited until Zhao Yao approached before surrounding him. Zhao Yao sat on the ground, embracing the cats and dogs with affection. The cats and dogs were constantly licking his face or hands. Seeing Zhao Yao surrounded by the cats and dogs, Tongan momentarily forgot to perform any ritual greetings. For the past 2 days, while he stayed in the cold palace with these cats and dogs, they were quite indifferent to him and never came near. Zhao Yao first asked with concern if Lai Lu and the others had been injured during training. Learning that they were mostly unscathed, he was relieved. Then, he inquired about their training progress. Lai Lu and the others proudly told Zhao Yao that they were doing very well, already able to smoothly pass all obstacles and getting faster each time. Hearing this, Zhao Yao gave them big affectionate kisses. Lai Yi, seeing Zhao Yao had arrived, perched on his shoulder and boasted, "Yao Yao, did we do a good job? You did wonderfully. I heard third brother and the others are still taking baths. In the secret base, cats and dogs don't fight, and the cats don't eat small birds. Therefore, it's safe for Lai Yi and the others to come to the secret base. We helped you get a good vent of anger. You did, but for the time being, don't come to the Imperial Palace anymore. Third brother and the others have already ordered people to catch sparrows and crows. By the way, tell the other birds not to come to the Imperial Palace recently. If they get caught by third brother's people, it's over. All right, we won't come to the Imperial Palace for now. Fly Cayenne and the others return. Come to find me at night," said Zhao Yao. "At night, third brother's people won't discover you." "Okay, Tongs, I brought apples and pastries for you. Hurry up and go eat," Zhao Yao said, and seeing Lai Wu and the others perched in the trees, he beckoned to them. "Lai Wu, come down and eat." Lai Wu hesitated for a moment before finally flying down onto Zhao Yao's shoulder, gently nuzzling Zhao Yao's little face. "Yao Yao, I forgot to tell you something." Zhao Yao asked, "What is it?" Lai Wu said, "A flock of our relatives flew from the south to find us. They said there's going to be a big flood in the south this year. Lai Wu and the others have a special ability to predict the weather." Heart tightening, Zhao Yao's expression grew serious. "A big flood in the south, is it true? It should be true, otherwise they wouldn't have flown all the way to the capital to find us. When is the flood happening? Soon? No, it's in the summer." The third prince and fifth prince scrubbed themselves raw until they were sure they didn't smell like bird droppings, but they still felt unclean. "Catch them for me, catch every single one, leave none behind," the third prince said, his face dark and his presence exuding a menacing aura. "I want to skin them alive." Cao Yi bowed cautiously and said, "This servant has already sent people to catch them. Rest assured, not one will escape." Cao Yi was the third prince's close eunuch, well aware of the third prince's temperament. This time, the third prince, covered in bird droppings by sparrows and crows, had lost both face and dignity, and he was not going to let it go easily. "Please calm yourself, your highness." The third prince suddenly thought of something, his face growing even more sinister. "Has Hua Qing been found?" At the mention of Hua Qing, Cao Yi's body tensed immediately. He braced himself and said, "Replying to your highness, he has not been found." With a bang, the third prince grabbed the teacup beside him and smashed it onto the floor in front of Cao Yi. The shards splattered onto Cao Yi's face, cutting it. Cao Yi immediately knelt down, his body trembling slightly as he begged for forgiveness. "Your highness, please forgive me. Can't even find a person, useless." At this moment, the third prince's expression was sinister and twisted, entirely unlike his usual upright and kind appearance. "The servants have secretly searched all the palaces and asked many people. All said they haven't seen Hua Qing. Did he vanish into thin air?" the third prince mocked. "Your highness, this servant suspects Hua Qing is no longer alive." Cao Yi voiced his suspicion. "No longer alive." "This servant guesses Hua Qing may have thrown himself into a well," Cao Yi said. "Hua Qing had sought death before. Moreover, a person can't just disappear from the imperial palace like that. There's only one possibility, that he's no longer alive." The third prince thought Cao Yi's words made some sense. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I need to see his corpse. Even if he knowingly jumped into a well, I still need to see his body." "Rest assured, your highness, I have already sent people to search all the wells in the palace. We should be able to find Hua Qing's body soon." Seeing the third prince's expression easing a bit, Cao Yi secretly sighed in relief. The third prince nodded slightly, then raised his hand toward Cao Yi. Cao Yi quickly got up. "Thank your highness." He looked at the third prince, showing hesitation. The third prince, seeing his hesitant look, said with displeasure, "Speak without reservation." Cao Yi quietly reminded, "Your highness, starting tomorrow, you need to bathe and fast to copy the Buddhist scriptures for the late empress. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The third prince had indeed forgot. He replied with some impatience, "I know." Cao Yi hesitated for a moment, then braced himself to say, "Your highness, during the late empress's memorial period, it's best if you avoid hitting anyone again. Otherwise, if the emperor finds out, he will certainly punish you." The third prince stared at Cao Yi with a menacing glare, causing Cao Yi's legs to go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Your highness, it's not that this servant is being nosy, but..." Cao Yi broke into a cold sweat under the third prince's gaze. The emperor deeply respected the late empress, and any incident during her memorial period would definitely incur his wrath. The third prince withdrew his sharp gaze and said with visible discontent, "I'm not so foolish as to anger father at this time." Upon hearing this, Cao Yi hurriedly slapped himself. This servant was out of line. The third prince waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Anything else? Your Highness, last year on the late Empress's Memorial Day, the fifth prince presented a Sharuputra to the Emperor, greatly pleasing him. This year, it is likely the fifth prince has found something valuable again. The sixth prince probably has as well. Though fearing the third prince, Kei was very loyal and considerate towards him. You are to leave the palace and start your own household next year if you win the emperor's favor before then. Perhaps he will grant you a good piece of land. His words pleased the third prince, resonating with him. You're right, I should prepare for my ennoblement next year. Your Highness, Jiangnan has been prosperous and rich in talent and beauty since ancient times, Cao added. Although Yangzhou is currently in rebellion, by next year the rebellion should be quelled. Why not go to Yangzhou? The third prince's previously gloomy eyes instantly gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. Yangzhou is a good place, he said, standing up enthusiastically. I'm going to find Mother Concubine to help me secure Yangzhou. With that, he hurried off to Fuyang Palace. Just as he walked out of Xing Palace, he saw Sun Qiu's apprentice, Sun Daodu, approaching. Upon seeing the third prince, Sun Daodu immediately wore a smile and approached, bowing to the third prince. This servant greets your highness. Towards Sun Daodu, the third prince was somewhat courteous. Please rise, young Mr. Sun. Is father looking for me? Your highness, the emperor wants you to go to the imperial study. The third prince asked, is there something father wants to discuss? This servant does not know. The third prince knew he wouldn't get a straight answer from Sun Daodu, so he stopped asking about it and instead engaged Sun Daodu in casual conversation. Sun Daodu answered the third prince's questions with a deferential smile, slightly bowing as he did. The third prince was courteous to Sun Qiu and his apprentice not to curry favor, but because he knew better than to try to win over those who served by the emperor's side, for fear of angering the emperor. He was courteous because they served the emperor. Not only the third prince but others in the palace and even ministers treated them with respect, not daring to offend lightly. After a short while, the third prince and Sun Daodu arrived at the imperial study. Sun Daodu said, Your Highness, please go directly in. Before leaving, the third prince gave Cao Yi a meaningful glance, and Cao Yi understood. As soon as the third prince entered the imperial study, Cao Yi took a money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Sun Daodu. Sun Daodu initially declined twice, but unable to resist Cao Yi's insistence, eventually accepted it. Cao Yi did not inquire about the matters inside the imperial study, but instead chatted about trivial topics. Inside the imperial study, the third prince respectfully saluted the emperor. Despite his sinister demeanor earlier in Xing Palace, he was as cautious as Cao Yi in the presence of the emperor. All the princes felt awe when facing the emperor. Moreover, the third prince had once been severely punished by the emperor, which increased his fear. Why did you order people to catch birds? The emperor asked to eat them. Though the emperor's tone seemed calm, it sent chills down the third prince's spine. He quickly knelt. It's not to eat them, but, thinking of the previous incident at Changqin Palace, the third prince looked embarrassed. I was covered in bird droppings and couldn't stand it. So you wanted to kill them out of spite. The emperor's tone suddenly turned cold. What day is it tomorrow? The third prince instantly remembered he was supposed to bathe and fast to copy the Buddhist scriptures for the late empress the next day. Killing birds before copying scriptures was taboo. His face turned pale, eyes filled with panic. Father, I know my mistake. I was so enraged by the birds that I lost my head. Please forgive me, father. He couldn't believe he forgot something so important. In a cold voice, the emperor said, Get out. I take my leave. The third prince hurriedly got up and left. Standing by the door of the imperial study, Cao Yi saw the third prince come out looking terrified, and his heart sank. Did his highness get scolded by the emperor? The third prince dared not linger at the entrance of the imperial study, quickly leaving. Cao Yi hurriedly followed. Walking for a while, the third prince suddenly stopped and kicked Cao Yi. Cao Yi knelt on the ground. Calm down, your highness. Why didn't you stop me from catching and killing the birds earlier? Don't you know we can't shed blood during the late empress's memorial period? Cao Yi felt wronged he had hinted at it, but the third prince didn't pick up on it. Besides, he dared not say it out loud when the third prince was angry. This servant failed in his duties. Please punish me, your highness. The third prince knew it wasn't Cao Yi's fault for not reminding him, but he could only vent his anger on Cao Yi. Have them stop immediately. No more bird catching. This servant will do as ordered. The third prince did not return to Xing Palace but went to Fuyang Palace to find his mother consort, concubine Shu. In the imperial study, Sun Qiu sneaked a glance at the emperor. Seeing the emperor still looked upset, assumed he was still angry with the third prince. He hesitated briefly, deciding not to plead for the third prince. Just over an hour ago, the emperor was playfully interacting with the 10th prince. Yet an hour later, he was sternly reprimanding the third prince. The contrast was stark indeed. In Fuyang Palace, the noble consort angrily pointed at the third prince's nose and scolded, Are you unaware that your father values the late empress's memorial day? Have you forgotten that we copy Buddhist scriptures for the late empress at this time every year? During the late empress's memorial period, everyone is cautious not to anger the emperor, yet you dare to order the capture and killing of birds. Are you out of your mind? The third prince weakly defended himself. Wasn't I just so angry that I forgot about it? Such an important matter and you can forget it. Was your brain eaten by a dog? At this moment, the noble consort had lost all her usual grace and composure. In a few months, you'll be leaving the palace to be titled a prince, and yet, just before the late empress's memorial day, you capture and kill birds. Are you seeking to be exiled to the frontier by your father and never return to the capital? The third prince was frightened by the noble consort's words and quickly shook his head, saying, "Of course I don't want that. Luckily, the emperor called you to scold you. If someone else had reported you to the emperor, it wouldn't just have been a scolding." The noble consort, with a stern face, said seriously, "I've always told you, before you reach adulthood and are titled, behave yourself, don't do anything outrageous to anger the emperor. But look at you, the year just started, and you almost caused a mess. How do you expect the emperor to bestow you with a good fief like this?" The third prince remained silent under the reprimand. "Do you still want Yangzhou? With your current behavior, I'm afraid you won't even get that small place, Kingzhou." Although the noble consort was also annoyed by the late empress's memorial day, she never dared to show it. The second princess brought a cup of hot tea to the noble consort and sweetly smiled at her. "Mother, have some tea to calm your anger." The noble consort accepted the teacup, took a few sips, and felt her anger subside a bit. "Brother, what did you do to make those birds drop on you?" The second princess's words were cut off by the noble consort. "Do not speak so crudely." "Yes, mother." The second princess stuck out her tongue. "Brother, what exactly did you do?" The third prince, looking aggrieved, said, "I didn't do anything." "If you didn't do anything, why are the sparrows and crows bullying you? You must have done something to provoke them, and they're taking revenge on you." The second princess's guess was spot on. "Why would I bother with those birds when I have nothing better to do?" The third prince felt unlucky. The second princess mocked, "It must be because you're dressed too flamboyantly." The third prince liked to wear bright-colored clothes, dressing himself like a peacock, extremely eye-catching. "Brother, you should tone down your dressing style in the future." The third prince glared at the second princess. What do you know? He believed his good looks allowed him to wear vibrant clothes. Ordinary people couldn't pull off wearing such vivid colors. "I think you want to be picked on again." The second princess teased knowingly. "Are you really my sister? Enough." The noble consort interrupted the siblings' conversation and solemnly advising the third prince, "From tonight, behave yourself and don't eat meat for dinner." The third prince obediently agreed, yes. During the period of copying Buddhist scriptures, just focus on that and don't do anything else. The noble consort was aware of her son's nature and knew he preferred whipping people. If your actions during the late empress's memorial period were known to the emperor, you know what consequences you would face. "Don't worry, mother, I won't do anything else." Although the third prince was violent by nature, he wasn't foolish. The emperor has many sons. Losing one of you changes nothing. The noble consort was clear that the third prince held no significant weight in the emperor's heart. "Mother, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to lose one changes nothing?" "It means having you as a son is no loss to the emperor," the noble consort replied coldly, "but without your princely title you are nothing." The second princess was also shocked by the noble consort's words. "Mother, would father really be so heartless?" The noble consort sneered. "If you don't believe it, you can try." The third prince and second princess, they didn't dare try. The noble consort glanced at her son and daughter and sighed. "I've always told you that for the emperor, state affairs come first, while concubines and princes and princesses are less important." She continued, "The emperor is first an emperor, then your father, understand?" The third prince and second princess understood and nodded profusely. "Understood. All right, it's getting late. You should return to Zinged Palace." Although the third prince had not yet reached adulthood, he was old enough not to linger in the harem. "Your son takes his leave." The noble consort, still uneasy, reminded once more, "Behave yourself." "Yes." The noble consort waved his hand, indicating the third prince to leave. "Mother, if father's aware of the things brother has done, would he really disown him? After all, brother only beat some eunuchs and palace maids, not commoners. Your brother beating one or two wouldn't be a problem, but he has beaten to death over 20 or 30 eunuchs and palace maids. If the emperor knew, he would certainly be furious." The noble consort had some understanding of the emperor's temper. Even if the emperor doesn't depose your brother from his princely title, he would still be imprisoned in the Xinjiang temple. "Fortunately, we've kept it hidden well. Father won't find out." The noble consort nodded slightly. "Your brother will leave the palace next year, and if he acts out then, it won't be easily discovered." In her eyes, there was nothing wrong with her son's penchant, since the lives of eunuchs and palace maids didn't count as real lives. They stopped discussing the third prince's issues and shifted the topic to the late empress's memorial day. The noble consort instructed people to bring out plain-colored clothes, and from the next day on, their clothes shouldn't be too vivid. In Kund Hall, Zhao Yao was writing a letter to his second uncle. In the letter, he informed him of the impending flood in Jiangnan during the summer and advised him to write to their grandfather, cautioning him. After finishing the letter, Zhao Yao asked Lai Fu to deliver it to Liang Run. Upon receiving the letter, Liang Run was very surprised and couldn't understand how Zhao Yao got such information. However, events Zhao Yao mentioned always turned out to be true, so he dared not doubt it. Master Lingyun, please wait a bit while I write a reply to Yao Yao. Liang Run knew Lingyun's status and dared not be disrespectful. Lingyun, standing haughtily on the table, glanced at Liang Run and nodded slightly. Liang Run briefly summarized the recent events, carefully tied the letter to Lingyun's leg, and off he went after pecking Liang Run's head. Every time Liang Run requested Lingyun's help to send letters back to Zhao Yao, he would always receive a peck. After Lingyun flew back to Kund Hall, Zhao Yao quickly retrieved the letter. Of course, before reading it, he generously rewarded Lingyun. In the letter, Liang Run mentioned that Ding Yuan improved a lot and that he was very studious, dedicating time daily to reading and writing. Uncle Zhang had been training Xiao Niu and Xiao Niu very well. Additionally, he planned to buy some land in the countryside outside the capital to build a house to shelter orphans without parents. Liang Run noted he had his eyes on a few villages, the place being quite far from the capital, making the land cheap. After reading, Zhao Yao handed it to Liang Zheyi. Second uncle wants to buy land. After reading, Liang Zheyi nodded and said, this land can be bought. They should buy a large piece. Zhao Yao hadn't previously considered buying land, but now hearing Liang Run's plan to buy, an idea immediately formed in his mind. Then we can build a farm, raise some cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Also buy some fields so it looks like a normal manor. Liang Zheyi laughed. That's a good idea, but I'm afraid your second uncle might not have enough money to buy fields. Then mother, you can give second uncle some money. Zhao Yao knew his mother had a lot of money. Let your second uncle go to the bank to withdraw. Liang Zheyi, when entering the capital, brought several chests of money, leaving some in the largest bank in the capital. Your second uncle might find it not so easy to buy fields. Why not? It's easy to buy wasteland and barren mountains, but fields are not so easy. Liang Zheyi explained, fields in villages are recorded, buying them requires the local magistrate's consent. Some magistrates who are incorruptible are easy to deal with. Others aren't as easy to talk to. Zhao Yao understood you need to give money. Even if money is given and fields are bought, there's always a risk of having them reclaimed. Liang Zheyi considered it and said, this buying land and fields matter should be discussed with your father. Why tell father? With your father's approval, it'll be much easier for your second uncle to buy fields. Telling father would mean he'd know what second uncle is doing, wouldn't it? Zhao Yao wasn't keen on letting the emperor find out. Just tell your father it's for building a manor and he won't suspect anything. Liang Zheyi smiled. Do you think your second uncle buying fields outside the capital can be hidden from your father? Zhao Yao asked in surprise. It can't be hidden. Your father already knows your second uncle is doing business in the capital. What? Zhao Yao was astonished. The next day after the morning court session, the crown prince prepared to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the former empress. Before the end of the court session, the emperor reminded the crown prince to take care of himself during the prayers for the former empress and not to overexert. Faced with the emperor's unexpected concern, the crown prince was startled for a moment, then very touched, and promised he would take care of himself. The emperor also mentioned that he would personally go to Hulong Temple on the anniversary of the former empress's death. Upon hearing this, the entire court was shocked. This was the second time since the former empress's passing that the emperor would personally go to Hulong Temple to pray for her. The first time the emperor went to Hulong Temple to pray for the former empress was when she passed away. In the following years, the emperor never made a special trip to Hulong Temple. This year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing, which is a significant year, so the emperor must go to Hulong Temple. On the anniversary of the former empress's death, there will be no court session. The emperor spoke these words very calmly, but they caused a great deal of unrest in the hearts of all the court officials. No court session. The emperor was actually going to suspend court again for the former empress. The entire court showed expressions of disbelief. Even the crown prince and Duke Zhen were shocked, not expecting the emperor to suspend court for the former empress a second time. Since his ascension, the emperor had only suspended court when the former empress passed away. Since then, he had never suspended court again, insisting on holding court even when he was gravely ill and unable to get out of bed. On the 7th anniversary of the former empress's death, the emperor was again suspending court for her this. It seems in the emperor's heart, the former empress, though having passed away for years, remains very important. The emperor looked at the crown prince later. Come with me to Zhonghua Palace. Yes, father. Does anyone have matters to present? The emperor asked. We have no more matters to present. Dismiss the court then. Sun Kui loudly announced, court dismissed. All the officials knelt down to pay their respects. Long live His Majesty. Before leaving, the crown prince gave a triumphant look at Prince Dai and then went to find the emperor. After court was dismissed, the ministers supporting the crown prince gathered around Duke Zhen. Duke Zhen, did you already know the emperor would suspend court for the former empress for one day? Of course, Duke Zhen did not know, but he had to pretend he did. This year is the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing. The emperor would surely pay attention. I didn't expect the emperor to always think of the former empress. The former empress is still very important in the emperor's heart. The former empress was the emperor's first wife, and their union was harmonious. The ministers supporting the crown prince all smiled broadly, feeling smug. Recently, because the emperor arranged for the youngest daughter of the grandmaster to be betrothed as a concubine to Prince Dai, the ministers supporting Prince Dai were particularly arrogant, often boasting in front of those supporting the crown prince, making them very anxious and worried that the emperor might actually depose the crown prince. Now seeing the emperor so attentive to the former empress's anniversary, the ministers supporting the crown prince felt a sense of relief, along with a sense of pride. As long as the former empress holds importance in the emperor's heart, he won't easily forsake the crown prince. Though noble princess consort Rong is favored above all 6 palaces, she cannot compare to the former empress. When she passes away, the emperor certainly wouldn't suspend court for her. Observing the jubilant crown prince's supporters, Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping's expressions were very grim. They had never expected the emperor to suspend court for the former empress again. In the carriage back to the mansion, Prince Dai spoke through gritted teeth. Father actually suspended court for that woman again. Hearing this, Marquis Xuanping hurriedly reminded him, "Your Highness, lower your voice." If these words reached the emperor's ears, he might be displeased. Prince Dai, hearing this, lowered his voice and said, "She's been dead for 7 years, yet father still regards her so highly. My prince, please stop speaking." The heir of Marquis Xuanping also advised Prince Dai, "Your Highness, you must not show disrespect to the former empress, let alone be dissatisfied with this, as it may anger the emperor if he comes to know of it. Isn't father's favorite person my mother?" Prince Dai couldn't understand. Clearly the woman the emperor loves most is his mother, yet the emperor places importance on the former empress's anniversary. The former empress may not have been the woman the emperor loved most, but her stance in the emperor's heart is exceptional, Marquis Xuanping said. Moreover, with Duke Zhen still around, the emperor must respect the former empress's anniversary, even if it's just for the Duke Mansion's sake, otherwise he could be deemed ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Prince Dai felt slightly relieved. "I shall eliminate the Duke Mansion sooner or later." Prince Dai understood in his heart that to become crown prince, he had to remove the Duke Mansion, his biggest obstacle. The emperor is already wary of the Duke Mansion. It won't remain complacent for long, Marquis Xuanping advised. "Your Highness, you must endure a little longer." Prince Dai coldly laughed, then let the Duke Mansion remain smug for a while. "Your Highness, at this moment, the most important thing is your marriage to Miss Kong. I'm worried that Grandmaster Kong would rather ruin his daughter's reputation than let her marry into Prince Dai Mansion." 2 days ago, Grandmaster Kong boldly went to see the emperor alone to refuse the marriage, but the emperor did not agree. Prince Dai didn't expect Grandmaster Kong to be so ungrateful and said in a cold tone, "How dare he? I will have someone secretly monitor the Kong family." In another carriage, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were also discussing the emperor's decision to suspend court for the former empress. "I thought the emperor no longer cared for the former empress, but it turns out he still holds her in great respect," Shen Hu said. Chu Ying remarked, "This year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing, so the emperor would not take it lightly." Song Decking laughed and said, "The expressions on Prince Dai's side were priceless just now." Zhang Gong said they didn't expect the emperor to suspend court for the former empress again. Shen Hu laughed. The crown prince's supporters are feeling smug once more. Song Decking noticed Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were not speaking and asked in confusion, "Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, why aren't you saying anything? Is there something amiss about this matter?" Prime Minister He stroked his beard and said, "There's nothing amiss." "Did you two already know the emperor would suspend court for the former empress?" Grandmaster Liu, "We guessed it. That's why they weren't surprised at all. No wonder you two stayed silent." Shen Hu sighed. As long as the emperor still holds the former empress in his heart, the crown prince won't be easily replaced by Prince Dai. Upon hearing Shen Hu's words, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu exchanged a knowing smile. Song Decking said, "For now, we don't need to worry about the crown prince." Prime Minister He said amusingly, "When was it your turn to worry about the crown prince?" Grandmaster Liu added, "The crown prince doesn't need you to be concerned for him either." Shen Hu retorted, "It's not the crown prince we're concerned about, but the former empress." Hearing this, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu did not say anything further. At this moment, the emperor took the crown prince to Zhonghua Palace. Zhonghua Palace used to be the residence of the former empress. After her passing, the emperor transformed Zhonghua Palace into a dedicated shrine for the former empress, forbidding anyone to reside within it. Entering the main hall of Zhonghua Palace, the first thing one saw was the portrait of the former empress. In the portrait, the former empress wore the formal dress of an empress. Her features were delicate, her gaze gentle, and her smile graceful. The artist was extremely skilled, capturing the essence of the former empress's demeanor perfectly. Just looking at the portrait, one could tell the former empress was a very gentle person. Her gentleness wasn't superficial, but radiated from deep within. Before the portrait were placed fresh flowers, fresh fruits, and the snacks she loved during her lifetime. The emperor raised 3 sticks of incense to the portrait of the former empress and placed them in the incense burner. The crown prince then knelt before the portrait and kowtowed 3 times. "Father, last night I dreamed of mother." The crown prince stood behind the emperor, slightly raising his head to gaze at the portrait of the former empress. His eyes were slightly red, his voice somewhat choked. "Mother said she is doing well in the other world and told us not to worry about her." The crown prince had indeed dreamed of the former empress and was not lying. Mother also said Chuantuan is growing well. When the former empress was alive, the crown prince depended on her a lot. Mother loved children the most, but unfortunately she didn't get to see Chuantuan born. The emperor looked at the portrait of the former empress and said nothing. The crown prince continued, "Father, mother asked me to tell you not to feel guilty about her passing. She never blamed you and hoped you wouldn't blame yourself either." This was something the crown prince said on his own accord. Hearing this, the emperor lightly sighed and said, "Your mother was always considering me, never wanting me to be troubled. Mother was that kind of person." Back then, the former empress hid her illness not only from the emperor, but also from the crown prince. Aside from those attending her, no one else knew. "Mother blamed me for being incompetent, making you worry about me." In Yongxin Palace, when noble princess consort Rong learned that the emperor was going to suspend court on the anniversary of the late empress's death, she accidentally knocked over a teacup. The tea soaked her dress. Seeing this, Jin Mei quickly picked up the pieces of the cup and immediately suggested that noble princess consort Rong return to the bedroom to change her clothes. Noble princess consort Rong grabbed Jin Mei's arm, anxiously asking, "Is it true that His Majesty is going to suspend court on the late empress's anniversary?" Jin Mei winced at the pain in her arm from noble princess consort Rong's grip, but she endured it and said, "It's true, Your Highness, His Majesty said it himself." After saying this, she noticed noble princess consort Rong's expression turn forlorn and hurriedly consoled her. "Your Highness, this year marks the 7th year since the late empress's passing, the most important one. It is not surprising that His Majesty would suspend court to honor her. Do not overthink it." In recent years, His Majesty has never suspended court. Noble princess consort Rong felt a stone weighing down her heart. "I remember 2 years ago, when His Majesty fell severely ill and couldn't even get out of bed, yet he still insisted on attending court despite all our persuasion being futile. To His Majesty, nothing is more important than the affairs of the court. Yet now he wants to suspend court for the late empress, which truly shows how important she is to him." Jealousy uncontrollably rose in her heart. "Your Highness, the reason His Majesty suspends court for the late empress again is just to show the world, to show the Duke Zhen country mansion." Jinmei knew where noble princess consort Rong's heart lay. You know, the Zai family was indebted to the imperial family back then. If His Majesty doesn't show importance to the late empress, he would be criticized as ungrateful. Is that so? At this moment, noble princess consort Rong lacked her usual confidence and looked doubtful. "Is it really so?" "Of course it is." Jinmei said with great certainty, "Your Highness, please do not overthink it. The Empress knows you care about the late Empress, so she deliberately provokes you, hoping you'll lose composure in front of His Majesty. Do not fall for the Empress's trick." At the mention of Empress Zai, noble princess consort Rong's expression immediately changed, turning vicious. Her jealousy towards the late Empress was instantly replaced by hatred for Empress Zai. She dared not resent the late Empress, so she could only blame Empress Zai for taking her rightful position as Empress. "Your Highness, actually Empress Zai cares more about the late Empress than you do," Jinmei said. "Though the late Empress was her sister, they do not share the same mother. Moreover, the late Empress was a concubine's daughter of the Zai family, while Empress Zai is the legitimate daughter. As a legitimate daughter becoming the successor, do you think she truly doesn't mind at all?" Noble Princess Consort Rong sneered. "Of course she minds. She pretends to be gentle and virtuous, but is more sinister than anyone else." Noble Princess Consort Rong, an adversary to Empress Zai, understood her well. Being the legitimate daughter of the Zai family, she naturally looks down on the late Empress, who is a concubine's daughter. That's not even what she hates the most. What she resents most is the constant comparison people make between her and the late Empress. If she does well, others praise her as worthy of being the late Empress's sister. If she does poorly, people say she's not as good as the late Empress. These past few years, she played a gentle and virtuous part for everyone, gaining some praise, but no one ever praised her over the late Empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong continued to mock. No matter what she does, she can't surpass the late Empress. She lives in the late Empress's shadow. Do you think she wouldn't hate the late Empress? I bet Empress Zai despises the late Empress to death. Noble Princess Consort Rong's previously dejected mood was swept away by thoughts of Empress Zai. In this palace, only Empress Zai could lift Noble Princess Consort Rong's spirits and awaken her fighting spirit. Compared to me, Zai Yi is more pitiful. Indeed, how can Empress Zai compare to you, Your Highness? You hold a special place in His Majesty's heart. Jinmei said with some pride. Empress Zai cannot even receive half of your affection. How can she compare to you? His Majesty is kind to Zai because of the late Empress and the Zai family, but he doesn't give her half the respect he showed to the late Empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong sneered. Zai resents the late Empress, yet she has to imitate her. The funniest thing is, she has to rely on the late Empress to gain His Majesty's favor. Compared to her, I am much happier. She never needed to rely on the late Empress for His Majesty's love, nor did she need to imitate her. Your Highness, you must not fall into Empress Zai's trap. Each year on the late Empress's death anniversary, Jinmei worried that noble Princess Consort Rong, driven by jealousy, might lose composure. The late Empress was like a needle lodged deep in noble Princess Consort Rong's heart, impossible to remove or ignore. On usual days, the needle lay dormant, but on the late Empress's anniversary, it would pierce her heart acutely. Suddenly remembering something Empress Zai said, noble Princess Consort Rong squinted slightly, her expression contemplative. Noticing her strange expression, Jinmei asked with concern, Your Highness, what's wrong? She hoped she hadn't said anything wrong earlier. Zai will probably take action against me on the late Empress's anniversary. Noble Princess Consort Rong had been troubled lately by rumors about Prince Dai, and coupled with the late Empress's anniversary, she had lost her composure, not heeding Empress Zai's comments then. Upon reflection, noble Princess Consort Rong felt Empress Zai's words held deeper meanings. Taking action against me on the late Empress's anniversary would be most fitting and could make His Majesty despise me. Then Empress Zai is making a wrong calculation. Jinmei said, even if you did something on the late Empress's anniversary, His Majesty wouldn't forsake you because of that. Noble Princess Consort Rong found these words pleasing. A smile unknowingly appeared on her face. You have such a sweet mouth. Your Highness, this is the truth, Jinmei suddenly worried, recalling what noble Princess Consort Rong had said earlier. But Your Highness, we cannot just sit and wait. We must respond to Empress Zai. In the next few days, keep a close eye out, noble Princess Consort Rong instructed. Zai will surely target people around me. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep watch. I will definitely ferret out any moles Empress Zai plants. Once found, we will turn the tables, noble Princess Consort Rong said, standing up and instructing Jinmei, assist me in changing clothes. In the bedroom, Jinmei took out a newly made plain dress to help noble Princess Consort Rong change. On the late Empress's anniversary, you cannot wear bright and beautiful dresses, Your Highness. It's really unfair to you. Noble Princess Consort Rong was best suited for bright colors. Not even hairpins can be worn. Noble Princess Consort Rong didn't mind these things. His Majesty is mourning the late Empress. How can we wear bright clothes? Nevertheless, even in plain attire, Your Highness is still the most beautiful woman in the world. Noble Princess Consort Rong lightly pinched Jinmei's cheek, playfully scolding, Is your little mouth smeared with honey? I'm speaking the truth. Your Highness Empress Zai pales in comparison to you. Noble Princess Consort Rong mocked. In terms of beauty, Zai isn't fit to hold a candle to me. Empress Zai can't even compare to the late Empress, Jinmei retorted. She isn't inherently gentle, yet she insists on presenting a gentle image, making her seem out of place. She has sharp and mean features. If she doesn't present herself as gentle, her true nature would be exposed. Noble Princess Consort Rong frowned a little at her reflection in plain clothes. Although she still looked beautiful, the late Empress was truly gentle, which she has to emulate. The late Empress's gentleness is something Empress Zai can never replicate. Honestly, the late Empress was genuinely gentle, the most gentle woman she had ever known. The phrase gentle as water described the late Empress perfectly. Noble Princess Consort Rong fixed her appearance and with Jinmei went to the study to continue copying Buddhist scriptures for the late Empress. While copying, a thought crossed her mind. Before the Emperor ascended the throne, the late Empress had always been healthy. Though she seemed delicate, she wasn't frail. In her memory, the late Empress rarely fell ill. Even during the births of the crowned prince and princess, it went smoothly, unlike her own experience with Prince Dai, nearly leading to complications. After the Emperor's enthronement, they both became busy, yet the late Empress still appeared well. But within a few years, the late Empress fell gravely ill and then passed away shortly thereafter. What are you thinking about, Your Highness? Jinmei saw noble Princess Consort Rong pause, looking thoughtful, and asked with concern. I was thinking about how quickly the late Empress's illness came and went. Jinmei understood noble Princess Consort Rong's suspicion. Do you suspect something unusual about the late Empress's illness? I just suddenly feel that her illness was too abrupt. If there was an issue with the late Empress's illness, His Majesty wouldn't have left it unchecked. Jinmei believed there was no issue. Didn't the imperial physician say it was due to accumulated exhaustion, suddenly breaking out fiercely? Yes, if there was an issue with the late Empress's illness, my cousin wouldn't have been unmoved. Noble Princess Consort Rong dismissed her doubts and focused on copying the Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Yao looked at the empty seat beside him, his eyes filled with envy. The owner of the empty seat was the 8th prince. He hadn't come to Wenhall to study today but had gone with the crown prince to Hulong Temple. He would accompany the crown prince to pray at Hulong Temple for 49 days. Zhao Yao also wanted to go to Hulong Temple to pray, as it meant he wouldn't have to study for 49 days. Unfortunately, his elder brother said he was too young to go to Hulong Temple to pray. His elder brother also mentioned that the temple only served vegetarian food and worried that Zhao Yao wouldn't be able to endure it. For Zhao Yao, not eating meat was less of a hardship than studying. He would rather eat vegetarian every day at the temple than come to Wen Hall to study every day. Sigh, so envious of my elder brother. The fourth prince, hearing Zhao Yao sighing constantly, turned his head to him and asked with concern, "10th brother, what's wrong? Why do you keep sighing?" Zhao Yao leaned forward slightly, getting a little closer to the fourth prince, and then lowered his voice to say, "Fourth brother, I'm fine. I'm just envious of our eighth brother." The fourth prince frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you envious of him?" "I'm envious that he can go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress." Zhao Yao's small face was full of "I'm so envious," and he said, "I also want to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress." Upon hearing this, the fourth prince immediately understood Zhao Yao's intentions. He reached out to pinch Zhao Yao's small face lightly and laughed. "You want to go to Hulong Temple just to avoid studying, right?" Zhao Yao didn't feel embarrassed at having his thoughts exposed by the fourth prince, but instead was very open. "Yes, as long as I don't have to study, I'm even willing to become a monk." Before he could finish his sentence, the fourth prince pinched his nose. The fourth prince deliberately put on a stern face and said, "Don't speak nonsense." To avoid studying, he could even say things about becoming a monk. This 10th brother was really. Zhao Yao smiled pleadingly at the fourth prince. "I won't say it anymore." After finishing, he sat obediently and picked up his pen to copy what he had just learned. Zhao Yao was quite good at writing with a quill, but not so with a brush. Mr. Zhao came down to check if the princes were diligently copying. When he came to Zhao Yao's side and saw his crooked writing, he moved behind Zhao Yao, then bent down and held Zhao Yao's hand to teach him to write. Zhao Yao looked up in surprise at Mr. Zhao, who had suddenly grabbed his left hand. "Sir." Mr. Zhao glanced down, expressionless, and said, "Write properly." Zhao Yao instantly became well-behaved and focused on writing seriously. While teaching Zhao Yao to write hand in hand, Mr. Zhao corrected his writing posture. Zhao Yao was the only prince who wrote with his left hand. When he first came to learn writing, all the teachers tried to correct him to use his right hand, but Mr. Zhao never made him switch hands. It seemed Mr. Zhao had said something to the other teachers after that. No teacher ever advised him to switch to his right hand. Mr. Zhao, though very strict and solemn, was very responsible to his students. He patiently taught Zhao Yao to write until Zhao Yao's writing improved a lot. "Your Highness is doing well," Mr. Zhao praised. Being complimented, Zhao Yao was naturally very happy. He lifted his small head and gave Mr. Zhao a sweet smile. "It's because Sir teaches well." Seeing the pure and clean happiness in Zhao Yao's eyes, Mr. Zhao's eyes also showed a hint of a smile. "Your Highness, don't rush when writing. Write slowly, one stroke at a time." "Understood, sir." Zhao Yao had an impatient nature, so he wrote quickly, resulting in unsteady writing. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but stroke Zhao Yao's little head, then asked gently, "Did your Highness understand the content earlier?" Hearing this, Zhao Yao's writing hand paused. He didn't look up and softly said, "No, I didn't. It's all right if you didn't understand." Mr. Zhao said, taking the seat of the eighth prince, "I'll explain it to your Highness again. It's not a big deal, your Highness. It's my duty." Mr. Zhao picked up Zhao Yao's book and began to explain it word by word to him. Even after hearing it once, Zhao Yao still didn't quite understand, so Mr. Zhao explained it again. Going back and forth over 10 times, Mr. Zhao showed no impatience or annoyance until the 11th time. Zhao Yao finally understood. Once Zhao Yao understood, Mr. Zhao even praised him with a "not bad." Before class ended, Mr. Zhao reminded Zhao Yao that if he forgot what he learned today, he could come to him the next day for further explanation. Zhao Yao thanked Mr. Zhao and then followed the fourth prince out of Wend Hall. "Fourth brother, where is Mr. Zhao from and does he have a family?" Mr. Zhao doesn't have any family. Mr. Zhao had some connections with the fourth prince. He studied at the Li family when he was young. He was a bookworm when young, reading day and night. He finished all the books in the Li family's collection. He was so engrossed in reading that he never paid attention to anything beyond studying, hence, he became very distinguished in literature. The fourth prince's grandfather once wanted to recommend Mr. Zhao to become an official, but Mr. Zhao wasn't interested in that path and declined. Later, the grandfather recommended him to teach at the Imperial College, and he agreed. Though he was rigid and stern with a bit of a strange temperament, he was an excellent teacher. After learning about him, the emperor decreed to invite him to the palace to teach the princes. The fourth prince's grandfather thought Mr. Zhao would refuse since he had no interest in power and didn't want to become an official, but he surprisingly agreed. He told the grandfather that teaching the princes was a great responsibility. Properly teaching the princes was beneficial for the nation and people. If not taught well, they could bring ruin to the court and country. Therefore, he was willing to teach the princes. "He has no family at all," Zhao Yao asked in astonishment. Does he not have a wife or children? Mr. Zio is an orphan with no family. The fourth prince understood Mr. Zio's situation. He is not married. Is Mr. Zio really that pitiful? It was unexpected that Mr. Zio was a solitary person. Mr. Zio doesn't see himself as pitiful. To him, having books to read is a great happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's small face showed a horrified expression. Thinking of reading as a great happiness is truly terrifying. You are quite the opposite of Mr. Zio. The fourth prince said, actually, Mr. Zio likes children. If you often ask him about academic matters, he would be very happy. Hearing this, Zhao Yao furrowed his small brows, looking very troubled. Fourth brother, this is quite troubling for me. Although he liked Mr. Zio, he didn't enjoy asking about academic matters. The fourth prince was amused by Zhao Yao's conflicted and troubled expression. You don't have to ask academic questions when you visit him, you can just chat. Ah, chat about what? Tell him what your favorite foods are. Does Mr. Zio like to hear such things from me? He does. All right, then I'll visit Mr. Zio for a chat when I have time. Yes, he could now build a good relationship with Mr. Zio. When he grows up to be a prince and goes to his territory, he could invite Mr. Zio to teach there. Mr. Zio would be very pleased. Fourth brother, I'll head back now. See you this afternoon. Zhao Yao waved to the fourth prince and bounced away. Your Highness, 10th prince is like a little rabbit. So adorable. Your Highness, why did you encourage the 10th prince to speak with Mr. Zio? Firstly, to have the 10th brother accompany Mr. Zio, and secondly, I hope the 10th brother could benefit from Mr. Zio's teachings. The fourth prince chuckled. Perhaps after spending more time with Mr. Zio, the 10th brother might grow to enjoy studying. Wei Mayan wasn't convinced. Is that possible? The 10th prince is still young and it's normal to dislike studying. A few years from now, when he's older, he might naturally grow to love reading. How do we know without trying? In fact, the fourth prince's reason for encouraging Zhao Yao to be near Mr. Zio wasn't entirely as he stated. If 10th prince knew you wanted him to chat with Mr. Zio just to encourage him to love reading, he might blame you. Wei Mayan said, Your Highness, in a few years, the 10th prince will surely be willing to study, but I won't be here then. In 2 years, the fourth prince would leave the palace as a prince and move to his territory. Hearing this, Wei Mayan instantly understood the fourth prince's real intention. Your Highness, you allowed the 10th prince to approach Mr. Zio because, in 2 years, I won't be in the palace and I worry about the 10th brother. The fourth prince didn't believe the 8th prince could protect Zhao Yao. Mr. Zio is highly respected by the emperor, and the 9th prince and others wouldn't dare act recklessly in his presence. But Your Highness, hadn't you planned to take Mr. Zio to your territory? Wei Mayan asked in surprise, weren't you planning to build an academy on your land and invite Mr. Zio to teach there? Once the 10th brother grows up and becomes a prince, it'll not be too late to invite Mr. Zio then. Though the fourth prince had 2 years before becoming a prince, he had already planned what to do when he got to his territory. Your Highness, you overly protect the 10th prince. Once I leave the palace, I'm afraid the conflict between the crown prince and Prince Dai will become fiercer, and the 10th brother might get entangled if he stays in the palace. The fourth prince always thought ahead. Even before he left, he envisaged the tumultuous state of the capital 2 years later. Liang Jie isn't favored, and the Liang family holds no power, so by then, here the fourth prince stopped speaking. Your Highness, your consideration is thorough as always. The 10th brother is different from us. I hope he can live well. With your protection, the 10th prince will surely be fine. Zhao Yao, who had already returned to Kund Hall, had no idea the fourth prince was so worried for him. In the past few days, Ling Yan again acted as a carrier pigeon, helping Zhao Yao send a letter to Liang Run. Zhao Yao didn't have any holidays, so he couldn't leave the palace to discuss the land purchase with Liang Run in detail, thus they could only discuss it through letters. In the letter, Liang Run detailed several villages that caught his eye to Zhao Yao. He couldn't make up his mind on which village to choose and asked Zhao Yao and Liang Jie for help. Mother Concubine, I think this Dahua village is pretty good. This Dahua village is 40 miles away from the capital, but its geographical location is excellent, surrounded by mountains on all sides with a river running through it. The only downside is that Dahua village doesn't have a lot of farmland. However, the village chief of Dahua province said that you can clear the land yourself and the fields you dig out are considered your own, not the village's. Liang Jie also had her eyes on this village. This village is not bad. Second uncle said the villagers of this village are kind-hearted and honest, and the village chief is also very fair. After reading the letter, Zhao Yao very much wanted to visit this Dahua village. Tell your second uncle not to rush to buy the land just yet. Wait until I discuss it with your father and then let him buy it. Mother Concubine, do we really have to tell father? We must tell your father. Liang Jie knew what Zhao Yao was thinking, so she raised her hand and lightly patted his head. Don't worry about it, I have it under control. Hearing this, Zhao Yao pinched his chin, examining Liang Jie from top to bottom. Mother Concubine, since when did you get so close to father? Liang Jie was amused by Zhao Yao's words. I am your father's concubine, naturally I am close to him. Mother Concubine, you know that's not what I meant. Zhao Yao said with a squint, "I feel like you and father have a secret affair." Before he could finish, his little head was given a firm slap. Liang Jie said irritably, "Watch your mouth." Zhao Yao flashed a flattering smile at Liang Jie. "I was joking. If your father hears you say that, he will spank you again." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao instinctively covered his little backside with his hand. "Buying land is not a small matter, and we don't have relatives in the capital, so we can only tell your father." "This kind of thing is very trivial for father. Will he bother?" "He will, because it's for you." Liang Jie said seriously, "Your father will not ignore it." "Really, since when did I become so important?" Zhao Yao wasn't quite ready to believe Liang Jie's words. "You're the son of the emperor." Liang Jie didn't elaborate further. "You'll need to go to the martial arts arena to train soon, so get ready." "Oh, then I'll go." Zhao Yao changed into a practice suit and went to the martial arts arena. As a prince, Zhao Yao and the others had many things to learn. Riding, archery, and martial arts were skills they had to master besides studying. On his way to the martial arts arena, he ran into the fourth prince. The fourth prince's weapon was the spear, and he was learning it quite well. Zhao Yao had not reached the point where he could choose a weapon yet. He had only recently started learning martial arts, and he could only choose a weapon after he mastered the basics. Even though he couldn't learn a weapon yet, he had already decided which one he wanted to learn. Initially, he wanted to learn the sword because wielding a sword looked very handsome and dashing, but the third prince and the others chose to learn the sword as well. Just because the third prince and they were learning the sword didn't mean others couldn't. However, Zhao Yao didn't want to be like the third prince and learn the same thing. He decided to learn the saber in the future. While the saber may not be as refined as the sword, it's more imposing than the sword. On the way to the martial arts arena, Zhao Yao kept making saber-swinging poses and asked the fourth prince if he looked imposing. When he arrived at the martial arts arena, the third prince and fifth prince were already there, practicing their sword skills. Shortly after, the ninth prince arrived. The ninth prince was naturally strong, and his weapon was the axe. The seventh prince was the last to arrive, and he was also learning the sword. A moment later, the masters of each prince arrived. Since each prince chose a different weapon, their instructors were also different. The masters teaching the prince's martial arts were all military officers, carefully selected. They taught the princes solid skills, not just for show. More precisely, they taught them their experiences, accumulated on the battlefield. Zhao Yao's instructor for the basics was named Fan Rui. Judging by the name, one might think it was a delicate beauty, but it was actually a sturdy man. Fan Rui, though not tall, was agile and quick. He was one of Shen Hu's subordinates, who, when young, went with Shen Hu to suppress a rebellion and accidentally got one eye blinded by the rebels. Later, Shen Hu recommended him to be a master for the princes, teaching them martial arts. Zhao Yao obediently went to the side of the martial arts arena to practice horse stance. Fan Rui stood beside, watching him. While Zhao Yao was in horse stance, Shen Hu and Chu Ying arrived at the martial arts arena. Fan Rui and several other officers, upon seeing Shen Hu and the others, hurried forward to salute. The third prince and fifth prince rushed over as well to greet Chu Ying and the others. Zhao Yao was still in horse stance, so he didn't go over. Even if he wasn't in horse stance, he wouldn't go over to join the fun. Shen Hu and Chu Ying were trusted generals of the emperor, very important to the third prince and others, but not as important to Zhao Yao. From time to time, Shen Hu and the others would visit the martial arts arena to check on Fan Rui and the others, who came from their military camp. In front of the third prince and fifth prince, Shen Hu and Chu Ying were a bit impatient, but still very respectful. However, their manner remained aloof. The third prince and the others knew very well that Shen Hu and the others were hard to win over, so they gave up trying to bribe them. Still, when they saw them, the third prince and others would politely say hello, since after all, Shen Hu and the others were trusted great generals of the emperor. After greeting Chu Ying and the others, the third prince and others returned to their positions and continued practicing their sword skills. They noticed a little kid practicing horse stance with sweat dripping down his face, yet he was still gritting his teeth and persevering, which surprised Shen Hu and Chu Ying. "Who is that little kid?" Chu Ying thought for a moment and said it should be the 10th prince. Shen Hu remembered, so it's him. Of the emperor's 10 sons, Shen Hu and the others had little regard for any of them. Apart from the crown prince and Prince Dai, they were most familiar with the third prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince. As for the 7th prince, 9th prince, and 10th prince, they were not familiar. Among the 10 princes, the 8th prince and Zhao Yao were the least noticeable in the eyes of courtiers. They never appeared in the ministers' conversations either. Shen Hu and Chu Ying came over and saluted Zhao Yao, since Zhao Yao was indeed a prince. Zhao Yao quickly returned the salute and obediently addressed them, "General Shen, General Chu." Upon seeing the dimple on the left corner of Zhao Yao's mouth, Shen Hu and Chu Ying were slightly taken aback. Seeing them staring directly at him, Zhao Yao thought there might be something on his face and lifted his hand to wipe it off carelessly. "General Shen, General Chu, why are you staring at me? Is there anything wrong with me?" Shen Hu and Chu Ying snapped out of it and quickly said, "It was us who were rude. Your Highness, there's nothing wrong with you." Zhao Yao felt that the way Shen Hu and the others looked at him just now was rather shocking, as if they had seen something incredible. Then I will continue practicing my horse stance. With that, he continued diligently with his horse stance. We won't disturb you then. Shen Hu and Chu Ying didn't stay long in the martial arts arena. After saluting Zhao Yao, they took their leave. Old Chu, did you see that? Chu Ying nodded and said, saw it. It's exactly like Prince Yang. Chu Ying corrected him, it's just the dimple that's alike. How come the emperor never mentioned this? What's there to mention? Chu Ying glared at Shen Hu, feeling he was making a fuss over nothing, apart from the dimple. The 10th prince doesn't resemble Prince Yang in any other way. Isn't this quite remarkable? Shen Hu didn't understand how Chu Ying could remain so calm. Except for Prince Yang, I've never seen anyone with just a single dimple. Chu Ying rather disdainfully said, that's because you haven't met enough people. I find it quite extraordinary. Shen Hu and Chu Ying were not initially with the emperor. They had joined the army when they were very young, initially serving as privates under Prince Yang for 3 years, before being transferred to the emperor's service. Serving as privates under Prince Yang for those 3 years was an unforgettable experience, still vivid for Shen Hu and the others. Actually, it was Prince Yang that left a deep impression on them. After Shen Hu and Chu Ying left the martial arts arena, they didn't hurry to leave the imperial palace but went to the imperial study instead. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were also in the imperial study, having just finished discussing important matters with the emperor. Shen Hu and Chu Ying first bowed to the emperor, then eagerly said, Your Majesty, your younger son looks exactly like Prince Yang. How come we've never heard you mention this before? Exactly like Prince Yang. The emperor and prime minister He showed puzzled expressions upon hearing this. Chu Ying quickly added, His Highness the 10th shares the same single dimple with Prince Yang, lacking a second one. Shen Hu nodded repeatedly, Yes, that's what I'm talking about. His Highness the 10th has only one dimple, just like Prince Yang. Chu Ying helped him by adding, and it's a left dimple. Then he continued, Lao Hu finds it fascinating that His Highness the 10th and Prince Yang both have only one dimple on the left side and insisted on coming to the imperial study to tell you about it. The emperor said amusingly, What's so fascinating about that? Of course it's fascinating. It's my first time seeing someone with a single dimple like Prince Yang. This was amazing to Shen Hu. Your Majesty, don't you find it fascinating? Little Ten is my brother's nephew. What's so surprising about him having the same dimple as my brother? Though the emperor spoke very lightly now, he was quite shocked and equally delighted when he first discovered the single dimple at the left corner of Zhao Yao's mouth. Shen Hu glanced at Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu, seeing their calm expressions, and asked in bewilderment, You all knew about this. Regarding Shen Hu's silly question, Prime Minister He and the others didn't bother to answer. I'm the only one who just found out. Shen Hu was not interested in the emperor's sons and never looked at them closely. Your Majesty, is His Highness the 10th's temperament similar to Prince Yang's? When Shen Hu and the others served as minor soldiers under Prince Yang, they were fortunate to receive his guidance. Prince Yang once taught them archery hand in hand and also military strategy. Shen Hu and his companions greatly admired Prince Yang. When Prince Yang passed away, Shen Hu and the others cried like children. Little Ten, like my brother, loves sweets and meat. The emperor chuckled. Little Ten also writes with his left hand, just like my brother. In fact, besides the dimple, Zhao Yao has many similarities with Prince Yang. It was the first time Prime Minister He and the others had heard of so many similarities between His Highness the 10th and Prince Yang. Your Majesty, is His Highness the 10th strong? Prince Yang was incredibly strong, with a force that could be described as having the might to move mountains and overshadow the world. This part is unlike my brother. The emperor recounted to Shen Hu and the others about Zhao Yao sneaking meat at a victory feast. Shen Hu and his companions laughed unknowingly upon hearing this. The emperor reminisced about how Prince Yang often did such things, and Shen Hu and his companions were also aware of it. When Prince Yang was alive, he would take Shen Hu and the others to sneak food from others. They remember once in the middle of the night, Prince Yang took them to steal a chicken. Unexpectedly, the household had a dog, and Prince Yang, to cover their escape, got his butt bitten by that dog. At the time, Prince Yang was chased for several miles by the dog while Bear asked. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to instead. Prince Yang laughed first, saying he was wearing open-crotch pants again. Back then, they wanted to take off their pants to give to Prince Yang, but Prince Yang didn't care and walked around stark naked without a care. Seeing Prince Yang so unrestrained, they also followed suit bare-bottomed. A group of them walking down the road was hilarious and fun. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and there weren't many people on the road. They only stole one chicken and later made a beggar's chicken. Several grown men sat together, scrambling to eat the chicken. To this day, Shen Hu and the others still think the beggar's chicken from that time was the best they'd ever had. Since then, they've never eaten such delicious chicken again. Talking about the beggar's chicken from those times, Chu Ying and the others felt a craving, with nostalgic looks on their faces. Shen Hu, being impetuous, suggested, "Your Majesty, let's go steal a chicken and make beggars chicken." Prime Minister, he glared at Shen Hu. "On the Empress's death anniversary, you want the Emperor to go steal a chicken to make beggars chicken?" Hearing what Prime Minister he said, Shen Hu remembered that matter. He quickly gave a flattery smile to Prime Minister he. "I was just reminiscing about past times and got caught up in it." The Emperor didn't blame Shen Hu. He laughed. "We've made beggars chicken before, but it never tastes like that night. It's odd, clearly making it the exact same way, but just can't replicate the flavor." Shen Hu said foolishly, "That beggar's chicken from that night was really delicious. It's not the chicken's taste that's changed, but our mood while eating has." Grandmaster Liu said, "The same thing tastes different with a different mindset." Prime Minister he laughed. "Back then, we were starving, so anything would have tasted good, tasted wonderful." He added, "Even if we had eaten just a bowl of tofu, it would have been delightful. Honestly, everything tasted good back then. Nowadays, life has improved and the food has gotten better, but it doesn't feel as good as the food back then." The group chatted a bit more about the past, all of it related to war. "Your Majesty, we've been in the capital for so long without a battle, we're getting rusty. When will you let us go to war?" Recalling the days on the battlefield, Song Decking found current life too dull, too idle. "Your Majesty, let me go help Lao Yan at the southern border." Upon hearing this, Shen Hu quickly said, "Boss, let me go help Lao Yan too." Before the Emperor ascended the throne, Shen Hu and his companions all called him boss. In the court, they respectfully referred to the Emperor as Your Majesty, but in private, they mostly still called him boss. Zhang Gong and Chu Ying also hurriedly said they wanted to help. The Emperor glared at Song Decking and the others, saying irritably, "I'd love to go to war, but can I?" The Emperor, like Shen Hu and his companions, loved and missed the days on the battlefield, but ever since he became the Emperor, leaving for the battlefield or even stepping out of the imperial palace is not an easy task. "For a little southern border, do you all need to go? You might not mind losing face, but I mind." Zhang Gong said, "Then let's fight Shu Land, it's a tough nut to crack." Before he could finish, Prime Minister he interrupted, "No way, Shu Land can't be fought, nor can it bear a fight." These words were not well received by Zhang Gong and the others. "Prime Minister he, you're boosting others' morale and undermining ours." Zhang Gong said discontentedly, "Why can't Shu Land be fought? Exactly, how can a little Shu Land not be conquered?" Song Decking said disdainfully, "With Han Zhong's cowardice, he is no match for us." Chu Ying emphatically agreed, "I think Shu Land can be fought." Shen Hu echoed, "Han Zhong, that turtle grandson, has been acting like a local emperor in Shu Land for so many years. If he's not eradicated, he'll really think he's the Jade Emperor. Shu Land is easy to defend and hard to attack. You could fight for 10 years and still not conquer it." Prime Minister he explained with exasperation, "Shu Land can be self-sufficient. Your supplies, however, may not last more than 2 years. It can't be that bad. Do any of you think there's plenty of grain now?" Prime Minister he was immediately angered. Currently in many places of Great Zhou, people can't even get enough to eat and many granaries are empty. Seeing Prime Minister he get angry, Song Decking and the others immediately became quiet as mice, not daring to say anything further. Since the Emperor's ascension, grain production in certain areas has slightly increased, but it's still not enough for everyone to eat their fill. Bringing up the grain issue, Prime Minister he's mood naturally darkened. "Sigh, the previous dynasty destroyed much fertile land, which hasn't recovered to this day. Newly reclaimed lands are barren, barely yielding a few pounds of grain per acre." Prime Minister he and the others had all experienced days without food, which made Prime Minister he especially concerned about the grain issue. "You talk about attacking Shu Land so lightly, where would the grain come from?" Prime Minister he said coldly, "Giving you grain for war is less beneficial than giving it to the people so they can eat their fill. It's hard One Piece now, we can't easily start wars, neither the court nor the people can bear it." Grandmaster Liu followed up on Prime Minister he's words, "What we need now is to recuperate and nurture life." Song Decking understood the reasoning, but leaving Shu Land unchecked didn't seem right either. "So let Han Zhong continue to play king and emperor in Shu Land." The Emperor said, "Let him enjoy his moment for a few more years." He looked at Song Decking and the others. "We will definitely fight Shu Land, and you will be needed, but not now. Now is not the time." "Boss, how many years do we have to wait? Don't tell us it will be 10 or 20 years. By then you all will be too old to fight." "Boss, you can't be serious about making us wait 10 or 20 years. Shen Hu exclaimed, "Boss, surely we won't have to wait that long." "No need for that long. To wait 10 or 20 more years would render him utterly useless as an emperor." "All right, Lao Hu, Yingzi, you both go to Hulong Temple to keep watch for me." The Emperor wasn't completely at ease with only the Crown Prince going to Hulong Temple to pray for blessings. "At Hulong Temple, behave and don't sneak any meat." "Boss, even if we're craving meat, we wouldn't sneak any during the Empress's death anniversary." Toward the late Empress, Shen Hu and his companions were filled with gratitude and respect. They would never do anything disrespectful during the Empress's memorial period. At this moment in the study room of the Kong mansion, Kong Taiching's expression was not very pleasant. Father, this is the best method. Please don't hesitate any longer. Agree to your daughter's request. Yao, have you really thought this through? Father, I'm only afraid that by doing this, I might implicate you all and get you punished by His Majesty. Since she was bestowed by the Emperor to marry Prince Dai, Kong Yao's heart had been in turmoil. A few days ago, her father rejected the Emperor's order, but His Majesty did not agree. The Emperor was determined to have her marry into Prince Dai Mansion. She absolutely could not marry into Prince Dai Mansion, whether for the Kong family or for herself. Yao, if others become nuns, they may return to secular life in the future, but you cannot. Once you become a nun, it is for a lifetime, and you will not be able to return to secular life. Previously, Kong Taiching had also considered sending his daughter to a Taoist temple or a nunnery. After a few years, when everyone forgot about her, he would quietly let her return to secular life and send her back to their hometown to get married. However, later he thought it over and realized that Prince Dai would not easily give up on his daughter. Even if she became a nun, Prince Dai would keep his eyes on her. If she returned to secular life later, Prince Dai might still want to marry her. Father, your daughter knows. During this period, Kong Yao had thought a lot, but no matter how much she thought, she couldn't find a good way to refuse this marriage. There were only two ways to avoid this marriage. One was to die. If she died, she wouldn't have to marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The other was to become a nun. If she became a nun, she wouldn't have to marry Prince Dai either. She was not afraid of death, but if she died, her parents and brother would be heartbroken, so she could only become a nun. Becoming a nun was a decision she made after careful consideration. A lifetime with the dim light of an oil lamp, unable to marry and bear children. Kong Taiching said, spending your entire life in a temple, is that really what you want? Father, to tell you the truth, I don't want to get married at all. From a young age, she didn't want to get married, didn't want to pin her fate on a man. I just want to read, just want to be accompanied by books. To me, being in a temple is good. I can read quietly without being disturbed. Kong Taiching was shocked by his daughter's rebellious words. In the eyes of the world, after a girl came of age, she should marry and bear children. Not marrying and bearing children while staying at home as an old maid would draw ridicule from the world. Kong Yao felt that after becoming a nun, not only would she not have to marry, but she could also continue to study and pursue knowledge, which truly suited her intentions. To be honest, she couldn't wait to become a nun, to stay away from the worldly troubles and read peacefully. Father, this is the most effective method at present. Please don't hesitate any longer. She really felt that becoming a nun was great. I just don't believe that after I become a nun, His Majesty can still force me to marry Prince Dai. Yao, you must think it over. Father, I have already thought it over. Kong Yao said with a smile on her face, I think becoming a nun is quite good. Kong Taiching laughed with anger at his daughter's words. Have you long wanted to become a nun and not marry? Yes, this marriage just gave her a legitimate reason not to marry and bear children. Kong Taiching, he never expected his usually obedient and sensible youngest daughter to be so rebellious. Father is not afraid of you implicating us. Then please agree to my request, Father. Kong Taiching said with a face full of guilt. It's all Father's fault for wronging you. Father, it's not your fault. Please don't blame yourself. Kong Yao continued, Father, this period is the best time for me to become a nun. Even if His Majesty and Prince Dai are angry, they can't take our lives. Kong Taiching knew in his heart that what his daughter said was right, but he was reluctant. He would rather destroy himself than have his daughter become a nun. Father, delaying action leads to chaos. Kong Taiching looked deeply at his daughter, then said heavily and helplessly, Father agrees to your request. Seeing his daughter's happy and joyful look, Kong Taiching was both amused and helpless. Probably only his daughter would be so happy to become a nun in this world. I agreed, but it's useless. You still have to convince your mother to agree. Father, Mother will definitely agree. I will go and talk to her now. Kong Yao went to talk to Mrs. Kong, and Mrs. Kong quickly agreed. Kong Yuan also didn't want his younger sister to become a nun, but he understood that becoming a nun was the best way. Kong Taiching originally thought his wife would not agree, but to his surprise, she was delighted to agree to her daughter becoming a nun. Father and Mother, the matter of becoming a nun is best done sooner rather than later. I will go tomorrow. Seeing his daughter's eagerness to become a nun, Kong Taiching felt very complicated and for a moment didn't know what to say. Mrs. Kong supported her daughter's idea. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Bodhi Temple, saying it's to pray for the late Empress so it won't arouse suspicion. Then we will set off early tomorrow morning. I will stay at Bodhi Temple with you for a while longer, so it will raise even less suspicion. After knowing her daughter's desire to become a nun, Mrs. Kong thought through many things in an instant. The abbess of Bodhi Temple knows me. I'll ask her to discreetly have you ordained, so when His Majesty and Prince Dai find out you become a nun, you'll have been one for quite some time and they can't force you back to secular life. Mother is really considerate. You can't pack too many things for now, nor bring too many books. Mrs. Kong said, after a while, I'll send the books to you. Mrs. Kong wasn't as rigid as other ladies since her daughter didn't want to marry and wanted to become a nun to focus on her studies and pursue knowledge. She didn't oppose it. As a mother, she only wanted her daughter to be happy. Come, let's pack your things. Yes, Mother. The mother and daughter happily went to pack their things, leaving the father and son staring at each other. Kong Yuan, coming to his senses, laughed helplessly to go to become a nun so joyfully. It's only possible with my little sister. Originally, Kong Taiching felt guilty because his daughter was becoming a nun, but now seeing his daughter's happy demeanor, his heart was no longer heavy. I hope everything will go as smoothly as my little sister wishes. If becoming a nun didn't work, the only path left would be death. It's all that bastard's fault from the previous dynasty. Whenever Kong Taiching thought of that family head from the previous dynasty, his anger would surge, wishing to whip his corpse. Unfortunately, he can't, because that family head died without a corpse left. Father, we need to find a way to make His Majesty rely on our Kong family. The Kong family in the court was considered favored, but compared to the Li family, they weren't as valued. We can't let His Majesty use our Kong family as a bargaining chip or a tool for balance. Do you have any methods? How could Kong Taiching not want to change their situation and make His Majesty rely more on their Kong family? Kong Yuan shook his head. I haven't thought of a good method. Neither do I have a good idea. After speaking, Kong Taiching sighed a long sigh. At this moment in Kund Hall, Zhao Yao was reading historical books of the previous dynasty, while Liang Jie was reading books personally written and bestowed by the previous emperor. Reading historical books was a requirement from Liang Jie. In her view, the more one reads historical books, the more one can understand various things and avoid certain mistakes. Mother Consort, I've almost finished reading the historical books of the previous dynasty. Should I start reading the historical books of the dynasty before that? He enjoyed reading historical books because they contained many interesting and entertaining stories, and even quite a few bizarre ones. The historical books of the Zheng dynasty are incomplete. There are only a few in the palace. Why is that? The founding emperor of the previous dynasty, the one who seized the throne, was fearful of being criticized by future generations, so he ordered the burning of the Zheng dynasty's historical books. This actually happened. Zhao Yao was not knowledgeable about the affairs of the Zheng dynasty since it belonged to a period before the previous dynasty. Not just the Zheng dynasty, several dynasties before the Zheng dynasty have lost many historical books. Liang Jie found this to be particularly heartbreaking. Didn't anyone try to collect them? Zhao Yao said. In the dreams of Zhao Yao and their history, it continued without interruption precisely because there were always people collecting historical records and compiling them into books like the Records of the Grand Historian. These past few days, Zhao Yao had intermittently recalled some things from his dreams. Records of the Grand Historian. Yes, this book recorded events from the time of Emperor Huang until the era of Emperor Wu of Han, covering more than 3,000 years. Listening to Zhao Yao's introduction of the records of the Grand Historian, Liang Jie was moved. It truly is a great historical book. Yes, so why can't we collect historical records and compile our own Records of the Grand Historian? There were too many wars in the Xia and Zheng dynasties, causing many historical records to be lost or destroyed. That was why it was even more necessary to collect them and compile a comprehensive historical book. This way, if wars occurred again in the future, history would not become fragmented. Why doesn't Father the Emperor send people to collect and compile them? Liang Jie was moved by Zhao Yao's words. You're right, we should find people to collect historical records and compile our own Records of the Grand Historian. She paused, then composed herself and said, this is a highly beneficial proposal for the country and its people, and I will suggest it to your father the Emperor. Currently, the world was mostly at peace, and it was time for the Emperor to have historical records compiled. Mother Consort, I'm not reading anymore. Zhao Yao took out a quill and said, I want to draw the blueprint for the farm. Liang Jie curiously asked, what kind of design do you want for the farm? You'll see once I finish the drawing, Mother Consort, Zhao Yao replied with a playful reservation. As he started drawing, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he turned to Liang Jie and asked, Mother Consort, will Father the Emperor come to Kund Hall tomorrow? Tomorrow was the day of the month when the Emperor usually came to Kund Hall. However, as it was the mourning period for the late Empress, Zhao Yao guessed that the Emperor might not come. He will come for a meal. During the mourning period for the late Empress each year, the Emperor would still come to Kund Hall, but only for a meal and wouldn't stay overnight. Mother Consort, in that case, I won't disturb you and Father the Emperor. Tomorrow, I'll go to Xinged Palace to find fourth brother. Every time Father came to Kund Hall, he would tease him, take his treats, and deliberately quiz him on his studies. If he didn't answer, Father would pinch his cheeks and nose or smack his bottom. Liang Jie looked at Zhao Yao with a gentle expression, saying nothing. Feeling a chill under her gaze, Zhao Yao quickly pleaded, Mother Consort, I won't go to find fourth brother tomorrow. Please don't look at me like that, I'm scared. The more gentle Mother Consort's smile was, the more frightening it was. That's a good boy, Zhao Yao mumbled softly. I hope Father the Emperor won't snatch my food tomorrow. Wait, when Father comes tomorrow, I can request permission to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late Empress. The next day, just after Prince Dai returned to the mansion after the morning court session, he heard Fu Zhang say, "Your Highness, Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong went to the Bodhi Temple to pray for the late empress." When Prince Dai heard they were praying for the late empress, his face immediately darkened, and his tone turned somewhat cold. "They really are considerate." Seeing that Prince Dai was displeased, Fu Zhang cautiously asked, "Your Highness, should we still keep an eye on them?" After all, it was a nunnery, and keeping a watch there would be somewhat inconvenient. Keep an eye on them while they pray for the late empress. Prince Dai sneered, "No need to watch them." Prince Dai figured that Mrs. Kong and her daughter wouldn't do anything at the nunnery, nor would they dare to. "Yes, Your Highness." Fu Zhang then reported, "The several beauties sent by the empress have all been dealt with." Prince Dai asked, "Did they confess to anything?" Two admitted to being spies arranged by the empress to report on the mansion's affairs. Fu Zhang said, "These two haven't been dealt with yet. Do you wish to? Since the empress wants to know what's happening in my mansion, let her know," Prince Dai said, narrowing his eyes with a sinister expression. Fu Zhang understood Prince Dai's meaning. "I'll take care of it right away. By the way, how are things with the Crown Prince?" Prince Dai had people at Hulong Temple. The Crown Prince's visit to Hulong Temple to pray couldn't be ignored. The Crown Prince started worshipping Buddha as soon as he arrived at Hulong Temple and hasn't done anything else yet. Fu Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Your Highness, should we seize this opportunity?" He touched his neck lightly. Prince Dai kicked Fu Zhang. "Do you have a death wish for me? Eliminating the Crown Prince at this time would make everyone think I did it. Do you think Father would spare me?" Fu Zhang grinned apologetically. "I didn't think it through. The Crown Prince cannot have any accidents while praying at Hulong Temple. If anything happens, everyone will think it's my doing." Prince Dai stated sternly, "Keep a close watch for me." "Yes, Your Highness." Prince Dai went to the back courtyard to see Princess Consort Dai. He and Princess Consort Dai grew up together, innocent childhood sweethearts, and naturally their relationship was quite good. This time, when Duke Zhen and the others accused Prince Dai of being unable to have children, he did not blame Princess Consort Dai, but she felt very guilty. Previously, an imperial physician sent by the Empress had carefully checked the pulses of both Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai, and there were no issues with either. The lack of children was simply because the time wasn't right. As for the fertility guanyin sent by the Empress, noble Princess Consort Rong, not feeling at ease, had it stored in a corner of her palace's storeroom. She then had someone respectfully go to the Bodhi Temple to request a fertility guanyin. It is currently being worshipped in the Prince Dai Mansion's Buddha Hall. Princess Consort Dai prays daily to the fertility guanyin, hoping to become pregnant soon. After talking with Princess Consort Dai for a while, Prince Dai went to the study in the front courtyard to delve into his work. He had sent people to investigate the situation in Yangzhou, but hadn't obtained the information he wanted. Rebellion was common in Yangzhou, and the reason it hadn't been quelled promptly was that Zaishi was a fool. Prince Dai had originally intended to go to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion, but since the rumors of his incapacitation began, he couldn't go. Compared to suppressing the rebellion in Yangzhou, having an heir was more important. During this time, Prince Dai diligently worked hard every night. He believed it wouldn't be long before there was good news. Once there was good news in the mansion, Prince Dai decided to apply to the emperor to go to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion. At this moment in the imperial study, the emperor also received a secret letter from Yangzhou. Things were indeed as they had anticipated. The emperor lightly tapped his finger on the imperial desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sun Kui, seeing the emperor deep in thought, immediately controlled his breathing, not daring to disturb him. After a while, the emperor instructed Sun Kui, "Go call Mr. Song here, just General Song alone." After a moment, the emperor said, "Bring Lao Zhang too." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, Song Deking and his colleagues arrived at the imperial study. It's time to close the net on the situation in Yangzhou. The emperor directly instructed Mr. Song, "You will go to Yangzhou tonight." Song Deking replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Mr. Song, you must go discreetly." "Understood. I understand." While Mr. Song is away from the capital, Lao Zhang, you will cover for him. The emperor's decision to send Song Deking to Yangzhou was to remain secret. "Mr. Song, do you need me to teach you what to do next?" Song Deking smiled. "There's no need to trouble you with such a minor matter." The emperor then gave Song Deking additional instructions before dismissing them. Before noon, news arrived that Song Deking had been injured. The emperor promptly sent the imperial physician to the Song Mansion. The imperial physician reported that Song Deking had suffered a bone injury and would need 3 months of bed rest. Sun Kui reminded, "Your Majesty, it's time for lunch." After the court session, the emperor had been busy reviewing memorials. He had only stopped for 2 cups of tea as a break. "Have them bring the lunch directly here." The emperor was too lazy to go to the dining hall and decided to dine right in the imperial study. "By the way, inform Liang Jiai that I will dine at Kund Hall tonight." Sun Kui originally thought the emperor had forgotten about going to Kund Hall today, but surprisingly the emperor remembered. The emperor, seeing that Sun Kui did not respond, looked up at him and noticed a surprised expression on his face. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Sun Kui hurriedly said, "No, I will inform Liang Jiai right away." He thought that during the late empress's memorial period, the emperor would not go to the harem. Sun Daodu saw Sun Kui coming out and quickly approached him. Master, is there anything you need? Go and inform Liang Jiai that the emperor plans to dine at Kun Hall tonight. Sun Daodu was astonished. I thought the emperor wouldn't go to Kun Hall today. Just as he finished speaking, he remembered something. Oh, how could I forget? Every year around this time, the emperor still visits Kun Hall but does not stay overnight. Hearing Sun Daodu say this, Sun Kui remembered too. Tell Liang Jiai that the emperor has had a poor appetite these days. Got it, I'll go right away. On the way to Kun Hall, Sun Daodu encountered Zhao Yao and quickly greeted him. Little Mr. Sun, are you headed to Kun Hall? Sun Daodu respectfully replied, the emperor asked me to inform Jiai madam that he will dine at Kun Hall tonight. Father really didn't forget. He had thought his father forgot, but his mother consort was right after all. The emperor hasn't forgotten. Sun Daodu thought to himself that the emperor remembers the monthly visit to Kun Hall more clearly than anyone. What his master said was true. Liang Jiai is quite capable. Your Highness, the emperor hasn't had much appetite these past few days. When Zhao Yao heard no appetite, he was secretly pleased. With father not hungry, he wouldn't have to share the best food. Father is really working hard, Zhao Yao said with feigned sincerity. However, honestly, being an emperor really is difficult. Endless memorials to review every day, endless affairs to take care of, unruly ministers and sons to manage, and more importantly, not being able to casually leave the palace. What's the point of being emperor with all this? Being an emperor is so exhausting, yet his elder brothers all vie for it. He really couldn't understand. Your Highness, you also work hard studying. Sun Daodu knew Zhao Yao didn't like studying. Zhao Yao, as if finding a kindred spirit, said excitedly, I study so hard, yet no one thinks so. Are you like me, not fond of reading? I don't like reading either, Sun Daodu commiserated, but my master keeps insisting I read more. He too was not keen on reading. Whenever I read, I get dizzy. Me too, little Mr. Sun, we're kindred spirits. Sun Daodu was hearing someone call him a kindred spirit for the first time, and it was from the 10th prince no less. Subsequently, Zhao Yao and Sun Daodu continued grumbling about studying. Tongzai, walking behind them, found their complaints against studying quite amusing. You're better off than I am, Zhao Yao said enviously to Sun Daodu. Mr. Sun encourages you to read more but doesn't force you. I can't avoid it. I have to study every day, and if I don't, I'll be punished by father to copy texts. Your Highness, you are a prince naturally. You must study diligently. Sigh, Zhao Yao sighed maturely. Sun Daodu was amused by Zhao Yao's theatrical display, almost unable to suppress his laughter. He quickly comforted, Your Highness, once you grow up, you won't have to study at Wen Hall anymore. I still have 10 years until I grow up. Zhao Yao raised both hands. 10 years. I have to endure 10 more years. Your Highness, just hang on a bit longer and it'll pass. Today he realized how entertaining the 10th prince was. Zhao Yao pouted, saying, My surname is Zhao, not Hang, referring to the endurance pun. Sun Daodu and Tongla couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Lai Fu and Lai Kai ran out to greet Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao hugged them, showering them with affection. Mother consort, little Mr. Sun is here. Zhao Yao suddenly shouted, startling Sun Daodu. Liang Jiai heard them and quickly came out. Sun Daodu promptly greeted her. Greetings to Jiai madam. Please rise, little Mr. Sun. What instructions does the emperor have? The emperor will dine here at night. Sun Daodu added, Jiai madam, the emperor is so busy today that he lacks an appetite. Please be considerate tonight. I understand. I'll take my leave. Guizing quickly stepped forward to escort Sun Daodu out of Kun Hall and then handed him a pouch of money. After Sun Daodu left, Tongzai asked Zhao Yao, Your Highness, why didn't you let me deliver the message for little Mr. Sun? It would have saved him a trip. If I really asked you to deliver the message, it would cut off little Mr. Sun's financial road, and he would hate me for it. The people serving the emperor would always receive some money as a tip when they went to deliver messages to the harem. Zhao Yao said, cutting off someone's financial road is like killing their parents. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace don't earn much monthly, relying on the master's tips for extras. Moreover, everyone in the palace loves money, as money makes things easier. So this help can't be given, understand? Tongzai nodded in understanding. I understand. Mother consort, what are we having for lunch? I am hungry. The 5th princess answered on behalf of Liang Jiai. We are having spinach and watercress for lunch. Zhao Yao's smile froze. He had forgotten that during the late empress's memorial period, they could only eat vegetables. Sun Daodu returned to the imperial study and told Sun Kui about his conversation with Zhao Yao earlier. Sun Kui, hearing it, couldn't help but laugh too. Sun Daodu, laughing, said, Master, I didn't expect the 10th prince to be so amusing. Sun Kui smiled meaningfully. In this palace, only the 10th prince is still a child. After saying that, he turned and entered the imperial study, recounting to the emperor what Sun Daodu had told him. The emperor, after listening, laughed and scolded, that little rascal. Afternoon painting lessons. The 3rd prince's painting is exceptional, and this is what he prides himself on the most. His maternal family, the Wang family, is renowned for their calligraphy and painting. His mother, consort Shu, is also proficient in painting, especially portraits. Before entering the palace, she was a famously talented woman in the capital. While still unmarried, she enjoyed painting for friends and family. Her portraits were so lifelike that they resembled the person exactly. At that time, many noble ladies in the capital sought her paintings. Even the court painters skilled in portraits could not match consort Shu's work. The third prince perfectly inherited his mother's talent for portraiture. He loves painting beauties, regardless of gender. Today, the teacher is instructing them on painting people, having the princes sketch each other. Zhao Yao, a beginner, can only practice painting plants and flowers. 10th brother, can I paint you? The fourth prince asked. Of course, but fourth brother, you better paint me looking handsome, Zhao Yao said, feigning a fierce look. If you paint me ugly, I'll be upset. The fourth prince replied with a laugh, I'll do my best to make you look handsome. Fourth brother, that's where you're wrong, Zhao Yao corrected him seriously. I am naturally handsome. You only need to capture my beauty as it is, without enhancing it unnecessarily. Listening to Zhao Yao's shameless words, the fourth prince chuckled. All right, I'll try to capture your beauty just as it is. Zhao Yao gave him an encouraging gesture. Go for it, fourth brother. The fourth prince already knows what go for it means. Sometimes he wonders how his 10th brother comes up with these peculiar phrases. You too, keep it up. Zhao Yao was learning to paint orchids. He thought his orchids resembled chives a bit. Thinking of chives, he thought of scrambled eggs with chives. Then he thought of dumplings and got hungry. The fourth prince was observing Zhao Yao while painting. Seeing Zhao Yao licking his lips from time to time, he curiously asked, what are you thinking about with that hungry look on your face? Dumplings, fourth brother. I feel like eating chive and scrambled egg dumplings. He planned to have the small kitchen make some chive and scrambled egg dumplings tomorrow. Oh, but he couldn't eat eggs these few days. Eggs are meat. He wondered how dumplings with only chives and no eggs would taste. Why did you suddenly think of eating dumplings? Zhao Yao showed the fourth prince his just finished orchid painting. Fourth brother, do you think these look like chives? If he hadn't pointed it out, the fourth prince wouldn't have seen the resemblance to chives. But now that Zhao Yao mentioned it, he realized they really did resemble chives. Fourth brother, orchids look so much like chives. I wonder if orchids taste as good. He had never eaten orchids before. Maybe he should have the small kitchen stir-fry a plate of orchids tomorrow, or use orchids as dumpling filling. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince was both amused and exasperated. 10th brother, orchids are not chives, you can't eat them. How do orchids look like chives? You can't eat them. Zhao Yao asked, puzzled. Fourth brother, have you eaten them? Never. The fourth prince loved orchids very much. He had nurtured many orchids and cared for them well. Fourth brother, you've raised a lot of orchids. Could you give me a pot? He recalled that his fourth brother had several pots of orchids in his room. What do you want orchids for? To fry and eat. I want to try if orchids are tasty. The fourth prince's face immediately turned dark as he refused with a stern expression. No, my orchids are not to be eaten. Seeing how precious the fourth prince's orchids were to him, Zhao Yao had to give up. His eyes glinted with mischief as he remembered the orchids in the imperial study. Next time, he could steal orchids from there. The fourth prince noticed Zhao Yao's scheming eyes rolling and knew he was plotting something mischievous. He became immediately alert. 10th brother, you're not allowed to target my orchids. Fourth brother, am I that kind of person? The fourth prince just looked at Zhao Yao silently. Don't worry, fourth brother, I won't steal your orchids. The fourth prince was not assured. He decided that after class, he would hide the orchids in Xing Palace to prevent Zhao Yao from getting any ideas. At this moment, the 7th prince and 9th prince started arguing, then began splattering paint on each other's faces and bodies, covering each other in paint. Initially, it was just the 7th prince and 9th prince causing chaos, but soon the 3rd prince and others got involved too. The 4th prince quickly pulled Zhao Yao aside to avoid getting smeared with paint. Zhao Yao saw the 3rd prince and others throwing ink stones and paint, and he shouted internally, it's over. 4th brother, 3rd brother and the others are fighting again. Won't we be implicated like last time? Last time, when the 7th and 9th princes fought, he got caught up and had to copy the Analects 100 times. Just as the 4th prince was about to speak, he saw Zhao Yao sneakily walking over and hurl a splash of red paint toward the 3rd prince. Unexpectedly, his aim was good, directly hitting the 3rd prince's head. The 3rd prince's forehead and face were covered with red paint, looking as if his forehead was injured and he was bleeding all over, very frightening to behold. Zhao Zun, the 3rd prince, mistakenly thought it was the 9th prince and angrily threw a pallet of paint over. The 9th prince agilely dodged, pointing at the 7th prince while telling the 3rd prince, it was Zhao Jing who did it. It wasn't me, Zhao Zun did it. Zhao Yao saw the 3rd prince and others fighting again and laughed with great amusement. 10th brother, you. 4th brother, you saw nothing just now, Zhao Yao implored with his earnest, clear eyes gazing at the 4th prince. Looking at Zhao Yao, the 4th prince's heart softened. He said seriously, I saw nothing. 4th brother, you're the best. The 4th prince smiled indulgently. Stand here properly. 4th brother, are you going to stop them? If they keep fighting, father will blame them. The 4th prince stepped forward and shouted loudly, stop. The 3rd prince and others were startled by his shout, and their actions froze involuntarily. The fourth prince gave them a chilling look and said, "This is not far from the imperial study. Do you want to draw father here?" His words quickly changed the third prince and the others' expressions. The third prince glared at the ninth and seventh princes, then swiftly led the fifth prince and others away. Covered in paint, they needed to hurry back to Xing Palace to bathe, otherwise, if the emperor saw them in this state, they'd surely be punished. Seeing his chive-snow orchids destroyed, Zhao Yao angrily cursed the ninth prince and others. "Fourth brother, you hadn't yet captured my beauty before they ruined it. I'll redo it once we're back. Fourth brother, when I learn to paint portraits, I'll paint you." Zhao Yao promised with a smile. "I'll definitely capture your handsome grace. Fourth brother will be waiting." With the third prince and others gone, Zhao Yao and the fourth prince couldn't continue their painting lesson, so the teacher dismissed them to return. After bidding farewell to the fourth prince, Zhao Yao took Tong Zai and left. Instead of heading straight back to Kund Hall, he turned and went to the Imperial Garden. "Your Highness, why are we in the Imperial Garden?" "To pick orchids." Zhao Yao looked around the Imperial Garden but couldn't find any orchids. "Are there no orchids in the Imperial Garden?" Tong Zai searched around too but didn't find any orchids either. "Your Highness, it seems there really aren't any. How could the Imperial Garden have no orchids? What a fuss." Tong Zai recalled a place with orchids. "Your Highness, there are some over at Lanyuan Pavilion." "Then let's go there." Lanyuan Pavilion is where Prime Minister He and other ministers handle affairs of state, not far from Chengguang Hall. This was Zhao Yao's first time at Lanyuan Pavilion, yet he was unfazed. He strutted boldly into Lanyuan Pavilion with Tong Zai. Before his eyes was a sea of orchids. "So many orchids. I've heard the officials love orchids, so they planted many in Lanyuan Pavilion." Zhao Yao marveled. "No wonder it's called Lanyuan Pavilion." "Your Highness, which one do you want to pick? Let me see." Zhao Yao squatted in front of the orchids, his eyes shining as he studied them. "I'll pick the one that looks the nicest." "Your Highness, all the orchids here are quite beautiful." Grandmaster Liu and Prime Minister He had just finished discussing some affairs. While sipping tea and taking a rest, they suddenly spotted a small figure in the orchid garden outside, surprising them both. "The 10th prince, what's he doing here?" Before Prime Minister He could finish his sentence, he saw Zhao Yao reach out and snap off an orchid. His expression changed drastically, and he sprayed the tea in his mouth, exclaiming, "My orchid." Startled by the cry of "my orchid," Zhao Yao fled with the freshly snapped orchid in his arms. Tong Zai hurriedly chased after him. Prime Minister He also gave chase but was a few steps too slow, failing to catch up with Zhao Yao. "My orchid." Seeing Prime Minister He looking as if he might cry, Grandmaster Liu sympathetically patted his shoulder and consoled him, mourning and yet finding solace. Prime Minister He loved orchids passionately. The orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion were mostly cultivated by him. The orchid garden was Lanyuan Pavilion's most treasured feature. The ministers all loved this garden and usually helped Prime Minister He take good care of these orchids. They never expected them to fall victim to Zhao Yao's cruel hands today. Zhao Yao instinctively ran off with the orchid, stopping only after a long distance. "Your Highness, why are you running?" "I heard someone shouting and out of urgency I just ran." "You're the prince if you pick an orchid from Lanyuan Pavilion's orchid garden. Who would dare say anything?" Zhao Yao, "Well, I felt guilty like a thief." As he spoke, he looked down at the orchid in his arms. "This flower smells so fragrant." Tong Zai sniffed and found it really did smell nice. "Your Highness, this orchid's fragrance is different." Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, "It's a bit like cold fragrance." Tong Zai didn't understand this. "This orchid looks pretty cute. The flowers are small. I wonder if it's tasty." After Zhao Yao said that, he plucked a flower and ate it in one bite. "Your Highness, you really ate it." Tong Zai wanted to stop him but couldn't, helplessly watching Zhao Yao eat an orchid. "It tastes fragrant too, slightly sweet, quite delicious." Zhao Yao plucked another one and ate it. If Prime Minister He saw Zhao Yao eating his silver edge royal, he'd probably be so angry he could spit blood. Zhao Yao plucked another one and handed it to Tong Zai. "You try it too." "Your Highness, you ate it. Doesn't it make your stomach hurt?" "Orchids aren't poisonous, they won't upset your stomach." Reassured by his words, Tong Zai dared to eat the orchid. "Your Highness, this orchid is really fragrant." He felt his mouth full of orchid scent. "I told you orchids must taste good too. Orchids look like chives. Chives taste good, so orchids can't taste bad." He plucked a leaf to eat, which was crispy and sweet. The two of them walked along, eating orchids. Soon they returned to Kund Hall. Zhao Yao immediately presented the orchid he carried to Liang Jieyi for a taste. When Liang Jieyi saw the orchid in Zhao Yao's arms, she was utterly astonished. "Mother, what's wrong? Is this orchid not edible?" Zhao Yao said, "I ate it and it was delicious, plus my stomach doesn't hurt." Liang Jieyi staggered slightly, then reached up to rub her forehead, looking very distressed. "Yao Yao, where did you get this orchid?" "I grabbed it from the orchid garden in Lanyuan Pavilion." Zhao Yao said with a grin, "I thought orchids looked like chives, so I wanted to try if orchids were tasty." Liang Jieyi. Zhao Yao noticed Liang Jieyi's odd expression and thought for a moment before asking, "Mother, is there something wrong with this orchid?" "This orchid is called Silver Edge Royal. It's a tribute orchid, and there shouldn't be many of them in the palace." Although Liang Jie wasn't as fond of orchids as Prime Minister He, seeing such a precious orchid being spoiled by her son made her hands itch a bit. The orchid in your arms is worth a fortune. Zhao Yao. Tongzai, would it be too late to spit out the orchids I just ate? Liang Jie poked Zhao Yao's forehead, half amused, half angry, and said, eating orchids, you really? Mother, are you sure you haven't mistaken? This orchid is worth a fortune. Zhao Yao couldn't quite believe it. I ate it, and its texture and taste don't seem worth a fortune. Liang Jie, first there was a cow chewing on peonies, now her son eating orchids raw. Orchids are meant to be appreciated, not eaten. Liang Jie pinched her son's cheek angrily. Even eating orchids, you gluttonous little cat. I was just curious. Zhao Yao lifted the orchid in his arms, inspected it from every angle, and still couldn't see what was special. Mother, is it really worth a fortune? Absolutely. Liang Jie said rather helplessly, this silver edge royal has always been a tribute. It's almost non-existent among common folks. Zhao Yao, what's so special about it being a tribute? You. Liang Jie explained silver edge royal to Zhao Yao in detail. Luckily, I only ate a few flowers. Didn't eat it all, it can still grow flowers. Zhao Yao hurriedly put down the orchid in his hand. This orchid really smells nice. Its most distinctive feature is its fragrance. I wonder if it's good stir-fried. Seeing her son still thinking about eating, Liang Jie tugged his little ear. You still want to stir-fry and eat it. Mother, spare me. The emperor had just stepped into Kund Hall when he heard Zhao Yao pleading for mercy, and he walked in with a smile. You rascal, what mischief have you caused to upset your mother? Liang Jie and Zhao Yao greeted the emperor. The emperor had just sat down when he noticed the orchid placed on the nearby table. Surprised, he said, isn't this silver edge royal? Where did it come from? Liang Jie didn't particularly like orchids, so there hadn't been any in Kund Hall. The emperor hadn't gifted her any orchids, so now seeing a silver edge royal in Kund Hall surprised him. Yao Yao brought it back from Lanyuan Pavilion. Lanyuan Pavilion. The emperor looked at Zhao Yao in astonishment. You rascal, what were you doing at Lanyuan Pavilion? Zhao Yao pointed at the silver edge royal and answered honestly, picking orchids. Picking. The emperor was shocked by Zhao Yao's use of the word picking. Why were you picking orchids? Zhao Yao hesitated for a moment and said, eating. The emperor was dumbfounded, eating. Sun Kui, Liang Jie, finding it hard to articulate, said, he's already eaten a few flowers. The emperor, Sun Kui, why would you eat orchids? This was the first time the emperor had heard of someone eating orchids. Curiosity, curiosity. I thought orchids looked very much like chives, so I wanted to see if they were as tasty as chives. Orchids like chives, where did they look alike? The emperor's mouth twitched slightly as he said, are they tasty? Not bad, I wonder if stir-frying them would make them as good as chives. Liang Jie, seeing her son still thinking about stir-frying the silver edge royal, found it both funny and exasperating. Suddenly, Sun Kui remembered something and reminded the emperor, I recall the orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion are planted by Prime Minister He, and this pot of silver edge royal was something he requested from you. Prime Minister, he is very fond of this silver edge royal. Zhao Yao. Was the shout he heard earlier from Prime Minister He. The emperor imagined Prime Minister He's reaction upon learning that his cherished silver edge royal was eaten by little Ten, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yao looked at the laughing emperor and thought, what's so funny? Liang Jie asked nervously, is Prime Minister He all right? She genuinely worried Prime Minister he might faint upon learning his precious silver edge royal was eaten by Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao said, I heard Prime Minister He's voice was strong, he should be in good health. Ha ha ha. The emperor was practically dying with laughter at Zhao Yao's words. Zhao Yao glanced at the laughing, out-of-control emperor, then at Liang Jie. Mother, what's father laughing about? Liang Jie, laughing at you. Zhao Yao, what's there to laugh at about me? I only ate a few flowers, the flowers will grow back in a while. Zhao Yao made a small defense for himself. The emperor pinched Zhao Yao's little face and chided, are you a pig? Eating orchids and all. Father, pigs don't eat orchids. The emperor twisted Zhao Yao's little mouth, aren't you just like a pig? Zhao Yao inwardly retorted, if I'm a pig, then father, you are too. Sun Kui, send this pot of silver edge royal back to Prime Minister He, otherwise he'll worry himself sick. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Yao watched reluctantly as Sun Kui took away the silver edge royal. He still wanted to try stir-frying it, maybe it would be as good as chives. What, reluctant to return it to Prime Minister He? The emperor flicked Zhao Yao's forehead. Orchids are Prime Minister He's lifeline. If you ate this entire pot of silver edge royal, he'd come after you. Zhao Yao was dumbfounded over a pot of orchids. Seriously, what about other orchids? If he couldn't eat this silver edge royal, he could eat other orchids, right? He couldn't believe all orchids were as precious as silver edge royal. You still want to eat other orchids? Zhao Yao nodded honestly, curious about their taste. The emperor laughed again, ha ha ha. Zhao Yao, is father going crazy tonight, laughing non-stop? Mother, I'm hungry. Just a few orchid flowers weren't enough to fill him up. Your majesty, do you wish to dine now? I'm hungry too, let's have a meal. The emperor stood up, grabbing Zhao Yao by the back of his collar and leading him to the dining hall. Zhao Yao, like a kitten picked up by the scruff, was pitifully carried to the dining hall. The dishes tonight were all personally cooked by Liang Jie, common household dishes. Every time the emperor came to Kundhal, Liang Jie would personally cook. Though they were all vegetarian, Liang Jie made them colorful, fragrant, and flavorful. Sun Kui wasn't wrong. The emperor had indeed been very busy the past few days, so busy he didn't have much appetite, often just eating a few bites at each meal. Liang Jie personally served a bowl of vegetable soup to the emperor. Your Majesty, have a bowl of soup first to warm your stomach. The emperor took the bowl and started drinking spoonful after spoonful. He loved dining in Kundhal. Although Liang Jie's cooking couldn't match the imperial kitchen, her dishes suited the emperor's taste. The emperor loved Liang Jie's cooking because it was homely. In her dishes, he could taste the home flavor, something the imperial kitchen couldn't reproduce. In Kundhal, the emperor could feel the warmth of home. It was the only place where he could truly relax. The emperor didn't dare to relax for too long, so he only visited Kundhal once a month. As long as he came to Kundhal, the fatigue and hardships of the month would vanish. In Kundhal, he wasn't a lofty emperor, but just an ordinary husband and father. In the Lanyuan Pavilion, just as Prime Minister, he was anxiously about to go to Kundhal to ask for the Silver Edge Royal Orchid. Sun Kui returned with it. When Prime Minister, he saw that only 2 or 3 blossoms of the Silver Edge Royal Orchid were left. His expression turned stiff. Sun Kui hesitated whether to tell Prime Minister he the truth. Mr. Sun, why did the 10th prince take away my Silver Edge Royal Orchid? Prime Minister, he thought, could it be an imperial prank? Sun Kui, seeing Prime Minister his expression, instantly understood what he was thinking. It has nothing to do with His Majesty. It was the 10th prince himself who wanted to come to Lanyuan Pavilion to pick the orchid. The word pick had a bad connotation for Prime Minister he, instantly making him think of picking flowers or vegetables. What does the 10th prince want to do with the orchid? Sun Kui looked at Prime Minister he, appearing hesitant. Prime Minister he didn't look pleased if he told the truth. Would he be so angry as to lose control? Seeing Sun Kui's hesitance, Prime Minister he had a bad premonition. Did the 10th prince pick the orchid just for fun? At this moment, Prime Minister he's chest started to heave a little, not for fun. Sun Kui thought carefully and decided to tell the truth. The 10th prince picked it to eat. Prime Minister he thought he misheard. Mr. Sun, what did you just say? The 10th prince picked your orchid to eat. He said the orchid looks like chives, so he was curious if the orchid tastes as good as chives. Sun Kui hadn't finished when he saw Prime Minister he's face turn red. Grandmaster Liu, who was standing next to them, was first startled but then burst out laughing. Prime Minister he's breathing became rapid, and he spoke with disbelief. Looks like chives for eating. Yes, the 10th prince didn't know it was the Silver Edge Royal. He thought it was an ordinary orchid. Did the 10th prince eat the flowers on the plant? Yes, and the 10th prince also said it tasted quite good. Before Sun Kui could finish, he saw Prime Minister he faint, and he exclaimed in fright, Prime Minister he, Prime Minister he, Prime Minister he, Prime Minister he fainted from sheer anger. The culprit who angered Prime Minister he into a faint, Zhao Yao, was channeling his focus towards the spinach and watercress in his bowl. For the past 2 days, he had been eating these same dishes every meal, and Zhao Yao was getting tired of it. He never liked eating vegetables much, and now having them every meal was really torturous for a child. Suddenly, the emperor reached out to pinch open Zhao Yao's little mouth and stuffed a chopstick full of spinach into it. Zhao Yao force-fed. The emperor glared at Zhao Yao on purpose and said, swallow it. Zhao Yao glared back at the emperor angrily. Don't eat it and I'll spank you. This threat was effective. Zhao Yao timidly swallowed the vegetable in his mouth right away. No swallowing the vegetables whole. Liang Jie said with a frown, last time you swallowed it and got choked, remember. The emperor picked up another bunch of vegetables and pushed them into Zhao Yao's mouth. Chew it properly. Zhao Yao pouted and reluctantly chewed a few times. Just as he was about to swallow, the emperor pinched his mouth open again. The emperor checked Zhao Yao's mouth and saw that the vegetables were not chewed up, so he pinched his son's face in anger. Chew it thoroughly before swallowing. Liang Jie added, chew each bite 20 times. This child, when faced with something he doesn't like, would swallow it right away. Under the emperor's stern gaze, Zhao Yao reluctantly chewed 20 more times. The emperor pinched his mouth open to check if he chewed properly. Once he was sure Zhao Yao had, he let him swallow. Next, the emperor personally fed Zhao Yao vegetables. To be precise, he shoved them into his mouth. Zhao Yao was so angry he wanted to bite the emperor, but dared not. He knew that whenever the emperor came to Kundhal for a meal, he would be bullied. Under the emperor's forceful feeding, Zhao Yao ate quite a lot of vegetables. After feeding Zhao Yao, the emperor flicked his finger against Zhao Yao's head and said with disdain, you can't even eat your meal properly, still need me to feed you. Zhao Yao puffed up his cheeks and quietly retorted, I didn't ask you to feed me. Besides, you're not feeding me, you're forcing me. Before he finished speaking, his little face ended up in the emperor's magic grasp, being pinched into various shapes. Zhao Yao was so angry he kept huffing. Finally, Liang Jie rescued him from the emperor's grasp. The 100 copies of the Analects I asked you to copy, are they done? The emperor asked. If not, I'll spank you. Zhao Yao covered his little butt and said, they're done. Bring them to me. Zhao Yao ran to his study with his little legs and asked Tongzai to help bring over the 100 copies of the Analects he had copied, 100 times, not one less. Really, let me see. The emperor took a look, and upon seeing Zhao Yao's scribbled writing, his brows furrowed. What kind of writing is this? Even a dog writes better than you. Then ask a dog to write, Zhao Yao muttered. The emperor tapped Zhao Yao's head with a copied, the Analects. Your writing is so ugly and you're not ashamed, you even take pride in it. Father, are you reasonable or not? I've only been learning to write for less than 3 months, Zhao Yao lamented. My hand is almost broken from copying. I have never seen such ugly handwriting. Well, now you've seen it. Ow, Zhao Yao's face was pinched again by the emperor. Father, you're being unreasonable. Asking him, who has been writing for only 3 months, to write as neatly as his 4th and 8th brothers is just unreasonable. I see you haven't been practicing properly. I copy books every day, where's the time to practice writing? If you studied properly, would I punish you by making you copy books? The emperor tapped Zhao Yao's head again. Blame yourself for not being smart at studying. Liang Jie had matters to discuss with the emperor, so she sent Zhao Yao back to the study to read. Zhao Yao was eager to leave, otherwise he'd be beaten again by his father. The emperor saw Liang Jie send Zhao Yao away and knew she had something to discuss. Liang Jie first spoke to the emperor about Liang Run buying land. After hearing it, the emperor said he would send someone to handle it properly. Then Liang Jie spoke about compiling historical records. The emperor hadn't thought of compiling history. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had been busy quelling rebellions and focusing on rebuilding, so other matters were temporarily set aside. Moreover, the court had historians already documenting events daily. Liang Jie said that not only should current dynasty history be recorded, but past dynasties' histories must also be collected and revised, so history can be passed down from generation to generation. If history isn't organized well now, it might end up being lost in time. After hearing Liang Jie, the emperor felt that compiling history needed to be done. Why did you suddenly think of having me compile history? The emperor didn't use I in formal terms, but rather I casually. It's Yao Yao, he's always loved reading history books. A couple of days ago, after finishing the books on the previous dynasty, he asked me for books on the Zheng dynasty. I told him not much was left, and he asked why. Liang Jie skipped mentioning Zhao Yao's reference to the records of the grand historian, and honestly explained to the emperor her reason for suggesting compiling historical records. After hearing her explanation, the emperor warmly said, I'll bring it up in tomorrow's morning court session. The emperor was always decisive. When he believed something was right, he would act immediately, never procrastinating. It'll give those scholars something to do. The conversation then shifted away from official matters as they chatted casually. The emperor enjoyed chatting with Liang Jie. Unlike other concubines who were careful or had ulterior motives, she would speak whatever came to her mind, openly. She never played tricks in his presence nor asked him for anything. She treated him as a husband, sharing things she knew or read about in books. Liang Jie enjoyed reading. Whatever she found interesting she would share with the emperor. He would do the same with her. They could spend a long time talking about trivial things. The emperor still had memorials to review, so he didn't stay long in Kund Hall. Before leaving, he hugged Liang Jie and kissed her ear. Liang Jie hugged him back, warmly saying, Take care of yourself and don't overwork. The emperor replied gently, All right. Liang Jie and Zhao Yao went to see the emperor off at the door of Kund Hall. Zhao Yao noticed the emperor instructing Sun Kui to take his copied 100 copies of the Analects away and internally grumbled, Father really is going to check my copied, the Analects. Isn't he busy? How does he have time to check my writing? Father is just bullying him on purpose. Once the emperor was out of sight, Liang Jie took Zhao Yao's hand to walk back. As for Yu Marin and the others, they didn't show up. Every time the emperor came to Kund Hall, they would disappear and not disturb the emperor and Liang Jie. On the imperial chariot, the emperor flipped through Zhao Yao's copied, the Analects. Your Majesty, this servant forgot to tell you. Prime Minister, he fainted from anger when he found out the 10th prince ate the Silver Edge Royal Orchid's blossoms. Sun Kui respectfully reported, the imperial physician said it was due to an outburst of anger. The emperor laughed upon hearing this. He actually fainted from anger, huh? Your Majesty, Prime Minister, he initially thought it was you who had the 10th prince prank him. Am I that idle? Sun Kui silently thought, yes, you are. You used to tease Prime Minister he with orchids frequently. Little 10, that rascal, won't rest until he's tasted stir-fried orchid. The emperor knew his youngest son's temperament well. Meanwhile, at the Bodhi Temple outside the capital, Kong Yao was accepting the abbot's tonsure. For safety's sake, they specially chose to have the tonsure at night. The hour of Mao, the emperor woke up on time. Just as he was getting up, Sun Kui and Sun Daodu entered, bowing their backs. Sun Kui and Sun Daodu first saluted the emperor and immediately inquired with concern, Your Majesty, did you sleep well last night? The emperor stood by the dragon bed, spreading his arms for Sun Kui to dress him. At this moment, Sun Daodu held up a cup of tea to the emperor's lips. The emperor lowered his head and drank a few sips of tea, rinsing his mouth. Slept quite well. Sun Kui changed the emperor's upper garments, while Sun Daodu knelt on the ground to change his trousers. Your Majesty, every time you go to Kun Hall, you always sleep well, even if you don't actually sleep there, Sun Kui said. Your appetite improved quite a bit last night too. The noble consort indeed has her skills. The emperor replied softly, the dishes she prepares suit my taste. Your Majesty, if you eat well and sleep well at Kun Hall, why don't you go there more often? Sun Kui, as the emperor's close eunuch, naturally hoped that the emperor could eat and sleep well every day. The emperor also wished to visit every day, but he couldn't. Am I that idle? Hearing the change in the emperor's tone, Sun Kui felt a shiver in his heart and immediately raised his hand to slap himself. This servant spoke too much. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All right, I'm not blaming you. The emperor, having changed into the dragon robe, then went to the adjacent side hall to freshen up. By the time the emperor was done freshening up, breakfast was already set in the dining hall. The emperor's breakfast was quite simple, consisting of porridge, baked cakes, and steamed buns, typical everyday food. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly the Chen hour, and only then did the emperor leisurely head towards Chengguang Hall. As the emperor walked, he stretched and said, having the morning court at the Chen hour is still a bit early. It should be postponed slightly to the fourth quarter of the Chen hour. Walking behind the emperor, Sun Kui said, Your Majesty, if you really postpone the morning court to the fourth quarter of Chen hour, the ministers will definitely criticize you again. The emperor scoffed, Do I fear their words? Haven't I heard enough from them? Even back when he was the crown prince, ministers often censured him. Once he became emperor, the complaints didn't cease. He was like a dead pig, unafraid of boiling water, indifferent to the minister's remarks. By postponing the morning court to the fourth quarter of the Chen hour, I am actually doing them a favor, allowing them a bit more rest. I'm considerate of their welfare. Sun Kui silently thought to himself, Your Majesty, you just want to sleep in a bit more. Your Majesty, do you really want to change the morning court time to the fourth quarter of Chen hour? If it indeed changed to the fourth quarter of Chen hour, they, as servants, could also get more sleep, but it would mean a delay in the emperor reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, wouldn't that mean you won't sleep until after the Zai hour? Alas, then forget it. The emperor sighed wistfully. If only my elder brother were still alive. If his elder brother were alive, he wouldn't have to be burdened with being emperor, waking early and toiling all day. Upon hearing this, Sun Kui knew the emperor was once again lamenting his role as emperor. Alas, the crown prince and Prince Dai both vied for it. Yet the emperor himself did not want to be emperor. Truly, the emperor was the world's first person who didn't wish to be emperor. Your Majesty, as Prince Yang is no longer here, it's best not to dwell on it. The emperor kicked Sun Kui on the rear, scolding, I just want to think about it, can you stop me? Sun Kui grinned apologetically. How dare this servant meddle in your affairs, Your Majesty? The emperor said no more, hands in sleeves, leisurely walking into Chengguang Hall like an old gentleman. Inside the hall, civil and military officials were already lined up and standing in formation. When the emperor sat on the dragon throne, the ministers immediately knelt to pay their respects. Greetings to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. The emperor casually lifted his hand and then yawned, saying, Rise, all of you. The ministers were accustomed to the emperor's nonchalant demeanor. Should he act seriously one day, the ministers would actually find it odd. If there are matters to address, speak up. No sooner had the emperor sat down than he slouched on the dragon throne. The ministers with matters to present stepped forward one after another to speak. Every morning court session, both major and minor matters were presented. Of course, confidential matters were never discussed at the morning court. After the ministers finished presenting their matters, the emperor straightened up, and with a concerned look, addressed Prime Minister He. Prime Minister He, I heard you fainted yesterday. Is your health all right? You fainted and claimed to be fine. The emperor feigned concern. Prime Minister He, you must take care of yourself. If something happens to you, what am I to do? Prime Minister He replied with a deadpan expression, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am perfectly well. As long as the emperor didn't vex him, he could live quite healthily. Since you say so, I am relieved. The emperor said, standing up and moving to the front, looking at the ministers below and asking, Do any of my beloved ministers enjoy reading history books? This abrupt question left all the civil and military officials baffled for a moment, but they immediately responded that they did enjoy reading history books. Historian. Suddenly called by the emperor, the historian was taken aback and quickly stepped forward. This subject is present. In court, the historian had always lacked presence, and being suddenly called out today, with everyone focusing on him, he couldn't help but feel tense, his body turning rigid. How many historical records from the previous dynasty and the Zheng dynasty do we have? This question puzzled all the ministers present, making them wonder what the emperor intended with it. The historian respectfully replied, In response to Your Majesty, the previous dynasty left 5,319 volumes of historical records, while the Zheng dynasty left only 123 volumes. Emperor asked again, Are the historical records from the previous dynasty complete? The historian answered, not entirely. During Emperor Xia Ling's time, a great fire in the palace burned many records. Moreover, when the rebels invaded the imperial palace, numerous records were also destroyed. The emperor nodded and asked, how much of the Chen dynasty's historical records remain? The historian answered, less than 100 volumes. And what about the records from before the Chen dynasty? The historian said, very few, very few. The emperor lamented, truly a tragedy. The historian felt the same sorrow as the emperor. As a historian, what he cared about most was the historical materials. My beloved ministers, did you not proclaim a passion for history just now? What are your thoughts upon hearing the historian's report? Regrettable, sorrowful, heartbreaking. Ministers, you must understand the importance of historical records. The emperor said since the Chen dynasty, the number of preserved historical records has decreased significantly. Why do you think this is the case? In response to your majesty, it is due to the chaos of war. Indeed, in the late Chen dynasty, rampant warfare destroyed many historical records and books. The same was true for the Zheng dynasty. Over the past 400 or 500 years, wars frequently occurred, with particularly many during the Chen and Zheng dynasties. The previous dynasty fared somewhat better, despite constant conflicts under Emperor Xia Ling. At least, no one destroyed the historical records. Warfare is one reason, but the most important reason is that no one took the time to compile these historical materials into books, ensuring their legacy. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu immediately understood the emperor's intention. I have an idea to organize the historical materials and compile them into books, so they may be passed down from generation to generation, preventing any disjunction in history. The emperor looked at the ministers. What do you think, my dear ministers? The historian said with much excitement, Your Majesty is wise. Seeing that Prime Minister He and others agreed, the other ministers naturally did not oppose. They all understood that compiling historical records was a beneficial endeavor for the country and its people, and an act that would etch one's name in history. Since all ministers agree to compile history, who do you think is suitable to oversee it? The ministers supporting the fourth prince immediately suggested that the Li family was the most suitable. During the previous emperor's reign, the Li family oversaw the compilation of ceremonial and musical regulations. Therefore, they had ample experience, making them the perfect choice for compiling history. Those supporting Prince Dai naturally recommended Kong Taiching to be responsible for overseeing the compilation of history. Kong Taiching and his son felt their opportunity had arrived. The two exchanged a glance and then nodded at each other. Without hesitation, Kong Taiching stepped forward and volunteered to oversee the historical compilation. Following him, Kong Yuan also stepped out, expressing his willingness to assist. The Minister of the Ministry of Rights and the Junior Minister also stepped forward, expressing their desire to participate in the historical compilation. Whoever oversees this historical compilation will see their name immortalized. The emperor looked over at Kong Taiching and the others, then at the Minister of the Ministry of Rights and the Junior Minister. He finally glanced at Grandmaster Liu standing in the front. Grandmaster Liu, at your service, Your Majesty. You will be the chief overseer of this historical compilation. As for the other participants, arrange them as you see fit. Grandmaster Liu, he knew the emperor tossed this mess at him again. While compiling history might be a prestigious and advantageous task, it was also a troublesome one. Grandmaster Liu never cared about his reputation, nor concerned himself with whether he would be remembered in history. I obey the order. Whether they were supporters of the Crown Prince, Prince Dai, or other princes, they all wanted to have a stake in this historical compilation. For Grandmaster Liu, peaceful days would become scarce. Seeing no more matters to address, the emperor allowed Sun Kui to announce the end of court. After the court session, Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and the historian went to the imperial study. Compiling history is a significant undertaking, requiring preliminary discussions on how to proceed, where to start, and how far back to trace. The emperor's suggestion was to begin with the most recent dynasties, complete them first, and then work backwards. Prime Minister He and the others naturally agreed. After deliberating on the methods for historical compilation, Prime Minister He curiously asked, Your Majesty, what prompted you to suddenly think of compiling history? It was brought up by the 10th prince. He enjoys reading historical books, and seeing how few records from the Zheng dynasty survived, he wondered why the materials weren't organized and compiled into books. The emperor smiled. I thought he was right, thus I recalled the matter of compiling history. Unexpectedly, the suggestion for compiling history came from the 10th prince, a revelation that truly surprised Prime Minister He and others. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, who was studying in Wend Hall, sneezed several times in succession. The fourth prince heard Zhao Yao sneeze, immediately turned his head to look at him, and asked with concern, 10th brother, what's wrong, have you caught a cold? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Zhao Yao's forehead. 4th brother, I'm fine. It must be because 8th brother is missing me. He's not by 8th brother's side, and 8th brother must be unaccustomed to it. Maybe 8th brother has been thinking about him these past 2 days. He won't miss you. The fourth prince was worried about Zhao Yao. I'll have Wei Mayan call for the imperial physician. Call for the imperial physician. Zhao Yao exclaimed in surprise, then quickly shook his head. No need, fourth brother. I'm really fine, no need to call the imperial physician. He dreaded seeing the imperial physician, as it reminded him of the months he spent drinking medicine. During those months of severe illness, he had to drink medicine 3 times a day, making him feel like vomiting. Now he wanted to throw up as soon as he smelled medicine. We can't be careless, we must have the imperial physician take a look, the fourth prince said, then stood up and spoke to the gentleman. Upon hearing that an imperial physician was to be called for the 10th prince, the gentleman naturally did not object. The fourth prince instructed Wei Mayan to call for the imperial physician. The 9th prince mocked Zhao Yao for being so melodramatic, calling the imperial physician just for a few sneezes. Zhao Yao couldn't be bothered with the 9th prince. He only hoped that when the imperial physician came to examine him, he would find no illness. The 4th prince heard what the 9th prince said and gave him a cold look. The 9th prince, upon seeing the 4th prince's icy gaze, immediately felt intimidated, but pretended to be indifferent and turned his head away. He wasn't afraid of the 3rd prince, the 7th prince, or even the crown prince, but in front of the 4th prince he felt a little uneasy, though he would never admit it. The 4th prince usually had a cold and distant demeanor, hard to approach. Except for Zhao Yao, no one dared to get close to him. Not only the 9th prince, even the 3rd prince and others felt somewhat intimidated by him. Zhao Yao saw that the 9th prince was afraid and immediately mocked him. The 9th prince, seeing Zhao Yao ridicule him, glared at him angrily. Zhao Yao wasn't afraid of the 9th prince and made a face at him. You, the 9th prince, enraged, was about to reach out and go after Zhao Yao, but upon seeing the 4th prince's chilly gaze, he immediately behaved and sat properly. However, he didn't forget to threaten Zhao Yao. Just you wait. Zhao Yao was about to say I'm scared of you, but accidentally choked on his saliva and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The 4th prince, hearing Zhao Yao cough, became even more worried. He quickly raised his hand to pat Zhao Yao's back. Why are you coughing again? 4th brother, I'm really fine. Zhao Yao's small face turned red from coughing. At this time, Wei Mayan arrived at Wend Hall with the imperial physician. The imperial physician was about to salute the princes but was interrupted by the 4th prince, who instructed him to quickly check Zhao Yao's pulse. Seeing the 4th prince so anxious, the imperial physician dared not delay and hurried to check Zhao Yao's pulse. Zhao Yao saw that the arriving imperial physician was an old acquaintance, and he couldn't help but taste bitterness in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed, startling the imperial physician. Dr. Lu, I'm sorry, I startled you. It doesn't matter, but your highness, you. Hearing this, Zhao Yao's heart tightened suddenly. He quickly interrupted Dr. Lu. I'm fine, I'm well, I'm really not sick. The 4th prince, seeing Zhao Yao so nervous and scared, reached out to pat his small head gently. 10th brother, don't be afraid. 4th brother, I'm not sick, I'm really not sick. He didn't want to drink medicine. Whether you're sick or not isn't for you to decide, it's for the imperial physician to say. The 4th prince asked Dr. Lu, Doctor, how is 10th brother? Responding to 4th Highness, 10th prince has caught a cold, but fortunately it's not serious. A couple of doses of medicine will do. Upon hearing about taking medicine, Zhao Yao immediately stood up and took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and Dr. Lu. I'm not sick, I don't want to take medicine. Imperial physician, you may prepare the medicine. Yes, 4th Highness. 4th brother, I don't want to take medicine. The 9th prince laughed at Zhao Yao, saying, Zhao Yao, you're really useless, actually afraid of taking medicine. Are you not afraid? Zhao Yao sharply retorted, are you not afraid of bitterness? The 9th prince certainly didn't like taking medicine, but he would never admit it. I'm not like you, afraid of taking medicine. I'm not afraid at all, not afraid of bitterness either. Then have the guts to drink it. I'm not sick, why would I drink medicine? You claim you're not afraid of taking medicine, not afraid of bitterness, so drink some in front of us. Zhao Yao said with his hands on his hips, if you don't drink, you're afraid. The 7th prince chimed in, 10th brother is right, Zhao Zun, if you don't dare to drink it, you're afraid. The 9th prince didn't fall for it, I'm not sick, why would I drink Zhao Yao's medicine? 9th brother, you're afraid. Zhao Zun, didn't expect you to be such a coward. Zhao Jing, what did you say? The 9th prince picked up a book and threw it at the 7th prince. The 7th prince, unwilling to back down, grabbed a handful of books and threw them at the 9th prince. Mr. Zio had just entered, and seeing the 7th and 9th princes throwing books at each other, scolded them sternly, stop it. Seeing Mr. Zio had arrived, both the 7th and 9th princes were frightened and stood properly. Mr. Zio, with a stern expression, said to them, 7th prince, 9th prince, go stand outside. The 7th and 9th princes glared at each other resentfully, then obediently went outside. Once they were standing properly, Mr. Zio also stepped out, holding a ruler in his hand. Seeing the ruler in his hand, a look of fear appeared on the faces of the 7th and 9th princes. Other instructors would be lenient during punishment, only pretending to hit a few times, but not Mr. Zio. He hit for real and didn't hold back at all. Without needing Mr. Zio to speak, the 7th and 9th princes tremblingly extended their hands. Mr. Zio took up the ruler and struck their palms hard. With a loud smack, he hit with great force, causing the 7th and 9th princes to cry out in pain. Hearing the cries of the 7th prince and others, even Zhao Yao felt the pain. After finishing class at noon, remember to go back and take your medicine. The 4th prince instructed, I've already asked Wei Mayan to inform Madame Zhai. Zhao Yao, it's over, he didn't want to drink the medicine and his concubine mother would make him take it. 4th brother, aren't I your good little brother? When you're sick, you have to take medicine, be good. Zhao Yao still wanted to say something, but Mr. Zio walked in. Mr. Zio first approached Zhao Yao and asked with concern about his health, asking if he wanted to return to Kun Hall to rest. Normally, Zhao Yao would be eager to go back to Kun Hall to rest, but today he was unusually unwilling to return and insisted that he was fine and wanted to continue studying. Seeing that Zhao Yao was in good spirits, Mr. Zio agreed to let him stay at the school. The 4th prince watched as Zhao Yao preferred to stay at the school and study rather than going back to Kun Hall to take medicine, filled with helpless laughter in his eyes. For the first time, Zhao Yao hoped that noon would come later, or not at all, but noon still came on time. He definitely wouldn't go back to take medicine. Oh, he could go to Mr. Zio, ask questions, and then have lunch with him, so he wouldn't need to take medicine. Thinking he had a good idea, Zhao Yao was about to find Mr. Zio when the 4th prince stopped him. The 4th prince had long guessed that Zhao Yao wouldn't honestly return to Kun Hall. I'll escort you back to Kun Hall. 4th brother, no need, I can go back by myself. 10th brother, you have 2 choices. 1, I escort you back to Kun Hall. 2, you come with me to Xing Palace. Zhao Yao smiled ingratiatingly at the 4th prince. 4th brother, is there a third option? No, choose one. 4th brother, I'll go with you then. At least 4th brother wouldn't force him to drink medicine. Madame Zhai is worried about you. I'll still escort you back to Kun Hall. The 4th prince took Zhao Yao's hand and left Wend Hall. Just as they walked out of Wend Hall, they saw Liang Zhai coming with Gui Xing to personally pick up Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao cried out in his heart, it's over. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The 4th prince saluted Liang Zhai, and Liang Zhai thanked the 4th prince for taking care of Zhao Yao. Seeing Liang Zhai had arrived, the 4th prince no longer needed to personally escort Zhao Yao back to Kun Hall. Mother, why have you come? Liang Zhai took Zhao Yao's hand and said with a gentle face, Mother came to take you back. Zhao Yao, Mother, look, I'm fine. How do I look like I'm sick? Achoo. Before he could finish, Zhao Yao sneezed. Gui Xing said nervously, Your Highness, you even sneezed, yet you say you're not sick. I'm really fine, it's just 8th brother thinking of me. Liang Zhai pinched Zhao Yao's ear. If you're sick, you obediently take your medicine, understand? Zhao Yao wanted to make a last-ditch struggle. Mother, can I not take the medicine? No, you can't. Zhao Yao pouted, I don't like taking medicine. No one likes taking medicine, but if you don't take it, you won't get better. Liang Zhai knew her son was scared of taking medicine because of those months of illness. Good medicine is bitter, but it's too bitter. Liang Zhai laughed. No matter how bitter it is, it's not as bitter as Coptes, right? Do you want your father to feed you Coptes again? Zhao Yao's small face showed a terrified expression, and he quickly shook his head. I don't want that. Liang Zhai held Zhao Yao's hand as they walked and patiently comforted him. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the emperor had just finished discussing matters of state with Grandmaster Liu and the others. He invited them to stay for lunch, but Prime Minister He, worried about his orchids, declined the emperor's invitation for lunch and hurriedly returned to Lanyuan Pavilion. Sun Kui saw Prime Minister He leaving the imperial study like a gust of wind and asked in surprise, why is Prime Minister He leaving in such a hurry? He worries that the 10th prince will go to Lanyuan Pavilion to steal his orchids. The 10th prince is sick and won't be going to Lanyuan Pavilion to steal orchids for now. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately frowned and asked, is the 10th prince ill and is it serious? About 2 hours ago, the 4th prince sent someone to call the imperial physician to Wen Hall to check the 10th prince's pulse. Sun Kui said, Dr. Liu mentioned that the 10th prince caught a cold, but it's not serious. A couple of doses of medicine should suffice. The emperor, recalling the image of his little son severely ill months ago, felt very concerned. Let's go to Kun Hall. Several months ago, it also started with Zhao Yao catching a cold and getting a fever. After that, his condition worsened. For months, Zhao Yao kept having recurrent fevers. Once, the fever got so severe that he nearly didn't make it. Both the 4th prince and the emperor were so worried about Zhao Yao's health because they feared he might end up like a few months ago. As soon as Zhao Yao returned to Kun Hall, Gui Xing brought over the medicine she had just brewed. The bitter smell of the medicine wafted over from afar, making Zhao Yao's stomach churn. He quickly covered his nose, his adorable little face full of disdain and refusal. Your Highness, the medicine is still hot. Please drink it quickly. No, it's too smelly. Taking advantage of Liang Zhai and the others not noticing, Zhao Yao bolted for the door. Liang Zhai hurriedly sent Tong Zai after him. From a distance, the emperor saw Zhao Yao running and guessed he was escaping, so he instructed Sun Daodu and the others to chase after him. Zhao Yao didn't expect to meet the emperor halfway. Father, why are you here? Cough, 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 cough. Hearing his youngest son's cough, the emperor quickly raised a hand and gently patted his back. Why are you running? I wasn't running, I was going to find fourth brother. As he was speaking, Tongzai caught up. Seeing the emperor, he quickly knelt down in salute. You little brat, are you running away because you don't want to drink the medicine? Zhao Yao hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, I'm not sick, why would I drink the medicine? Saying so, he struggled strongly, trying to escape from the emperor's grip. Father, let me go. The emperor directly grabbed Zhao Yao and gave his butt a firm slap. Behave yourself, I don't want to let me go. Seeing the emperor holding onto his collar, Zhao Yao thought of a way and reached to untie his belt, trying to strip off his clothes. The emperor, seeing this, was both angry and amused, directly picked Zhao Yao up. He again gave Zhao Yao's butt a firm slap. If you don't behave, I'll give you a spanking. Do you want your butt to bloom? Hearing the words butt bloom, the previously restless Zhao Yao immediately calmed down. Father, you always threaten me. Zhao Yao, angry, reached out and pinched the emperor's face. What kind of hero are you, bullying a child like me? What kind of hero runs away fearing to drink medicine? Zhao Yao grabbed the emperor's ears, angrily saying, I'm a child, not a hero. I just don't like drinking medicine, simply don't like it. When you're sick, you should obediently drink your medicine. The emperor deliberately laughed maliciously. If you don't drink obediently, I'll force it down you. A few months ago, when Zhao Yao was seriously ill, he refused to drink the medicine. The emperor and Liang Jie took turns forcing it down him. Zhao Yao, angered, opened his mouth and bit the emperor's nose. Stinky father, bad father, always bullying me. Yes, I am indeed bullying you. The emperor laughed. Having sons is for bullying, otherwise why have you? Zhao Yao, why does he have such a rotten dad? Bite this bad father to death. Zhao Yao opened his mouth and bit the emperor's face. He bit hard, causing the emperor to inhale sharply from the pain. The emperor pinched Zhao Yao's small mouth, playfully scolding, You little brat, are you a dog? Since you bullied me. Zhao Yao hadn't finished speaking when the emperor bit his little face, causing him to cry out in pain, Stinky father, you bit me. You bit me, so naturally I'll bite you back. Sun Kui, watching the emperor and his son biting each other's faces, both leaving a tooth mark on each other's face, found it amusing but also quite heartwarming. Father, how can you be like this? Zhao Yao complained loudly. The emperor ignored Zhao Yao and carried him back to Kund Hall. Liang Jie was not surprised to see the emperor come. Zhao Yao was sick, and the imperial physician was called once the emperor knew he would definitely come to visit. Where's the medicine? The emperor sat down with Zhao Yao in his arms. Gui Xing quickly brought the medicine over, respectfully placing it before the emperor. Zhao Yao, smelling the medicine, looked visibly disgusted. The emperor took the medicine bowl with his right hand and brought it to Zhao Yao's lips. Drink. Zhao Yao tightly covered his nose with both hands, shaking his head vigorously. The emperor used one hand to pry open Zhao Yao's small mouth and the other to pour the medicine in. Zhao Yao was forced to tilt his head back, forced to open his mouth, and forced to swallow the medicine. Although the emperor was forceful, he knew his limits and didn't choke Zhao Yao. The whole bowl of medicine was forced down. Zhao Yao felt utterly hopeless from the bitterness. Liang Jie handed 2 pieces of caramel to the emperor, who took them and directly stuffed them into Zhao Yao's mouth. The sweetness of the caramel swiftly dispelled the bitterness, and Zhao Yao ate 10 pieces in succession before he felt alive again. Having finished the medicine, Zhao Yao was like a wilted eggplant, devoid of any energy. Upon learning that the emperor hadn't had lunch yet, Liang Jie quickly went to the small kitchen to stir-fry 2 dishes. During the meal, Zhao Yao had no appetite. Though the caramel reduced the bitterness significantly, Zhao Yao still felt nauseous. Seeing him not eat, the emperor had to once again force-feed him. After the meal, noticing Zhao Yao lacked energy, the emperor generously allowed him to rest well in Kund Hall for the afternoon. The emperor originally thought letting Zhao Yao skip study in the afternoon would make him happy, but unexpectedly, the little rascal still seemed unenthusiastic. Liang Jie had Tongzai take Zhao Yao to his room to rest first. This little brat usually loves not studying the most. Why did he not react just now when told he didn't have to study? The medicine hit him hard. Liang Jie, feeling sorry for her son, said, He really fears and dislikes drinking medicine. How did he catch a cold in the first place? Maybe he kicked off his covers while sleeping at night. Liang Jie self-blamed, It's my carelessness. That little rascal's restless sleeping isn't your fault. The emperor comforted Liang Jie. Didn't the imperial physician say his cold wasn't serious? He'll be fine after a couple of doses, you needn't worry too much. I'm just afraid he'll develop a fever. Previously, Yao Yao's illness started mild, but later he did develop a fever. He won't. The emperor held Liang Jie's hand, patting it gently and said, This kid's body is much stronger than it was months ago. It won't be like last time. Hearing the emperor's assurance, Liang Jie felt much at ease. Yes, Yao Yao will definitely be fine. The emperor still had matters to attend to and didn't linger long at Kund Hall. Before leaving, he went to check on Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was already asleep, yet his little face remained furrowed. The emperor touched Zhao Yao's forehead and little face. Assurance came, seeing no fever. Liang Jie, uneasy for Zhao Yao, stayed by his bedside, occasionally touching his forehead and little face. The fourth prince, noticing Zhao Yao's absence from the martial arts arena in the afternoon, thought his cold had worsened. After lessons, he hastily ran to Kund Hall to visit. Liang Jie informed the fourth prince that Zhao Yao had developed a fever in the afternoon, but it had subsided by now. Hearing of Zhao Yao's fever, the fourth prince's heart was instantly gripped with anxiety. Jie, madam, may I go in and see the 10th brother? Go ahead, but he fell asleep not long ago, so you can't talk to him. I'll just look at 10th brother. Guided by Tongzai, the fourth prince went to Zhao Yao's chamber. After the fever earlier, Zhao Yao's little face remained flushed. However, his face wasn't furrowed. Carefully, the fourth prince reached out to touch Zhao Yao's forehead, finding it cool. His heart, once in his throat, was set at ease. To avoid waking Zhao Yao, after watching for a while, the fourth prince quietly left. Jie, madam, I'll come to see 10th brother tomorrow. The fourth prince is thoughtful. Jie, madam, this opens the prince's eyes. Fourth prince, take care. After leaving Kund Hall, instead of returning straight to Xing Palace, the fourth prince went to his mother's quarters. Consort Li was surprised to see the fourth prince visit her at that time. What brings you here? Son just came from Kund Hall after visiting 10th brother. How is the 10th prince? Is it serious? Consort Li had heard of Zhao Yao falling ill. He had a fever in the afternoon, but it has since subsided. The fourth prince continued, Mother, I remember you have a 400-year-old ginseng. Upon hearing this, Consort Li knew what her son intended. You're asking me for ginseng for the 10th prince. 10th brother has poor health. I wanted to ask for some ginseng from Mother to help him recuperate. The fourth prince became heavy-hearted, recalling Zhao Yao's severe illness months ago. I don't want 10th brother to fall ill again. You sure are concerned about the 10th prince. Consort Li knew her son's character well. He was precocious, mature, and astute, rarely allowing anyone into his heart. Somehow, though, the 10th prince had managed to reach him, winning his care and affection. He's my 10th brother, of course I care. Consort Li teasingly asked, Why don't I see you so concerned about the 5th prince and your other brothers? They're not 10th brother. In the fourth prince's heart, Zhao Yao was the only one he considered a brother, others were not. Consort Li instructed a servant to fetch 2 ounces of ginseng and then gave it to the fourth prince. If it's not enough, come get more. But first, you should consult the imperial physician to ensure the 10th prince can take ginseng. The fourth prince had Wei Mayan deliver the ginseng to Kund Hall. He stayed to chat with Consort Li for a while. The emperor plans to chronicle history, have you heard? Consort Li asked. The fourth prince slightly nodded, yes, I heard. What's your take on it? It's a good thing. Consort Li gave the fourth prince a knowing look. You have a love for reading and have gone through numerous historical texts, and I believe you could participate in the chronicle. Me, the fourth prince was taken aback. Yes, I think you should give it a try. Consort Li said gently, you won't come of age for another 2 years. If you achieve something significant before your coming of age ceremony, it could be beneficial for your future ennoblement. This historical chronicle is a great opportunity, you shouldn't miss it. The fourth prince felt his mother's words made sense. Mother, I'm still young, father might not agree. You are talented, meticulous, and earnest in your work. The emperor will surely agree. Consort Li was confident in her son's abilities. Tomorrow, you should express your intention to participate in the chronicle to the emperor. Yes, the fourth prince had always wanted to serve the court and the people, but due to his youth, he could only stay at Wend Hall studying. With the opportunity to serve the court and the people, he naturally would not pass it up. The emperor said the idea to chronicle history was proposed by the 10th prince. 10th brother, the fourth prince was surprised. Consort Li shared with the fourth prince what she had heard in detail. After hearing this, the fourth prince chuckled. Who would have thought that an offhand remark by 10th brother would lead father to decree a historical chronicle? That night in Hulong Temple, the 8th prince had just left the crown prince's room and returned to his own guest room. Yu Hai walked in, first saluting the 8th prince, then took a letter from his bosom and presented it to the 8th prince with both hands. Your Highness, there's news in the letter. The 8th prince put down the book in his hand, reached out to take the letter, and opened it to read. Seeing the 8th prince's expression change suddenly, Yu Hai hurriedly asked with concern, Your Highness, what has happened in the palace? The 10th prince is ill, the 8th prince said worriedly. Upon hearing this, Yu Hai's face also showed a concerned expression. Is the 10th prince's illness serious? He caught a chill, but it's nothing serious for now. The 8th prince said, but the worried look on his face did not lessen. That's good. After saying this, Yu Hai noticed the 8th prince's face was still heavy and quickly comforted him. Your Highness, the 10th prince just caught a chill. You don't need to worry too much. Have you forgotten? A few months ago, the 10th prince got a chill as well. The 8th prince was also worried that Zhao Yao would be like last time. Hearing the 8th prince say this, Yu Hai recalled how the 10th prince had nearly died from illness a few months ago. Your Highness, the 10th prince is a blessed person. Surely nothing will happen this time. I was careless. The 8th prince picked up the letter in his hand and burned it over the candle flame. Your Highness, what does the 10th prince's illness have to do with you? It's not like you caused it. The 8th prince did not answer Yu Hai's question, but spoke of other matters. We must find a way to nurse the 10th prince back to health. Your Highness, the imperial physicians in the palace will take care of the 10th prince's health. The 8th prince raised the corners of his mouth in a cold smile. If those incompetent imperial physicians could restore the 10th prince's health, he wouldn't be ill again today. Your Highness, what do you mean? The 8th prince squinted, pondering something, and then instructed Yu Hai, have someone inquire if there is a divine doctor, and if there is, bring them back. Yes, Your Highness. Yu Hai sighed in his heart. The 8th prince truly cared about the 10th prince. Father wants to compile history. The crown prince will arrange for some of his people to be involved, and Lin Zui is among them. Inform him. On the surface, Lin Zui was a person of the crown prince, but in secret he was the 8th prince's man. Yes, Your Highness. The 8th prince looked at the candle flame, his expression contemplative. Seeing this, Yu Hai quickly asked, Your Highness, what's the matter? The 8th prince withdrew his gaze from the candle flame and said blandly, Nothing, you may go ahead with your duties. I take my leave, Your Highness. The 8th prince read the book for a while but didn't turn a single page. He simply put the book down, stood up, and walked to the corridor, gazing at the distant mountains. Hulong Temple is located in the Zishan area on the outskirts of the capital, with a stretch of mountains providing a tranquil environment. Opposite Hulong Temple is the mountain where the imperial mausoleum is located, where the tomb of the late empress is located. The 8th prince couldn't calm himself after thinking it over. He decided to go to the main hall. There he knelt before the Buddha, tapping the wooden fish, praying in his heart for Buddha to bless Zhao Yao. In fact, he didn't believe in Buddha or gods, but for Zhao Yao, he decided to pray to Buddha once. The Zhao Yao who was on the 8th prince's mind had already recovered. At this moment, he was leaning against the bed, being fed porridge by Liang Zhai. After sleeping for an afternoon and most of the evening, Zhao Yao's stomach had long been empty, only feeling full after drinking 2 bowls of porridge. After the porridge, his spirits improved significantly. Liang Zhai gently wiped his lips with a handkerchief. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort anywhere? Zhao Yao waved his 2 hands, smiling at Liang Zhai. I'm fine, there's nothing uncomfortable. Really? Not lying to your mother. Mother, why would I lie to you? I'm really fine now. Zhao Yao pouted. I told you I'm fine, yet you insisted I drink the medicine. His face was pinched by Liang Zhai. You had a fever this afternoon. What are you talking about? Ah, a fever. Then why didn't I feel anything? After having lunch, he returned to his chambers to rest and kept dreaming. He had many dreams. Mother, I dreamed of him again. When Liang Zhai heard Zhao Yao say him, she knew who he was referring to. What did you dream about him? Do you remember much? I dreamed of him studying when he was young. Zhao Yao slightly frowned, a sympathetic look on his young face. He read a lot when he was young. This time, Zhao Yao remembered the dream. He wanted to tell Liang Zhai about what happened in the dream, but as soon as he recalled the contents of the dream, his head started to ache. Liang Zhai saw his appearance and quickly said, Let's talk about it when you're better. For now, just rest well. Although Zhao Yao felt much better in spirit, his mind was foggy from having too many dreams. Mother consort, I'm fine now. I haven't had a fever again, so I don't need the medicine anymore. No, you're not completely well yet. You still need to take the medicine. As they were speaking, Tongzai came in with a bowl of medicine, emitting a strong, bitter smell. Zhao Yao immediately lay back down, burrowed into the blanket, cocooning himself like a silkworm, and rolled to the innermost part of the bed. Yao Yao, will you take it yourself, or do you want Mother Consort to feed you? Liang Zhai stood by the bed, holding the medicine with a gentle smile. Hearing Liang Zhai's voice dripping with tenderness, Zhao Yao felt a shiver on his scalp. He dared not hide in the bed any longer and obediently rolled back. Mother Consort, I'll drink it myself. With that, he sat up and leaned against the bed. Shall I still feed you? Zhao Yao shook his head quickly. I'll drink it myself. After he spoke, he reached out to Liang Zhai. Liang Zhai handed the medicine to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao pinched his nose with one hand, held the medicine bowl with the other, and drank it all in one go. The bitterness nauseated him, and he almost vomited. Liang Zhai promptly fed 2 pieces of caramel into his mouth, preventing him from throwing up. It's so bitter. Zhao Yao fell back onto the bed, losing all hope. Seeing his pitiful state, Liang Zhai fed him 2 more pieces of caramel. Mother Consort, even caramel can't save me. The bitterness seeped into his heart, and no sweetness could sweeten it. Mother Consort, how much longer do I have to take this medicine? If I take it another day, it will really kill me with its bitterness. You'll take it for 1 more day. If you're well, you won't have to drink it again. I'm already well now. Can't we stop it tomorrow? Whether you're well is up to the imperial physician. Liang Zhai gently stroked Zhao Yao's small cheek. The medicine you just took has a sleeping effect. Be a good boy and sleep. Zhao Yao nodded obediently and immediately closed his eyes to sleep. Liang Zhai did not leave but continued to stay by the bed. Although Zhao Yao hadn't had a fever again in the afternoon, she still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, in the famous brothel in the capital city, Li Chuan was playing hide and seek with several scantily clad women. These women were graceful and alluring, giggling as they hid. General, I am here. A woman in a green undergarment lightly tossed a green handkerchief onto Li Chuan's face. Beauty, I'm coming for you. Li Chuan lunged at the woman in the green undergarment, but missed. A woman behind him, wearing a red sheer dress, gently tossed a red scarf onto Li Chuan's head. General, I'm here. Come find me. Li Chuan spun quickly and caught the woman in the sheer dress. the general has caught you." The woman in the sheer dress gently caressed Li Chuan's face and asked seductively, "General, how do you plan to punish me?" Li Chuan pulled off the red cloth covering his eyes, fiercely kissed the woman's red lips in his arms, then lifted her up. After spending most of the day with these women, Li Chuan leaned back on the bed, satisfied, drinking and flirting with them. "General, how long will you stay this time? You won't leave in a few days, will you? General, this time when you leave, can you take us with you? We can serve you well. General, we're so lonely when you're not here. This general would like to take you, but women aren't allowed in the barracks." Li Chuan's hands roamed over the women, earning playful scolds from them. "I'll stay in the capital for a while. That's wonderful. General, since you're staying in the capital for now, you must come see us every day." All right, this general will come to pamper you every day. You must serve this general well. Rest assured, general, we will serve you well. Then serve this general one more time." Li Chuan and these women indulged until dawn. His deputy general reminded him it was time to attend court, which made Li Chuan get up groggily. The deputy general, seeing Li Chuan's drunken state, worriedly said, "General, like this, I'm afraid others will notice." Li Chuan, now dressed in his court robes, looked terrible, haggard from the hangover and excesses. Anyone could see what he'd been up to last night. "Notice what?" Li Chuan said, yawning. "Notice what you did last night." The deputy general couldn't believe Li Chuan's recklessness. "General, it's the mourning period for the late empress. All entertainment is banned. If others know you spent the night at the brothel, they will surely report you, and the emperor will certainly punish you." Li Chuan waved dismissively. "It's fine. His Highness will protect me. General, you know the emperor holds the late empress in high regard. Even His Highness must behave during her mourning period." Li Chuan, having had a wild night, felt severely groggy and in pain. The deputy general's chatter annoyed him tremendously. "Enough, this general will be fine." The deputy general, seeing Li Chuan's impatience, dared not speak further for fear of angering him. As Li Chuan boarded the carriage, he swayed a bit, nearly falling, but the deputy general supported him just in time. "General, are you all right? I'm going to sleep in the carriage. Wake me when we reach the palace gates." Li Chuan went inside the carriage, lay down, and soon began snoring thunderously. The deputy general sat with the coachman, hearing Li Chuan's snores, and sighed helplessly. On the way to the palace gates, they happened to encounter Prince Dai's carriage. The deputy general hurried into the carriage, called out several times without waking Li Chuan, and had to shake him awake. Li Chuan, in a deep sleep, was suddenly shaken awake and glared angrily at the deputy general. "Do you want to die?" "General, His Highness's carriage is ahead." Hearing this, Li Chuan sat up abruptly, quickly got off the carriage, and jogged over to Prince Dai's carriage. "Your Highness." Prince Dai opened the window first, saw it was Li Chuan, and stopped the carriage. Li Chuan quickly got on the carriage and saluted Prince Dai. Seeing Li Chuan's haggard face, Prince Dai immediately kicked him, nearly knocking him off the carriage. The originally drowsy Li Chuan was startled awake by Prince Dai's kick. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Where did you go fooling around last night?" Li Chuan stammered. "The brothel." Hearing this, Prince Dai's face turned black, and he kicked Li Chuan again, sending him off the carriage this time. Seeing this, Li Chuan's deputy general quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Your Highness, please calm down." Li Chuan, seeing Prince Dai angry, obediently knelt by the carriage. Prince Dai looked down at Li Chuan. "Are you tired of living, daring to fool around at a time like this?" "Subordinate." Just then, Prince Dai's kick was so heavy, it hurt Li Chuan's chest. "Get back immediately." Li Chuan, in such a state, couldn't attend morning court, or surely other ministers would notice. "Yes, Your Highness. After the court, I'll deal with you." Li Chuan dared not delay, hurried back to his carriage, and had the deputy general take him home. At this time, he still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. "Fu Zhang, go to Li Chuan and give him a good scolding on my behalf." "Yes, Prince." Prince Dai frowned and said, "At this time, if you cause trouble for me, are you thinking I don't already have enough on my plate?" "Your Highness, General Li usually indulges himself in the brothel, which can be overlooked, but I didn't expect him to go to the brothel at this time." Fu Zhang was annoyed with Li Chuan for bothering His Highness at such a moment. "You had clearly warned General Li and others before, telling them to behave during this period, yet General Li." Prince Dai, with a grim face, cursed, "I have spoiled him." "Your Highness, this time you mustn't pardon General Li, otherwise he will repeat his mistakes." Fu Zhang always felt that Li Chuan and his men were too reckless, forgetting that the capital is not a military camp, yet they behaved as if they were. If General Li continues like this, he will end up in trouble sooner or later. After all, the capital is not the military camp, and the Crown Prince's faction is watching closely. "You are correct. Your Highness, I will go find General Li first." "Go." Fu Zhang got off the carriage and hurried to the Li mansion. When he arrived, Li Chuan was bathing. He waited for a while until Li Chuan finished bathing and came out. Seeing Fu Zhang, Li Chuan courteously cupped his hands in greeting. Fu Zhang performed a proper bow. "General, His Highness has instructed me to scold you on his behalf." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan immediately stood up straight and said, "Please go ahead." "General, are you unaware of what time this is?" Fu Zhang admonished. Have you forgotten the warning His Highness gave you before? Li Chuan was left speechless. General, His Highness clearly told you before that during the late Empress's mourning period, you should not go out drinking, not cause disturbances, not kill anyone, and especially not visit the brothel. If any of these misdeeds come to light, the Emperor will certainly punish you severely. Have you forgotten? Li Chuan looked embarrassed. The prince said, you were just conferred the title of General Yingyang. Do you want to be demoted to a commoner? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan quickly said, I do not. General Li, if you recklessly harm yourself, it's one thing, but you'll implicate the prince. Fu Zhang said harshly. Before entering the capital, the prince told you all that the crown prince's faction would be watching you. If they caught any mistakes, they'd spare no effort to crush you and slander His Highness. If your deeds are discovered by the crown prince's faction, they will certainly latch on to it, ensuring the emperor severely punishes His Highness. The emperor cherishes His Highness, so he may not severely punish him. This was Li Chuan's reason for acting so recklessly. Hearing this, Fu Zhang knew Li Chuan still didn't see his mistake and immediately flew into a rage. General Lei, although the emperor favors His Highness, he also greatly values the late empress's mourning period. This year marks the 7th anniversary of the late empress's death, an especially important year. The emperor even called off court for a day because of it. If His Highness errs during this time, the crown prince's faction will say he disrespects the late empress and label him with the charge of impiety. Then His Highness's reputation will be ruined. The crown prince and Duke Zhen will seize upon this. Even if the emperor favors His Highness, he will have to punish him severely. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan finally realized the severity of the situation. Eunuch Fu Zhang interrupted Li Chuan. General Li, do you think what you did last night was not serious, and even if discovered, His Highness would protect you? Li Chuan remained silent, for that was exactly what he had thought. General Li, His Highness would protect you, but how do you repay him? Have you considered His Highness? Fu Zhang angrily questioned. Li Chuan, faced with Fu Zhang's questioning, felt utterly ashamed, knelt down, and struck himself a few times. I was wrong. Seeing Li Chuan recognize his mistake, Fu Zhang's expression improved slightly. General Li, please think thrice before acting in the future. If not for yourself, think for His Highness. Rest assured, Eunuch Fu, I will never again do anything detrimental to His Highness in the future. I hope the general keeps his word. Fu Zhang spoke a few more words before leaving the Li mansion. At this time, Prince Dai was already at Chengguang Hall attending the morning court. Li Chuan did not attend the morning court, and Prince Dai requested leave for him, stating that Li Chuan was unwell and thus did not come to court. As soon as Prince Dai finished requesting leave for Li Chuan, a minister stepped forward to report to the emperor, Your Majesty, General Yingyang is not ill. Yesterday, General Yingyang stayed overnight at the brothel Yihang Court and left there only this morning. Your Majesty, during the former empress's memorial period, General Yingyang going to a brothel to consort with courtesans is truly unacceptable. Your Majesty, this is not the first time General Yingyang has spent the night at a brothel. Every time he returns to the capital, he stays at a brothel. There was a time he stayed for several days and nights. The court has regulations prohibiting officials from visiting brothels. General Yingyang dares to flagrantly flout the law by visiting a brothel, which is utterly outrageous. During the former empress's memorial period, General Yingyang unrestrainedly visits a brothel, showing blatant disrespect, as if he disregards the former empress entirely. The faction of the crown prince seized this matter to file numerous complaints against Li Chuan. General Yingyang is a subordinate under Prince Dai. That Prince Dai indulges his subordinate to visit a brothel during the former empress's memorial period suggests he, too, disregards the former empress. The former empress was Prince Dai's legitimate mother, and doing this is unfilial to her. Your Majesty, with Prince Dai acting this way, he is insulting the former empress. Ministers allied with Prince Dai naturally spoke in defense, accusing them of slandering General Yingyang and Prince Dai, and asked if they had any evidence. General Yingyang is a 5th-ranked general in the court, and slandering an official is a serious offense. The Crown Prince's faction stated they had evidence. Someone personally saw General Yingyang at the Yihang court last night, and another witnessed him leaving the brothel an hour ago. If disbelieving, anyone could go to Yihang court and inquire. Seeing the Crown Prince's faction speaking with such confidence, the ministers supporting Prince Dai became somewhat apprehensive. Prince Dai once again stepped forward, stating, Father, General Yingyang truly is unwell. Prince Dai insisted that Li Chuan was ill. He sent Fu Zhang to find Li Chuan to reprimand him, and to ensure he genuinely falls ill. He had long anticipated that requesting leave for Li Chuan might arouse suspicion from the Crown Prince's faction, so Li Chuan had to genuinely appear sick, or it would be deceiving the emperor. Your Majesty, whether General Yingyang is truly ill or not, let the imperial physician examine him to find out. The emperor glanced at Sun Kui, who immediately responded, then bowed and left. Prince Dai maintained a composed demeanor. Before attending court, he had a young eunuch inform noble princess consort wrong to notify the on-duty imperial physician for today. Sun Kui walked out of Chengguang Hall and instructed Sun Daodu to fetch an imperial physician from the imperial hospital to the Prince Dai mansion. Master, this matter. Realizing how much favor the crown prince enjoyed from the emperor, Sun Daodu was indecisive and sought his master Sun Kui's counsel. Sun Kui said, act impartially. Sun Daodu hesitated for a moment before speaking about the imperial physician. Most of the physicians at the imperial hospital have a good relationship with noble princess consort Rong, and he feared the physicians might cooperate with Prince Dai. Who are the on-duty physicians today? Is Dr. Feng, who takes the emperor's pulse, available? The chief imperial doctor, Dr. Feng, is the one who specifically attends to the emperor. Dr. Feng is on his rest day today. Sun Kui thought for a moment and said, first, go to Feng Mansion to find Dr. Feng, then take him to General Yingyang's mansion. Ah, Sun Daodu was surprised, Master, are we really going to do this? He couldn't help but show a worried expression on his face and lowered his voice, saying, Master, if Prince Dai and noble princess consort Rong find out, they might blame us. Sun Kui tapped Sun Daodu's head with a horsetail whisk and said, would you rather be blamed by the emperor or by noble princess consort Rong? Sun Daodu replied without hesitation, I'd rather be blamed by noble princess consort Rong and Prince Dai. We both serve by the emperor's side, and we only do what the emperor asks, understand? Sun Daodu quickly nodded, understood. But master, the emperor has always favored Prince Dai. Will our actions displease the emperor? Sun Kui understood Sun Daodu's implication and said meaningfully, right now, nothing is more important than the former empress's memorial day. Disciple understands, I will leave the palace now. Sun Daodu left the palace and first went to Feng Mansion to find Dr. Feng, then brought Dr. Feng to Li Chuan's residence. Dr. Feng is the emperor's exclusive physician. In the past, both noble princess consort Rong and Empress Zai tried to bribe him but were refused. His loyalty lies solely with the emperor, making him the most suitable to diagnose Li Chuan. Li Chuan did not recognize Dr. Feng and assumed he was an imperial physician arranged by Prince Dai. Following Fu Zhang's instructions, he pretended to be ill sincerely. Dr. Feng finished taking his pulse and advised Li Chuan to have a good rest but said nothing more. Li Chuan instructed the deputy general to escort Sun Daodu and Dr. Feng out of the mansion. Sun Daodu then took Dr. Feng back to the palace. The morning court session had not yet ended. Sun Daodu walked into Chengguang Hall, bowed, and respectfully reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, Dr. Feng is outside the hall. Hearing it was Dr. Feng, Prince Dai widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, how could it be Dr. Feng? The emperor was unaware that Dr. Feng was on his rest day today and found no surprise in Sun Daodu bringing Dr. Feng to Li Chuan's residence. Let him come in. Prince Dai's expression immediately turned very unpleasant. Dr. Feng walked in and respectfully saluted the emperor. This servant greets Your Majesty. Rise, you examined General Yingyang. How is his condition? Reporting to Your Majesty, General Yingyang's health is generally fine except. At this point, Dr. Feng suddenly paused, showing a hesitant expression. Except what? Dr. Feng honestly replied, except that General Yingyang is suffering from excessive indulgence and drank quite a bit last night, so he is currently somewhat weak. The emperor, having heard Dr. Feng, cast a cold gaze at Prince Dai. Feeling the emperor's piercing stare, Prince Dai hastily knelt and said, Father, your son was unaware of General Yingyang's situation. Your son believed he was truly unwell. The emperor waved Dr. Feng away, and Dr. Feng left, bowing. The imperial censor stepped forward with a loud voice. Your Majesty, General Yingyang, during the former empress's memorial period, visited a brothel exhibiting lawlessness, immorality, and disregard for filial duty. I urge Your Majesty to impose severe punishment. The imperial censor further stated, Prince Dai condoned his subordinates' actions and deceived Your Majesty, which constitutes the crime of deceiving the emperor. I beseech Your Majesty to punish him severely. At the Hulong Temple, the Crown Prince and the 8th Prince had just finished their morning session with the monks. Elvi Kong handed a letter to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince took it and after reading burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. The 8th Prince saw the Crown Prince suddenly so happy and quickly asked, Big brother, has the incident with Li Chuan been exposed? Indeed. The Crown Prince handed the letter to the 8th Prince. Take a look. The 8th Prince took the letter and read it carefully. After reading, he also burst into laughter. This is truly wonderful. 8th brother, you really guessed it right. The Crown Prince said joyfully, You previously said that Li Chuan couldn't resist indulging in the pleasures at the brothel, and I didn't believe it. Li Chuan loves wine and women. Every time he returns to the capital, he indulges at the brothel. This time, as soon as he returned to the capital, he often stayed at the brothel. The 8th Prince laughed and said, although Prince Dai warned him not to go to the brothel during the Empress's memorial days, Li Chuan could restrain himself for a day or two, but not for many days. Moreover, he thought Prince Dai was much favored by the Emperor. With Prince Dai's protection, he believed he would be fine. You're right. The crown prince raised his hand and patted the eighth prince on the shoulder. You are indeed observant. Father has demoted Li Chuan to a commoner. Although Prince Dai will keep him in the military, he can't accept such a blow. The eighth prince laughed. From a prestigious fifth-ranked general to a nobody, Li Chuan will certainly collapse, causing Prince Dai to lose a great general. The crown prince nodded, then thought of something and asked the eighth prince, do you think there's a possibility we could buy off Li Chuan? It's possible. With Li Chuan demoted, he can't quickly return to his former position while staying in Prince Dai's camp. The eighth prince stated Prince Dai, being reprimanded because of Li Chuan, can't harbor no resentment towards him. To teach him a lesson, Prince Dai won't promote him easily. Li Chuan might not hate Prince Dai, but if we stoke the flames, he'll surely resent Prince Dai. This struck a chord with the crown prince. Good, I'll be waiting. Big brother, you must patiently wait and only extend help once Li Chuan hits rock bottom. The crown prince slightly nodded. I know. He said, showing a trace of unwillingness. Father is partial to Prince Dai, only scolding him without any punishment. Prince Dai claimed ignorance, seeing Li Chuan looking unwell, genuinely thought he was sick. The excuse is reasonable, and with father's usual favoritism towards him, naturally he trusts his words. The eighth prince mocked. In the end, father is still biased towards him. The crown prince's eyes were full of jealousy. Although father didn't punish Prince Dai, publicly scolding him in front of the civil and military officials still made him lose face. What of it? Big brother, although father didn't punish Prince Dai, his reputation among the people and scholars nationwide has been damaged. The eighth prince smiled meaningfully. Li Chuan is one of Prince Dai's generals, and his actions in the people's eyes represent Prince Dai's. Li Chuan's disrespect towards the empress also means Prince Dai disrespects her. The crown prince finally understood the real intent behind the eighth prince's move. Previously, despite Marquis Xuanping's efforts to help Prince Dai suppress the Lianzhu rebellion and gain public fame, the Li Chuan incident will render all their efforts void. Eighth brother, this move of yours is truly wonderful, the crown prince said with a beaming smile. Eighth brother, you've really done me a big favor this time. Big brother, you're too polite saying that. I'm your brother, it's only right for me to help you. Eighth prince said with a serious expression, moreover, it's always been you helping me. Without you I might have been dead already. What nonsense are you saying? You won't die, you'll live well. The crown prince helped the eighth prince initially out of pity, without any ulterior motives, and did not expect the eighth prince to repay him. All right, I won't say it anymore. The crown prince listened to the eighth prince's words, deeply touched. I won't be polite to you again either. Don't hesitate to tell me whatever you want. Rest assured, big brother, I won't be polite with you, the eighth prince said with a grin. Eighth brother, I haven't felt this delighted in a long time. Ever since Prince Dai returned to the capital, a heavy weight had been pressing on the crown prince's heart, neither ascending nor descending. Now seeing Prince Dai lose a great general and having his reputation tarnished, the heavy stone in his heart finally dissipated, making him feel completely relieved. Big brother, you've been wronged. The words wronged stirred a sourness in the crown prince's heart. Eighth brother, only you understand my grievances. The eighth prince consoled the crown prince. Big brother, the grievances you've suffered in the past will all be avenged. The crown prince's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his expression turned incredibly firm. He clenched his fists and said, yes, I want to take it all back. After saying that, he was reminded of the other two trusted generals under Prince Dai. Eighth brother, is there any way to deal with Qian Songtao and Zhai Gui? Qian Songtao and Zhai Gui are more disciplined than Li Chuan. It's unlikely to deal with them during this period. The eighth prince analyzed. Now that Li Chuan has had an incident, Qian Songtao and Zhai Gui will be even more cautious. It seems we can only proceed slowly. The crown prince, after seeing Li Chuan demoted to commoner, was greedily thinking of dealing with Qian Songtao and Zhai Gui as well. Big brother, since Prince Dai has already lost one key general, he will cherish the other two more and won't let anything happen to them. Wanting to deal with them will be difficult. You'll have to find an opportunity later to do so. The crown prince nodded slightly and said, that's the only way. After speaking, he thought of the matter of the daughter of Minister Kong marrying Prince Dai as a concubine. Minister Kong initially refused the marriage proposal, but father refused his objection. Father is determined to have Minister Kong's daughter marry Prince Dai. Uncle said to let it be and let Minister Kong's daughter marry Prince Dai. But after thinking about it, I still feel uneasy about this. What do you think, eighth brother? Big brother, there's no need for us to intervene. Once Minister Kong's daughter marries into Prince Dai mansion, the inner mansion will become unsettled. By then, Marquis Xuanping and Minister Kong's relationship will also become antagonistic. The eighth prince said, let them feud and destroy each other. Isn't that better? It's true, but in my heart. The crown prince couldn't quite express what he felt. The eighth prince roughly guessed what the crown prince wanted to say. Big brother, just wait for the show to unfold. Hearing this from the eighth prince, the crown prince couldn't help but start looking forward to it. All right, I'll wait to see the show at Prince Dai Mansion. The eighth prince did not mention to the crown prince that they should worry about the possibility of Minister Kong sabotaging the marriage themselves. Not far from Hulong Temple, inside Bodhai Temple, Jing'an was in her room, diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Mrs. Kong accompanied her, copying the scriptures alongside her. Yao mother plans to return home tomorrow. After that, you'll be alone here in the temple. Mother, please rest assured and return. I will take good care of myself. Since she took the tonsure and joined the monastery, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if releasing the shackles from her body. Mother, if anything happens at home, you must inform me. Inform you for what reason? You've joined the monastery, severed ties with the mortal world. Family matters no longer concern you. Mrs. Kong said sternly, now that you've renounced the lay life, devote yourself earnestly to the Buddha. If you meddle in family matters, it will annul your renunciation and implicate the family as well. Do you understand? Kong Yao understood this in her heart, but under Mrs. Kong's stern gaze, she could only nod. Nothing will happen at home. Mrs. Kong regretted not having arranged a marriage for her younger daughter sooner, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Meanwhile, in Prince Dai mansion, Prince Dai wore a sullen face, exuding an intimidating aura. Qian Songtao and Zhai Gui stood at one side while Li Chuan knelt on the ground, his face beaten black and blue. He had been beaten by Qian Songtao and the others. You must return to my fief immediately. Prince Dai thought that leaving Qian Songtao and the others in the capital might lead to more incidents. Your Highness, if we all go back, who will protect you in the capital? Your Highness, old Qian, and I must leave one of us behind to guard you, Zhai Gui said. Leaving you alone in the capital makes us uneasy. Prince Dai was not entirely safe in the capital. A dreamless night. Zhao Yao slept until the hour of C and only then woke up, seeing Liang Jie sitting by the bed watching him. Awake now, do you feel unwell anywhere? Liang Jie reached out to touch Zhao Yao's forehead and little face. Seeing the temperature was normal, she was completely at ease. Zhao Yao lay on the bed, spreading out his arms and legs, stretching in a big lazy manner. Mother, I feel very good now. Nothing feels uncomfortable. That's good. Liang Jie asked warmly, do you want to get up? I'm hungry, I want to get up to eat. Zhao Yao kicked off the quilt with one foot and stood up. Afraid he might catch a cold, Liang Jie quickly dressed him. Did you have any dreams last night? No more. There were no more dreams last night, and he slept very soundly. Mother, yesterday afternoon I dreamt of many things. What did you dream of? In the dream, that world had many wonderful things that we don't have. I wonder if they can be made. Actually, the dreams he had during this illness were similar to those he had during a previous illness. However, after recovering last time, he couldn't remember much of them. This time's dream reminded him of the previous one, yet there were still many parts he couldn't recall. Things from that world are too wondrous for Great Zhou, don't create them for now. While dressing Zhao Yao, Liang Jie instructed, do it later. Even if I wanted to make some things, there's no. Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, there's no technology. All right, let's not talk about your dreams anymore. Liang Jie finished dressing Zhao Yao, led him to sit in front of the dressing table and helped comb his hair. After lunch, have Dr. Lu check your pulse again. At the mention of Dr. Lu, Zhao Yao's heart trembled and he involuntarily showed a look of fear. Mother, I'm no longer having a fever, which means I'm better, so there's no need for Dr. Lu to check my pulse, right? Even if he's better, Dr. Lu would still prescribe him a few more doses of medicine. Liang Jie saw through what her son was thinking at a glance and tapped Zhao Yao's forehead with her finger. Whether you're better or not is up to Dr. Lu. Zhao Yao pouted and said unhappily, Dr. Lu loves prescribing medicine, and it's always the most bitter. He was most afraid of seeing Dr. Lu. The medicine Dr. Lu prescribes for you is the one that can cure your illness. Liang Jie said warmly, if you weren't sick, Dr. Lu wouldn't prescribe medicine. Even if I'm not sick, Dr. Lu would still prescribe medicine. Zhao Yao said with a pout, Dr. Lu loves to exaggerate. Liang Jie raised her hand and tapped Zhao Yao's little head, stating sternly, nonsense. Dr. Lu is not that kind of person. You mustn't speak of Dr. Lu like that again. Go wash up. Zhao Yao went next door to the side hall to wash up with Tongzai, while Liang Jie went to the dining hall. As Tongzai attended to Zhao Yao's grooming, he reported to Zhao Yao, during the morning court, the emperor harshly rebuked Prince Dai in front of all the civil and military officials. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao curiously asked, what did Prince Dai do? It's said that General Yingyang stayed overnight at the brothel and only left this morning. Tongzai said this General Yingyang is one of Prince Dai's generals. Tongzai recounted what he had heard to Zhao Yao in detail. General Yingyang was demoted to a commoner, and Prince Dai was scolded by the emperor. After washing his face, Zhao Yao remarked, it must be something Crown Prince's people did. You mean Crown Prince's people have been watching General Yingyang and his men, most likely. Zhao Yao speculated, Crown Prince's people probably have been monitoring Prince Dai's generals for a long time, just waiting for them to make mistakes. I see. Tongzai added, I also heard that this General Yingyang has a fondness for wine and women. Every time he returns to the capital, he visits the brothel and stays for days and nights without coming out. Crown Prince's people probably have long known about General Yingyang's habits, so they kept an eye on him. Then why didn't Crown Prince's people expose General Yingyang earlier? Tongzai asked in confusion. Isn't there a court regulation prohibiting officials from visiting brothels? There is such a regulation, but the punishment isn't very severe, at most a demotion in rank. Zhao Yao said, a demotion in rank isn't a big deal for General Yingyang and Prince Dai. The Crown Prince, in dealing with Prince Dai, would certainly want a decisive blow. If it were any other time, General Yingyang visiting the brothel at Yihang Yuan would at most cost him a position, but if it happens during the late Empress's mourning period, then the punishment would be doubled. Zhao Yao continued, the Crown Prince's people are waiting for this moment, aiming to make Prince Dai lose his staunch supporter, General Yingyang. Tongzai remarked with a sense of realization, the Crown Prince's people are truly insidious. It's not insidious, it's clever. Besides, if anyone is to blame, it's General Yingyang himself. If he had kept himself pure, the Crown Prince's men wouldn't have caught him by surprise, Zhao Yao said, and Prince Dai is also to blame, for if he had strictly controlled his subordinates, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Your Highness is right, Tongzai said. Now everyone is saying that Prince Dai does not govern strictly and that he shows disrespect to the late Empress. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's expression immediately changed. With a deep meaning, he said, it turns out that the Crown Prince's main aim was to ruin Prince Dai's reputation, truly killing two birds with one stone. Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Tongzai also understood it. Indeed, His Highness Prince Dai is now tarnished with the reputation of being unfilial for disrespecting the late Empress. The glory he received after his victory has suddenly vanished. Prince Dai truly suffers in silence this time. Unable to express his grievances, Zhao Yao said with a smile, I didn't expect the Crown Prince to turn the tables so quickly and with such finesse. The forthcoming drama will only get more exciting. The Crown Prince is indeed formidable. Zhao Yao didn't think this was the Crown Prince's idea alone. He suspected it might be the suggestion of Duke Zhen or perhaps of the 8th Prince. By the way, how is Tong En? Tong En's wound has healed significantly. He stays quietly in the cold palace without asking around. Tongzai said, he even helps Tongla take care of Lai Lu and the others. Zhao Yao appeared thoughtful. Your Highness, what arrangements should be made for Tong En next? Should he continue to help Tongla with Lai Lu and the others? Tong En is skilled in painting. Later, bring him some brushes, ink, paper, and paints, and then ask him in detail what he is most adept at painting, whether it's people, landscapes, or animals. Zhao Yao needed to find out what Tong En excelled in to arrange his future duties effectively. This servant will go at once. Zhao Yao thought of Zhao Yao in the dream, who also could paint but used a different kind of pen. Go get me a charcoal pencil. Charcoal pencil. Tongzai was at a loss hearing of such a thing for the first time, asking, Your Highness, what is a charcoal pencil? Is it a pen? It's a pen made of charcoal. Can charcoal be made into a pen? You shape the charcoal into a pen form, then wrap a layer of wood around it, just like a brush. Tongzai understood Zhao Yao's intention. This servant understands. Go and have breakfast. In the dream, Zhao Yao could paint. It was uncertain if he could draw. Liang Jie, Gui Xing, and the others had already set the breakfast. They, along with Yu Marin, had already had dinner. It just so happened that Zhao Yao couldn't eat greasy food. His breakfast consisted only of porridge, steamed buns, baked cakes, 2 plates of pickles, and vegetarian dishes. Mother, my mouth tastes bitter. Can I have some sugar in the porridge or honey? All right, I'll add honey for you. Liang Jie scooped a spoonful of honey into the porridge before Zhao Yao. Eat up. Mother, it's not sweet enough. Add another spoonful of honey. Too much sweetness isn't good. 1 spoonful is enough. Zhao Yao pouted but obediently began to eat. The porridge with honey added quickly turned sweet, and Zhao Yao soon finished a bowl. Another bowl, please. After 2 bowls of porridge and 2 buns, Zhao Yao finally felt full. Just after finishing breakfast, Dr. Lu arrived. Seeing Dr. Lu, Zhao Yao only felt his mouth turn bitter again. Dr. Lu first paid his respects to Liang Jie and Zhao Yao before checking Zhao Yao's pulse. During the pulse checking, Zhao Yao's heart was tense, really scared that Dr. Lu would say his illness hadn't improved. Your Majesty, His Highness's wind cold is no longer a concern. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile immediately appeared on Zhao Yao's face, and he exclaimed, I'm cured. Finally, no more medicine. Liang Jie inquired, does he still need to take medicine? Upon hearing Liang Jie say this, Zhao Yao swiftly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Dr. Lu with if you say I still need medicine, I'll fight you expression. Amused by Zhao Yao's cute and fierce demeanor, Dr. Lu stifled a laugh, saying, His Highness needs to take 2 more doses of medicine. His words were interrupted by Zhao Yao's exclamation, I'm already cured, I don't need more medicine. Your Highness, to prevent a relapse of your wind cold, you must take 2 more doses of medicine for complete recovery. You're doing this on purpose. Zhao Yao glared at Dr. Lu angrily. Yao Yao, Liang Jie exclaimed with a warning tone. Zhao Yao instantly became obedient. Please ask Dr. Lu to prescribe 2 more doses. It's my duty. By the way, Dr. Lu, can Yao Yao consume the 400-year-old ginseng to nourish his body? Yesterday, they received 2 ounces of 400-year-old ginseng sent by the 4th Prince. He can, but only a little each time, best stewed in soup. Dr. Lu advised, when making soup, just a small slice of ginseng will suffice. His 10th Highness is still young. Too much ginseng at once would not only fail to nourish but could harm the body. Liang Jie nodded and said, I've noted it. Dr. Lu, could you make the prescription less bitter? Zhao Yao complained with a scrunched face, your medicines are so bitter that I'm near death every time. Your Highness, all medicine is bitter, especially good medicine. Could you make it into pills with a sugar coating outside? That way I won't taste the bitterness. In the dream, Zhao Yao's medicine was small pills, easy to swallow with water. Dr. Lu hadn't thought of that. I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Zhao Yao beamed. That's more like it. Taking pills is better than drinking medicine. Fourth brother has joined the history compilation. Zhao Yao exclaimed in surprise, how old is fourth brother? He can actually participate in the compilation of history. Fourth brother is truly amazing, indeed worthy of his fourth brother. Fourth prince asked the emperor yesterday to participate in the history compilation and the emperor agreed. Liang Jie had a very good impression of the fourth prince. Although the fourth prince has not yet come of age, he is mature and steady. With his talent and extensive reading of historical texts, it's not surprising that the emperor agreed for him to partake in the history compilation. Besides fourth brother, who else is participating in the history compilation? Compiling history is a great opportunity for fame through the ages. Whether it's people from the crown prince, from Prince Dai, or from third brother and the others, they will certainly try their best to get their people involved in the history compilation. Grandmaster Liu is very fair. Each prince's people have someone involved. Liang Jie said warmly, however, the main responsibility still lies with the Li family and the Kong family. Is Grandmaster Liu in charge overall? Yes, Grandmaster Liu is truly remarkable, able to keep everything balanced. Zhao Yao had only seen Grandmaster Liu a few times at important banquets and had not met or spoken with him otherwise. Grandmaster Liu seemed quite aloof, exuding an air of don't mess with me. It's said that the officials are very afraid of him and dare not approach him. It's also said that Grandmaster Liu followed the emperor as a strategist back in the day. He was adept at devising extraordinary and cunning schemes. He once offered many devious strategies to the emperor, which were extremely insidious. Because of this, his reputation is not very pleasant. The officials fear his cunning skills and secretly slander him in various ways. The officials dare not easily offend Grandmaster Liu. Once they offend him, they wouldn't even know how they meet their end, and it would be a terrible fate. Back in those days, besides Grandmaster Liu as a strategist with the emperor, there was another strategist. This strategist was able to strategize far ahead, win battles from miles away, and his tactics were not as insidiously aggressive as Grandmaster Liu's. Moreover, he was gentle with people, and everyone liked him. Many of the current Great Zhou policies and laws were set by this strategist back then. After the emperor's ascension, he was established as the Grand Commandant. However, in a few years, he retired due to illness and returned to his hometown to recuperate. Over the years, the emperor has continuously wished for him to return to serve as the Grand Commandant, but he has refused. Currently, there is no Grand Commandant in the court because the emperor continues to keep the position for him. The officials prefer for the Grand Commandant to return over Grandmaster Liu. Besides being gentle, the Grand Commandant was methodical in his work, unlike Grandmaster Liu, who acts unpredictably. The officials couldn't completely guess Grandmaster Liu's thoughts nor predict his actions. For instance, in this history compilation matter, everyone thought Grandmaster Liu wouldn't employ the Crown Prince's or Prince Dai's people, yet he accepted them all. Grandmaster Liu employs people regardless of whether they are from the Crown Prince, Prince Dai, or other princes, as long as they are capable. Mother consort, it's still early for lunch. I'll go to Lanyuan Pavilion to find fourth brother. You're just going to see the fourth prince. Liang Jie looked skeptically at Zhao Yao. Not going to Lanyuan Pavilion to steal orchids. Liang Jie saw through his intentions, and naturally Zhao Yao wouldn't admit it. He put his hands on his hips and, pretending to be fierce, said, I'm going to see fourth brother. Prime Minister, he treasures those orchids dearly. Last time you stole his silver edge royal and it made him faint with anger. Liang Jie warned Zhao Yao, if you steal his orchids again and make him ill, your father won't let you off the hook. I'm just going to see fourth brother. Zhao Yao secretly thought to himself, he won't steal that silver edge royal again, only take ordinary orchids. It better be so. Mother consort, I'm leaving. Liang Jie hurriedly reminded, when you go to see the fourth prince, don't cause him any trouble, understand? Got it, mother consort, you're so naggy. Zhao Yao finished speaking and quickly ran out to avoid getting spanked by Liang Jie. Watching Zhao Yao's running figure, Liang Jie smiled helplessly yet indulgently and scolded, you little rascal. Zhao Yao headed for Lanyuan Pavilion with Tongzai. As he walked into Lanyuan Pavilion, he saw Prime Minister He hurriedly coming out. Upon hearing Zhao Yao's arrival, Prime Minister He's heart skipped a beat before he hurried out. Seeing it was indeed the 10th Highness, he became wary immediately. Greetings, 10th Highness. Prime Minister He, please rise. Zhao Yao quickly walked forward and helped Prime Minister He up. Zhao Yao naturally noticed Prime Minister He's wariness toward him. He grinned and said to Prime Minister I'm here to find fourth brother. Here to find fourth highness. Prime Minister he was skeptical. Yes, I'm here to find fourth brother. I heard that he is compiling history in the Lanyuan Pavilion, so I came to see him. Zhao Yao said, cupping his hands and apologizing. Prime Minister a couple of days ago I didn't know that the pot of silver edge royal was yours, nor did I know it was a tribute orchid. I thought it was an ordinary orchid, so I ate a few flowers from it. I'm here to apologize. Prime Minister he felt pain thinking of his silver edge royal, which had finally bloomed a few flowers, only to have Zhao Yao eat all but 2 or 3 of them. Your Highness, you speak too heavily. Prime Minister rest assured, I only came to see fourth brother, and I will absolutely not steal your orchids. He won't steal the precious orchids, but he still plans to take the others. Really, you can trust me. Seeing Zhao Yao's sincere and clear eyes, Prime Minister softened and unwittingly believed him. Since your Highness says so, then I feel relieved. Zhao Yao asked obediently, Prime Minister may I go find my fourth brother now? This way, your Highness. Prime Minister personally escorted Zhao Yao to find the fourth prince. The fourth prince and other ministers were on the second floor of Lanyuan Pavilion. Currently, they had not officially started compiling history yet. Before beginning, they had to first organize and collect historical materials. The fourth prince and his team had been busy sorting books since early that morning. Fourth brother, I've come to see you. Zhao Yao shouted loudly before he even reached the second floor. The fourth prince, hearing Zhao Yao's booming voice, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and hurried over. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Yao ran up the stairs. Fourth brother, I'm here. The ministers, including Kong Taicheng, quickly greeted Zhao Yao with respect upon seeing him. Please rise, my lords. Zhao Yao returned their greetings as a junior would. The fourth prince pulled Zhao Yao forward and carefully examined his complexion. Seeing that he looked healthy and spirited, he felt relieved. Are you feeling better? Fourth brother, I'm all better. Zhao Yao said with a chuckle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. Did you have any fever again last night? No, if I had, I wouldn't be here today. That's good to hear. Zhao Yao, seeing the many books on the floor, curiously asked the fourth prince, Fourth brother, are you sorting books? The fourth prince replied, yes, we need to first identify books related to history. Fourth brother, let me help you. All right. The ministers were somewhat surprised to see the good relationship between the fourth prince and the 10th prince. The fourth prince was responsible for finding historical books related to the previous dynasty. Zhao Yao was familiar with the history of the previous dynasty, having just finished reading its historical records over the past 2 days. Fourth brother, you're amazing, being able to participate in the historical compilation with the ministers. I heard that our third brother and fifth brother wanted to join in too, but father refused them. The fourth prince humbly said, I'm just here to lend a hand. Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at the fourth prince, flattering him. Helping out is still impressive. You truly are my fourth brother. The fourth prince subtly smiled and praised Zhao Yao. 10th brother, your suggestion to compile history is also remarkable. I just mentioned it casually. I didn't expect father to decree its compilation. Zhao Yao said while sorting books. Fourth brother, you know how I love reading historical books. I recently finished reading the history of the previous dynasty and wanted to read the Zheng dynasty's history, but mother told me there's little of it left, and even less of the Chen dynasty's history. Hearing that, I thought it's such a pity. Why hasn't anyone collected and compiled the historical materials into a thick book to be passed down like the Analects, so that history wouldn't be broken off and future generations could see and learn about our past? The fourth prince was deeply moved by Zhao Yao's words, and so were the ministers. They hadn't expected the young 10th prince to be so insightful. 10th brother, your thoughts are excellent, and in this aspect, I'm not as good as you. The fourth prince had never considered such things about compiling history. Fourth brother, I'm just lazy and don't want to keep searching for history books. If all historical materials could be compiled into one book, then I wouldn't need to search everywhere. Zhao Yao said while casually opening a history book he had picked up. The cover read Diary, and upon opening it, he saw it was the Diary of Emperor Zialing. Fourth brother, are all the books in Lanyuan Pavilion originals? The books in his study weren't original, but handwritten copies. Some are, some aren't. The fourth prince glanced at the book in Zhao Yao's hand and said, the diary you're reading now is an original, not a copy. Originals must be well preserved. When the history is being compiled, these originals will all be transcribed and then stored away. That's good to hear. Zhao Yao, who hadn't read the diary before, curiously read a few pages and found it recorded the minutiae of Emperor Zialing's private life. He found it amusing and showed it to the fourth prince. Fourth brother, look. This records how many times Emperor Zialing used the bathroom in a day, even the quantity each time. Isn't that peculiar? The fourth prince had previously heard the term peculiar from Zhao Yao and knew what it meant. The diary is meant to record the emperor's life, even bathroom visits. Zhao Yao suddenly thought about the current emperor and began laughing mischievously. He tugged on the fourth prince's arm, signaling for him to lower his head. The fourth prince lowered his head, and Zhao Yao, leaning close to his ear, whispered, then isn't it recorded how many times father uses the bathroom each day? I suppose it is recorded. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yao burst into laughter with ill intent. The fourth prince looked at him in confusion. Why are you laughing? Anyone who sees father's diary in the future will definitely laugh. Zhao Yao pointed to Emperor Xia Ling's diary in his hand and said, see here, it records the duration of each of Emperor Xia Ling's bathroom visits. On this day, he was in the bathroom for half an hour, then it states he was constipated. It's hilarious. Just thinking about father being recorded in such a way made Zhao Yao want to laugh. The fourth prince understood Zhao Yao's point. Frankly, having such detailed records was indeed rather embarrassing. Zhao Yao read a little more of Emperor Xia Ling's diary, then found something odd. He felt like something was missing. The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao staring at a page of a book without turning it for a long time and asked, what's wrong? It seems like something is missing. Zhao Yao flipped through a few pages of the book and it was the same. He picked up another book and opened it and it was the same. Now that he thought about it, all the books he had read were like this, without punctuation, making him learn to break sentences himself. This isn't right. The fourth prince asked in confusion, what's not right? Zhao Yao pointed to the content in the diary and said, there's no punctuation. In his dream, the books Zhao Yao read had punctuation. They used punctuation marks to break sentences that would make reading very convenient. Oh, and there was also pinyin. Naturally, there isn't any punctuation, the fourth prince said warmly, because you just began learning to read this year, so the books given to you by the teacher are already punctuated. Normal books have no punctuation, it's up to the reader to punctuate. Books without punctuation are so inconvenient to read. Every time he read, he found it strange, always feeling something was missing. Now he finally remembered it was missing punctuation marks. Besides, not everyone can punctuate correctly, and not every punctuation is correct. The fourth prince didn't think much about Zhao Yao's words and said, when the teacher teaches, he will instruct on how to punctuate. Zhao Yao muttered, there are many books that the teacher doesn't teach. How do you punctuate when reading those? When you've read enough books, you'll naturally be able to punctuate, the fourth prince said. If in the future you can't punctuate while reading, you can come ask me. Okay. Zhao Yao still felt it would be more convenient to punctuate with punctuation marks. Fourth brother, can I take this diary back to read? He had read several pages of Emperor Xia Ling's diary and found it too bizarre and amusing. Not now, we need to organize and collect these books. After someone copies them, you can take them to read. Then when will that be? The fourth prince thought for a moment and said, how about this, come to Lanyuan Pavilion to read every day. This way it would allow the 10th brother to have more contact with the ministers, and the ministers could also get to know the 10th brother. All right, then I'll come every day. Zhao Yao put down the diary in his hand and squatted down to organize the pile of books in front of him. This pile of books was quite mixed, with historical books, poetry collections, letters, local chronicles, and more. In them, Zhao Yao found a book with only the word arithmetic on the cover. Curiously, he opened it and saw that it was all about calculating farmland and grains of millet. He started reading seriously. While reading, he also did some calculations in his mind. Quite simple. What's simple, fourth brother? I was saying the content here is simple. Zhao Yao pointed to the content on the book and said, if there is 50 bu of land from 16 bu, how much land is there? From the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, what do you think it is? 1 mu. The fourth prince was somewhat surprised. How did you figure it out? The 10th brother had only been studying for 3 months, and the teachers had not yet taught him arithmetic. Was it taught by the concubine? I just calculated it like that. How did you calculate it like that? After reading it, the answer just appeared in my mind. The fourth prince was shocked. Seeing the fourth prince's disbelief, Zhao Yao pouted unhappily. Fourth brother, I'm telling the truth. Then let me test you again. The fourth prince took the arithmetic from Zhao Yao's hand and randomly selected a problem. Now there is someone buying an item together, each contributing 8 Kayan, and there is a surplus of 3 Kayan. One person contributes 7 Kayan, and it is short of 4 Kayan. How many people are there? What is each item worth? Again from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Zhao Yao answered without thinking, 7 people, price 53 Kayan. The fourth prince was amazed and continued testing Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao still answered without any hesitation, giving the correct answers. After testing Zhao Yao with 5 problems, Zhao Yao got all of them right, which made the fourth prince both surprised and delighted. 10th brother, I didn't expect you to be so smart with arithmetic. Zhao Yao blinked and said, is it difficult? The fourth prince reached out and patted Zhao Yao's little head, happily saying, I knew the 10th brother was smart. Other than not being smart at studying books, I'm very clever in other areas. The fourth prince returned the arithmetic to Zhao Yao and advised, you should take a good look at this book. If you don't understand something, you can come ask me. Can I take this book back home? Yes. What if I finish it and don't have any questions? If you like it after finishing it, I'll get you more arithmetic books to read. The fourth prince thought Zhao Yao had a talent for arithmetic that shouldn't be wasted. Fourth brother, I do like it, Zhao Yao said with a smile. I find this book much more interesting than the Analects. If you like reading it, just read more. Most people regard arithmetic as a deviant path, but the fourth prince didn't think so. Seeing Zhao Yao enjoy it now, he naturally supported it. He remembered that his maternal family's library had some books on arithmetic, and the Imperial College also had many books in this field. He could borrow them for the 10th brother when the time came. "Fourth brother, let me help you organize the books first." Zhao Yao placed the arithmetic book aside and squatted again in front of the pile of books, organizing them. He found that there were indeed few books related to arithmetic, while there were books of every other kind. "Fourth brother, now that you're involved in compiling history, won't you go to Wen Hall to study anymore?" "No, I won't." "Huh." Zhao Yao was surprised. He put the book in his hand down and hurriedly asked with a worried face, "Fourth brother, are you really not going to Wen Hall to study? You can't bear to part with the fourth brother." Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly. "I can't bear it. If you leave, I'll be the only one left to study in Wen Hall. That would be too pitiful. It was better to kill him than to have him read with the third and ninth brothers every day. I'll also tell father that I'll come to Lanyuan Pavilion to help, tidying books or serving tea." The fourth prince was amused by Zhao Yao's words. "You should just obediently study at Wen Hall." Zhao Yao let out a heavy sigh. With the eighth brother gone too, I'm just a little pitiful." The fourth prince reached out and ruffled Zhao Yao's small head. "You can come to Lanyuan Pavilion to find me at noon, and visit Xing Palace in the evening." He added another sentence. "You can come to Lanyuan Pavilion and ask me if you don't understand something, or ask the adults. The adults compiling history at Lanyuan Pavilion are all very learned." Zhao Yao's mouth stiffened. No need. In Wen Hall, he already had many teachers, plus the fourth and eighth brothers, both resembling Mr. Zio. If he ran to Lanyuan Pavilion to find a teacher, he wouldn't be able to live. The fourth prince helplessly and indulgently shook his head. As long as it was not reading, Zhao Yao was willing to do anything. He helped the fourth prince organize books for 2 hours without complaining of fatigue. By noon, the fourth prince asked Zhao Yao whether he would return to Kund Hall for lunch or stay at Lanyuan Pavilion to have lunch with them. Zhao Yao had never had lunch at Lanyuan Pavilion before and naturally wanted to stay for lunch. Lanyuan Pavilion had a dining hall. Every noon, the eunuchs from the imperial kitchen would deliver lunch on time. Since these days they couldn't eat meat, the dishes delivered were all vegetarian. However, the cooking from the imperial kitchen was excellent. Even vegetarian dishes were delicious. The fourth prince took Zhao Yao to have lunch with the ministers in the dining hall. The fourth prince's 2 cousins sat at the same table with them, while the other ministers sat at tables on the side. Having met the fourth prince's 2 cousins at the celebration banquet before, Zhao Yao did not feel unfamiliar talking to them. The minister of the Ministry of Rites and the junior minister knew Zhao Yao liked good food, so they chatted with him about the local delicacies, as they did last time. Once the topic of good food came up, Zhao Yao wouldn't stop talking. Although he hadn't been to other places, he'd read about lots of delicacies in the local chronicles. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yao realized Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu weren't there, and asked curiously, "Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu aren't joining for lunch?" The minister of the Ministry of Rites said, "Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu don't have lunch in the dining hall, they eat directly at their desks." The junior minister added, "Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu are very busy, so their lunches are always rushed." When Zhao Yao heard how busy Prime Minister He was, his eyes turned craftily. He commented, "I didn't realize Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were so busy. That way he should easily steal an orchid later." Seeing Zhao Yao's expression, the fourth prince knew exactly what mischief he was planning. After lunch, the fourth prince told Zhao Yao to return to Kund Hall to take his medicine and rest. Zhao Yao had initially planned to stay at Lanyuan Pavilion to avoid taking his medicine, but the fourth prince saw through him. Seeing Zhao Yao not willing to go back, the fourth prince could only say, "I'll walk you back to Kund Hall." "Fourth brother, no need, I can go back by myself." Zhao Yao deftly stood up. "Fourth brother, cousins, I'm heading back." With those words, he ran out. He had earlier arranged for Tongzai to keep watch. He went downstairs to the orchid garden, and seeing that Prime Minister He wasn't watching, he grabbed a pot of orchids that hadn't yet bloomed and ran off. Stir-fried orchids are just as tasty as stir-fried chives, which led to the orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion facing disaster. Prime Minister He even complained to the emperor about this. Although the emperor reprimanded Zhao Yao, it was to no avail. Zhao Yao continued stealing orchids from Lanyuan Pavilion, nearly driving Prime Minister He to illness from anger. Prime Minister He had no choice but to take the well-cultivated orchids home, leaving the poorly grown or ordinary-looking orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion. Zhao Yao now strides openly into Lanyuan Pavilion every day to carry away a pot of orchids, while Prime Minister He, fuming, pretends not to see. If he could, Prime Minister He would have loved to erect a sign at Lanyuan Pavilion's entrance saying, "No entry for the 10th prince and dogs." Zhao Yao, coming to Lanyuan Pavilion daily to help, had gotten acquainted with the ministers there. The ministers initially didn't have much impression of Zhao Yao, the 10th prince, only knowing he was the emperor's less favored youngest son. But after spending time with him, they found the 10th prince quirky, obedient, and adorable, quite endearing. Unconsciously, Zhao Yao became the source of joy in Lanyuan Pavilion. As long as he was around, the atmosphere in Lanyuan Pavilion was very lighthearted. Though Prime Minister, he was upset with Zhao Yao for stealing his orchids, he genuinely liked this 10th prince, whose eyes were clear and pure. Prime Minister, he and the ministers finally understood why the 10th prince was not favored because he's just a child, innocent and free of schemes, utterly pure and lovable, unlike a typical prince. Now, after his classes, Zhao Yao doesn't return to the Kund Hall but heads directly to Lanyuan Pavilion to freeload for lunch. The meals at Lanyuan Pavilion were quite good. Besides the lunch provided by the Imperial Kitchen, many ministers would bring their own food. Knowing Zhao Yao was a food lover, they sometimes brought famous dishes or local specialties from their hometowns, or their family's signature dishes and pastries. Zhao Yao also often brought delicious treats from Kund Hall to Lanyuan Pavilion to share with the ministers. Sharing food helps to draw closer bonds, making the ministers in Lanyuan Pavilion increasingly fond of this prince. Unfortunately, Zhao Yao was only free to visit every midday. In the mornings, Zhao Yao had to study in Wend Hall. In the afternoons, he had to go to the martial arts arena or Qin Hall or other places to learn things. By the time he finished his lessons in the afternoon, the ministers in Lanyuan Pavilion had already ended their workday. Workday and end workday were terms Zhao Yao used with the ministers. The ministers found these terms quite fitting. The 3rd and 7th princes, seeing how Zhao Yao frequently helped at Lanyuan Pavilion, also followed suit. The ministers were relatively restrained when they saw them. Some ministers harbored other intentions and tried every way to curry favor with them. The emperor, upon learning that the 3rd and 7th princes were causing a disturbance at Lanyuan Pavilion, issued a decree prohibiting them from going there and disturbing the 4th prince and others in compiling historical records. The 3rd prince and others, of course, were discontented with this decree. Why could the 4th prince participate in compiling records? Why could Zhao Yao, that little brat, have free entry into Lanyuan Pavilion? Zhao Yao's visits to Lanyuan Pavilion didn't hinder the 4th prince and others' record-keeping. Instead, he often helped them find books, serve tea, deliver items, and the like. From afar at Hulong Temple, the 8th prince was well aware of everything Zhao Yao did at Lanyuan Pavilion. Your Highness, the 10th prince is having a delightful time at Lanyuan Pavilion. Receiving daily reports from the palace, Yu Hai was also well informed of Zhao Yao's every move at Lanyuan Pavilion. He wrote saying he misses me, but I see he doesn't miss me at all. The 8th prince laughed and scolded. He seems to be living quite comfortably at Lanyuan Pavilion. The 10th prince is charming, and it's normal for the ministers in Lanyuan Pavilion to like him. The 10th prince is handsome, well-behaved, and sweet-talking. Who wouldn't like him? Old Ford did a good job on this matter. The 8th prince knew the 4th prince deliberately let Zhao Yao go to Lanyuan Pavilion. Yu Hai hesitated and then said, Your Highness, in fact, the 4th prince cares a lot about the 10th prince. The 8th prince lifted his gaze coldly at Yu Hai, sending chills down Yu Hai's spine. He immediately slapped himself, saying, This servant spoke out of turn. If it wasn't for him being good to my 10th brother. The 8th prince stopped mid-sentence, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Compared to Prince Dai and the 3rd prince and others, the person the 8th prince hated most was the 4th prince, with no reason for this dislike. Yu Hai knew the 8th prince's dislike of the 4th prince, so he dared not say more. The 10th prince likes books about arithmetic. Have you sent someone to find them? Have they found any? The 8th prince, like the 4th prince, saw no harm in Zhao Yao's interest in arithmetic. Found a few books. Should we send them back to the palace to His Highness tomorrow? When he comes to Hulong Temple, I'll give them to him personally. Yu Hai hesitated for a moment before asking, Your Highness, is it all right for His Highness to be interested in arithmetic? After all, arithmetic is considered a minor skill. Arithmetic is not a minor skill. The 8th prince raised the corners of his mouth in mockery. Confucianism deems itself the mainstream, viewing anything outside its realm as minor. In my view, any knowledge that is useful is mainstream. Arithmetic is very important in our daily lives. What Your Highness says is true. Speaking of Confucianism, the 8th prince thought of Mr. Kong and his youngest daughter. Did you say Mrs. Kong left Bodhi Temple alone? Yes, Miss Kong did not leave Bodhi Temple with Mrs. Kong. She said she wanted to stay there to pray for the late empress. Yu Hai finished speaking and noticed the 8th prince's unusual expression, prompting him to ask puzzledly, Your Highness, is there something wrong? The 8th prince frowned and pondered. Mrs. Kong wouldn't leave Miss Kong alone at Bodhi Temple to pray. There's definitely more to this. Your Highness, you mean, send someone to investigate Bodhi Temple. The 8th prince already had his suspicions. Yes, Your Highness. The 8th prince then asked, Have Li Chuan and the others left the capital? Yu Hai replied, Prince Dai ordered Qian Songtao to take Li Chuan back to Jeju. Zhai Gui hasn't left. The 8th prince rubbed the Buddha beads on his left wrist, lost in thought. Seeing the 8th prince deep in contemplation, Yu Hai remained silent, standing quietly by the side. After a moment, the 8th prince asked, Are Shen Hu and Chu Ying at the temple? Yes, we'll act tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Yu Hai appeared shocked, but then lowered his voice. Your Highness, if General Shen and the others are here, our plan will surely fail. Picking up a teacup, the eighth prince swirled the tea gently, smiling with hidden meaning. Failure is what we need. Yu Hai understood what the eighth prince meant. I will inform them immediately. Seeing the eighth prince resume copying Buddhist scriptures, he discreetly withdrew. Inside the room, the eighth prince was copying the Diamond Sutra. While copying, a mocking look appeared on his face, and a shadow clouded his eyes. At this time in Kund Hall, Zhao Yao was writing a letter to the eighth prince. Since the eighth prince followed the crown prince to Hulong Temple, Zhao Yao was worried that he might get bored, so he wrote letters to him every day. After Zhao Yao finished the letter, he sent it to Hulong Temple via carrier pigeons. He didn't use his bird friends as it seemed inappropriate, so he used the palace's official carrier pigeons. Just after the eighth prince finished copying scriptures, a carrier pigeon flew to his window, tilting its head to look at him. He couldn't help but chuckle, standing up to retrieve the letter from the pigeon's leg. Opening the letter, he was greeted by Zhao Yao's chicken scratch handwriting. Eighth brother, I heard the vegetarian meals at Hulong Temple are delicious, is it true? That's all the letter said. Zhao Yao had heard this from Lin Zui. The eighth prince smiled indulgently, always thinking about food. With that, he returned to his desk to write a reply. The vegetarian dishes, steamed buns, pastries, and snacks at Hulong Temple are all very delicious. I'll have Yu Hai bring some to you tomorrow. After writing the reply, the eighth prince sent it back with the pigeon. This pigeon was named Zaioi by Zhao Yao. These days, it made multiple trips daily between Hulong Temple and the Imperial Palace. Zhao Yao received the reply, happy to hear that the eighth prince would send him some vegetarian food from Hulong Temple early the next morning. He jumped for joy. The eighth brother treated him so well, he ought to return the favor. However, since the eighth brother didn't have a taste for food, he decided to give him a painting instead. A few days ago, Tongzai had made charcoal pencils as instructed by Zhao Yao. In recent days, Zhao Yao had been using the charcoal pencils to draw. He had inherited Zhao Yao's dream-like drawing skills, and with practice, his drawings had been improving. He had just finished drawing a portrait of the fourth brother. In the words of the dream Zhao Yao, it was a sketch. Previously, fourth brother had drawn a portrait of him, so it was only courteous to return the gesture by drawing a portrait of fourth brother. At this moment, Liang Jie entered and asked warmly, "Are you done with your work?" "Yes, I'm done." Zhao Yao stood up, stretched, and then handed over the newly completed sketch of the fourth prince to Liang Jie. "Mother, look at my drawing." In recent days, Liang Jie had seen what Zhao Yao called sketching, but upon seeing the sketch of the fourth prince, she was still amazed. "It's beautifully done. Doesn't it look identical?" "Yes, it's identical." In her heart, Liang Jie marveled at the lifelike quality of the drawing. "Mother, I'll draw one for you tomorrow." "All right, I'll wait." Liang Jie said, handing Zhao Yao a book. "See if I've made any mistakes with the punctuation." Ever since Zhao Yao recalled punctuation marks, he had been teaching Liang Jie about them. These days, she had been practicing using punctuation marks. Zhao Yao took the book and diligently checked it over. "Mother, you got them all right," he praised Liang Jie, imitating a teacher's tone. "Mother, you've completely grasped the essence of punctuation marks. That's truly impressive." "Mother, isn't reading so much easier with punctuation? It's extremely convenient," Liang Jie smiled. "I plan to mark all the books in the study with punctuation marks." "That's great," Liang Jie said. "In some time you can teach me about that pinyin." Zhao Yao replied cheerfully, "No problem. Once the timing is right, we'll inform your father about punctuation and pinyin." Liang Jie knew that promoting these would simplify reading, but it wasn't the right time yet. Zhao Yao obediently responded, "I'll listen to mother." Then he remembered the stirrup issue and quickly asked, "Mother, when should we tell father about the stirrups?" "After the late empress's death anniversary, which was in 3 days' time." The crown prince's visit to Hulong Temple to pray for blessings for the late empress was genuine and not merely an excuse. He is a filial son, visiting the temple every year on the anniversary of the empress's death. However, in past years, he would only pray for 7 days. This year marks the 7th anniversary of the empress's passing, making it a particularly significant year. Thus, the crown prince intended to pray for 49 days. During this period, besides chanting scriptures with the monks for the empress, the crown prince also transcribed Buddhist scriptures in his own blood for her. In the 7th year after a relative's death, it is believed that if their children or spouse transcribe scriptures in their blood, the departed can receive the blessings. Each day, the crown prince writes out scriptures with his blood. Although it's not much, it makes his complexion increasingly pale. Eighth prince, upon seeing the crown prince cutting his palm to bleed again, urged, "Brother, you shouldn't bleed anymore." LV Kong echoed from the side, "Your Highness, you cannot afford to lose more blood. Brother, let me do it instead. I'll use my blood to transcribe the scriptures." The crown prince shook his head and said, "Your blood is of no use. Only with my blood can mother receive my prayers." LV Kong hurriedly brought over an ointment, applying it to the wound on the crown prince's palm. This ointment was very effective and stopped the bleeding immediately. The eighth prince wrapped the crown prince's wound with gauze, saying, "Brother, both your hands are covered in wounds. You can't bleed anymore." "These wounds are nothing," the crown prince remarked, unfazed. "Brother, I know you are filial to the late empress, but using your body for her sake would only make her spirit, if she knows, feel distressed and unhappy," the eighth prince advised. "Bleeding this way, you can't possibly endure for 49 days. Even if you do, by then your body will be weak. Your Highness, the eighth prince is right. You must take care of your health. Brother, your filial devotion to the late empress is known to her," the eighth prince continued. "You should refrain from bleeding over the next few days. Rest a bit before continuing. His Highness speaks wisely. You must take a proper rest," LV Kong added, growing increasingly anxious as the crown prince's pallor worsened. However, no matter how he advised, the crown prince refused to listen. "Brother, at this rate, you might not last the 49 days. Do you wish to fall ill during this period?" The eighth prince pleaded earnestly. "If you fall ill, the late empress will be heartbroken and blame herself. You don't want her to feel guilty, do you?" The crown prince, after hearing the eighth prince's words, hesitated and said, "All right, I will listen to you. I won't use blood to transcribe scriptures for the next few days." Upon hearing this, both the eighth prince and LV Kong sighed in relief. "Brother, you must take good care of yourself over these few days. I will have someone prepare a tonic to enrich your blood immediately," LV Kong said and hurriedly left. "Brother, your health has never been strong," the eighth prince said, full of concern. "Your complexion is completely bloodless." The crown prince smiled faintly at the eighth prince. "I'm fine. How could you be fine?" The eighth prince said, "Once the 49 days are over, you must replenish yourself well." "Very well, I'll listen to you and take good care of my health," the crown prince agreed, deeply touched by the eighth prince's concern. "Brother, take a rest. I'll transcribe the scriptures for you." "All right." The crown prince, feeling a bit dizzy, did not insist on continuing to transcribe the scriptures. "Eighth brother, what do you think of fourth brother?" Upon hearing the crown prince's question, the eighth prince paused with his pen and looked up at him, asking, "Brother, what do you mean?" "I want fourth brother to help me," the crown prince said. "The Lee family behind him cannot be underestimated." "Brother, fourth brother won't help you," the eighth prince continued transcribing scriptures, "and father won't allow him to help you." The crown prince asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" Listening to the eighth prince's analysis, the crown prince found it quite reasonable. "Then let's drop it." The eighth prince thought for a moment and said, "Fourth brother might have ambitions too. It's normal for fourth brother to have ambitions, but he's not a concern." The crown prince thought it natural for the third prince and fourth prince to compete for the position without ambition. It would be odd. As a prince, it's impossible not to aim for that position. Hearing this, the eighth prince didn't say much more. Brother speaks the truth. Although the third prince and others posed a threat, they were nothing compared to Prince Dai. To the crown prince, the greatest threat was Prince Dai. Eighth brother, Kyan Songtao and Li Chuan are on their way back to Jeju. Do you think we should? The crown prince didn't finish his sentence, but the eighth prince understood his implication. Brother, if anything happens to Prince Dai's people, you'll be the first suspect. True, but shall we just watch them return safely to Jeju? Fine, I'll wait. After hearing the eighth prince's words, the crown prince abandoned the idea of targeting Li Chuan and Kyan Songtao. Following this, the eighth prince continued transcribing scriptures while chatting with the crown prince. At the hour of the pig, the eighth prince returned to his room. "Is everything arranged?" Yuhai quietly replied, "Everything is set, just waiting for midnight." The eighth prince nodded slightly. "Good. Your Highness, shall the servant assist you with washing up and sleeping?" "All right." After the eighth prince washed up, he lay down on the bed. However, he didn't fall asleep. At this moment, the soldiers under Shen Hu and Chu Ying, as well as the martial monks in the temple, were patrolling. At midnight, they would change shifts. Just as they were swapping shifts, a group of monks suddenly barged into the courtyard where the crown prince resided. Hearing screams from outside, the eighth prince's lips curled into a slight smile. Soon, cries of assassins could be heard. The sleeping eighth prince was shaken awake fiercely by Yu Hai. "Your Highness, there are assassins." Upon hearing the word assassins, the eighth prince hurriedly ran to the crown prince's room, forgetting even to put on his shoes. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine," the crown prince replied, his face filled with unease. How could there be assassins? As soon as he spoke, a thought came to him, and he asked angrily, could it be Prince Dai? "Prince Dai likely wouldn't dare," the eighth prince said. "If anything happens to you, he'd be the first suspect." The crown prince and the eighth prince were surrounded by about 10 soldiers wielding swords, warily glaring at the assassins in the distance. Shortly, 3 or 4 assassins charged forward. The 10 soldiers protecting the crown prince and the eighth prince were no match for the assassins. Without hesitation, the eighth prince stepped in front of the crown prince. "Brother, you must go." The crown prince didn't hesitate, running towards the back. As he ran, another assassin suddenly appeared, charging at him with intent to kill. Seeing this, the eighth prince quickly ran over, shielding the crown prince with his body, and was stabbed in the abdomen by the assassin. "Eighth brother," the crown prince exclaimed in horror. The crown prince's arm was injured by an assassin. "Brother," the eighth prince covered the crown prince once more. In the Chu hour, the emperor had just fallen asleep not long ago when Sun Kui woke him up. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has been attacked." What? The emperor, who had just been awakened, was still a bit dazed. Upon hearing that the crown prince was attacked, he instantly became alert. He furrowed his brow and asked what happened. Sun Kui said, General Shen sent someone back to report that at midnight the crown prince was attacked. Fortunately, the crown prince's injuries are not serious. Hulong Temple is located on the outskirts of the capital, some distance away, so the news only reached the palace at the Chu hour. The emperor frowned and solemnly said, Get dressed. Yes, Sun Kui swiftly helped the emperor change his clothes. To Hulong Temple. Before waking the emperor, Sun Kui had instructed his apprentice son Daodu to bring Lai Hu from the stable. When the emperor finished dressing and stepped out of his residence, he saw Lai Hu already waiting at the door. The emperor did not need to step on a person's back or a stool, he nimbly mounted the horse. Sun Kui also mounted his horse and followed closely behind the emperor. Song Dekking and Zhang Gong were already waiting at the palace gate. Upon seeing the emperor ride out, they hurriedly mounted their horses and followed. At this time, in Hulong Temple, Shen Hu and Chu Ying had already subdued all the assassins. Most of the assassins were killed by the soldiers. A small number bit open the poison hidden in their mouths to commit suicide after being captured. 3 assassins didn't have time to bite the poison and were controlled. Shen Hu and Chu Ying interrogated the 3 assassins, but they said nothing. Seeing that they could not extract any information for the time being, Shen Hu ordered his men to take them away. In the crown prince's courtyard, the crown prince's injured arm had been bandaged by the imperial physician. The 8th prince's 2 abdominal wounds were also bandaged, but they were very severe, and due to excessive blood loss, he would not awaken for a while. The imperial physician said if the 8th prince developed a fever, his life would be at risk. Did you find out anything? The crown prince asked quickly when Shen Hu and Chu Ying entered. The assassins have not said anything yet. Shen Hu said with a serious expression, however, Your Highness, we will surely find out who is behind this. How did these assassins get in with you two here? The crown prince was both angry and frightened in his heart, but did not vent his anger on Shen Hu and Chu Ying. To answer Your Highness, these assassins had been hiding in the temple for some time. Chu Ying added, they had been lurking in the temple before Your Highness came to Hulong Temple. Hearing Shen Hu and Chu Ying's words, the crown prince was greatly shocked. What? Lv Kong, standing next to the crown prince, asked in astonishment, Do you mean these assassins have been plotting for a long time? Chu Ying said, It seems so. Shen Hu said, I asked other monks in the temple. Some said these assassins entered the temple 6 months ago, some 3 months ago, and some a year ago. The crown prince was once again shocked. Did they really infiltrate for so long? Shen Hu and Chu Ying exchanged glances, then respectfully said to the crown prince, We never expected the assassins would be lurking in Hulong Temple for so long. On hearing this, the crown prince was horrified. Does that mean these assassins have been plotting to assassinate me for a year? Chu Ying replied, Not necessarily. We cannot rule out the possibility that this assassination was a spontaneous decision. Seeing the crown prince's unease, Shen Hu reassured, Your Highness, rest assured, we have rearranged the patrols and no assassin will appear tonight. Shen Hu and Chu Ying's defense was formidable. If the assassins were to try to attack from outside the temple, it would be impossible. I'm troubling you both, generals. The crown prince was filled with anxiety, his mind in chaos. Your Highness, you are too kind. Chu Ying said, Your Highness, I have sent someone to inform His Majesty. He should arrive at Hulong Temple soon. I am fine, there's no need to disturb Father at such a late hour. Your attack is a major event, we must report it to His Majesty. Shen Hu apologized, failing to protect you is our negligence. Please punish us, Your Highness. Shen Hu and Chu Ying knelt down, and the crown prince hurried forward to help them up. Generals, you did no wrong. Who could have predicted the assassins would be from the temple? You need not blame yourselves. Your Highness, you should rest now. We will not disturb you further and take our leave. Shen Hu and Chu Ying withdrew. The crown prince did not return to his room to rest, but continued to watch over the 8th prince's bedside. If it weren't for my 8th brother, it would be me lying here unconscious. Thinking of how the 8th prince twice disregarded his own life to shield him, the crown prince was deeply moved. 8th brother, you must hold on. Lv Kong comforted the crown prince, Your Highness, the 8th prince will definitely be fine. The emperor hurriedly arrived at Hulong Temple within an hour. As soon as he reached Hulong Temple, the emperor rushed to visit the crown prince. Seeing that the crown prince only had an injured arm and no other injuries, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The emperor expressed care and comforted the crown prince, which brought tears to the crown prince's eyes, nearly causing him to cry. The crown prince was genuinely aggrieved. He had been pampered since childhood, never facing hardship, let alone assassination attempts. It was his first encounter with assassins, and he almost lost his life. He was filled with shock, fear, anxiety, and grievance. While he could maintain his composure in front of Shen Hu and the others, he couldn't hold back in front of his father, the emperor. The emperor saw the crown prince's aggrieved expression, close to tears, and slightly furrowed his brow, sighing helplessly in his heart, though his face still wore a benevolent, fatherly smile. Rest well, I will go see Shen Hu and the others. Father, the eighth brother was stabbed twice by the assassin to save me. The imperial physician said his injuries are severe, won't you go see him? The crown prince knew the emperor did not favor the eighth prince, but given the prince's serious injuries for his sake, he felt he must do something for him. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression momentarily turned complex. He said nothing, turning to go to the eighth prince's room. Just approaching the door, he could smell a strong scent of blood. Yu Hai had been guarding beside the eighth prince's bed, and seeing the emperor arrive, quickly saluted him. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor walked to the bedside, gazing at the pallid, frowning and pained expression of the eighth prince. When will he wake up? The imperial physician, who had also been by the eighth prince's side, quickly replied in response to your majesty, if the eighth prince has a fever today, he will not wake up. The wounds on the eighth prince's abdomen are very deep. A fever is inevitable, and it poses a danger. Once the eighth prince's fever subsides, he will wake. Use the best medicine. Although the emperor did not favor the eighth prince, he was still his son. Take good care of him. Yes, your majesty. The emperor observed the eighth prince for a while longer before turning to leave. Shen Hu and Chu Ying were already kneeling at the eighth prince's door. Upon seeing them, the emperor kicked each of them. Everyone was shocked by this action from the emperor and knelt down in fear. The emperor's face was dark, and his entire presence was intimidating. I instructed you to protect the crown prince. Is this your idea of protection? Though the emperor only kicked once, it wasn't gentle. Shen Hu and Chu Ying dared not show any expression of pain. They kneeled and sincerely begged for the emperor's forgiveness. We were negligent, your majesty, please punish us. What's the status on the assassins? The emperor interrogated coldly. What have you discovered? Chu Ying respectfully answered, the assassins are monks from Hulong Temple. They didn't enter recently. Some have been here for 3 months, some for 6, and others for a year, doing odd jobs like sweeping, cooking, and fetching water. Hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brows, his tone chilling, premeditated. Shen Hu replied, it appears so. Chu Ying added, the assassins haven't confessed anything yet. Shen Hu then said, your majesty, the assassins are well trained, their martial arts strange. They are likely suicide fighters. The emperor smirked. The mastermind had patience, placing a suicide squad in Hulong Temple to wait for the crown prince's visit to pray for the late empress. Having been by the emperor's side for 10 or 20 years, Shen Hu and Chu Ying could tell from his tone that he was extremely angry. It made their scalps tingle. Do you have an idea of which family? The Zai family, Wang family, Zun family, Yuan family, and Yu family all seem likely. Oh, all of them. The emperor's tone was unreadable. With a stiff upper lip, Chu Ying said, the suicide squad likely intentionally mimicked these family styles. Shen Hu added, the mastermind knows these families' suicide fighters well and deliberately had the assassins use their strange martial arts. Stirring trouble, the emperor slightly squinted, appearing both cold and dangerous. I don't care what methods you use, extract a confession from the assassins quickly. Yes, your majesty. The emperor cast a cold glance at Shen Hu and Chu Ying. Go and receive your punishment. Yes, your majesty. Shen Hu and Chu Ying obediently went to receive their flogging. Sun Kui, at your service. Investigate. This command was filled with severity. Yes, as you command. Where is the abbot of Hulong Temple? He has been detained by General Shen and the others. Take me to see them. The crown prince had not been well recently, and now traumatized by the assassin, he fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room. However, he did not sleep soundly, frequently dreaming of being chased by the assassin. By dawn, news of the crown prince's encounter with assassins had spread throughout the court. Upon learning of the incident, Duke Zhen hurried to Hulong Temple. The emperor instructed Duke Zhen to join Shen Hu and the others in investigating the assassination attempt on the crown prince. It was not until 4 units past the hair hour that the emperor left Hulong Temple to return to the imperial palace. As soon as Zhao Yao awoke in Kund Hall, he heard about the crown prince's assassination and the 8th prince's severe injuries. I want to visit the crown prince and the 8th brother at Hulong Temple. Liang Zhai said, go with the 4th prince. All right, I'll go find the 4th brother immediately. After washing up, Zhao Yao didn't even bother with breakfast and went to find the 4th prince. The 4th prince was also preparing to visit the crown prince at Hulong Temple. Seeing that Zhao Yao wanted to go, he brought him along. Not trusting Zhao Yao to ride alone, he had him sit on his horse. The imperial guard escorted them to Hulong Temple. The 3rd prince and others naturally also intended to visit Hulong Temple, but they set off later than Zhao Yao and the 4th prince. Over half an hour later, Zhao Yao and the 4th prince arrived at Hulong Temple. First, they went to see the crown prince, whose pallor and exhaustion worried them, so they comforted him. Afterwards, the crown prince took them to see the 8th prince. Stepping into the 8th prince's room, they were hit by a strong scent of blood and bitter medicine. Zhao Yao ran over immediately upon seeing the 8th prince's pale face lying on the bed, anxiously calling, 8th brother, 8th brother, 8th brother. Despite calling out repeatedly, the 8th prince showed no response. He urgently asked, how is the 8th brother? Your Highness, the prince is still feverish. The The eighth prince had started to run a fever shortly after falling unconscious and hadn't cooled yet, meaning the eighth prince remained in great danger. The fourth prince and the third prince had other matters to attend to, so after visiting the crown prince, they returned to the palace. Zhao Yao, out of concern for the eighth prince's injuries, did not return with the fourth prince but stayed at Hulong Temple to watch over the eighth prince. Initially, the fourth prince was uneasy about Zhao Yao staying behind. After all, the crown prince had just been assassinated last night, and there might be a second assassination attempt. Staying at Hulong Temple was indeed dangerous. However, Zhao Yao told him that the emperor had already sent people to tighten the defenses at Hulong Temple, ensuring there wouldn't be a second wave of assassins. Seeing Zhao Yao's insistence on staying to look after the eighth prince, the fourth prince could only agree. If the fourth prince had not been occupied with historical records, he would have stayed to accompany Zhao Yao. As he left, the fourth prince repeatedly urged Zhao Yao to stay safe and not to exhaust himself while caring for the eighth prince. To the fourth prince, the seriously injured eighth prince was not as important as Zhao Yao. At this moment in the eighth prince's room, Zhao Yao stood aside, watching Yu Hai feed the eighth prince medicine. Although the eighth prince was unconscious, fortunately, he could still ingest the medicine. However, the eighth prince's fever hadn't subsided. The eighth prince's forehead and face were extremely hot, which worried both Yu Hai and Zhao Yao greatly. The imperial physician had said that those who suffer serious injuries would develop a fever, and it could last for several days. If the fever didn't subside after several days, that would be dangerous. Zhao Yao recalled that when he had fallen sick with a fever before, Liang Zhai would wipe his body with warm water at intervals to reduce his fever. Zhao Yao instructed Yu Hai to use warm water to wipe the eighth prince's body as well. Yu Hai wiped the eighth prince's body with warm water every 2 hours, and it indeed seemed to have some effect. The eighth prince's body didn't feel as scorching as before. Due to his worry for the eighth prince, Zhao Yao had no appetite for the vegetarian meals at Hulong Temple. Seeing Zhao Yao's concern for the eighth prince, Yu Hai felt a pang in his heart, acknowledging that the care the eighth prince had shown Zhao Yao hadn't been in vain. During the eighth prince's coma, his brows were constantly knit, and his expression appeared extremely pained. Eighth brother must be in great pain, Zhao Yao said. Though he hadn't seen the 2 wounds on the eighth prince's abdomen, he noticed the bandages on those wounds were blood-stained, indicating the wounds were deep. He reached out to touch the tight frown on the eighth prince's brow, hoping to smooth it out. Eighth brother, you need to wake up soon. That's the only way you'll recover quickly. Zhao Yao gently shook the eighth prince's hand. Eighth brother, if you don't wake up, I won't have the appetite to enjoy Hulong Temple's delicious vegetarian meals. Yu Hai's eyes were red, tears brimming, his voice choked. 10th Highness, His Highness will surely wake up. Yes, eighth brother will definitely wake up. At this moment, the crown prince entered. Zhao Yao quickly stood up to pay respects, but the crown prince stopped him with a raise of his hand. 10th brother, there's no need for formalities here. Yes, crown prince brother. The crown prince reached out to ruffle Zhao Yao's hair gently, saying warmly, 10th brother, I'll stay and watch over 8th brother, you go rest for a while. Crown prince brother, let me watch over 8th brother with you, Zhao Yao said obediently. With both of us watching over 8th brother, maybe it'll help him wake up sooner. Hearing Zhao Yao say this, the crown prince's eyes softened, and he replied with a gentle tone, all right, we'll watch together. The crown prince sat by the 8th prince's bedside, while Zhao Yao leaned at the foot of the bed. The crown prince spoke to the sleeping 8th prince as if conversing casually. Father has already decreed that uncle and General Shen will investigate this assassination together. Surely, there will be results soon. Concerned that Zhao Yao was present, the crown prince did not voice his suspicions. The assassins who attacked me were from a suicide squad. Their skills were bafflingly familiar, resembling those of the Wang family, Zun family, Yuan family, and Yu family, but who knows which family's suicide squad they belong to. Zhao Yao lay at the foot of the bed, quietly listening to the crown prince speak, not daring to interrupt. Who exactly wanted to assassinate the crown prince brother, the second brother? Something happened to the crown prince brother. The first suspect would be the second brother. The second brother must also understand this, and wouldn't be foolish enough to send assassins after the crown prince brother. Furthermore, if the second brother wanted to assassinate the crown prince brother, he would have started years ago, with no need to wait until now, especially since the crown prince brother came to Hulong Temple to pray every year. It most likely wasn't the second brother's doing. Could it be the third brother, the fifth brother, or the sixth brother's people? This was very possible. The Wang family and the Zun family have not made any moves because they want to sit back and watch the fight between the Crown Prince's faction and Brother Tu's faction. When they are locked in a life and death struggle, the Wang and Zun families can profit from the chaos. However, it cannot be ruled out that the Wang family and the Zun family might be secretly fanning the flames, adding fuel to the fire, making the conflict between the Crown Prince's faction and Prince Dai's faction even more intense. Brother 3 is coming of age next year and will be granted a fiefdom, but so far, not the slightest news has leaked about where his fiefdom will be, or whether he will be staying in the capital after coming of age. The Wang family supports the third prince. In fighting for that position, it is impossible that they are not planning for him. Regarding the third prince's fiefdom, the Wang family must prefer a location not far from the capital. The Wang family certainly wants to keep the third prince in the capital. After a prince comes of age and is enfeoffed, they typically go to their fiefdom. While it's advantageous because going to the fiefdom can help cultivate and grow their power, it's disadvantageous because it means being far from the center of power. Additionally, they will receive news about happenings in the capital later, causing delays in their actions. The Wang family wants to let the third prince stay in the capital, just like Prince Dai. Moreover, staying in the capital has the advantage of gaining the emperor's favor. At present, Prince Dai is in the prime of his glory, even above the crown prince, let alone the Wang family and others. To deal with Prince Dai, only extreme measures can be used. It's also possible that the Wang family, the Zun family, and the Yuan family may conspire to assassinate the crown prince and frame Prince Dai for it. No matter how favored Prince Dai is, attempting an assassination on the crown prince is a serious crime, and the emperor cannot be partial to him, leaving no choice but to punish by the law of the land. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Prince Dai might have sent someone to assassinate. If the crown prince were assassinated, Prince Dai would be the first to be suspected because of this notion. Many would think it impossible for Prince Dai to be so foolish. Prince Dai may exploit this and proceed to assassinate the crown prince. Zhao Yao silently thought in his heart that both Brother 2 and Brother 3 could send people to assassinate the crown prince. Wait, there are 2 more who might send people to assassinate the crown prince, Empress Zai and Brother 7. Although Empress Zai is the younger sister of the late empress, Empress Zai is the legitimate daughter, while the late empress was the concubine's daughter. Empress Zai, due to being younger, is already at a disadvantage compared to the late empress. It is impossible for her to allow her son to be beneath the crown prince. As long as the crown prince dies, Brother 7 will be the only legitimate son. According to the rules of the Great Zhou dynasty, the crown prince must be a legitimate son. Once the crown prince is no more, Brother 7 will immediately be established as the heir. Aside from Brother 4, everyone has suspicions, and they all have motives. No matter who among them it is, it would not be surprising. Who could it be? Zhao Yao thought for a long time and couldn't determine who had the greatest suspicion. Forget it, this isn't his concern, so he decided not to trouble himself over it. The crown prince was still talking to the comatose 8th prince, mentioning that today he had asked monks to perform rites and prayers for the 8th prince. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao felt that the crown prince was genuinely kind to Brother 8. Brother 8 was the crown prince's savior, so it was only right for the crown prince to be good to him. As Zhao Yao listened, he became drowsy and fell asleep at the foot of the bed. Yu Hai saw Zhao Yao fall asleep, asked the crown prince for instructions, and then gently carried Zhao Yao to the adjacent room. Early today, Zhao Yao heard that the 8th prince was seriously injured, and he hurried to Hulong Temple without even taking his morning meal. On arriving at Hulong Temple, he stayed by the 8th prince's bedside without taking any rest. Zhao Yao hadn't slept long before he woke up hungry. He had skipped breakfast and hadn't eaten much lunch, so his stomach was already growling with hunger. Tong Zai had anticipated that Zhao Yao would wake up hungry, so he had the kitchen at Hulong Temple prepare some vegetarian meals for him. After waking, Zhao Yao casually ate a bit, then immediately went back to guard at the 8th prince's bedside. He hoped the emperor could find out the mastermind behind the scenes quickly to avenge the crown prince and Brother 8. At this moment in the imperial study of Chengguang Hall, the emperor was listening to the reports from Duke Zhen and Shen Hu. Within half a day, Duke Zhen and Chu Ying had uncovered many things. They had already found the identities and origins of the assassins. However, they had found no connections to the Wang family, Zun family, Yuan family, or Yu family. The emperor smirked slightly, saying, "So, you say these assassins have no backgrounds at all?" Shen Hu said, "On the surface, that is so, but I believe these assassins are not simple. If they truly have no background, then where did their bizarre skills come from?" Chu Ying added to Shen Hu's words, saying, "They are clearly suicide squads that have undergone rigorous training, so they cannot possibly have no background at all." Duke Zhen also said, "The identities and origins of these assassins were likely fabricated by someone. The identities and origins of the assassins attempting to murder the crown prince matched that of ordinary citizens before they entered Hulong Temple. This was too typical. Obviously, their identities and origins were fake, fabricated by someone. Is this all you've discovered today?" Hearing the emperor's calm tone, Shen Hu and Duke Zhen knew the emperor was dissatisfied with their investigation. "Please forgive us, your majesty," the emperor said sternly. "I will give you 3 days to find out who the mastermind is, or I will not show mercy." "As you command." The emperor gave Shen Hu and the others a dismissive glance, saying, "Leave." Shen Hu and the others dared not delay and quickly retreated respectfully. Upon leaving the imperial study, Shen Hu complained to Chu Ying, "I told you, telling the emperor about this would make him unhappy, but you insisted on reporting it." Chu Ying gave Shen Hu a sidelong look and said irritably, "Having investigated all day and not reporting a word to the emperor would make him even angrier." Duke Zhen hurriedly advised, "This is not the time for you two generals to argue. We must think about how to proceed with the investigation. Duke Zhen, do you have any suggestions?" The eighth prince's fever refused to subside, instead burning hotter with each passing moment. If this continued, even if he awoke in 2 days, he would be left a fool. The imperial physician tried various methods but couldn't reduce the eighth prince's fever. It was Zhao Yao who remembered a method, using strong liquor to rub the body. A few months ago, Zhao Yao had recurrent fevers, one being particularly severe. At that time, Dr. Lu said if Zhao Yao didn't reduce his fever, he might not survive. Liang Zheyi recalled an old remedy from home, rubbing the body with strong liquor to lower the fever. It worked. Zhao Yao's high fever subsided. Yu Hai and Zhao Yao worked together to rub the eighth prince's body with strong liquor, carefully tending to even the armpits, popliteal fossa, and soles of his feet. Not long after, the eighth prince's fever finally began to subside. Seeing the fever temporarily diminish, the imperial physician hastily prescribed medicine. After taking the medicine, the eighth prince's fever finally subsided completely and did not return. The imperial physician stated that with the fever gone, the eighth prince was no longer in mortal danger. From now on, he only needed to rest well and he would gradually recover. Learning that the eighth prince was out of danger, the crown prince and Zhao Yao both breathed a sigh of relief. On the eve of the late empress's memorial day, the eighth prince, who had been unconscious for 3 days and nights, finally. However, his body was too weak, and shortly after waking, he fainted again. Seeing the eighth prince awakened, Zhao Yao was finally at ease and suddenly had an appetite for the vegetarian meals at Hulong Temple. As the next day was the late empress's memorial day, the fourth prince and third prince arrived at Hulong Temple a day early, while the emperor, preoccupied with affairs, did not arrive early. At present, Zhao Yao was dining with the fourth prince. The flavor of Hulong Temple's vegetarian dishes was excellent, especially the pickled radish, crispy, delicious, and very appetizing. Even without eating rice, Zhao Yao could eat several bowls of just the pickled radish. As Zhao Yao dined, he enthusiastically introduced the vegetarian dishes of Hulong Temple to the fourth prince. Already delicious, the vegetarian dishes seemed even tastier under Zhao Yao's compliments. The fourth prince, who usually only ate 2 bowls of rice, found himself eating an extra bowl unknowingly. The fourth prince held high standards for himself. He calculated precisely how much he would eat each meal, never overeating. No matter how delicious the food, he would not indulge. Yet today he ate an extra bowl of rice, breaking his own rule, which made him very regretful. Thus, he dragged Zhao Yao to walk in Hulong Temple to aid digestion. "Fourth brother, we've been walking for an hour. Isn't that enough? It's just an extra bowl of rice. Do you really need to go that far?" "Not enough. Let's walk another hour." Zhao Yao sat directly on the ground. "I'm not walking anymore." The fourth prince came back and pulled Zhao Yao up, holding his hand to continue walking. "Fourth brother, I can't walk any further. I don't want to walk. We ate too much tonight. We must walk more, or else we'll suffer from indigestion." The fourth prince firmly led Zhao Yao to continue the walk. Zhao Yao mischievously clung to the fourth prince, letting the fourth prince carry him. The fourth prince let him cling like a plaster. "After we walk another hour, we'll go back and copy Buddhist scriptures. Fourth brother, I really can't walk anymore." Zhao Yao sat down again, hugging the fourth prince's leg persistently. Seeing Zhao Yao's antics, the fourth prince said helplessly, "Then let's go back." Upon hearing "let's go back," Zhao Yao stood up abruptly and strode towards their quarters, which was the crown prince's courtyard. The eighth prince resided in the crown prince's courtyard, and when Zhao Yao came to Hulong Temple, he stayed in the room next to the eighth prince. When the fourth prince arrived, worried about Zhao Yao, he stayed with him in the same room. Under normal circumstances, the fourth prince would never have stayed next door to the eighth prince. The eighth prince had an inexplicable dislike for the fourth prince, and the feeling was mutual for the fourth prince. The two were disdainful of each other. Returning to the courtyard where the crown prince resided, the first person to greet should have been the crown prince, but the crown prince was spending the night in the main hall to chant scriptures and pray for the late empress, and was not in the courtyard. Zhao Yao first went to check on the eighth prince. He arrived just as the eighth prince woke. "Eighth brother, you're awake." Seeing the eighth prince awake, Zhao Yao was overjoyed. Seeing Zhao Yao's bright smile, a faint smile appeared on the eighth prince's pale face. However, the moment he saw the fourth prince behind Zhao Yao, the smile disappeared instantly. Zhao Yao approached the eighth prince's bedside and asked with concern, "Eighth brother, how do you feel? Any better?" "A bit better." Yu Hai, standing aside, said, "Your Highness, he just had a bowl of porridge." "That's great," Zhao Yao said happily. "Eating shows you're getting better, eighth brother." The fourth prince stood behind Zhao Yao, saying nothing. "Eighth brother, you need to eat more now. That's how you'll recover faster." Zhao Yao did not stay long with the eighth prince. The eighth prince was weak and should not speak much. Shortly after, he left the 8th prince's room and returned to his own. Fourth brother, why haven't father and the others found out who's behind all this yet? Zhao Yao originally thought the emperor and others would find out the mastermind within 2 days, but it had been almost 3 days with no news. Who sent people to assassinate the crown prince? The 4th prince didn't know who the mastermind was either, as there were too many suspects, but he was sure the mastermind was among them. Father will surely find out, don't worry about it. True. Zhao Yao stopped discussing the matter and focused on the new arithmetic book the 4th prince had brought today. The 4th prince lowered his head and continued copying Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Yao wrote arithmetic for a while when a sudden realization struck him. Wait, is it possible that this assassination was staged by the crown prince himself, framing second brother for the crime of assassinating the crown prince? It's not impossible. The more Zhao Yao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The crown prince likely wouldn't have thought of such a plan. It must have been Duke Zhen's idea. With Duke Zhen's cunning, he wouldn't directly frame second brother. He would instead cleverly plant clues pointing to second brother. If it truly was the crown prince orchestrating it, then 8th brother's serious injury was truly an unforeseen disaster. However, since 8th brother was injured saving the crown prince would certainly value and treat 8th brother well in the future. Treat 8th brother well. Zhao Yao had another thought. Could this assassination have been orchestrated not by the crown prince but by 8th brother? Startled by his own thoughts, Zhao Yao quickly shook his head, denying it in his heart. It couldn't be. 8th brother was nearly killed. He wouldn't do that to his own. Then Zhao Yao suddenly thought of 8th prince's potential to be ruthless. If it was 8th brother, it's not impossible. Thinking the mastermind could possibly be the 8th prince made Zhao Yao draw a sharp breath in shock. If it really was 8th brother, what would be his purpose? Could it be to earn greater trust and reliance from the crown prince? 8th brother always stayed by the crown prince's side, and the crown prince trusted him quite a bit. He didn't need to go to such lengths, since 8th brother relied on the crown prince to live well in the palace. It said the assassins had been lurking at Hulong Temple for a long time, with the attack on the crown prince being long prepared. 8th brother must have had a deeper purpose. To intensify the rivalry between the crown prince and second brother, not likely. 8th brother still needed to depend on the crown prince, and needed to lie low by the crown prince's side, so it was unlikely he'd cause trouble now. If it was to deal with second brother, there was no need to go that far. Besides, taking down second brother now wouldn't benefit 8th brother at all. If not targeting the crown prince or second brother, then perhaps third brother's group. Had the Wang family, Zun family, or Yuan family behind third brother's group offended 8th brother somehow, or was there something 8th brother needed? No, it said the assassins were Suicide Squad members. Where would 8th brother get Suicide Squad members from? Suicide Squads are usually cultivated by established families. 8th brother didn't have maternal relatives. Even if he did, they were ordinary civilians and wouldn't have the ability to cultivate Suicide Squads. Then it's not 8th brother. Zhao Yao dismissed the thought of the 8th prince being the mastermind, but he still felt in his heart that the 8th prince was behind it. Alas, he hoped it wasn't the 8th brother, but his mind echoed a voice telling him it was indeed the 8th brother. He always knew the 8th brother was deep and reserved, but he never expected him to be this. He couldn't find the right word to describe it for the moment. The 4th prince, who was copying Buddhist scriptures, heard Zhao Yao's sigh and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand?" Zhao Yao shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just feeling sorry for the 8th brother." Mentioning the 8th prince, a hint of indifference flashed through the 4th prince's eyes, and then he spoke calmly. "He doesn't need your sympathy." How could he not need my sympathy? The 8th brother is so badly injured that he has to drink medicine every day. Zhao Yao thought about his own experiences of being seriously ill for those few months and couldn't help but sympathize with the 8th prince. 4th brother, you don't know the taste of drinking medicine every day. The 8th brother is just like me back then, having to take medicine for several months. Alas, the 8th brother is really harsh on himself. If it were him, he would never treat himself this way. Upon hearing this, the 4th prince realized that Zhao Yao was sympathetic to the 8th prince for having to drink medicine, and couldn't help but laugh. If you don't want to drink medicine in the future, then don't get sick anymore. 4th brother is right. Don't worry about the 8th brother's affairs anymore. The 4th prince did not like the 8th prince. He always felt the 8th prince harbored impure intentions and didn't want the simple-minded Zhao Yao to get too close to the scheming 8th prince. Tomorrow morning, we will pray for the late empress. Go wash up and get to bed early. What about you, 4th brother? I'll finish copying this scroll of Buddhist scriptures before sleeping, the 4th prince said, then looked at Tongzai standing beside him. Tongzai understood and said to Zhao Yao, "Your Highness, let me help you wash up." 4th brother, I'll go wash up first then. After bathing, Zhao Yao returned to his room, crawled into bed and peeked out with 2 eyes toward the 4th prince, who was still copying Buddhist scriptures. 4th brother, I'm going to sleep first. Go to sleep. On one side, the brother's atmosphere was warm. On the other side, the atmosphere in the imperial study was icy and tense. Shenhu Chu Ying and Duke Zhen knelt on the ground, their faces showing alarm. Standing on the side, Sun Kui kept his head down and didn't dare to breathe loudly. You've investigated for so long and this is all you've found. The emperor looked sternly at the three kneeling men. Do you believe a fifth-ranked General Ning Yuan can cultivate so many suicide squads to assassinate the crown prince? The emperor was usually inscrutable, but now he obviously showed anger. Facing the emperor's wrath, Shen Hu could only brace himself and say, I've checked his files, they are very ordinary and clean, not like someone capable of nurturing suicide squads. The General Ning Yuan referred to by the emperor was a leader in the imperial guard. He was silent by nature, seldom spoke, and had an average relationship with the others in the imperial guard. He was once a soldier under Chu Ying, and later, during a rebellion, he earned merits and gradually rose from an ordinary soldier to a fifth-ranked General Ning Yuan. Seeing his bravery and honesty without any cunning, Chu Ying allowed him to enter the palace and become part of the imperial guard. Chu Ying said, I've rigorously investigated General Ning Yuan and found no connections with the influential families. Duke Zhen suspected that General Ning Yuan might be Prince Dai's man, but he did not dare to voice this suspicion. If he did, it would make the emperor think he was doing it on purpose. All clues end at General Ning Yuan, as if someone deliberately erased them, leaving no trace. Shen Hu and others also felt that General Ning Yuan could not be the real mastermind. We searched General Ning Yuan's house thoroughly and found nothing suspicious or unusual. Duke Zhen said, Your Majesty, all of this is too bizarre. It was the first time in his several decades of life that he encountered such a perplexing situation. Shen Hu continued, I've examined all those who had contact with General Ning Yuan and interrogated some but found no useful clues. I've sent people to investigate General Ning Yuan's hometown, but it will take 2 days to get the news. General Ning Yuan's hometown was in Yangzhou, where a rebellion was currently taking place. The emperor also knew about the situation in Yangzhou. Frowning, his expression grave, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Could the crown prince's assassination attempt be related to the rebellion in Yangzhou? Investigate thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor waved his hand, signaling for Shen Hu and the others to withdraw. We take our leave. Chu Ying and the other two obediently exited. Seeing the emperor frowning and his expression serious, Sun Kui hesitated for a moment and then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, do you suspect that the crown prince's assassination is related to the rebellion in Yangzhou? The emperor's fingers gently tapped the imperial desk, his expression contemplative as he said, If it's related to the rebellion over in Yangzhou, then the assassination attempt on the crown prince would. Sun Kui thought of something, his expression shocked. Your Majesty, if it really is related to the Yangzhou rebellion, wouldn't that mean there are Dongjin's people within the capital? The emperor was not surprised that there were Dongjin's people in the capital. He had always had people watching them, but he hadn't expected there to be Dongjin's people in the Hulong Temple. Your Majesty, what is Dongjin's purpose in assassinating the crown prince? Sun Kui speculated, to cause chaos in the capital. Though the crown prince is the heir apparent, openly he is not as favored as Prince Dai. If the assassination of the crown prince were successful, the biggest beneficiary would be Prince Dai, but this wouldn't change anything. As long as Your Majesty is here, the capital cannot fall into chaos, nor can the court. Rather than assassinating the crown prince, wouldn't it be more effective to assassinate Prince Dai? First, Prince Dai is more favored by Your Majesty, and for years there have been rumors that Prince Dai would replace the crown prince. Furthermore, Prince Dai is brave and skilled in battle, with numerous military achievements, known by the people as the war god. Assassinating Prince Dai could make Great Zhou lose a general, which would be more advantageous for them, wouldn't it? They have the patience and ability to infiltrate the Hulong Temple, indicating they also have the capability to assassinate Prince Dai, yet they didn't and instead targeted the crown prince. Could it be that their assassination attempt was meant as a warning to Your Majesty, or perhaps a provocation? If that's the case, Dongjin is truly audacious. Speaking of, if it was intended as a provocation, they really have gone to great lengths, it's truly. Sun Kui thought hard but couldn't understand, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Such an important matter wasn't something a servant like him should worry about. Send a secret report to Mr. Song, have him investigate this matter in secret. The emperor had been considering many things. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor slightly squinted his eyes, his face sullen. If it's truly as he suspects, then the situation in Yangzhou can no longer be delayed. After Sun Kui finished sending the secret report and returned, he saw the emperor reviewing memorials again and hurriedly advised, Your Majesty, you have to get up at the hour of the tiger tomorrow to visit Hulong Temple. You should rest early tonight. These days, the emperor was already busy, and now the incident of the crown prince's assassination attempt arose, making him even more distressed. I'll finish reading these before going to sleep. There was still a stack of memorials beside the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, if you finish these memorials, it'll be the hour of the rat and you'll only get 2 hours of sleep. Sun Kui anxiously said, Your Majesty, this servant is really worried that your health won't withstand this. You should rest first. Reviewing these memos tomorrow won't be too late. The emperor glanced up at Sun Kui, somewhat disdainfully said, "When did you become so long-winded?" "Your Majesty, it's not that this servant is long-winded, but Empress and noble consort both instructed me to remind you to rest early." Upon hearing this, the emperor remained unmoved and continued reviewing memorials. Sun Kui suddenly thought of something and hastily added, "Jai also instructed this servant to remind you to rest early and take care of your health." Upon hearing this, the emperor glanced at Sun Kui. Sun Kui hurried to say, "Jai indeed told this servant so." The emperor put down the memorials in his hands and stood up, saying to Sun Kui, "Prepare the bath." Upon hearing the emperor say this, Sun Kui was delighted. "This servant will serve you in bathing right away." Bringing up Empress and noble consort didn't work, but mentioning Jai was effective. The emperor indeed treats Jai differently. The emperor was indeed very tired, and after bathing, he soon fell asleep upon lying on the bed. Once the emperor was asleep, Sun Kui quietly left the sleeping palace. Sun Daodu saw his master with a smiling face and curiously asked, "Master, what good news happened?" Sun Kui was about to tell Sun Daodu, but suddenly thought of something and held his tongue. "Nothing much." Seeing that Sun Kui didn't want to say, Sun Daodu didn't ask further. "Master, you have to accompany the emperor to Hulong Temple early tomorrow. You'd better go to sleep. I'll handle things here. You keep a good watch. I'll go back to rest." At the hour of the ox, Sun Kui woke up punctually. By the hour of the tiger, he awakened the sleeping emperor. Today is the late empress's death anniversary, and the emperor will not attend the morning court. The emperor had a simple breakfast before setting off for Hulong Temple. Empress Zai and noble princess consort Rong also needed to go to Hulong Temple today. The emperor's carriage was at the forefront, followed by Empress Zai's carriage, then noble princess consort Rong's. Liang Jie and Yu Marin sat in a carriage together, which was at the back. Lady Pan had a lower status and wasn't qualified to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress. Who knows if the emperor has found the assassin who tried to kill the crown prince? Yu Marin said with worry in her eyes, "If there are more assassins, wouldn't the emperor be in great danger?" Hearing Yu Marin's concern, Liang Jie could not help but worry. However, she did not show it on her face. The assassin failed, they won't send anyone else. Besides, there are many people protecting the emperor, he'll be fine. "Sister, who do you think could be so bold as to try to assassinate the crown prince?" Yu Marin whispered, thinking of the rumors over the past few days. Could it really be Prince Dai? Liang Jie shook her head, saying it can't be Prince Dai. Even if Prince Dai wanted to assassinate the crown prince, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do it at this time. Then who could it be? I don't know. Seeing Yu Marin's persistent curiosity, Liang Jie reminded her, "This is not something we should concern ourselves with, let's not talk about it." Understanding her sister's intention, Yu Marin quickly nodded, "Yes, sister." She then remembered Zhao Yao at Hulong Temple and said, "I wonder how Yao Yao is doing there, if he's eaten well and slept well." At the mention of her son, Liang Jie's gaze instantly softened. Rest assured, he's definitely doing well at Hulong Temple. I wonder how the 8th prince's injury is. Yu Marin sighed, "The 8th prince is such an unfortunate child." Liang Jie said, "The 8th prince will surely be fine." The 8th prince, whom Yu Marin and Liang Jie were concerned about, had already awakened by this time. During these days, the 8th prince spent most of his time in a deep sleep, with few moments of clarity. Yu Hai was currently attending to the 8th prince, giving him porridge. "Your Highness, do you know that this time?" Yu Hai stopped speaking here. "If it wasn't for the 10th prince suggesting the use of strong liquor to rub your body and reduce the fever you might have," the 8th prince gently said, "but I'm fine now. Your Highness, you must never let this happen again." "It won't." The 8th prince, too weak, said feebly, "How goes the investigation into the assassins in the palace?" "General Ning Yuan is dead." Yu Hai spoke in a very low voice. "Everything is proceeding according to your plan." Upon hearing this, the 8th prince felt at ease. "That's good." At the 4th quarter of the yin hour, Zhao Yao, who was sleeping soundly, was shaken awake by the 4th prince. He opened his eyes, looking drowsily at the 4th prince. "4th brother, what's going on?" The just awakened Zhao Yao was extremely adorable, which softened the 4th prince's heart. "10th younger brother, it's time to get up." "4th brother, let me sleep a little longer." Zhao Yao turned over, facing away from the 4th prince, and continued sleeping. The 4th prince reached out and pinched Zhao Yao's little nose, causing him to suffocate and wake up because he couldn't breathe. Zhao Yao opened his eyes and glared fiercely at the 4th prince, accusing, "4th brother, you're bullying me. 10th younger brother, father will be here soon, you need to get up." After saying that, the 4th prince directly lifted Zhao Yao's quilt. Then he picked up Zhao Yao, who was still clinging to the bed and not getting up. "4th brother, hasn't father arrived yet?" "Let me sleep for another quarter of an hour. It's still the yin hour now." "No, father is already on his way to Hulong Temple." The 4th prince lifted Zhao Yao and then personally dressed him. Zhao Yao was truly too sleepy, being led by the 4th prince to the side room next door to wash up. Only after washing did he become awake. Wei Mayan and Tongs I had already brought breakfast from Hulong Temple's kitchen. Zhao Yao yawned with his mouth wide open while eating breakfast. "10th younger brother, during the blessing later, you can't keep yawning like this." Fourth brother, I'm sleepy. Zhao Yao yawned again. I've never woken up this early in my whole life. Before he started formal education, because he was young, he had never come to Hulong Temple to offer blessings for the late empress. This year was his first time coming to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress. The fourth prince was amused by Zhao Yao's "My whole life, you're so young." "I'm 6 years old, I've grown since last year. Why can't I say my whole life?" The fourth prince said solemnly. "If you're still sleepy during the blessing, pinch yourself." If the 10th younger brother dozed off and yawned during the late empress's memorial ceremony and was seen, he would definitely be accused of disrespecting the late empress, showing unfilial piety. "That's all I can do." Zhao Yao muttered. "Fourth brother, why do we have to bless so early?" "Our hour is an auspicious time, so blessings should naturally be offered during auspicious times," the fourth prince said warmly. "Besides, the earlier the blessing, the better." Zhao Yao suddenly thought of the emperor having to wake up even earlier than he did, and he immediately felt balanced, no longer complaining, and obediently continued eating breakfast. Fortunately, the vegetarian meals and dishes at Hulong Temple were delicious, compensating for Zhao Yao's suffering of waking up before dawn. "10th younger brother, eat more so you won't be hungry before noon. Today they'll be offering blessings for the late empress all day. At noon, they would take turns going for lunch. After lunch, they would continue offering blessings in the main hall for the late empress until the Su hour in the evening. Ah, we can't rest and eat until noon." The fourth prince nodded lightly. During the blessing, no eating is allowed. Zhao Yao was startled by this, his little expression instantly becoming very serious. "Then I have to eat more." After saying that, despite feeling sleepy, he lowered his head and quickly devoured his meal. The fourth prince also ate quite a bit, drinking 2 bowls of porridge, eating 2 buns and 2 flatbreads, making his stomach somewhat full. Zhao Yao only ate 3 bowls of porridge, 4 buns, and 3 flatbreads. Although he already knew Zhao Yao could eat, the fourth prince was still amazed by Zhao Yao's appetite. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yao first went next door to check on the 8th prince. The 8th prince hadn't woken up yet. After instructing Yu Hai to take good care of the 8th prince, Zhao Yao then went with the 4th prince to the main hall. The high monks were already there, dressed in robes, holding Buddha beads, sitting cross-legged in front of the Buddha, with an expression of solemn holiness. Zhao Yao counted a total of 81 high monks. It was said they were all highly respected monks. The ministers were also present, but they did not enter the main hall. Instead, they stood at the entrance of the main hall. Zhao Yao and the others had just arrived when Prince Dian the third prince arrived. As soon as all the princes were seated cross-legged, they heard the sound of saluting the emperor from outside. The crown prince led the princes to stand and salute the emperor. The emperor raised his hand to signal for the princes to sit down. Then he sat cross-legged in front of the Buddha statue. On both sides behind him were the 81 high monks. Empress Zai took the concubines to the Guanyin Hall, where they offered blessings for the late empress. Soon, the bell of Hulong Temple sounded, a total of 49 times, marking the blessing for the late empress. At the sound of the first bell, the high monks in the main hall began to chant sutras to bless the late empress. The emperor closed his eyes, his expression devout as he chanted scriptures to pray for the late empress. Zhao Yao, while reciting and praying, was quietly observing his royal brothers. He noticed that each of his brothers appeared deeply pious, as if they were sincerely praying. He had to admit, his brothers' acting skills were truly remarkable. The crown prince was assassinated, and the second brother was the most likely suspect. Many people probably thought he did it. Even the crown prince must have believed that the second brother sent the assassin. Despite being suspected by many, the second brother remained calm and unruffled. However, to be fair, since the assassin wasn't sent by the second brother, he naturally stayed composed. Even if the second brother was not responsible, wasn't he afraid of being framed? Father Emperor assigned Duke Zhen and General Shen to investigate the assassination. Duke Zhen couldn't possibly do nothing. With Duke Zhen's methods, even if the second brother wasn't responsible, he would ensure the second brother became a suspect. Even if the second brother wasn't responsible, once he was truly suspected, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. As for the third brother, forget it. But the 8th brother, what exactly was he planning, and where did he get a suicide squad? In recent years, the 8th brother aligned with the crown prince, but secretly, how many things had he done? Moreover, how much power had he quietly amassed for himself? The 8th brother, being only in his teens, had already orchestrated so many things for himself and hid them so well. Truly, he was too monstrous. He always thought that among the royal brothers, the 4th brother was the smartest, but now he realized that the 8th brother was the most astute. The 4th brother excelled academically, but in political affairs, he couldn't compare to the 8th brother. Although he didn't know what exactly the 8th brother had done in recent years, judging by the assassination incident this time, the 8th brother's actions were significant and possibly involved a nationwide scheme, gathering many people or forces. To be honest, even he couldn't accomplish what the 8th brother had done. The 8th brother was indeed like those legendary cunning beings. With the 8th brother's intelligence and tactics, no one could match him. Despite the fierce struggle between the crown prince and the second brother, ultimately the winner wouldn't be them, nor the third brother. The fourth brother probably had a chance to compete with the eighth brother, but he thought the fourth brother lacked the eighth brother's ruthlessness and might not be a match in the end. There's another possibility that the eighth brother, being too ruthless, might eventually be trapped by his own schemes, losing to the fourth brother. Whether it's the fourth or eighth brother, both were kind to him. Although he didn't wish for the fourth and eighth brothers to become enemies, they inevitably would unless one of them decided to forego vying for the throne. Neither the eighth nor fourth brother overtly expressed ambitions for the throne, but he knew they both desired it. As royal offspring, they considered their status noble and capable, so why shouldn't they strive for the throne? A prince who doesn't wish for the throne is not a good prince. No prince would not wish to sit on that throne. Of course, he was an exception, unlike his brothers with worldly ambitions. He genuinely believed sitting on that throne brought no benefit, just weariness. In the future, whether the fourth or eighth brother ascended the throne, his days would be easier. Regarding the future contest between the fourth and eighth brother for the throne, he had better not meddle. Besides, it wasn't his place to interfere. In the end, if one loses, he would plead for mercy on their behalf. Zhao Yao, after pondering these matters for a while, ended up with a headache. Gathering his thoughts, he stopped dwelling on such issues. He was merely an innocent child, unaware and ignorant of everything. After closing his eyes and chanting for a while, Zhao Yao felt drowsy. He quickly pinched his own thigh hard, having accidentally pinched too hard. He nearly cried out in pain. The fourth prince noticed Zhao Yao's action and barely held back his laughter. The pinch temporarily chased away the sleepiness, and Zhao Yao continued pretending to be devoutly chanting and praying. In the crown prince's courtyard, the eighth prince awoke. Yu Hai just received a letter and handed it to him for review. After reading the letter, the eighth prince's brows immediately furrowed, and his once pale face turned solemn. Seeing his expression, Yu Hai quickly inquired with concern, "Your Highness, has something happened?" The eighth prince handed the letter to Yu Hai, instructing him to burn it over a candle. Yu Hai didn't read the content of the letter and directly burned it. "I hadn't expected Father Emperor to have long known something was amiss with the rebellion in Yangzhou," the eighth prince said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Father Emperor is indeed shrewd and calculating." Yu Hai was astounded by this statement. "Your Highness, did the Emperor know about the Yangzhou matter long ago?" "I fear Father Emperor sent Zaishi to Yangzhou to quell the rebellion as a guise," the eighth prince weakly replied. "Father Emperor truly is cunning and strategic." An involuntary anxiety crept into Yu Hai's heart. "Your Highness, if the Emperor knows about the Yangzhou affair, doesn't that expose what we did? Yet you seem so calm." "Father Emperor only sensed something amiss with the rebellion in Yangzhou but didn't discover anything else," the eighth prince stated calmly. "Our dealings haven't been detected." Yu Hai breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good." He had barely said this when he suddenly remembered something, and his face grew tense again. "Your Highness, could the people from Yangzhou betray you?" "No, they won't," the eighth prince stated with certainty. "They don't know who I am." "Indeed, it is my overthinking," Yu Hai conceded, then asked, "Your Highness, since the Emperor noticed something unusual in Yangzhou, what should we do next?" "Have them withdraw, then kill those people," the eighth prince remarked lightly. "Yes, Your Highness." Yu Hai thought of the matter concerning General Ning Yuan and asked again, "Your Highness, what about the issue with General Ning Yuan?" "Proceed as planned." The eighth prince considered the matter of the daughter of Kong Taiching secretly entering monastic life and instructed Yu Hai tomorrow, "Let Prince Dai know about Kong Yao secretly entering Bodhai Temple." "Yes, Your Highness." The eighth prince, after talking for this little while, could hardly endure any more and fell asleep with closed eyes. Yu Hai walked over to the bed and carefully tucked in the corners of the quilt for the eighth prince. Looking at the eighth prince's completely bloodless face, Yu Hai's eyes were filled with deep concern. The prince's health was never good, and now, having suffered such severe injuries, he might have harmed his fundamental health, taking 3 to 5 years to recover. Alas, the prince was truly too harsh on himself. At the hour of Su, the ceremony of reciting scriptures and praying for the former empress just concluded. Afterwards, the emperor personally lit a long burning lamp for the late empress. Every year on the anniversary of her death, the emperor would light a long burning lamp for her. After lighting the lamp, the emperor did not linger at Hulong Temple, and he returned to the palace with the concubines and princes. Zhao Yao originally wanted to stay at Hulong Temple to continue caring for the eighth prince, but the emperor refused. How could the emperor not understand Zhao Yao's little intentions? He wanted to stay at Hulong Temple to avoid studying. At this moment, Zhao Yao sat in the carriage with Liang Zheyi and Yu Marin, complaining that the emperor was inconsiderate. Liang Zheyi raised her hand and lightly tapped Zhao Yao's small head, laughing, "All right, put away your little schemes." Yu Marin comforted Zhao Yao. "What's so good about staying at Hulong Temple, eating vegetarian food all the time, unable to eat meat, and there might even be assassins? It's better to return to the palace." After the late Empress Memorial Day, Zhao Yao and the others could eat meat again. Second mother consort, didn't you eat the vegetarian meals at Hulong Temple for lunch and dinner? We did. Weren't the vegetarian meals and dishes at Hulong Temple tasty? Yu Marin honestly said they were quite tasty. That's just it. I'd rather be at Hulong Temple eating vegetarian meals and dishes every day than go back to the palace to study. Zhao Yao thought to himself that the emperor must have done it on purpose. It was truly infuriating. Liang Jie poked Zhao Yao's forehead. Yao Yao, you know the emperor doesn't like the eighth prince. How would he agree to let you stay to accompany the eighth prince? Yu Marin gently consoled Zhao Yao moreover. Isn't the crown prince still at Hulong Temple? With the crown prince there, the eighth prince will surely be well taken care of, so don't worry about him. Liang Jie exposed Zhao Yao's intentions, saying, it's not about accompanying the eighth prince, you just don't want to study. Mother consort, I also want to accompany brother 8, can't I? Zhao Yao argued, if I'm there with brother 8, he'll definitely get better faster. Yu Marin laughed. Yao Yao, you're not an imperial physician. I can talk to brother 8 and make him happy. If brother 8's mood improves, he'll recover faster. Zhao Yao thought his argument was very reasonable. That's quite right. Liang Jie glanced sideways at Zhao Yao. Focus on your studies. Go to an hall to read in the morning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao leaned back, collapsing in the carriage with an expression of utter hopelessness. I really envy fourth brother and eighth brother not having to study. Yao Yao, there's still some time before we reach the palace. Let second mother consort hold you for a nap. The fifth princess did not come to the prayers because a princess is not qualified to participate. All right. Zhao Yao didn't hold back, resting his head on Yu Marin's lap and closing his eyes to sleep. By the time they returned to the palace, it was the hour of high. Having slept for a while in the carriage, upon returning to the palace he was not sleepy, especially after bathing. Liang Jie was not sleepy either, so mother and son sat chatting on the couch. Zhao Yao told Liang Jie about how the mastermind behind the crown prince's assassination was the eighth prince. Liang Jie was very shocked upon hearing this. However, thinking about the eighth prince's nature, she wasn't surprised. Mother consort, what do you think brother 8 truly wants to do? Liang Jie couldn't guess, not sure. However, his ambition must be considerable. Assassinating the crown prince, what could brother 8 gain from it? Whatever his schemes, it has nothing to do with us. Liang Jie said, you shouldn't think about it. I'm worried about something happening to brother 8. Brother 8 was very good to him, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. With the eighth prince's intelligence and methods, he will absolutely ensure nothing happens to him before he comes of age and is granted a title. Liang Jie diverted the topic to other matters. Your father has already sent people to arrange the matters of the land for your second uncle. So quickly, Zhao Yao said in surprise, father really took care of this. Didn't father have any suspicions? What's there to be suspicious about? Your father said the mountains and fields of Dahua village are to be granted to you, and he's sending people to build a manor for you. Zhao Yao was stunned. Father turned out to be so generous. You're his son, granting you a manor is nothing special. Zhao Yao had a face full of disbelief. Father turned out to be so magnanimous. To your father, a manor is nothing. Liang Jie said with a smile, both the crown prince and Prince Dai have been given manors by your father, and not just one manor. In addition to ordinary manors, they also have a hot spring manor. The crown prince and second brother are both of age. It's normal for father to reward them with manors. I'm not even of age yet, I'm still a little kid. It's strange for father to suddenly grant me a manor. Zhao Yao still couldn't fully believe the emperor would be so kind. Father doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, does he? What kind of plot could your father possibly have against you? Liang Jie pinched her son's little face. Just accept it when he gives it to you. Don't overthink unnecessary things. Didn't father ask second uncle why he wants to buy mountains and farmland? Isn't buying mountains and farmland a very normal thing? What's there to ask about? Seeing how guarded her son was against the emperor, Liang Jie thought to herself that the emperor deserved it. If it weren't for his frequent teasing and bullying of Yao Yao, Yao Yao wouldn't be so suspicious of him. Your third brother and the others haven't even come of age yet, and they've already bought quite a few mountains and farmlands themselves. That's true. Zhao Yao said, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. We saved a huge sum of money. It's really wonderful. That annoying father is occasionally quite nice. When do we start building the manor? Arrangements will be made by your second uncle. Then I have to quickly finish the design for the manor and send it to second uncle. In a while, won't you be taking a break from your duties? You can go out of the palace to hand it over to your second uncle then. Liang Jie smiled. This time, you can openly leave the palace and stay outside for a few more days. What do you mean? I told the emperor that during your break, you will go to see your second uncle, and then your second uncle will take you to Dahua village to have a look. Zhao Yao asked in astonishment. Father agreed. He agreed. Zhao Yao, his mouth wide open in shock, said, when did father become so nice? Is this really the father I know? Could father have been possessed? Seeing what Zhao Yao was thinking, Liang Jie helplessly tapped him on the forehead. Don't overthink it. Zhao Yao looked at Liang Jie with a strange expression. Mother, did you give father some kind of enchanted potion, or did you drug him when he came here earlier? Before he could finish his sentence, his ear was twisted by Liang Jie, making him cry out in pain. Ouch. Ouch, still dare to speak nonsense. I don't dare any more, mother, please have mercy. Zhao Yao quickly pleaded for forgiveness. Liang Jie released her grip, deliberately put on a stern face, and warned, if you say such nonsense again, I won't let you off lightly next time. Zhao Yao rubbed his ear and said obediently, I don't dare anymore, I won't say it again. Apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of why father suddenly became so nice. All right, go to sleep, okay. Just as Zhao Yao was getting off the bed, he suddenly thought of the issue with the stirrups and quickly asked Liang Jie, mother, should I let father know about the stirrups tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow you take the stirrups and practice riding. All right, mother, I'm going back to my room now. After saying goodbye to Liang Jie, Zhao Yao returned to his room. Tongzai hurriedly pulled out a painting from his sleeve and handed it to Zhao Yao. Your Highness, this is a painting by Tongan. Zhao Yao took it, opened it, and saw that it depicted orchids. Tongan was indeed skilled at painting. The orchids he painted looked just like real ones, unlike the orchids he painted that looked like chives. Is he skilled at painting orchids? Actually, Tongan is more skilled at portraits, Tongzai said, because he feared you wanted it quickly. He first painted an orchid. Skilled in portraits, huh? Zhao Yao rubbed his chin, pondering something. Your Highness, both I and Tongla have assessed Tongan. He has no problems, and he can serve you well. Tongzai asked, how do you intend to use him? In a few days, I'll take a break and go with second uncle to Dahua village. Let him accompany us. Zhao Yao said in the future he'll work alongside second uncle. Zhao Yao asked again, is he literate? He is literate and can write, Tongzai replied. He learned how to paint and write from an old eunuch. Then he can do a lot of things for second uncle. How is his injury? It's pretty much healed. Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, tomorrow night, send him out of the palace to find second uncle. Tomorrow night? Tongzai asked in surprise, Your Highness, weren't you planning to take him out of the palace when you take your break? It's better if he goes to second uncle's early, Zhao Yao replied. Let second uncle test him. I will go and inform him shortly. Go ahead, I need to sleep now. Zhao Yao said and then yawned. This servant takes my leave. The next morning, at the 4th quarter of the hour of the rabbit, Zhao Yao was woken up by Tongzai. After finishing breakfast, just as Zhao Yao was about to head to Wend Hall, Lai Qian and Lai Zai came back. Yao Yao were back. Lai Qian flew onto Zhao Yao's shoulder and nuzzled Zhao Yao's cheek with its little head. Zhao Yao picked up Lai Qian, brought it in front of his face, nuzzled its little head, and kissed it. You all have finally returned. I've missed you. We missed you too. You weren't harmed, were you? Zhao Yao asked with concern. You didn't get injured, did you? Lai Qian, no, nothing happened to us. It's just that Yangzhou is really far from the capital. All right, we'll wait for you to come back. Mother, can you prepare some treats for Lai Qian and the others? Of course. Zhao Yao gently patted Lai Qian and Lai Zai. I'm off to study now. Although he was eager to know what happened in Yangzhou, it was getting late. If he didn't hurry to Wend Hall, he would be late. Lai Qian and Lai Zai had flown back to the capital without resting and came to the palace to find Zhao Yao. In Kund Hall, there was a room specifically for Zhao Yao's animal friends to rest and eat. Liang Jie wasn't new to taking care of Zhao Yao's bird friends, skillfully preparing snacks, apples, and small bugs for them. After filling their bellies, Lai Qian and Lai Zai relaxed on soft cushions. Lai Fu and Lai Kai stood guard beside them, acting as their little bodyguards. A few playful little sparrows and magpies flew directly onto Lai Fu and Lai Kai to rest. Lai Fu and Lai Kai stayed still, allowing them to sleep on their backs. Because Zhao Yao chatted with Lai Qian and the others for a while, he was delayed and was the last to arrive at Wend Hall. Upon entering Wend Hall, he heard the 7th prince and the 9th prince arguing. The 7th prince claimed that Prince Dai was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the crown prince. The 9th prince accused the 7th prince of slandering him, alleging that Empress Zai and the 7th prince were the real masterminds. Rumor has it in the palace that it was the empress who sent someone to assassinate the crown prince, so that the 7th prince could become the crown prince, Tongzai reported to Zhao Yao. Even though the empress ordered severe punishment for the spreaders of this rumor, it hasn't stopped spreading. Zhao Yao was taken aback upon hearing this. What about the capital? It's spreading in the capital as well, Tongzai said, pausing for a moment before whispering very softly to Zhao Yao. Now the people in the capital are all talking about it, saying the empress is vicious and such. Zhao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression thoughtful. Could this be the handiwork of his 8th brother, trying to divert attention? Your Highness, do you think it was the work of noble princess consort Rong and Prince Dai? It's very possible. It can't be ruled out that it's the work of noble princess consort Rong and Prince Dai. I've heard that the empress was so angry she cried and ran to the imperial study to ask the emperor to clear her name. Tongzai, having just returned last night, had gathered a lot of information. Unexpectedly, the emperor really helped the empress, issuing a decree to severely punish the spreaders of the rumor. Only then did the rumors cease, but I still think many people believe it was the empress. It wasn't the empress or the 7th brother, they're not that foolish. Zhao Yao dropped the matter and instructed Tongzai, go back and take good care of Lai Qian and the others for me. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Yao walked into the classroom. The 7th and ninth princes were arguing so intensely that spittle was flying. The 3rd and 5th princes, not involved, sat off to the side watching the 7th and ninth princes argue as if watching monkeys. The 7th and ninth princes didn't stop their argument just because Zhao Yao arrived. Perhaps because they had been punished for fighting previously. No matter how fiercely they argued, they didn't dare to actually fight again. It wasn't until the teacher arrived that the 7th and ninth princes stopped arguing. The teacher pretended not to know that the 7th and ninth princes had been arguing and continued with the content from the last lesson. Zhao Yao pretended to listen attentively while also thinking about the situation in Yangzhou. He wondered what kind of news Lai Qian and the others would bring back. During the lesson, the 7th and ninth princes didn't forget to glare at each other. Zhao Yao thought if looks could kill, the 7th and ninth princes would have long since killed each other. With the absence of the 4th and 8th princes, Zhao Yao found that the class had become even more boring, making him drowsy. Except for Mr. Zio, the other teachers gave such rigid lectures, practically reading from the textbook. The last class in the morning was Mr. Zio's, and Zhao Yao perked up a bit. At noon, school was dismissed on time. Just as Zhao Yao was about to leave, Mr. Zio called out to him, giving him 2 books on arithmetic. "Sir, what are these? These are books I read when I was young, you can take a look." Mr. Zio said warmly, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." "Sir, do you also like arithmetic?" "I wouldn't say I like it." "Then don't you think it's a fringe skill?" "At most, it's miscellaneous reading, not a fringe skill," Mr. Zio said. "There's nothing wrong with you liking it, but don't get too absorbed." "That's good, sir, I'll take my leave now. Take care." Zhao Yao didn't rush back to Kun Hall to find Lai Qian and the others instead. He first went to Lanyuan Pavilion to find the 4th prince. He gave the 4th prince the sketches he had drawn before. The 4th prince was utterly astonished when he saw the sketches Zhao Yao gave him. 10th brother, this. The sketches were incredibly lifelike, and it was a style of drawing he had never seen before. "What kind of drawing is this?" "I don't know, you don't know." The 4th prince was shocked. "Didn't you draw this?" "I did draw it, but I just drew it casually." "If you ask me what kind of drawing it is, I really don't know." Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, "If I had to say, let's call it realistic drawing." 4th prince, calling it realistic drawing fits quite well. The 4th prince touched the drawing and noticed his fingers got smudged with black ash, exclaiming, "10th brother, did you draw with charcoal?" "Yes, I used charcoal as a pencil. I call it a charcoal pencil," Zhao Yao said in a tone brimming with pride. "4th brother, isn't it amazing?" The 4th prince exclaimed, "It's incredible. So do you like this picture, 4th brother?" "You're welcome, 4th brother." Zhao Yao waved to the 4th prince. "4th brother, I have to go back for lunch, so I won't keep you company. Aren't you having lunch at Lanyuan Pavilion?" "I haven't been back for a few days. My mother and second mother miss me, so I need to go back to have lunch with them." "Then go ahead." "Goodbye, 4th brother." As Zhao Yao was leaving, he also greeted Lin Zui and a group of ministers. After Zhao Yao left, Lin Zui and the others stared curiously at the painting in the 4th prince's hands. As Zhao Yao left Lanyuan Pavilion, he didn't forget to take a pot of orchids with him. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Prime Minister He, who, while stroking his beard, accidentally pulled out a beard hair in his anger. Zhao Yao also saw Prime Minister He and stuck out his tongue at him, then brazenly ran off with the orchids. Prime Minister He was both angry and amused, helpless, and had a hint of indulgence he himself hadn't noticed. Tongzai asked, "Your Highness, why did you take another pot of orchids?" "I haven't eaten orchids for a few days, and I'm a little craving," Zhao Yao said, looking at the orchids in Tongzai's arms. "I want to eat orchid stuffed buns." Tongzai laughed and said, "Stir-fried with egg, it must be delicious." Exactly, Zhao Yao finished speaking and remembered Prime Minister He's angry look just now. He couldn't help but laugh. "Why hasn't Prime Minister He gotten used to me taking his orchids?" Tongzai said with a mix of emotions, "Your Highness, no one would get used to such things." If Prime Minister He were truly angry about His Highness taking his orchids, he could have taken away all the orchids or deliberately displayed wilted and unkempt orchids, but Prime Minister He had never done this. Each day, the orchids displayed in the garden were always well maintained, though they were of ordinary varieties. "Well, making Prime Minister He angry every day does him good," Zhao Yao shamelessly said. "It's for the sake of his health." Tongzai's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Your Highness, how is making Prime Minister He angry every day for his own good? Aren't you afraid of making him ill?" At this moment, Tongzai felt great sympathy for Prime Minister He in his heart. There's a saying that a Prime Minister's belly can hold a ship. Surely, Prime Minister He has a generous spirit, Zhao Yao said with great confidence. Making Prime Minister He angry ensures his blood circulates well, which is good for his health. Tongzai had long since gotten used to Zhao Yao's nonsense, so he didn't argue with him. Zhao Yao hopped back to Kund Hall, where Lai Kai and Lai Qian eagerly came out to greet him. "Lai Qian, Lai Zai, how was your rest?" "Rested well," said Lai Zai. "Yao Yao, you guessed right, there is indeed something unusual in Yangzhou." Zhao Yao felt a chill run down his spine at these words and quickly asked, "What kind of unusual activity?" Lai Qian hurriedly replied, "There is someone named Dong Jin in Yangzhou. He is the leader of the rebels." "Dong Jin," Zhao Yao exclaimed. he knew of Dongjin, a former general of the previous dynasty, now a rebel leader. It said he was violent, ruthless, and commanded a group of staunchly loyal soldiers. Most of these soldiers were brave and skilled in battle, and among them his adopted son was exceedingly fierce, strong enough to easily lift a large tripod. He is a man with a face full of flesh and a burly figure, Lai Zai said with disdain and fear when mentioning Dongjin. How can Dongjin be in Yangzhou? Don't Zai Shi and the others know? Dongjin was one of the rebel generals and a major wanted criminal. Lai Zai, being smarter than Lai Qian, said, Zai Shi doesn't know Dongjin is in Yangzhou. On the surface, the rebel leader in Yangzhou is someone named Chen Qinglan, who is one of Dongjin's subordinates. Chen Qinglan, Zhao Yao had never heard of this name. He deliberately incites rebellion, playing a cat-and-mouse game with that Zai Shi. Lai Zai, the smartest magpie, said, what is Dongjin's purpose in Yangzhou? To take over the whole region. Yes, they want to occupy all of Yangzhou. Lai Zai continued, my friends say Yangzhou has rich supplies of grain and treasures, which is why Dongjin wants to seize Yangzhou. Lai Qian quickly added, and something about weapons. Weapons. Zhao Yao suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, is someone privately manufacturing weapons in Yangzhou? Lai Zai replied, no, it seems they have an iron mine that can be used to forge weapons. Yangzhou has an iron mine. Lai Zai added, oh, and they want to transport the iron ore to Shu to give it to someone named Han Zhang. What? Zhao Yao nearly shouted but managed to keep his voice down. Dongjin and Han Zhang are colluding. He immediately reconsidered. Both Dongjin and Han Zhang were rebels from the previous dynasty, so their collusion was normal, and he was making too big a fuss over it. Before the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, about 10 to 20 years ago, there were quite a few rebels from the previous dynasty, along with some rebels who declared themselves emperors or kings. Before establishing the Great Zhou, the late emperor with his followers and sons exterminated many of the rebels from the previous dynasty and other lawless factions. By the time the emperor ascended the throne, the rebels from the previous dynasty and the lawless factions were nearly wiped out. Han Zhang escaped extermination by fleeing to Shu. As for Dongjin, he hid like a rat in an unseen gutter. For these 10 years, the emperor has been searching for Dongjin and his accomplices, but they have always eluded capture. Logically, such people like Dongjin should be easy to find, yet they remain out of reach. The emperor suspects someone intentionally shielding them, making them impossible to locate. Although the Great Zhou dynasty has been established for over 10 years and has largely recovered the fragmented territories from the previous dynasty, its authority has not fully reached all the states. Yangzhou has always been the richest region in Jiangnan. Here there are many wealthy merchants, centuries-old noble families, and scholars. Although these officials pledged allegiance to the Great Zhou dynasty, they have not truly submitted to it. Yangzhou is far from the capital, beyond the emperor's reach, and these people collude with each other to conceal certain matters from the court, and even resist it. It is only natural for these people to deliberately conceal Dongjin's whereabouts from the court or protect him on purpose. Or perhaps they are cooperating with Dongjin to oppose the court. The emperor has long been aware of the situation in Yangzhou, but since Yangzhou is too far from the capital, and the noble families there are no less influential than those in the capital, it is not easy to take action against them. Moreover, to pull one hair is to move the whole body. To deal with these local tyrants in Yangzhou requires patience and a fatal blow. The emperor never imagined eliminating these wealthy merchants and noble families of Yangzhou. At once, it is unrealistic. These wealthy merchants and noble families have existed for hundreds of years and wield massive influence. Though exploited by the previous Emperor Xialing, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Wiping them out in one hit is impossible. At the end of last year, the emperor received secret information that Dongjin was in Yangzhou and that it was the noble families of Yangzhou who were hiding him. He began planning and arranging everything, purposefully sending Zai Shi to Yangzhou to suppress the chaos. He anticipated that Zai Shi's mission to quell the rebellion in Yangzhou would not be smooth, as the wealthy merchants and noble families would secretly hinder Zai Shi's efforts. Sending Zai Shi to Yangzhou was but a facade, a probe into the wealthy merchants and noble families of Yangzhou. Of course, it also served as bait to lure out Dongjin. Once Dongjin is drawn out, the court can use him as an excuse to clean up the local tyrants of Yangzhou. Although it might not deliver a fatal blow, it can strike them hard enough to deter them from opposing the court and to submit obediently. The most crucial reason is that the court must thoroughly capture Yangzhou. Thus, Yangzhou's grain, salt, and iron mines can be completely controlled by the court. Currently, these resources in Yangzhou are controlled by wealthy merchants and noble families. They intentionally conceal from the court, each time offering just a little to appease the court. Once Yangzhou is fully captured, the emperor will send officials from the capital to govern Yangzhou. At present, the officials in Yangzhou are mostly descendants of noble families, meaning the entire bureaucracy of Yangzhou is controlled by noble families. The situation in Yangzhou is extremely complex without careful planning and arrangement, dealing with these wealthy merchants and noble families is impossible. For the late emperor and the emperor, who were born peasants, they most detest the noble families. From ancient times, noble families have dominated the bureaucracy with their powerful influence. They have no choice but to collaborate with these noble families, yet must pretend to cooperate with them. On his deathbed, the late emperor repeatedly instructed the emperor to suppress the arrogance of the noble families, ensuring they could no longer dictate the fate of the great Zhou, and allowing common-born individuals to enter the bureaucracy. To allow common-born individuals into the bureaucracy and break the monopoly of the noble families, the late emperor had the Li family establish the Imperial College. The Imperial College is open to scholars from all over the world, regardless of background. As long as they are talented, they can study at the Imperial College. Those who excel at the Imperial College can enter the bureaucracy. The Imperial College has been established for over 10 years and has, so far, supplied some common-born individuals to the court. Although the influence of these common-born individuals cannot yet rival that of the noble families, the late emperor and the emperor believe that once they grow stronger, they will be able to resist the noble families. Zhao Yao was not aware of the extremely complex situation in Yangzhou. He only sensed something unusual about the Yangzhou rebellion due to Zai Shi's failure to pacify it despite being there for a long time. If it weren't for his maternal grandfather's family being in Yangzhou, he wouldn't have sent Lai Qian and Lai Zai there to understand the situation. Lai Qian and Lai Zai stayed in Yangzhou for a while and heard a lot from their friends, as well as witnessed many things themselves. However, being animals, they couldn't grasp the deeper implications of what they saw or heard, despite their intelligence. Upon hearing the matters told by Lai Qian and Lai Zai, Zhao Yao felt a tumult in his heart. He hadn't expected the situation in Yangzhou to be so perilous. By the way, Yao Yao, there's something about Han Zhang exchanging salt for Yangzhou's grain seeds. Lai Zai nearly forgot to mention this. Exchanging salt for grain seeds, Zhao Yao exclaimed, doesn't Yangzhou have salt of its own? Why exchange salt with Shu? As far as he knew, Yangzhou had the most salt in the entire Jiangnan region. It seemed that Yangzhou salt was sold in many places, including the capital where shops specifically sold Yangzhou salt, doing quite well. Even his second uncle's family used Yangzhou salt, as did the palace with its high-grade Yangzhou tribute salt. The capital also had its own salt, but apparently the northern salt was not as tasty as Yangzhou's. He hadn't tasted the capital's salt, but heard from Tongzai that it was somewhat bitter. The tribute salt from Yangzhou was naturally meant for the royals' use, with eunuchs and palace maids having no right to consume it. The salt Tongzai and others consumed was domestically produced in the capital. Lai Zai said that I don't know. Zhao Yao frowned, murmuring, could it be that Shu's salt is better than Yangzhou's, or do they want more salt for certain purposes? But then, what could be done with salt? No, what significant matters could salt cause? He felt that those wealthy merchants and noble families in Yangzhou had ulterior motives with salt. He decided to have his second uncle write a letter to his grandfather, asking them to secretly investigate this matter. Seeing that Zhao Yao was not coming to the dining hall for his meal, Liang Jie had to come out to call him. Yao Yao, it's time for lunch. Oh, coming. Zhao Yao patted the heads of Lai Qian and Lai Zai, smiling as he said, tell me after I finish my lunch. Okay. Zhao Yao walked up to Liang Jie, speaking to her in a heavy tone, mother concubine. The situation in Yangzhou is more serious and dangerous than we imagined. At these words, Liang Jie's heart sank, quickly saying, let's talk after lunch. Seeing Zhao Yao, the fifth princess sarcastically asked why he wasn't having lunch at Lanyuan Pavilion. Regarding Zhao Yao having lunch at Lanyuan Pavilion every day recently, the fifth princess was quite displeased. With matters weighing on his mind, Zhao Yao ignored the fifth princess's taunt. Noticing Zhao Yao didn't banter with her, the fifth princess looked puzzled before asking with concern, 10th brother, what's wrong? Did the teacher scold or hit you? Hearing this, Zhao Yao rudely rolled his eyes at the fifth princess, fifth sister, are you hoping the teacher scolded or hit me? Who told you not to study well? The fifth princess mercilessly mocked Zhao Yao. Without fourth brother and eighth brother protecting you, you'd certainly be scolded by the teacher every day and have your palms hit. Disappointed you must be. Even without fourth brother and eighth brother, I wasn't scolded or hit by the teacher. The fifth princess wanted to say more but was silenced by a glare from Yu Marin. Yu Marin and Pan Cairn were quite curious about things at Lanyuan Pavilion, frequently questioning Zhao Yao about it during lunch. Zhao Yao shared some interesting happenings from Lanyuan Pavilion with them. This included his incident of stealing orchids. Oh, mother concubine, have the kitchen make some orchid stuffed buns for me tonight. Liang Jie sighed exasperatedly. You, 10th brother, prime minister, he surely hates you to no end. I didn't steal any of his precious orchids, Zhao Yao said confidently. I only took common orchids. Prime minister, he shouldn't hate me. Stir-frying orchids and using them in bun stuffing, 10th brother, you're definitely the first in the world. The fifth princess pouted, saying I didn't compliment you. Fifth sister, you act like you didn't eat orchids with me, Zhao Yao, fed up, said, if you dare, don't eat any from now on. Fifth princess, actually the orchids are pretty tasty. Seeing the fifth princess remain silent, Zhao Yao gave her a disdainful look. The fifth princess, feeling offended, was about to retort when Yu Marin warned, eat properly, don't speak. After lunch, Yu Marin and Pan Cairn returned to their residence. Liang Zhai and Zhao Yao went to the study. Lai Qian and Lai Zai continued sharing what they knew. Liang Zhai and Zhao Yao listened, their expressions very grave. Zhao Yao detailed the matters Lai Qian previously informed him about to Liang Zhai. After listening, Liang Zhai's brows furrowed, her expression solemn. I didn't expect the people there would collude with Dong Jin and Han Zhang. Mother concubine, did father know about these issues, which is why he deliberately dispatched the Zai family to stabilize Yangzhou. Zai, she had been dealing with Yangzhou's rebellion for more than half a year without progress. Father wasn't angry, nor did he summon Zai Shi back or send others to quell the rebellion in Yangzhou. It's too strange unless father was already aware of Yangzhou's situation, deliberately sending Zai Shi there. He should know, Liang Zhai reflected. No wonder Yangzhou's rebellion remains unresolved. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhao Yao's face changed drastically as he whispered, Mother concubine, could the people in Yangzhou be plotting a rebellion? From salt trading to mining iron for weapons, that's surely preparations for rebellion, otherwise, why do all this? Liang Zhai, considering this, nodded gravely, it's very likely. Nothing else explains these actions. Zhao Yao drew a sharp breath, this is terrifying. Since your father knows about Yangzhou's situation, he won't allow such things to happen. Liang Zhai was confident in the emperor. Yangzhou's matters should be under his control. That's good, but grandfather and the others are still in danger. I must remind grandfather to be cautious. After talking with Liang Zhai about the matters in Yangzhou, Zhao Yao went to change into his riding outfit, grabbed the saddle and stirrups and headed to the field. He was the first one to arrive. Just as Zhao Yao reached the stable, he heard Lai Hu's disgruntled voice, liar, liar me. Zhao Yao pointed at himself, looking puzzled at the clearly angry Lai Hu. How am I a liar? Lai Hu angrily replied, you liar, didn't you say you'd visit me often and bring me tasty treats? You haven't come even once, Hai Yu softly said to Zhao Yao. Yao Yao, Lai Hu Lord is really angry. Zhao Yao felt a bit guilty because he really had forgotten about it, but he couldn't admit it. He defended himself, I've been really busy lately, you know that. You're just a kid, what are you busy with? Lai Hu's big eyes glared fiercely at Zhao Yao, you simply forgot about me. Hai Yu urged. Zhao Yao, quickly appease Lord Lai Hu. I just came back from Hulong Temple, don't you know? Zhao Yao walked up to Lai Hu and took an apple out from his pocket. If I had forgotten you, I wouldn't have brought you this apple. With that, he extended the apple towards Lai Hu. Seeing the apple in front of him, Lai Hu's anger subsided a bit. He looked down at Zhao Yao. Really? Lai Hu was tall, making Zhao Yao seem tiny in front of him. Of course, it's true. Zhao Yao's expression looked very sincere. How could I possibly forget you? Lai Hu snorted proudly. All right, I'll believe you for now. Zhao Yao handed over the apple again. Lord Lai Hu, please do me the honor and eat the apple. Lai Hu was satisfied with Zhao Yao's attitude. He said with much pride, fine, I'll do you this honor and eat it. Lai Hu lowered his proud head and started to eat the apple slowly. He ate elegantly. Zhao Yao held up the apple until Lai Hu finished it. After finishing the apple, Lai Hu pretended to be disdainful. The apple is not sweet enough. Zhao Yao shrugged, there's nothing I can do. The apples I eat are just like this. As if the apples he ate weren't as good as those Lai Hu got to eat. Suddenly, feeling a bit resentful, he thought that even a son's treatment wasn't as good as a horse's. You'll just have to make do. Lai Hu said loftily, then I'll give you my apples to eat. It's nothing, I have plenty of treats every day. Zhao Yao said with slight jealousy, father treats you better than he treats me. I'm the master's best warhorse. Lai Hu said with a tone full of pride, I once saved the master's life. Naturally, he's good to me. Seeing Lai Hu's smug look, Zhao Yao humored him, really impressive. Lai Hu was pleased by Zhao Yao's words, showing a you-know-your-stuff expression. Zhao Yao raised his hand to pet Lai Hu's face, and Lai Hu lowered his head to let Zhao Yao touch his face. Since you gave me an apple, I'll reluctantly let you pet me. Zhao Yao teased Lai Hu on purpose, just once. If you want to pet a few more times, I suppose I can allow that. Lai Hu said haughtily, I'm very generous. Zhao Yao held back his laughter and reached out to pet Lai Hu's face. Lai Hu felt very comfortable being petted, showing an expression of enjoyment. Beside them, Hai Yu chuckled inwardly. Lord Lai Hu clearly likes Yao Yao but pretends to look reluctant. I need to go find Hai Yu. Zhao Yao retracted his hand. Hearing this, Lai Hu was displeased. Am I not good enough? You're great, but I can't ride you since you're father's horse. Zhao Yao said, I told you before. Lai Hu snorted coldly. Who asked you to ride me? Zhao Yao chuckled, then immediately walked over to Hai Yu and whispered, Hai Yu, sorry, that apple was actually for you, but Lai Hu got angry, so I had to let him eat it. Hai Yu was indifferent. It's all right, Yao Yao. I'll bring you an apple after I'm done with my studies. Okay. Hai Yu stuck out his tongue and licked Zhao Yao's little face. Seeing this, Lai Hu felt jealous and a bit regretful. It suddenly realized it had forgotten to lick Yao Yao just now. It thought to itself, Yao Yao must really want me to lick his face. If I lick his face, he'll definitely be super happy. Hey, come over here, Lai Huo suddenly called. Zhao Yao felt puzzled but walked back to Lai Huo. What is it? Lai Huo lowered its head and gave Zhao Yao's little face a lick with its tongue. Suddenly being licked, Zhao Yao was stunned. Lai Huo deliberately licked a few more times than Hai Yu. After licking, he arrogantly said, "No need to thank me." Lai Huo immediately opened his mouth to bite Zhao Yao's back clothes, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Why are you leaving?" Zhao Yao looked at her confusedly. "Can I leave?" Lai Huo said a little angrily, "Courtesy requires reciprocation. You have to kiss me too." He had just kissed Hai Yu. Courtesy requires reciprocation. Lai Huo sure knows quite a bit. Hai Yu, standing by, quickly lowered his head to prevent Lai Huo from discovering it was laughing. Zhao Yao kissed Lai Huo's face a few times forcefully. "Is that enough?" Lai Huo even counted, ensuring it was more than the kisses Hai Yu received. It felt very satisfied. "It's enough." Zhao Yao didn't expect Lai Huo to be so competitive. He returned to Hai Yu, led it out of the stable, and with Tongzai tied the jade belt and stirrups on Hai Yu. Lai Huo curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "What are you hanging 2 iron rings on Hai Yu for?" Zhao Yao replied with a smile. "For mounting the horse, you can also step on them." After saying this, he stepped on the stirrup with his right foot and then leapt up onto the horseback, placing both feet in the stirrups. Lai Huo, being very clever, understood the purpose of the 2 iron rings after seeing Zhao Yao's motions of mounting the horse. Turns out the iron rings can be used like this. Hai Yu, off we go. Hai Yu carried Zhao Yao and started running across the field. Just then, Yang Dong, the teacher who taught Zhao Yao and the others horseback riding, arrived at the field. Seeing Zhao Yao there alone and not the other princes yet, he stood aside observing. When he saw Zhao Yao with both feet on those things, his eyes widened in amazement. Yang Dong was General Jianwei, skilled at riding horses. Apart from teaching the princes, he also instructed other soldiers in riding. So he immediately recognized the purpose of the things Zhao Yao's feet were on. Zhao Yao rode up to Yang Dong and greeted him, "Sir." Yang Dong carefully observed the items under Zhao Yao's feet, which seemed like iron rings attached to the horse. "Your Highness, what are the things under your feet?" Zhao Yao feigned innocence and said, "These are things I made for stepping on, making it easier to get on the horse and sit on the back." Yang Dong steadied his emotions and asked, "Your Highness, may I have a look?" "Sure." Zhao Yao jumped off the horse. Yang Dong approached Hai Yu and thoroughly examined the footrest Zhao Yao had fashioned. These 2 iron ring-like items were simple, yet their purpose was immense. They were strapped on both sides of the horse's belly, seemingly with a band. This is a great invention. It not only eased mounting but also ensured safety while seated. Most importantly, it allowed riders to firmly stay in position and efficiently wield weapons. "Your Highness, how did you come up with this?" "I'm small, and when sitting on a horse, I tend to slide down, so I thought having something to place my foot on would keep me from falling off. The cavalry, with these iron ring-like devices, would see a significant boost in combat capability. Your Highness, does the Emperor know about this?" "No, I haven't told my father. This must be reported to the Emperor and implemented on every horse." "Your Highness, what you've created is very useful and important. We must inform the Emperor." Zhao Yao tilted his little head, not quite comprehending. "Very important. I'll explain to you later, but first, let's go see the Emperor." "Okay." Yang Dong briefly instructed the eunuch at the field to have the 3rd prince and others continue their training upon arrival. Zhao Yao followed Yang Dong to the entrance of the imperial study. The Emperor was reviewing memorials, and seeing Yang Dong arriving with excitement, promptly asked what had happened. Yang Dong explained to the Emperor about the 2 iron ring-like devices Zhao Yao made. Hearing this, the Emperor stood up abruptly and hurriedly left the imperial study. He immediately saw the items hanging on the side of the horse Zhao Yao was leading. Similar to Yang Dong, the Emperor understood the purpose of the items at a glance. Zhao Yao performed a bow to the Emperor. "Greetings, Father." The Emperor walked up to Zhao Yao, also looking somewhat excited. "Let me try." Zhao Yao obediently stepped aside. Emperor stepped onto the stirrup and easily mounted the horse. Since the stirrups were fashioned according to Zhao Yao's foot size, they were slightly small for the Emperor. The Emperor firmly stepped on the stirrups and then maintained this position as Hai Yu began to run. With his feet on the stirrups, the Emperor found he was very stable. Even without holding the reins, he didn't worry about falling off. The Emperor patted Hai Yu's rump, causing it to run even faster. The Emperor remained steady as ever. After a while of riding, the Emperor finally stopped. "Little 10, were these 2 things made by you? I made them and named them stirrups, so mounting and riding is much easier." Before Zhao Yao could finish, the Emperor lifted him up. The Emperor laughed heartily. "No wonder you're my child." Zhao Yao wore an expression of confusion over the Emperor's sudden joy, although inwardly he was criticizing him. When he used to think Zhao Yao was dull, he'd say Zhao Yao wasn't like him. Now seeing the stirrups being so useful, he says he's his child. Damn, father really is shameless. The Emperor embraced Zhao Yao, rigorously ruffling his small head and face. "Little 10, you've created something wonderful." Yang Dong remarked from the side, "Your Highness is truly clever." Zhao Yao seemed to still not understand what was happening, blinking blankly. The emperor set Zhao Yao down and instructed Sun Kui, "Take little Ten to have some snacks." "Yes, your majesty. Father, my horse." "Your horse will be borrowed by father. For now, I'll return it later." "Okay." Zhao Yao was taken by Sun Kui for snacks. The emperor told Yang Dong to summon Zhang Gong and others, and asked Sun Daodu to call upon the artifacts department. Zhang Gong and his companions quickly arrived at the entrance of the imperial study, and upon seeing the stirrups, they also became very excited, continuously remarking, "This is a good invention." Learning that these iron ring-like objects were called stirrups, Zhang Gong and the others found it very fitting. Because of the stirrup, Zhao Yao became widely known in a fierce manner. The 10th prince, who had barely any presence, truly appeared in the eyes of the entire imperial court for the first time. However, excessive attention was lacking. As Liang Zheyi predicted, the ministers of the court would not deem Zhao Yao a prince worth supporting just because he invented the stirrup. Zhao Yao met none of these four requirements. Of course, there are special exceptions. On the surface, not a single minister of the court supports the 8th prince. In fact, compared to Zhao Yao, the 8th prince's background is even more. In the eyes of many, the 8th prince comes from a humble origin because his mother was just a palace maid. Even after her death, the emperor did not posthumously honor her. The ministers supporting the 8th prince have a very simple idea. The powerless 8th prince is easy to manipulate, and most importantly, the 8th prince has to rely on them if he wants to succeed. Apart from the Zai family, Wang family, Zun family, Yuan family, and other noble families in the capital, there are also many well-known families. These distinguished families are also ambitious. They don't want to always be subordinate to families like the Zai Wang. They also want more power and wish for their family to prosper more. Achieving success from supporting the right side will grant them supreme power, and by that time they will stand at the pinnacle of the noble families. Although Zhao Yao has more advantages compared to the 8th prince, ministers did not choose him because he is too young. A young prince is easier to control and manipulate. When supported to the throne, he would become a puppet emperor. This is actually a great advantage, but not workable during the emperor's reign. Firstly, the emperor is in his prime and not likely to die soon. Secondly, the emperor's other sons are about to come of age soon. Supporting a prince too young doesn't give enough time. The 8th prince is just the right age, neither too young nor too old. He is a few years short of adulthood. In these few years, there are many variables, and they can do many things. Perhaps by the time the 8th prince comes of age, the internal conflicts among the preceding princes will have concluded, allowing them to succeed without too much effort. If it were Zhao Yao, by the time the elder brothers finished their infighting, and he took that position, he wouldn't have reached adulthood. It should be said that this is a good thing for supporting ministers, as a younger prince is easier to manipulate. However, it is not so. An underage prince ascending the throne cannot just allow only the supporting ministers to control the court. There would also be other ministers assisting in managing the government. The late emperor had set a rule that if a minor prince ascends the throne, there must be 3 parties governing together. One of these 3 is the ministers supporting the prince, while the other 2 are important ministers like the prime minister and grandmaster, along with the great general having military power. Whether there are ministers supporting him to fight for that position is not important to Zhao Yao at all. He doesn't value it. The invention of the stirrup did not bring any changes to his life. He remains the same as before. However, his reputation for being unintelligent has slightly improved. He changed from a foolish prince to a prince who is just not clever in reading. Another thing, as Liang Zheyi anticipated, is that the military's perception of Zhao Yao has significantly changed, and they start to have a favorable impression of him. The greatest beneficiaries of the stirrup's appearance are the soldiers. For Zhao Yao himself, creating the stirrup was not something to be proud of. It was one of the least significant things in his mind. However, because of the stirrup, Zhao Yao received some rewards, which made him quite happy. The emperor rewarded Zhao Yao with some gold and silver jewelry, which was exactly what Zhao Yao wanted. However, gold and silver jewelry are the least useful rewards for other princes. Zhao Yao is still young, so even if the emperor wanted to reward him with useful things, it would be inappropriate. With these gold and silver jewelry awards, Zhao Yao could use them to do many things. When he had time off, he would send these gold and silver jewelry to his second uncle. Alas, what he asked his second uncle to do would take quite a bit of money. After giving these rewards to his second uncle, he became a pauper again. Luckily, he was still young, living in the palace where he didn't need to spend money. At this moment, Zhao Yao was in the study of Kund Hall, drawing a design of a farmhouse. Liang Zheyi sat opposite him, annotating other books with punctuation marks. It's finished. Zhao Yao handed the completed design drawing to Liang Zheyi opposite him. Mother, take a look. Liang Zheyi took the design drawing and looked at it carefully, finding her son's drawing surprisingly astonishing. Above ground, the farmhouse had 2 layers. These 2 layers had common rooms and nothing surprising. What was astonishing was the 3 layers underground. Why are there 3 underground chambers, and what are they used for? Zhao Yao explained, the first layer is for secret training. The second layer is for storing some confidential items. The third layer is for detaining and interrogating important people. Upon hearing the purpose of the third layer, Liang Jiayi's expression stiffened slightly. Then she smiled helplessly and said, "You certainly thought it through completely. Mother, what do you think of this design? It's very good." Liang Jiayi understood in her heart that Zhao Yao's ability to draw such a design was influenced by the memory from his dreams. Zhao Yao put away the design happily and said, "Fortunately, we don't have to spend money to build the manor, or I'm not sure if the gold and silver jewelry bestowed by the emperor would be enough." He thought about how in a few days he could take time off and then play outside the palace for a few days, which made him even happier. Under Zhao Yao's great anticipation, his day off finally arrived. On the morning of his day off, Sun Daodu delivered a token to Zhao Yao, a very beautiful jade token. The jade token was oval-shaped, with a dragon engraved on each side. These 2 dragons were finely crafted, with detailed and realistic scales, beards, and claws. Besides the dragons, there was nothing else on the jade token, not even the character Chinese letter order. Generally speaking, tokens would have a Chinese letter character, but this jade token had nothing. "Mother, this isn't a token, is it?" "It's not a token, but it allows you to freely enter and exit the imperial palace." Liang Jiayi instructed, "Take good care of it and don't lose it." "Mother, rest assured I won't lose it." Zhao Yao thought that this jade token seemed very valuable and he definitely wouldn't lose it. "Mother, then I'm leaving. Be safe out there for the next few days. I will be careful." After saying goodbye to Liang Jiayi, Zhao Yao headed out of the palace with Tong Zai. Upon reaching the palace gates, Zhao Yao was stopped by the guards. The guards naturally recognized the 10th prince, Zhao Yao, but without a token, even the prince could not casually leave the palace. "Your Highness, the 10th prince, please present your token." Zhao Yao took out the jade token from his bosom to show the guard. When the guard saw the jade token in Zhao Yao's hand, his pupils contracted sharply, but he did not show any expression. "Your Highness, the 10th prince, please proceed." Zhao Yao did not notice the guard's momentary oddness and put the jade token back into his bosom, swaggering out of the palace gates with Tong Zai. After Zhao Yao left, another guard asked in confusion, "Commander, wasn't what the 10th prince just showed a jade token, not a token? I've never seen it." The guard feigned indifference and said, "It's merely a jade token that allows free access to the imperial palace. There's nothing extraordinary about it." Liang Run had already been waiting not far from the palace gates for Zhao Yao. Seeing him come out, he quickly brought the carriage over. Once Zhao Yao and his group got on the carriage, Liang Run directly took them to Dahua village outside the capital. On the carriage there were also Ding Yuan and Tongan. 2 days before Zhao Yao's break, Tongan was sent to Liang Run by Tongzai through a secret passage. In these 2 days, Liang Run told Tongan many things. After some time without seeing him, Ding Yuan had completely changed into a different person. Back then, when he was found, he was thin and his skin was sallow, looking completely malnourished. Now he has gained some weight, his face is fleshed out, not sallow anymore but a bit rosy, and his skin is paler than before. He seems to have grown taller as well. Most importantly, his eyes have changed. When he was found, his eyes were full of vigilance and fierceness, like a wolf, but now his gaze has softened and become calm. Perhaps because he has read books, his entire demeanor has changed, exuding a scholarly aura. Moreover, he carries a sense of nobility. Now it's hard to imagine that Ding Yuan was once a beggar. Now he looks more like a young gentleman from a wealthy family. Zhao Yao was very surprised at Ding Yuan's drastic transformation. If Liang Run hadn't introduced him as Ding Yuan, Zhao Yao really wouldn't have recognized him. It's like he is a completely different person. Zhao Yao also noticed that the slightly healthier Ding Yuan looked rather good, and if his skin were a bit fairer, he would definitely be a handsome young lad. Zhao Yao smiled and asked, "How is your studying going?" Tongzai found it a bit odd hearing Zhao Yao ask this question because it was often others who asked the prince this. In response to young master, "I have finished reading the Analects and I am going to read Mengzi next." Talking about studying, Ding Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance and a happy smile appeared on his small face. Liang Run, who was by his side, said, "Ding Yuan is very smart. He can learn in one go," and the teacher praised him as a budding scholar, also saying he's perceptive. He added, "Ding Yuan's memory is also extremely good. After reading a book 2 or 3 times, he can memorize it word for word." Ding Yuan was somewhat embarrassed by Liang Run's praise and smiled shyly. "I've just started studying and I'm not very good yet. Since you're a budding scholar, then study well." Zhao Yao, as soon as he finished speaking, thought of the Imperial College. "By then, maybe you can get into the Imperial College." "The Imperial College?" Ding Yuan exclaimed in shock, then immediately realizing his loss of composure, quickly apologized. "Young master, how could I possibly get into the Imperial College?" The Imperial College is the best institution in Great Zhou, which he yearned for, but he knew his own limitations. How could someone who just started studying possibly get into the Imperial College? As long as you study well, it's not impossible to get into the Imperial College. Zhao Yao said seriously, you know that the Imperial College is the best institution in Great Zhou, and those who study there are elites. Moreover, the teachers in the Imperial College are knowledgeable. As long as you can get into the Imperial College, you will be able to learn a lot. From now on, make getting into the Imperial College your goal, understand. Ding Yuan's heart shuddered, and his expression became very serious. Yes, young master, I will work hard. Zhao Yao added further encouragement. If you get into the Imperial College, you can help me more in the future. For my sake, you must get into the Imperial College. He still has 10 years until he becomes an adult. During these 10 years, he believes Ding Yuan can get into the Imperial College and study well there. Maybe by then, Ding Yuan might even be recommended to be an official in the court. Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Ding Yuan was indeed more motivated. Young master, I will definitely strive with all my might to get into the Imperial College. He has to get into the Imperial College, study hard there, so he can use the knowledge he gained to help the young master. Zhao Yao was very pleased with Ding Yuan's attitude. He immediately looked at Tong En. Although you know how to read, you haven't read many books. Follow Ding Yuan to study together in the future. Tong En couldn't believe he could also study. He was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide in disbelief and asked, Your Highness. He almost said Your Highness, quickly changing it to, Young master, can I really study? You can, but you have to study as well as Ding Yuan does. Tong En said excitedly, Master, rest assured, I will definitely study hard. Ding Yuan smiled and said to Tong En, In the future we will study together. Okay. Tongzai found it amusing in his heart that Zhao Yao was telling Ding Yuan and Tong En to study diligently, while he himself didn't study seriously. Besides studying hard, you also need to learn other things, Zhao Yao said. I don't want you to be just bookworms who can only study. Tong En, you are good at painting, so you can continue to learn and improve your painting skills. Tong En nodded obediently, Yes, master, I will study painting well. Zhao Yao looked at Ding Yuan. If you ever want to learn something, you can tell second uncle and he will arrange for you to learn it. Yes, master. Ding Yuan knew in his heart that he couldn't just study, he also had to learn other things. Zhao Yao continued, You also need to learn martial arts, horse riding, and archery. As he spoke, he turned to Liang Run, second uncle, please arrange it at that time. Liang Run nodded and said, No problem. Ding Yuan, you can learn how to play chess during your free time, Zhao Yao said, stroking his chin. As far as I know, practically all the students at the Imperial College are proficient in one of the four arts, zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Currently, the chief at the Imperial College is skilled in chess, making it very popular there. Ding Yuan was not at all surprised that Zhao Yao, a child, knew about the workings of the Imperial College. He obediently said, Then I will learn to play chess. Zhao Yao added, You will learn many things in the future, so take your time for now. The more skilled his subordinates were, the more easily he could manage things later. Uncle, have you obtained the land deed for Dahua village? Liang Run nodded slightly. I've got it a long time ago. He recalled being startled when someone came to him with the land deed for Dahua village a while back. That person not only delivered the deed, but also informed him that someone would help build the manor in Dahua village, requiring no effort on his part. Once he prepared the manor's design, they would send it to him, and he would dispatch people to build the manor in Dahua village. Yao Yao, is there any issue? Liang Run still found it hard to believe that the emperor would grant such a large piece of land to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao, understanding what Liang Run was worried about, gave him a reassuring smile. There's absolutely no problem. Hearing Zhao Yao's confident words, Liang Run felt assured. He then mentioned the matter of taking in orphans that Zhao Yao had instructed him on earlier. Yao Yao, I've selected some children from the almshouse. But since there is currently no place for them to live, they must continue to stay at the almshouse. Once the manor is built, we will bring them there. How much does it cost to adopt children from the almshouse? Zhao Yao asked. It doesn't cost money, but you do need to donate a sum of money to the almshouse, Liang Run replied. Zhao Yao nodded and said, Then give the almshouse more money at that time. The almshouse is a place that adopts orphans. It wasn't established in the Great Zhou, but existed back in the Zheng dynasty. When the Great Zhou was established, there were quite a few orphans in the capital. Their family members died during the reign of Emperor Ling, and some died of illness, some of hunger, some were killed, and some were forced to the battlefield and died in battle. There were many orphans in total. The late emperor issued a decree to repair and expand the almshouse so that orphans would have a place to stay. Apart from the capital, there were almshouses in other places too. Yao Yao, before the manor is built, we need to find good teachers. Liang Run felt that this matter was somewhat difficult. It's not difficult to find teachers, but the difficult part is that these teachers must be loyal and must keep the matters of the manor confidential. Teachers. Zhao Yao understood what Liang Run meant, thinking deeply, I'll handle this. In fourth brother's maternal family, there are teachers when the time comes. Ask fourth brother for help. No, can't ask fourth brother. If fourth brother helps, he will know what he is doing. Mr. Zhao was not a talkative person. If asked to keep this confidential, he surely would. Moreover, he likely knows many people, so asking him would be a plan. Liang Run then discussed business matters with Zhao Yao. Since Ding Yuan and Tong were among them, there was no need to avoid them. Almost forgot Big Brother's restaurant has been renovated according to your instructions, Liang Run said. Tomorrow, Big Brother's restaurant officially opens. That's quick. I thought it would take a while longer. Big Brother found many craftsmen for the renovation, Liang Run said with a light laugh. Big Brother also conducted a trial opening for a few days, and the outcome was very good. As long as it's done as I suggested, earning plenty daily won't be an issue. With Big Uncle's restaurant operating, he was about to become wealthy. By the way, second uncle, you didn't forget to tell Big Uncle to also take in some orphans and train them well. Rest assured, I told Big Brother. Big Brother said he'll handle that once the restaurant officially opens. Liang Run added, Father is also helping you train people, saying that in a few years they'll be sent to the capital. Good, I'll be waiting. Zhao Yao thought of matters in Yangzhou, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Did grandfather investigate the matter I asked him to? He's investigating, and once there's a lead, he'll write to me and I'll inform you. Mentioning Yangzhou's matters shocked Liang Run. Yao Yao, you and sister were right to be cautious. Back then, when Yao Yao mentioned anomalies in Yangzhou to him, he said it couldn't be, yet Yangzhou indeed had issues. Yao Yao and sister were able to deduce Yangzhou's abnormalities. Just from Zai, she's failed rebellion in Yangzhou. It was truly impressive. Liang Run sighed again in his heart. Their Liang family had burdened Liang Jiai and her son. Apart from issues in Yangzhou, there were also abnormalities in Shu. Zhao Yao had already sent Lai Qian and Lai Zai to Shu to see what Han Zhang was up to. Once Lai Qian and Lai Zai were well rested, they would fly to Shu in a few days. Because of its geographical situation, Shu had not been recovered by the court for a long time. Moreover, the court had no way to gather information about Shu, but the little birds could. Lai Qian and Lai Zai flying to Shu wouldn't raise suspicion or vigilance from Han Zhang's people. There were many great things in Shu. Most importantly, the food in Shu was delicious. If Shu could be recovered, he could visit Shu when he grew up and enjoy all the delicious food there. On the way to Dahua village, Liang Run once again detailed the situation of Dahua village to Zhao Yao. Although Dahua village is located on the outskirts of the capital, its location is quite special. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, which are not very tall but are covered with dense forests. There is also a river running through the entire village. It is not very large, but it provides water for the whole village. Due to the surrounding mountains, Dahua village doesn't have as much farmland as other villages, but there are still a few hundred acres, enough for the villagers to cultivate. The population of Dahua village is not very large, with only 100 households, making it the smallest among the nearby villages. Perhaps because of the unique geographical location or some other reasons, the farmland in Dahua village is quite fertile, and the annual grain production is quite good. When the late emperor founded Great Zhou, the country was in ruins. To ensure the people could have enough to eat, the court exempted many taxes for the people, including the grain tax. At that time, taxes were exempted for 3 years. 3 years later, although the grain tax exemption was lifted, the collected grain tax was still very low. Only 1 sheng out of 20 was taxed. Of course, now the taxes have certainly increased a bit, 1 sheng out of 15. Because the grain tax is not high, over the past decade, the villagers of Dahua village have gradually been able to fill their stomachs and even have leftover grain. Aside from growing grain, Dahua village also cultivates flowers. The village is called Dahua village because there are many flowers. Initially, the villagers did not plan to grow flowers, but the village had many wildflowers, especially on the surrounding mountains, including quite a few orchids. In the previous dynasty, a certain merchant accidentally got lost and was kindly taken back to the village by the compassionate villagers of Dahua village. The merchant was attracted by the beautiful environment of the village and stayed there for a while. Guided by the villagers, he explored the entire Dahua village and discovered the unique wildflowers. Most importantly, he found orchids in the mountains. The merchant bought the wildflowers from the village and the orchids from the mountains. He told the village chief at that time that Dahua village was very suitable for growing flowers and suggested that they could cultivate flowers in their spare time. Since then, Dahua village began growing flowers, and the villagers found that their village was indeed suitable for flower cultivation, and selling flowers earned them quite a bit of money. After the establishment of Great Zhou, although villagers were encouraged to cultivate more land and grow more crops, they were not forced to abandon other types of agriculture. However, Dahua village did not continue growing flowers as in the previous dynasty. During Emperor Xia Ling's reign, due to oppressive governance, the villagers of Dahua village were unable to produce enough grain to meet the court's requirements, let alone have the intention to grow flowers. From then on, the villagers of Dahua village only grew grain and no longer cultivated flowers. Even though the villagers of Dahua village can now fill their stomachs, they do not dare to grow flowers again. Having gone through a long period of not having enough food, the villagers of Dahua village feel there is nothing safer than growing grain. Growing flowers can make money, but it cannot fill the stomach. Although the villagers of Dahua village no longer cultivate flowers, there are still many wildflowers in the mountains. It is now spring, and the wildflowers on the mountains of Dahua village are mostly in bloom, in an array of colors, very beautiful. Zhao Yao and his companions had not yet reached Dahua village when they could faintly smell the scent of flowers in the breeze. After nearly 2 hours of carriage travel, Zhao Yao and his companions finally arrived at Dahua village. The village chief had been waiting and immediately understood that the young master with the delicate features brought by Liang Run was the esteemed guest. Although Zhao Yao wore clothes of ordinary fabric, not of brocade or silk, his noble aura could not be concealed by simple clothing. He did not feel any noble aura on himself, but in the eyes of others, he not only possessed a noble demeanor but also had much prestige. This inherent prestige is the imperial demeanor, innate, something that ordinary people and noble families do not have. Clearly, the Zhao family has been part of the royal family for only over a decade, but the imperial prestige has been increasing day by day. After all, the Zhao family was originally of humble roots, not a noble family. Liang Run only introduced Zhao Yao as his nephew, bringing him to Dahua village for a visit without introducing more. However, the village chief immediately recognized that Zhao Yao was Liang Run's master. The village chief pretended not to know anything and warmly welcomed Liang Run and Zhao Yao. The villagers of Dahua village already knew Liang Run. Recently, Liang Run frequently visited Dahua village and behaved very gently, leaving a good impression on the villagers. Now that they saw him bring along a child resembling a porcelain doll, they were all very curious. There were quite a few children in the village, but none was as good-looking as Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was curiously stared at by the villagers, but he didn't get annoyed. Instead, he smiled and greeted them. When he smiled, a dimple appeared on his left cheek, making him look sweet and adorable, even more likable. The village chief first took Zhao Yao and his companions to his house as guests. Although his house was a simple one, it was very spacious and very clean. The village chief's wife instantly took a liking to Zhao Yao and brought out all the good food from her home to serve him. After sitting at the village chief's house for a while, Liang Run took Zhao Yao to the east side of Dahua village. The mountain to the east of Dahua village is the tallest among the surrounding mountains. On the mountainside, there's a large flat area that is just right for building a manor. These days, the village chief instructed the villagers to cut down all the trees and weeds on this flat area. Zhao Yao looked around and found that the location was really nice. Although it was a flat area, it was surrounded by trees, making it hard to see what was there from below the mountain. Hearing the sound of birds and other animals from the mountain, Zhao Yao curiously asked, "What kinds of animals are in your mountain?" The village chief, thinking Zhao Yao was concerned about dangerous animals in the mountain, quickly said, "Young master, there are no tigers, wolves, or bears in our mountain." He hastily added, "We have deer, a lot of deer." Deer. At the mention of deer, Zhao Yao immediately thought of venison and his eyes lit up. Venison both roasted and in hot pot is very delicious. "Young master, rest assured, the deer in the mountains do not hurt people. They are very gentle," the village chief said. "When we encounter them in the mountain, they never harm us and even get close to us." Zhao Yao suddenly thought of a phrase, "In the depths of the woods, one sees deer." Liang Run and Ding Yuan felt that this phrase was quite good and very beautiful too. The village chief proudly said, "The deer in the mountain often come down to the village too, and we never harm them. We get along very well with the deer." Zhao Yao praised, "If you can coexist so well with the deer, it shows you are all kind people." Praised for their kindness, the village chief's face lit up with a smile. "Young master, you don't know, our ancestors said that deer are the incarnations of immortals who protect us." During the previous dynasty, nearly all the deer in their mountains were killed by officials. Without the deer's protection, misfortunes continued to happen in their village. Over a decade ago, when the Great Zhou was just established, the deer returned to their village. Now there are more and more deer in the mountains. After hearing this legend, Zhao Yao tentatively asked, "So you shouldn't kill the deer, right?" Zhao Yao's words, the village chief's face changed immediately. Looking at him with a wary gaze, "Young master, you wouldn't." Seeing the village chief misunderstood, Zhao Yao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You said the deer would protect you. I thought you wouldn't hunt them." Hearing this, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "Of course we wouldn't, and young master, you can't kill our deer either." As he spoke, his eyes turned sharp. "Young master, if you harm our deer, the entire village won't let you off." Liang Run said, "Village chief, rest assured, we will never harm the deer." Zhao Yao felt a bit of regret in his heart. He had just thought that since there were many deer in the mountains of Dahua village, there would be more venison to eat. He hadn't anticipated not being able to eat it. "We also hope to receive the deer's blessing, so how could we hunt them?" he added. "I haven't even seen a deer yet." He had seen venison, eaten venison, but had never seen a live deer. There were no deer raised in the palace, but it was heard that the royal mansion kept deer. Every time the palace held a banquet, fresh venison was sent from the royal mansion. "Young master, if fate allows, you will surely see them," the village chief said, his tone becoming boastful. "The deer in our village are very intelligent. You will definitely like them once you see them. Then I hope I have the fate to meet the deer." Mentioning the deer on their mountain, the village chief's face was full of pride. "By the way, there was once a white deer in our mountain, and those who saw it would have good fortune." "White deer," Zhao Yao exclaimed in surprise. "You even have white deer here?" "Yes, over 20 years ago our villagers saw it." At this point, the village chief's expression turned sorrowful. It was because of this event that those people came to our village and widely hunted the deer. The thought of the tragedy over 20 years ago made the village chief tremble with anger. Zhao Yao hurriedly interrupted the village chief, bringing him back from his immense grief. "Did the white deer appear again after that?" The village chief shook his head. "It never appeared again. The white deer only appeared that one time." He added, "White deer don't appear often, but whenever they do, they bring our village good luck." Zhao Yao deliberately said, "Maybe I'll see the white deer in the future." The village chief was amused by Zhao Yao's words. "If you encounter a white deer, then you will surely be blessed by it." Next, the village chief told many stories about the deer, and they were quite amazing. Although Zhao Yao listened with great interest, he didn't believe a word of it. The village chief took Zhao Yao and his companions back to his house for lunch. The village chief's wife and her daughter-in-law cooked a large table of dishes to entertain them. It was unclear if it was because the village chief's plants tasted better or if it was the village chief's wife's cooking skills, but the meal was exceptionally delicious. Zhao Yao couldn't help himself and ate 3 bowls of rice at once. If Liang Run hadn't stopped him, he could have eaten 4 bowls. After lunch, Zhao Yao and his companions took a walk around the village to digest, without having the village chief accompany them. Liang Run had matters to discuss with the village chief, so he didn't go with Zhao Yao and his companions. Zhao Yao strolled in the village with Ding Yuan, Tong An, and Tong Zai, drawing a lot of villagers' attention. Seeing Zhao Yao greeting them politely without a hint of a young master's airs, the villagers gathered their courage and started chatting with him. Villagers of Dahua village are just as kind, honest, and enthusiastic as Liang Run described. Without waiting for Zhao Yao to ask, they eagerly shared all about the village. The village isn't big and it takes about an hour to walk through. Every day there's a habit of taking a nap at noon, so Zhao Yao brought Tong Zai and the others back to the village chief's house. The village chief's house has a few rooms specifically for guests, and they are kept very clean. The blankets on the beds are also washed and sun-dried. Zhao Yao smelled the scent of the sun on the blankets and quickly fell asleep. Tong Zai stayed by the bed. Ding Yuan and Tong An went to the room next door to rest. Liang Run and the village chief were still discussing matters. Once they finished, the village chief hesitated before speaking. "Mr. Liang, do you remember the thing I mentioned to you before?" Before, the village chief had talked about many things with Liang Run. Liang Run didn't know which matter the village chief was referring to, so he asked, "What thing?" "It's about Ergu." The village chief spoke a bit embarrassedly. "I mentioned before, hoping you could hire Ergu to guard your estate." He knew this request was a bit much. Liang Run was taken aback, then quickly remembered who the village chief was referring to. "The child you mentioned before who eats a lot and is very strong." Seeing that Liang Run still remembered Ergu, the village chief nodded quickly and said, "Yes, that's him. He's very strong, and if you take him as a guard, he will definitely protect your manor well." The village chief felt uneasy because Ergu could eat a lot. He could eat more than 10 bowls of rice in one meal, and at most up to 15 bowls. He also gets hungry very quickly. 2 hours after a meal, he would be hungry again. He eats several meals a day. Besides eating rice, he could eat meat. If allowed, he could eat an entire pig. Ergu is an orphan and grew up eating meals from various families in the village. Fortunately, the villagers are kind and don't mind his large appetite. The village chief constantly worried about Ergu. As Ergu grew older, he ate more and more. Now, at just 10 years old, he could eat more than 10 bowls in one meal. When he becomes an adult, he might eat 20 bowls in one sitting. Although the villagers don't mind his appetite, if he continues like this, they won't be able to keep up. Just when the village chief was at a loss about what to do with Ergu, Liang Run appeared. Seeing that Liang Run was wealthy and planning to buy land to build a manor in their village, he came up with the idea of making Ergu a guard for Liang Run. Previously, when Liang Run came to Dahua village, he had seen Ergu. The child, despite being only 10 years old, was very tall and looked 15 or 16. "I can't decide this matter. I need to ask my nephew to see if he wants him. Ergu is strong, and being by the young master's side, he can certainly protect him well. Once my nephew wakes up, bring Ergu over for him to see." Liang Run also appreciated Ergu's strength and thought that if he stayed by Zhao Yao, he would certainly be able to protect him well. "I'll go rest now. Mr. Liang, I'll escort you." The village chief fawningly led Liang Run to the guest room to rest. Liang Run did not go to Zhao Yao's room, fearing he might wake him. He went to rest in Tong An's room. The village chief hurried to find Ergu and instructed him with many things. In his dream, Zhao Yao was happily eating beef, but soon he found himself in a forest. Wasn't he just eating beef? How did he end up in a forest? Curious, Zhao Yao looked around and discovered that apart from him, there was no one else. At that moment, he saw a white deer appear not far ahead. The white deer was pure white all over, without a single speck of color. Under the sunlight, its snow-white body seemed to glow. It was about 6 feet tall, with an elegant figure. Its head bore a large pair of antlers, adding to its regal appearance. "White deer," Zhao Yao exclaimed. The white deer gracefully stepped up to Zhao Yao, then slightly bent its knees as if bowing to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was stunned as he looked at the white deer in front of him. Seeing it up close, he noticed the white deer had large, gentle, and beautiful eyes. Also, its face was very handsome. "It's a beautiful white deer. Wait, was it bowing to him just now? Can I touch you?" Zhao Yao, seeing a white deer for the first time, couldn't resist wanting to touch it. "Go ahead," the white deer said, lowering its head towards Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao wasn't surprised that the white deer could understand him. He reached out and stroked the white deer's face. The white deer nuzzled Zhao Yao's palm with its face. Curious about the antlers, Zhao Yao asked, "Can I touch your antlers?" "Go ahead," the white deer said, lowering its head, making it easy for Zhao Yao to touch them. Zhao Yao excitedly touched the white deer's antlers, finding them like branches. However, these antlers looked really, in Dream Zhao Yao's words, really cool. As Zhao Yao touched the antlers, the white deer's white ears twitched slightly, looking very cute. Zhao Yao, upon seeing this, couldn't resist stroking its ears again. After touching the white deer's ears, he touched its back, finding its fur soft. "What's your name?" The white deer said, "I don't have a name." "Then let me give you one." "Sure, you're so white, I'll call you Bye-Bye. Do you like it?" Zhao Yao asked. The white deer said happily, "I like it. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhao Yao. You can call me Yao Yao. Everyone calls me Yao Yao, like Kyan is a sparrow. I know you." Bye-Bye said, "I've heard the sparrows, magpies, and crows talk about you. Am I that famous?" Zhao Yao said and chuckled proudly. Bye-Bye nodded and said, "You are famous. Everyone says you can understand us." "I can understand you." Zhao Yao suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you the white deer from Dahua village?" He remembered the village chief mentioning there was a white deer in their village. "Yes, I heard you came to Dahua village, so I came to see you specifically." "Meet me in a dream." Zhao Yao remembered he was dreaming. "I'm meeting you in your dream first." Bye-Bye's voice was gentle. "If you come to the mountains, I can come to meet you." Zhao Yao asked, "Which mountain? The one where I'm building the manor?" "Yes." "Then when I wake up, I'll come to the mountains in the afternoon to find you." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Bye-Bye, have you always been in Dahua village?" "Yes, always." "Then why don't you show yourself to the villagers? They really want to see you." "I can't just show myself to people easily." Zhao Yao remembered the village chief saying that during the previous dynasty, because someone saw a white deer in Dahua village, officials came to search for it and ended up killing all other deer when they couldn't find it. "You can't just show yourself to people, or you'll be captured by bad people." Looking at Zhao Yao, Bye-Bye's eyes were also very gentle. "You're not a bad person." "Of course, I'm not a bad person." Bye-Bye said directly, "I like you." Zhao Yao laughed, "I like you too. Can I hug you and give you a kiss?" Bye-Bye nodded, "You can." Zhao Yao wrapped his arms around Bye-Bye's neck, nuzzling its fluffy face, and then gave it a few kisses. Bye-Bye, mimicking Zhao Yao's actions, nuzzled his face and licked his cheek. "Bye-Bye, you're really beautiful. You're also handsome." Suddenly, Bye-Bye said, "I have a friend who wants to meet you, but it's afraid of scaring you." "Your friend?" Zhao Yao asked puzzledly, "Why would it scare me?" "It's a snake. Do you want to meet it?" Bye-Bye said, "It won't bite you. I'm not afraid of snakes. Let it come out to meet me." Bye-Bye called out behind him, "White snake, you can come out now." Zhao Yao exclaimed, "Is it a white snake?" "Yes." In a moment, Zhao Yao saw a very small and thin white snake swimming over to him. He thought it was a big snake, but it turned out to be a little one. The white snake slithered up to Bye-Bye's antlers, raising its tiny head to look at Zhao Yao. It seemed a bit shy, its voice small, "I'm White Snake." Zhao Yao stared at the white snake on Bye-Bye's antlers. Like Bye-Bye, it was completely snow white. Because of its scales, it looked like flawless white jade. Its eyes were red. At the moment, its expression seemed a bit scared and nervous. "Hello, my name is Zhao Yao. You can also call me Yao Yao." White Snake shyly called out Yao Yao. "What's your name?" White Snake shook its head and said, "I don't have a name. Bye-Bye calls me White Snake." "Then you'll be called Zio Bai." Zhao Yao said with a big smile, "Zio Bai, you're also very beautiful. It's the first time I've seen such a white snake." Hearing Zhao Yao's compliment, Zio Bai shyly lowered its head. "Zio Bai, can I touch you?" Zio Bai twisted its body a bit, shyly responding, "Okay." Zhao Yao first reached out to touch Zio Bai's head, feeling its cool texture. He then touched its back, smooth like jade. Zio Bai crawled along Zhao Yao's hand up to his arm. "Do you want to be friends with me?" Bye-Bye said, "Can we be friends with you?" Zhao Yao responded very straightforwardly, "Of course." Bye-Bye and Zio Bai were overjoyed. Then Zhao Yao told Bye-Bye and Zio Bai many stories about himself and Lai Kyan, which left Bye-Bye and Zio Bai envious and longing. Before Zhao Yao woke up, Bye-Bye reminded Zhao Yao not to forget to find them in the mountains when he woke up. They would wait for him. Zhao Yao woke up at the 4th quarter of the afternoon. "Yao Yao, the village chief, wants to recommend someone to you." Zhao Yao was eating snacks and upon hearing Liang Run's words, paused his actions and asked curiously, "Who?" The snacks were brought by Liang Run from the pastry shop this morning. Since they were staying in Dahua village for the next 2 days, Liang Run was worried that his precious nephew wouldn't have snacks to eat, so he specially bought a lot. A 10-year-old child, Liang Run added with a smile, a child with a lot of strength. Zhao Yao's eyes immediately sparkled with interest upon hearing this. He quickly asked how strong. Liang Run did not answer directly but asked instead, "Do you remember the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the village chief's house?" Zhao Yao blinked and said, "I remember." As he spoke, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Second uncle, you're not saying that the 10-year-old child the village chief recommended can lift the 2 stone lions at the entrance, are you? If that's the case, can the 10-year-old child the village chief recommended even be considered human?" Liang Run laughed and said, "He can't lift both stone lions at once, but he can lift one of them." Zhao Yao opened his mouth wide in astonishment, asking incredulously, "Really? Really, I saw him easily lift a stone lion with my own eyes." When Liang Run had come to Dahua village earlier, the village chief brought Ergu to meet him and let the second uncle witness him lifting a stone lion. At that time, he was stunned and couldn't believe that a 10-year-old child could so effortlessly lift a stone lion. This child eats a lot. He can eat dozens of bowls of rice in one meal. Strong people all eat a lot. He can lift a stone lion, so eating dozens of bowls of rice in one meal is very normal. Zhao Yao was eager to see a real strong man and quickly said, "Where is he?" Liang Run, knowing Zhao Yao was interested in Ergu, said, "I'll go bring him here." Soon, Zhao Yao saw Liang Run bringing in a tall person who looked about 15 or 16, immediately arousing a doubt in his heart. Didn't second uncle say it was a 10-year-old child? This person looks like an adult, not a 10-year-old child at all. The village chief also came in. As soon as Ergu saw Zhao Yao, he immediately knelt down with a thud. When his tall body knelt down, Zhao Yao felt the ground tremble slightly. With a thud, Ergu forcefully kowtowed to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao felt a headache upon hearing the loud kowtowing sound. Thud thud, Ergu kowtowed heavily twice more to Zhao Yao, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhao Yao was taken aback by Ergu's sudden actions and momentarily forgot to stop him from kowtowing. After finishing 3 kowtows, Ergu awkwardly said, "I'm strong," and then he stopped. Seeing him say only this one sentence, the village chief, who was standing behind Ergu, had his smile freeze and looked at Ergu in disbelief. The village chief had taught Ergu many good words in advance, but he didn't expect Ergu to say only this one sentence when he met Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao came back to his senses, seeing that Ergu had no wounds or bruises on his forehead, thought to himself, "How hard is this guy's forehead to be unscathed?" The village chief, exasperated, kicked Ergu and reminded him, "Keep talking." Ergu turned around, looking at the village chief with a face full of confusion and innocence. "Say what?" Village chief, utterly wasted. Zhao Yao examined Ergu and finally noticed that Ergu looked very. With a face full of flesh, small eyes, a big nose, a large mouth, and very dark skin. Really ugly. Moreover, his small eyes were filled with a clear stupidity. "Young master, Ergu is very strong. He can lift the stone lion at my doorstep." The village chief, seeing that Ergu had forgotten all the words he taught him, helped him speak. "The stone lion at my entrance weighs several hundred jin, but Ergu can easily lift it." Ergu corrected the village chief, saying, "I hugged it up, not lifted." The village chief glared at Ergu, signaling him to shut up. "Ergu is strong and can help you look after the manor." Ergu interjected, "I can fight too. No one in the village can beat me." "Young master, Ergu can protect you and stop others from bullying you." Ergu echoed the village chief's words, thumping his chest with his hand and saying earnestly, "Yes, I can protect you and prevent others from hitting you." "Young master, Ergu is also very obedient. He will do whatever you tell him to do." Ergu nodded vigorously, saying very obediently, "I'm very obedient. I listen to the village chief grandpa the most. He says I'm the most obedient child in the village." The village chief nodded in agreement. "That's right, Ergu is the most obedient child in the village." The simple-minded face of Dingshan broke into a happy smile upon hearing the village chief's praise. "Young master, Dingshan is also very hardworking. You tell him to do something, and he'll do it without a single word of complaint." The village chief continued to recommend Dingshan. Even though Dingshan is small, he can do a lot of things. He knows how to plow, transplant rice seedlings, and harvest rice. Dingshan interrupted the village chief, saying, "I can also slaughter pigs and cut down trees. I can carry a lot of trees." Instead of getting upset at being interrupted, the village chief smiled and said, "Yes, Dingshan can carry several trees from the mountains back by himself." Following that, each time the village chief praised Dingshan, Dingshan would add something more himself. Liang Run and Zhao Yao watched with amusement as the village chief and Dingshan sang each other's praises. "Young master, Dingshan doesn't require any wages, just enough to eat his fill," the village chief said with a guilty conscience. Given Dingshan's appetite, his monthly food costs would definitely not be insignificant. "I don't need wages, just food," said Dingshan, glancing hesitantly at Zhao Yao before adding with some reluctance, "If I could eat meat, that would be even better." Before he could finish, the village chief gave him a kick to the back, and he quickly shut his mouth, then hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Not eating meat is fine too." "Young master, if you take Dingshan, it will be like employing 10 men. The village chief continued to boast about Dingshan. "No, it's 20 men. Dingshan can do the work of 20 people." By taking him, you save on the cost of hiring 20 laborers. Ding Shan looked at Zhao Yao with hopeful eyes. I'm very good, please take me. Looking at Ding Shan kneeling in front of him, Zhao Yao suddenly thought he resembled a big dog waiting for its master to take it home. Young master, let Ding Shan lift the stone lion at my door to show you, the village chief suggested, giving Ding Shan another kick. Ding Shan hurriedly got up and ran outside. Zhao Yao stood up and followed him to the village chief's doorway. Ding Shan wrapped his arms around the belly of the stone lion and slowly lifted it until he cradled it in his arms, stopping only then. He didn't rush to put the stone lion down, holding it for a moment before setting it back down. Seeing Ding Shan actually lift the stone lion, Ding Yuan and Tongan were dumbfounded. Tongzai, somewhat incredulous, approached to try as Ding Shan did, but the stone lion didn't budge. Tongzai tried again with all his might, but still couldn't lift the stone lion. This stone lion weighed at least 200 or 300 caddies. Zhao Yao, seeing Ding Shan's expectant expression, smiled and said, "Indeed, your strength is impressive." Ding Shan beamed with pride. "I have the greatest strength in our village. No one can compare with me." Tongzai joked, "I'm afraid there's no one in the whole capital stronger than you." Is this Ding Shan really only 10? What on earth has this child been eating to have such strength? Young master, do you want to take Ding Shan? Following me is not about strength, but about unwavering loyalty for a lifetime. Can you do that? Ding Shan replied, "If you take me, I will only have you as my master." Young master, Ding Shan will definitely be loyal to you, insisted the village chief. He is simple, honest, and obedient. If he follows you, he will absolutely never betray you. Standing beside Zhao Yao, Liang Run said nothing. Tongzai and the others also remained silent. They could not influence Zhao Yao's decision. Zhao Yao looked at Ding Shan and laughed. "All right, I'll take you." Ding Shan swiftly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before Zhao Yao with a grin. Ding Shan greets the master. Rise. Ding Shan obediently stood up. Ding Shan is your small name, so what's your full name? Master, I'm just called Ding Shan, no other name. The village chief explained. When his mother had difficulty during childbirth, to ensure he would grow up safely, she gave him the humble name Ding Shan. Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, "From now on, you'll be called Ding Shan." Ding Shan did look as strong as a mountain. The village chief was very pleased that Zhao Yao had indeed accepted Ding Shan. Young master, with Ding Shan, he won't let you down. Finally, Ding Shan had found a place to belong. This young master is from a wealthy family, so following him, Ding Shan will at least have enough to eat every meal. Zhao Yao looked at Ding Shan, contemplating that with proper training, Ding Shan could be very useful someday. His great strength made him an excellent prospect for martial arts training. When they returned to the capital, he would have his uncle find a master for Ding Shan. There's still time, let's go up the mountain again. Zhao Yao remembered the dream he had at noon. Bai Bai and Xiao Bai were still waiting for him in the mountains. Liang Run assumed Zhao Yao was interested in the mountains. All right, let's go have another look. Young master, shall I accompany you? Otherwise it might be hard to find the way down the mountain if it gets late. Young master, there's no need to be polite, said the village chief. By taking Ding Shan, you are a benefactor to the people of Dahua village. A benefactor, really? Young master, you don't know that Ding Shan's parents are heroes in our village. On the way to the eastern part of the mountain, the village chief told Zhao Yao and the others about Ding Shan's unfortunate background, and as he spoke, he began to cry, continuously thanking Zhao Yao. Back at the clearing, Zhao Yao shouted, "Bye bye, Xiao Bai, I'm here." Liang Run quickly asked, "Yao Yao, who are you calling?" "Uncle, you'll see shortly," Zhao Yao said, calling out again towards the distance, "Bye bye." Xiao Bai. Tongzai wondered secretly if the prince knew some animal friends here. A moment later, a pure white deer appeared before them. Seeing the white deer, Zhao Yao felt relieved in his heart, so the dream was real. The village chief and Ding Shan were stunned at the sight of the white deer. They wanted to speak, but were too shocked to utter a single word. Zhao Yao ran over to the white deer and hugged its head. The white deer nuzzled Zhao Yao's cheek with its face. Xiao Bai, who was entwined around the white deer's antlers, was too shy to nuzzle Zhao Yao's cheek like the white deer. Liang Run and the others were also shocked, watching the scene in disbelief. The village chief and Ding Shan were stunned for a while before coming back to their senses. Then they knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the white deer, chanting "Bless us" in their mouths. Their expressions were very devout and full of reverence. Liang Run and the others were already shocked by the sudden appearance of the white deer, and now seeing the village chief and others sincerely bowing to it, they couldn't help but want to kneel and kowtow too. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Zhao Yao's words interrupted Liang Run and the others' movements of almost kneeling down. "Bye bye, Xiao Bai, this is my second uncle." Zhao Yao introduced Liang Run and the others one by one to the white deer and white snake. The white deer politely nodded to them. Liang Run and the others widened their eyes, incredulous at everything in front of them. "Second uncle, this is Bai Bai." Zhao Yao introduced the white deer and white snake to Liang Run and the others. "This is Xiao Bai." Liang Run and the others were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment. Tongzai shouted loudly in his heart, "Your Highness actually knows the divine beast white deer. The village chief, who had been kneeling on the ground, finally came to his senses a little, but his expression was still very shocked. "Young master, you and the white deer." Bye-bye and the others gave me a dream at noon, wanting to be friends with me, so I specifically came to the mountains to find them, Zhao Yao said with a grin, hugging the white deer's head. "Bye-bye and Zio Bai are my friends now." The village chief and Liang Run and the others. "Bye-bye, I forgot to ask you in the dream. Are you the only white deer in the mountains of Dahua village?" Bye-bye said, "I'm the only one now." Zhao Yao suddenly noticed that the forest behind them had a lot of deer appear. Their bodies were brown with white spots. "Bye-bye, are they?" Bye-bye turned to look at its fellow deers and introduced to Zhao Yao, "They are my subjects and wish to meet you too." "Sure." Zhao Yao waved to the group of deer not far away. "Come on over." A group of deer gracefully walked towards Zhao Yao step by step. Soon, Zhao Yao was surrounded by a bunch of them. He petted one deer here, kissed another deer there. The herd seemed to like him very much, rubbing his face, nudging his head, and licking his face from time to time. Liang Run and the others were once again stunned, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. Being around Zhao Yao often and seeing animals be close to him, Tongzai was the first to come back to his senses. "Your Highness indeed is liked by animals, but didn't expect even the divine beast white deer to like your Highness. Your Highness is indeed extraordinary." Then Liang Run came back to his senses, looking at Zhao Yao talking and laughing with the deer herd filled with pride in his eyes. "Yao Yao, this kid is truly incredible." Tong En and Ding Yuan were already so shocked they couldn't speak. As for the village chief and Ding Shan, their eyes full of awe as they watched Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao smiled and said to Liang Run, "Second uncle, bye-bye and the others want to take me to play. You guys go back first." Liang Run was a bit worried. "It's getting dark soon and you're alone in the mountains. I'm worried." "Second uncle, bye-bye and the others will protect me and send me back to the village, so don't worry." Zhao Yao reassured him. The white deer knelt down, crouched low to let Zhao Yao sit on its back. Zhao Yao waved to Liang Run and the others. "Second uncle, you guys go back quickly." After speaking, the white deer carried Zhao Yao and ran into the depths of the forest. "Yao Yao." Liang Run exclaimed and hurriedly chased after them, but the white deer ran so fast that it disappeared quickly. Tongzai took it easy and comforted Liang Run. "Second master, young master will be fine, you don't need to worry. The animals were always obedient to your Highness and never harmed him. The white deer is a divine beast, full of spirituality. It won't harm young master and will send him back to the village." Tongzai said, "Let's go back to the village and wait for your Highness." Hearing what Tongzai said, Liang Run was slightly relieved. "Then, let's head back first." The village chief and Ding Shan finally fully returned to their senses and quickly asked Liang Run, "Second master, what about young master and the white deer? What happened just now?" Liang Run smiled slightly. "Yao Yao has been loved by animals since he was young, and the white deer in your village is very fond of Yao Yao." This. The events that had just happened were too overwhelming for the village chief and others. They really didn't know what to say for a moment. Liang Run exclaimed, "I didn't expect there really was a white deer in your village. Yao Yao even likes the white deer, it's truly." The village chief and others led Liang Run and the others down the mountain and back home. Once they returned to the village chief excitedly gathered the villagers together and told them they had just seen a white deer. The white deer is very important to the villagers of Dahua village. The reappearance of the white deer was sure to cause a sensation in Dahua village. Upon learning that the white deer was summoned by Zhao Yao, the villagers of Dahua village believed he was the immortal child of the white deer, immortal otherwise. How could he summon the white deer immortal? In no time, Zhao Yao transformed from a young master of a wealthy family into a little immortal child of the white deer, immortal. The villagers' imagination was very rich, completely rivaling those who write storybooks. Just in this short time, they fabricated an astonishing story about Zhao Yao and the white deer, immortal. Tongzai and Tong En were astonished as they listened, their eyes wide open. Before dark, Zhao Yao was sent back to the village by a herd of deer, with the white deer not among them. The villagers had been waiting for Zhao Yao to return too. In the evening, seeing Zhao Yao riding a very tall deer, followed by a herd of deer, returning, Zhao Yao found it very amusing that the villagers revered him as an immortal child. He feared that this matter would spread beyond Dahua village, bringing him unnecessary trouble, so he asked the village chief to tell the villagers not to speak of today's events, especially anything about the white deer, or else it might attract some officials like in the previous dynasty to come to Dahua village to capture the white. The village chief agreed with Zhao Yao's words. They must not let the tragedy of the previous dynasty repeat itself. He quickly gathered the villagers, urging them to keep today's events a secret, or else their white deer and other deer might be harmed by those ill-intentioned nobles. The villagers of Dahua village had waited so long for the white deer to appear again, they certainly wouldn't want their white deer immortal to be captured by officials. They swore to the village chief that they would not speak of this matter. At dinner, the villagers brought the best food from their homes to the village chief's house to offer to Zhao Yao, making him laugh and cry. After dinner, Zhao Yao and Liang Run returned to the room. Yao Yao, what exactly happened? You didn't encounter any danger in the mountains afterward, did you? The afternoon's events had been too unbelievable, and Liang Run was still in shock. Bai Bai is just an ordinary white deer, not some immortal, Zhao Yao said helplessly. Where in the world are there immortals? Being treated as an immortal child, Zhao Yao just found it amusing. Tongzai chimed in, young master, isn't the white deer a divine beast? The white deer is just a deer. It's only that its fur is white, not some divine beast, Zhao Yao said, because white deer are rare. Ancient people regarded them as divine beasts. Yao Yao, not just the villagers of Dahua village, but even others believe the white deer is a divine beast. Liang Run reminded, if it wasn't a divine beast, people from the previous dynasty wouldn't have come to Dahua village to seek the white deer. If you must say so, the white deer is an exotic beast, Zhao Yao said. There are many exotic beasts in the world. Don't assume they're divine beasts just because they are rare or unseen. He continued, many people consider the white deer a divine beast, mainly for some purposes, such as disguising themselves as immortals to gain people's respect and offerings, and have them do things for them. Ultimately, it's still for fame and fortune. Zhao Yao's words were so realistic, shattering the image of the divine beast white deer in Tong Zai and others' minds. Although Liang Run was shocked by the afternoon scene, deep down he still didn't believe in the matter of divine beasts. Yao Yao, where did you go afterward? Was there any danger in the mountains? Second uncle, there was no danger. Bai Bai took me around their territory and we didn't do anything else. Zhao Yao suddenly became a bit excited. Second uncle, there are many treasures in the mountains of Dahua village, including Lingjai and Ginseng. Tomorrow I'll take you to the mountains. Let's dig up the Lingjai and Ginseng. Liang Run laughed. Lingjai and Ginseng are good things. Your body isn't very strong. They can be used to help restore your health. Bai Bai and the others shed their antlers every so often, and the antlers they shed are also in the mountains. He remembered antlers seemed to be a tonic. Tomorrow we'll go pick up antlers. If he brought them back to the capital to sell, they should fetch a good price. Liang Run's eyes lit up. Antlers are indeed good things, especially for men.